At the same time, however, the fundamental course of German unification was being set by the tempestuous industrial growth of the Ruhr, within the western provinces of Prussia itself. The Rhenish bourgeoisie, whose fortunes were founded on the new manufacturing and mining economy in the West, were a much more politically ambitious and outspoken group than the obedient Ostelbian townsmen. It was their spokesmen, Mevison, Camphausen, Hansemann, and others, who organized and led German liberalism and fought for the granting of a bourgeois constitution with a responsible assembly in Prussia during this period. Their program meant, in fact, the end of Hohenzollern absolutism, and naturally aroused the obdurate hostility of the Junker ruling class in the East. The popular upheavals of 1848, whose mass combustion was furnished by artisans and peasants, briefly gave this liberal bourgeoisie ministerial office in Berlin, and an ideological platform in Frankfurt, before the Royal Army crushed the revolution a few months later. The Prussian constitution, which was the aborted product of the crisis of 1848, established a national Landtag for the first time, with one chamber based on a three-class electoral system candidly ensuring the dominance of large property, and another recruited overwhelmingly from the hereditary nobility, both without any powers over the executive, an assembly so pale that only some 30% of eligible voters on average participated in the elections to it. 49 The Rhenish capitalist class thus remained oppositional even when it won majorities to this token institution. The Ostelbian Junkers vigilantly eyed the monarchy for any signs of weakness, actually getting its monoreal police powers abolished in a moment of panic by Frederick William IV in 1848, restored in 1856. The constitutional conflict between the liberals and the state in the 1860s thus appeared to be a frontal clash for political power between old and new orders. Nevertheless, the economic bases of a rapprochement between the two classes were being laid by the steady capitalization of Eastern agriculture during the corn boom, and the vertical increase in the weight of heavy industry within the Prussian social formation as a whole. By 1865, Prussia contained 9/10 of coal and iron production, 2/3 of steam engines, half of textile output and 2/3 of industrial labor in Germany. 50 The mechanization of German industry had already overtaken that of France. The former extreme reactionary Bismarck, once the truculent champion of ultralegitimism, was the first political representative of the nobility to see that this burgeoning force could be accommodated in the structure of the state, and that under the aegis of the two possessing classes of the Hohenzollern realm, Prussian Junkerdom and Rhenish capital, the unification of Germany was possible. The triumph of the Prussian army over Austria in 1866 suddenly quieted the discord between the two. Bismarck's bargain with the national liberals, which produced the North German Constitution of 1867, sealed a momentous social pact, virtually against the political grain of both the parties to it. 3 years later, the Franco-Prussian War completed with éclat the work of national unity. The Prussian kingdom was merged into a German empire. The fundamental structure of the new state was unmistakably capitalist. The constitution of Imperial Germany in the 1870s included a representative assembly elected by universal male suffrage, a secret ballot, civic equality, a uniform legal code, a single monetary system, secular education, and complete internal free trade. The German state thus created was by no means a pure example of its type. 51 It was heavily marked by the feudal nature of the Prussian state which preceded it. Indeed, in a literal and visible way, the combined development which defined the conjuncture, was embodied in the architecture of the new state. For the Prussian constitution was not abrogated, it survived inside the imperial constitution, since Prussia was now one of the federal units of the empire, complete with its disenfranchising three-class electoral system. The officer corps of its army, which naturally composed the overwhelming bulk of the imperial military apparatus, was not responsible to the chancellor, but swore fealty directly to the emperor, who controlled it personally through his military household. 52 The senior ranks of its bureaucracy, purged and reorganized by von Puttkamer, became if anything more of an aristocratic sanctuary than ever in the decades after 1870. Moreover, the imperial chancellor was not responsible to the Reichstag, and could rely on permanent revenues from customs and excise beyond parliamentary control, although budgets had to be approved and laws passed by the Reichstag. Certain lesser fiscal and administrative rights were left in the control of the various federal units of the empire, formally limiting the unitarianism of the constitution. These anomalies lent the German state in the late 19th century a disconcerting cast. Marx's own characterization of the Bismarckian state reveal a mixture of vexation and bafflement. In a celebrated, enraged phrase that Luxemburg was fond of quoting, he described it as Nix Andiers als ein mit parlamentarisken Formen Verbramter, mit feudalem Beisatzvermischter, schon von der Bourgeoisie beeinflusster, bürokratisch gezimmerter, polizeilich gehüteter Militardespotismus, nothing but a military despotism, embellished with parliamentary forms, alloyed with a feudal admixture, already influenced by the bourgeoisie, furnished by the bureaucracy and protected by the police. 53. The agglutination of epithets indicates his conceptual difficulty, without providing a solution to it. Engels saw much more clearly than Marx that the German state, despite its peculiarities, had now joined the ranks of its English and French rivals. He wrote of the Austro-Prussian War, and its author, Bismarck, understood the German Civil War of 1866 to be what it really was, namely a revolution. And he was prepared to carry it through by revolutionary means. 54. The historical result of the conflict with Austria was that the very victories of the Prussian army shifted the entire basis of the Prussian state structure, so that the social foundations of the old state underwent a complete transformation. 55. Comparing Bismarckism with Bonapartism, he stated roundly that the constitution created by the Prussian chancellor was a modern form of state which presupposes the abolition of feudalism. 56. In other words, the German state was now a capitalist apparatus, overdetermined by its feudal ancestry, but fundamentally homologous with the social formation which by the early 20th century was massively dominated by the capitalist mode of production. Imperial Germany was soon the largest industrial power in Europe. Prussian absolutism had thus after many vicissitudes been transmuted into another type of state. Geographically and socially because geographically, it had slowly been tugged over from east to west. The theoretical conditions of possibility of this transmutation remain to be established, they will be considered elsewhere. 4. Poland. The rise of Prussia from the mid-17th century onwards was counterpointed by the decline of Poland in the east. The one major country which failed to produce an absolutist state in the region eventually disappeared, in a graphic a contrario demonstration of the historical rationality of absolutism for a noble class. The reasons why the Polish Szlachta were never able to generate a centralized feudal state do not seem to have been adequately studied. The debacle of this class poses a problem that has not yet been genuinely resolved by modern historiography. 1. At most certain critical elements emerge from the existing materials, which suggest partial or possible answers. Poland suffered less from the late feudal crisis than any other country in Eastern Europe. The Black Death largely passed it by, while its neighbors were ravaged. The Piast monarchy, reconstituted in the 14th century, achieved its political and cultural apogee under Casimir III, after 1333. With the decease of this ruler in 1370, the dynasty died out, and the royal title passed to Louis of Anjou, King of Hungary. An absentee monarch, Louis was obliged to grant the Polish nobility the privilege of Košice in 1374, in exchange for confirmation of the right of his daughter Jadwiga to succeed him in Poland. The aristocracy was guaranteed economic immunity from new taxation and administrative autonomy in its localities, in a charter inspired by earlier Hungarian models. 12 years later, Jadwiga was married to Jagiello, Grand Duke of Lithuania, who became King of Poland, founding a personal union between the two realms. This conjunction was to have deep and permanent effects on the whole subsequent course of Polish history. The Lithuanian Duchy was one of the most recent and remarkable structures of the age. A Baltic tribal society, so remote in its marshes and woods that it was still pagan in the late 14th century, had suddenly thrown up a conquering state that became one of the largest territorial empires in Europe. The Western pressure from the German military orders in Prussia and Livonia had set off the precipitate formation of a centralized principality among the tribal confederations of Lithuania. The eastern vacuum created by the Mongol subjugation of post-Kievan Russia permitted its rapid expansion outwards in the direction of the Ukraine. Under its successive rulers Gedimin, Algird, Jagiello, and Witold, Lithuanian power reached to the Oka and the Black Sea. The population of these vast regions was mostly Slav and Christian, Belarusian or Ruthenian. Lithuanian domination of them was exercised by a military overlordship that reduced local lords to vassal status. This powerful but primitive state was now linked to the smaller, but much older and more advanced realm of Poland. Jagiello accepted Christianity and moved to Poland to secure the Union of 1386, while his cousin Witold was left in the east to govern Lithuania. With the accession of a foreign prince, the Polish Zlachta succeeded in establishing the principle that the monarchy was elective, although in practice it was to be continuously vested in the Jagiellonian dynasty for the next 200 years. The accrued strength and dynamism of the new Polish-Lithuanian Union was soon demonstrated. In 1410, Jagiello inflicted the historic defeat of Grunewald on the Teutonic Knights, which proved to be the turning point in the fortunes of the order in Prussia. At mid-century, Polish attack on Prussia was renewed, when the local German estates revolted against the rule of the order. The 13 Years' War ended in 1466 with a decisive Jagiellonian victory. By the Second Peace of Torun, Poland annexed West Prussia and Ermland. East Prussia became a Polish fief, held as a vassal by the Grand Master of the Teutonic Order, who henceforward owed homage and service in war to the Polish monarchy. The power of the order was definitively broken, and Poland acquired territorial access to the Baltic. Danzig, the major port of the whole region, became an autonomous city with special municipal rights under Polish royal sovereignty. Casimir IV, the victor of the war, ruled over the most extensive realm in the continent. Meanwhile, within Poland itself, the later 15th century saw a steady rise in the political and social position of the gentry at the expense both of the monarchy and the peasantry. To secure the succession of his son, Jagiello granted to the nobility in 1425 the principle of neminem captivabimus, legal immunity from arbitrary arrest, in the privilege of Britisk. Casimir IV, in his turn, was led to make further concessions to the landowning class. The long struggle of the 13 Years' War necessitated hire of mercenary troops from all over Europe. To obtain the funds needed to pay them, the king granted the aristocracy the privilege of Nizawa in 1454, which provided for regular conventions particulars to be held by the gentry in their localities. Neither troops nor taxes could henceforward be raised without their consent. 3 Under his son John Albert, a consolidated National Assembly or Sejm came into being in 1492, relayed by the provincial and local assemblies of the landowning class. The Sejm formed a bicameral assembly, composed of a chamber of deputies and a senate. The former was composed of elected representatives of the Sejmiki, the latter of high clerical and lay dignitaries of the state. Towns were excluded from both. The Polish estates system which now emerged was exclusively aristocratic. 4 In 1505, the Constitution of Radom formally solemnized the powers of the Sejm. The law of Nihil Novi deprived the monarchy of the right to legislate without the consent of the estates, while the authority of royal officials was carefully restricted. 5 The convocation of the Sejm was still, however, at the discretion of the monarchy. Meanwhile, it was in this period too that the legal enserfment of the Polish peasantry was decreed. The Statutes of Piotrkow in 1496 banned all labor movement from villages, with the exception of a single peasant from each community a year. They were followed by further measures of adscription in 1501, 1503, 1510 and 15N, signs of the difficulties of implementation. Finally in 1520, an ordinance governing feudal dues was passed which imposed labor services of up to 6 days a week on the Polish uloka or villein. 6 The serfdom of the peasantry, which became increasingly rigorous in the course of the 16th century, founded the new prosperity of the Zlachta. For the Polish nobility benefited from the Baltic grain boom of the epoch more than any other social group in the region. Peasant plots were steadily whittled down, while domain farming expanded to meet the demand of the export market. In the second half of the century, the volume of cereals shipped out of the country doubled. During the zenith of the corn traffic from 1550 to 1620, Western inflation assured the landowning class of vast windfall profits from the terms of trade. Over the longer run, it has been calculated that between 1600 and 1750 the value of the magnates' commercialized production tripled, that of the gentry doubled, while that of the peasantry declined. 7 These gains were not, however, productively reinvested. Poland became the granary of Europe, but techniques of arable farming remained primitive, with low yield ratios. Increased agrarian output was achieved by extensive expansion, especially in the frontier lands of the southeast, rather than by intensive improvements of cultivation. Moreover, the Polish aristocracy used its economic power for a more systematically anti-urban policy than any other ruling class in Europe. In the early 16th century, price ceilings were statutorily imposed on native manufactures in the towns, whose merchant communities were mostly German, Jewish, or Armenian. In 1565, foreign merchants were granted exorbitant privileges, whose objective effect was inevitably to weaken and ruin local traders. 8 The commercial prosperity of the epoch was still accompanied by urban growth, and wealthy lords founded private towns subject to them, while other nobles were converting iron works into corn mills in the countryside. But the municipal autonomy of the urban patriciates was virtually everywhere suppressed, and with it the chances of a developing industry. The Germanic port of Danzig alone escaped the elimination of medieval urban privileges by the Zlachta. The monopolistic export control which it consequently enjoyed further stifled the inland towns. An agrarian monoculture was thus increasingly created, which imported its manufactured goods from the West in an aristocratic prefiguration of the overseas economies of the 19th century. The noble class which emerged on these economic foundations had no exact parallel anywhere else in Europe. The degree of predial pressure it exercised on the peasantry, with labor services legally permitted of up to 6 days a week, was extreme enough. In 1574 it acquired a formal jus vitae et nisus over its serfs, which technically allowed it to execute them at will. 9 The aristocracy which controlled these powers was notably unlike its neighbors in composition. For the web of clan kinship, sure sign of a pre-feudal social structure, had survived in the relatively backward and amorphous society of early medieval Poland much later than anywhere else, to affect the whole contours of the feudal nobility, as it eventually emerged in a period without any articulated vassal hierarchy. 10 For when heraldic insignia were imported from the West in the Middle Ages, they were adopted, not by individual families, but by whole clans, whose kin and client networks still subsisted in the countryside. The result was to create a relatively numerous noble class, comprising perhaps some 700,000 persons or 7 to 8% of the population in the 16th century. Within this class, there were no titles of rank distinguishing one grade of lordship from another. 11 But this juridical equality within the nobility, which had no equivalent elsewhere in early modern Europe, was accompanied by an economic inequality which also had no parallel elsewhere at the time. For a great mass of the Zlachta, perhaps more than half their number, owned tiny holdings of 10 to 20 acres, often no larger than those of an average peasant. This stratum was concentrated in the old provinces of western and central Poland. In Mazovia, for example, it made up perhaps a fifth of the total population. 12 Another large section of the gentry were petty squires with small estates, owning no more than a village or two. Yet side by side within nominally the same nobility, existed some of the largest territorial magnates in Europe, with colossal latifundia, mainly situated in the Lithuanian or Ukrainian east of the country. For in these newer lands, the bequest of the Lithuanian expansion of the 14th century, no comparable heraldic diffusion had occurred, and the higher aristocracy always retained much of the character of a small potentate caste superimposed over an ethnically alien peasantry. In the course of the 16th century, the Lithuanian nobility became increasingly assimilated in culture and institutions to its Polish counterpart, as the local gentry gradually gained rights comparable to the Zlachta. 13 The constitutional result of this convergence was the Union of Lublin in 1569, which finally merged the two realms into a single polity, the Rzeczpospolita Polska, with a common currency and parliament. On the other hand, no such fusion occurred among the mass of the population in the eastern provinces, most of whom remained Orthodox in religion and Belarusian or Ruthenian in language. Less than half of the inhabitants of the combined Polish Commonwealth were thus ethnically and linguistically Polish. The colonial character of the landlord class in the east and southeast was reflected in the magnitude of its domains. In the late 16th century, the Chancellor John Zamoyski was master of some 2 million acres, mainly in Little Poland, and exercised jurisdiction over some 80 towns and 800 villages. 14 In the early 17th century, the Wisnowiecki Empire in the eastern Ukraine extended over lands with 230,000 subjects on them. 15 In the 18th century, the Potocki family in the Ukraine owned some 3 million acres. The Radziwill House in Lithuania possessed estates estimated at some 10 million acres. 16 There was thus always an extreme tension between the ideology of legal parity and the reality of tremendous economic disparity within the Polish aristocracy. During the 16th century, nevertheless, the Zlachta as a whole probably benefited more than any other group in Eastern Europe from the price revolution. This was the epoch of Brandenburger somnolence and East Prussian decline. Russia was expanding, but amidst fearful convulsions and regressions. Poland was by contrast the largest and wealthiest power in the East. The bulk of the Baltic prosperity fell to it, in the most prosperous epoch of the grain trade. The cultural brilliance of the Polish Renaissance, the background of Copernicus, was one result. Politically, however, it is difficult not to suspect that the early and abundant good fortune of the Zlachta in a sense paralysed their capacity for constructive centralization in a later age. Poland, infernus rustic aurum for the peasantry, provided an aura libertas for the nobility. No compelling need was felt for a strong state in this squire's Elysium. The comparatively trouble-free passage of Poland through the great economic and demographic crisis of European feudalism in the later Middle Ages, from which it emerged less scathed than any other country of the region, followed by the commercial manna of the early modern epoch, thus perhaps prepared the political disintegration that was to come. Strategically, moreover, the Polish Commonwealth of the 16th century confronted no major military threat. Germany was gripped in the internecine strife of the Reformation. Sweden was still a minor power. Russia was expanding more towards the Volga and the Neva than the Dnieper. The development of the Muscovite state, although starting to look formidable, remained crude and its stability precarious. In the south, the weight of Turkish pressure was directed against the Habsburg frontiers in Hungary and Austria, while Poland was buffered by Moldavia, a weak vassal state of the Ottoman system. Irregular Tatar raids from the Crimea, although destructive, were a localized problem in the southeast. There was thus no urgent necessity for a centralized royal state, to build up a large military machine against external enemies. The huge size of Poland, and the traditional valor of the Zlachta as a heavy feudal cavalry, seemed to guarantee the geographical safety of the possessing class. Thus, just at a time when absolutism was advancing elsewhere in Europe, the powers of the Polish monarchy were drastically and definitively reduced by the aristocracy. In 1572, the Jagiellonian dynasty was extinguished by the death of Sigismund Augustus, leaving the succession vacant. An international auction for the royal dignity followed. In 1573, 40,000 gentry gathered in a Viridum assembly on the plains of Warsaw, and elected Henry of Anjou to the monarchy. A foreigner without any links to the country, the French prince was induced to sign the famous Henrikian Articles, which henceforward became the constitutional charter of the Polish Commonwealth, while a separate device or pacta convenienta between the monarch and the nobility set the precedent for personal contracts, with specific and binding obligations, to be signed by Polish kings at their accession. By the terms of the Henrikian Articles, the non-hereditary character of the monarchy was expressly reconfirmed. The monarch himself was deprived of virtually any substantive powers in the government of the realm. He could not dismiss the civil or military officials in his administration, or enlarge the minuscule army, 3,000 men, at his disposal. The consent of the same, henceforth to be convened every 2 years, was necessary for any political or fiscal decision of importance. Contravention of these restrictions legalized rebellion against the monarch. 17 In other words, Poland became in all but name a nobiliary republic, with a royal figurehead. No native Polish dynasty was ever to preside over the kingdom again. French, Hungarian, Swedish, and Saxon rulers were deliberately preferred by the landowning class to ensure the weakness of the central state. The Jagiellonian line had enjoyed a large hereditary domain in its Lithuanian lands. The expatriate kings who now succeeded each other in Poland had no such economic base within the country to sustain them. Both the revenue and troops at the command of the largest magnates were henceforward often to be as large as those of the sovereign himself. Although successful soldier princes, Bathory, Sobieski, were on occasion to be elected, the monarchy never recovered permanent or substantial powers again. Beneath the dynastic vicissitudes and ethnic heterogeneity of the Polish-Lithuanian Union, there was perhaps also a longer political tradition behind this anomalous outcome. Poland had shared neither in the imperial heritage of the Byzantine nor of the Carolingian realms. Its nobility had not experienced an original integration into a royal polity comparable to those of either Kievan Russia or medieval Germany. The clan genealogy of the Zlachta had been a token of their distance from them. Its renaissance thus saw not the autocratic cult of a Tudor or Valois or Habsburg monarchy, but the flowering of an aristocratic commonwealth. The closing phase of the 16th century gave little hint of the crises ahead. The Pacta Conventa of 1573 were succeeded 3 years later, after the departure of Henry for France, by the election of the Transylvanian Prince Stephen Bathory as King of Poland. Bathory, an able and experienced Magyar general, controlled a personal treasury and army from his nearby principality, whose relatively prosperous and urbanized economy provided him with independent resources and professional troops. His political authority in Poland was thus powerfully buttressed by his territorial base across the Tatras. A Catholic ruler himself, he promoted the counter-reformation in Poland with discretion, avoiding religious provocations to those sections of the nobility which had become Protestant. His reign was illustrated, above all, by military victory in the Baltic Wars against Russia. Taking the field against Ivan IV in 1578, with a mixed army of Polish cavalry, Transylvanian infantry, and Ukrainian Cossacks, Bathory conquered Livonia and swept Russian forces back beyond Polotsk. At his death in 1586, Poland's primacy in Eastern Europe had never seemed greater. The Zlachta's next choice for the monarchy was Swedish, Sigismund Vasa. In the course of his reign, Polish expansionism appeared to reach its height. Exploiting the political and social upheavals in Russia during the time of troubles, Poland sponsored the brief rule of the false Dmitry in 1605-6, a usurper guarded in his capital by Polish troops. Then in 1610, Polish forces under the hetman Zalkiewski seized Moscow again and installed Sigismund's son Władysław as Tsar. Russian popular reaction and Swedish counter-maneuvers compelled the Polish garrison to evacuate Moscow in 1612, and the Tsardom was secured by the Romanov dynasty the following year. But Polish intervention in the time of troubles nevertheless ended with major territorial gains at the Truce of Dulino in 1618, by which Poland annexed a large belt of White Russia. The Rzeczpospolita attained its widest frontiers in these years. Nevertheless, two fatal geopolitical flaws marred this Polish state even while the prowess of the gentry Hussargia was unmatched in cavalry warfare. They were both symptoms of the monadic individualism of the Polish ruling class. On the one hand, Poland had failed to finish off German rule in East Prussia. The Jagiellonian victories over the Teutonic Order in the 15th century had reduced the German knights to vassals of the Polish monarchy. In the early 16th century, the secularization of the order by its Grand Master was accepted, in exchange for the maintenance of Polish overlordship over what now became Ducal Prussia. In 1563, Sigismund August, the last Jagiellonian ruler, had then accepted co-infeudation of the duchy by the Margravate of Brandenburg, for transient diplomatic advantages. 15 years later, Bathory sold the guardianship of the East Prussian Duke to the Brandenburg Elector, for cash to wage the war with Russia. Finally, in 1618, the Polish monarchy permitted the dynastic unification of East Prussia with Brandenburg, under a common Hohenzollern ruler. Thus, in a series of juridical concessions which was eventually to end with a full renunciation of Polish suzerainty, the duchy was delivered over to the Hohenzollerns. The strategic folly of this course was soon to become clear. By failing to secure and integrate East Prussia, Poland lost the chance of controlling the Baltic littoral and never became a maritime power. Lack of a fleet was thus to render it readily vulnerable to amphibious invasions from the north. The reasons for this inertia are doubtless to be found in the character of the nobility. Mastery of the coast and construction of a navy both demanded a powerful state machine, capable of evicting the Junkers from East Prussia and mobilizing the public investment necessary for forts, shipyards, and port establishments. The Petrine state in Russia could do this as soon as it reached the Baltic. The Polish Zlachta were not interested. They were content to rely on the traditional arrangement of corn transport through Danzig in Dutch or German cargoes. Royal control over the commercial policies of Danzig was relinquished in the 1570s, the few harbors built for a small navy were abandoned in the 1640s. 18 The gentry were indifferent to the fate of the Baltic. Their expansion was to take quite another form, a drive into the southeast frontier regions of the Ukraine. Here private penetration and colonization was possible and profitable, there was no state system to resist this advance, and no economic innovations were needed to create new latifundia from the exceptionally fertile lands on either side of the Dnieper. In the early 17th century, Polish landlordism thus sprawled ever deeper beyond Volhynia and Podolia, into the eastern Ukraine. The enserfment of the local Ruthenian peasantry, exacerbated by religious conflicts between Catholic and Orthodox churches, and complicated by the turbulent presence of the Cossack settlements, made this wild zone a constant security problem. Economically the most profitable projection of the Commonwealth, it was socially and politically the most explosive region within the nobiliary state. The reorientation of the Zlachta away from the Baltic towards the Black Sea was thus to prove doubly disastrous for Poland. Its ultimate consequences were to be the Ukrainian Revolution and the Swedish Deluge. In the first years of the 17th century, disquieting signs of incipient crisis were already becoming visible within Poland. By the turn of the century, the limits of the traditional agrarian economy in the Central Zone, which had provided the productive basis of Polish power abroad, were starting to be felt. The growth of monorealism had not been accompanied by any real improvements in productivity, the arable acreage had increased while techniques remained largely stationary. Moreover, the penalties for the inordinate extension of domain cultivation at the expense of peasant tenures now became evident. There were symptoms of rural exhaustion even before corn prices started to drop with the European depression that set in slowly from the 1620s onwards. Production started to fall off, and more seriously, yields to decline. 19 At the same time, the political cohesion of the state was critically weakened by new derogations from the central authority tenuously maintained by the monarchy. In 1607-9, a serious gentry revolt against Sigismund III, the Zebrzydowski rebellion, forced the king to abandon plans for a reformed royal power. From 1613 onwards, the national Sejm devolved tax assessments downwards to the local Sejmiki, making any effective fiscal system still more difficult to achieve. In the 1640s, the Sejmiki gained further financial and military autonomy in their localities. Meanwhile, the contemporary revolution in military techniques was passing the Zlachta by, its skill as a cavalry class was increasingly anachronistic in battles decided by trained infantry and mobile artillery. The central army of the Commonwealth was still only some 4,000 at mid-century, and was subtracted from royal control by the independent command of lifelong hetmans over it, while border magnates often kept private armies of virtually equivalent size. 20 In the 1620s, The rapid Swedish conquest of Livonia, mastery of the East Prussian littoral and extortion of heavy Baltic tolls, had already revealed the vulnerability of Polish defences in the north, while in the south, repeated Cossack risings in the 1630s had been pacified with difficulty. The stage was now set for the spectacular breakdown of the country in the reign of the last Vasa king, John Casimir. In 1648, the Ukrainian Cossacks revolted under Khmelnytsky, and a peasant jacquerie against the Polish landlord class spread in their wake. In 1654, the Cossack leaders took vast portions of the southeast with them into the enemy Russian state. With the Treaty of Pereyaslav, Russian armies marched westwards, capturing Minsk and Wilno. In 1655, Sweden launched a devastating pincer attack through Pomerania and Courland, Brandenburg allied with it for a joint invasion. Warsaw and Krakow rapidly fell to Swedish and Prussian troops, while the Lithuanian magnates hastened to defect to Charles X, and John Casimir fled to an Austrian refuge. The Swedish occupation of Poland aroused the Zlachta to fierce local resistance. International intervention to block the enlargement of the Swedish Empire followed, Dutch fleets covered Danzig, Austrian diplomacy aided the fugitive king, Russian troops assailed Livonia and Ingria, and finally Denmark struck at Sweden in the rear. The result was to clear Poland of Swedish armies by 1660, after immense destruction. War with Russia lasted another 7 years. By the time the Commonwealth was at peace again in 1667, after nearly 2 decades of fighting, it had lost the eastern Ukraine with Kiev, the long borderlands centered on Smolensk, and all residual claims over East Prussia. In the next decade, Turkey seized Podolaya. Geographical losses amounted to a fifth of Polish territory. But the economic, social, and political effects of these disastrous years were much graver. The Swedish armies which had swept the country had left it ravaged and depopulated from end to end. The rich Vistula Valley was worst hit of all. The population of Poland dropped by a third between 1650 and 1675, while grain exports through Danzig fell by over 80% between 1618 and 1691.21. Cereal output collapsed in many regions because of the devastation and demographic decline, yields never recovered. There was a contraction of cultivated area, and many zlachta were ruined. The economic crisis after the war accelerated the concentration of land, in conditions where the great magnates alone had the resources to reorganize production and many smaller estates were up for sale. Servile exactions intensified amidst a new stagnation. Debasement of currency and depression of wages withered the towns. Culturally, the Zlachta took its revenge on the history which had disappointed it by a morbid mythomania. An astonishing cult of imaginary Sarmatian ancestors in the pre-feudal past was combined with provincial counter-Reformation bigotry, in a country where urban civilization now largely ebbed away. The pseudo-atavistic ideology of Sarmatianism was not a mere aberration, it reflected the state of the whole class, which found its most vivid expression in the constitutional realm proper. For politically, the combined impact of the Ukrainian Revolution and the Swedish deluge shattered the brittle unity of the Polish Commonwealth. The great divide in the history and prosperity of the noble class did not rally it to the creation of a central state that could have withstood further external attacks. It plunged, on the contrary, into a suicidal foot en avant from the mid-17th century onwards. The anarchic logic of the Polish polity achieved a kind of institutional paroxysm with the rule of parliamentary unanimity. The famous Liharum veto. 22. A single negative vote could henceforward dissolve the Sejm and paralyze the state. The Liberum veto was first exercised by a deputy to the Sejm in 1652, its use increased rapidly thereafter, and was extended downwards to the provincial Sejmiki, of which there were now more than 70. The landowning class, which had long rendered the executive virtually impotent, thus now neutralized the legislature as well. The eclipse of royal authority was henceforward complemented by the disintegration of representative government. In practice, chaos was only avoided by the enhanced dominance within the nobility of the great eastern magnates, whose vast latifundia tilled by Ruthenian and White Russian serfs gave them preponderance over the smaller squires of western and central Poland. A clientage system thus gave some organized framework to the Zlachta class, although rivalries between the magnate families, Czartoryski, Sapieha, Potocki, Radziwill, and so on, constantly rent the unity of the nobility, for at the same time it was they who used the liberum veto most frequently. 23 The constitutional obverse of the veto was the confederation, a juridical device which permitted aristocratic factions to proclaim themselves in a state of armed insurrection against the government. 24 Ironically, majority voting and military discipline were legally prescribed for rebel confederations, while the unitary Sejm was constantly immobilized by political intrigue and unanimous voting. The successful noble rising led by the Grand Marshal Lubomirski, which prevented any election vivant reach of a successor to John Casimir in 1665-6, and precipitated the abdication of the king, presaged the future pattern of magnate politics. In the age of Louis XIV and Peter I, a radical and total negation of absolutism was born on the Vistula. Poland still remained the second largest country in Europe. In the last decades of the 17th century, the soldier King John Sobieski restored something of its external position. Brought to power by the danger of renewed Turkish attacks in Podolia, Sobieski managed to increase the central army to 12,000, and modernized it by the addition of dragoon and infantry units. Polish forces played the premier role in the relief of Vienna in 1683, and Ottoman advances in the Dniester region were checked. But the major benefits of this last successful mobilization of the Zlachta were reaped by the Habsburg Emperor. Polish aid against Turkey merely allowed Austrian absolutism to expand rapidly towards the Balkans. At home, Sobieski's international reputation availed him little. All his projects for a hereditary monarchy were blocked, the liberum veto became ever more frequent in the Sejm. In Lithuania, where the Sapieha clan wielded vast powers, the royal writ virtually ceased altogether. In 1696, the gentry rejected his son as a successor, a disputed election ended with the installation of another expatriate prince, Augustus II of Saxony, backed by Russia. The new Wettin ruler tried to use Saxon industrial and military resources to establish a more conventional royal state, with a more cogent economic program. A Saxo-Polish trading company was planned for the Baltic, and port construction renewed, while Wettin troops brought Lithuania to heel. 25 The Zlachta soon reacted. In 1699 Pacta Convenienta were imposed on Augustus II stipulating the withdrawal of his German army from the country. In collusion with Peter I, he then moved it north across the border for an attack on Swedish Livonia. This action precipitated the Great Northern War in 1700. The Sejm strenuously disavowed the private schemes of the king, but Swedish counterattack against Saxon forces in 1701-2 soon plunged the country into the vortex of the war. Charles XII, after much destructive fighting, overran Poland, declared Augustus II deposed, and installed a native pretender, Stanislas Leszczynski. Confronted with occupation, the nobility split. The great eastern magnates opted for Sweden, while the mass of the smaller western squires reluctantly rallied to the Saxo-Russian alliance. Charles XII's defeat at Poltava restored Augustus II to Poland. But when in 1713-14 the Saxon king tried to reintroduce his army and to augment royal power, an insurgent confederation was promptly formed, and Russian military intervention imposed the Treaty of Warsaw on Augustus II in 1717. At the dictation of a Russian envoy, the Polish army was fixed at 24,000, Saxon troops were limited to 1,200 personal guards for the king, and German officials in the administration were repatriated. 26. The Great Northern War had proved to be a second deluge. The harshness of Swedish occupation and the desolation left by successive campaigns of Scandinavian, German, and Russian armies over Polish soil took a massive toll. The population of Poland, damaged by war and plague, dropped to some 6 million. The economic exactions of the three powers which disputed strategic control of the country, some 60 million thalers in all, amounted to 3 times the total public revenues of the Commonwealth during the conflict. 27 More gravely still, Poland was for the first time a prostrate object of the international struggle fought across it. The political passivity of the Zlachta in the triangular contest between Charles XII, Peter I and Augustus II was broken only by its sullen resistance to any move that might strengthen royal power in Poland, and with it polished defense capacity. Augustus II, whose base in Saxony was wealthier and more advanced than Transylvania had been, was unable to repeat the experience of Bathory, over a century later. To frustrate any fruition from the Saxo-Polish Union, the gentry were prepared to accept a Russian protectorate. The invitation to St. Petersburg to invade in 1717 inaugurated an epoch of increasing submission to Tsarist maneuvers in Eastern Europe. In 1733, the election to the monarchy was again disputed. France tried to secure the candidature of Leszczynski, as a native Pole and ally of Paris. Russia, backed by Prussia and Austria, opted for a Saxon succession as the weaker alternative. Despite Leszczynski's legitimate election, Augustus III was duly imposed by foreign bayonets. The new ruler, unlike his father an absentee monarch who resided in Dresden, made no attempt to recast the political system in Poland. Warsaw ceased to be a capital, as the country became one vast provincial backwater, occasionally traversed by neighboring armies. Saxon ministers distributed sinecures in state and church, while magnate factions lowered vetoes on the same at the behest or hire of competing foreign powers, Russia, Austria, Prussia, France. 28 The Zlachta, which during the height of the Reformation and Counter-Reformation had maintained standards of religious tolerance rare in Europe, was now in the epoch of the Enlightenment gripped with a forgotten Catholic fanaticism. The persecutory fevers of the gentry became the ruined symptom of its patriotism. Economically, there was a gradual recovery in the later 18th century. Population rose once again to pre-deluge levels, while cereal exports through Danzig doubled in the 40 years after the Great Northern War, although still remaining far below peak levels of the previous century. Concentration of lands and serfs continued, to the benefit of the magnates. 29. In 1764, Poniatowski, a Polish paramour of Catherine II, linked to the Czartoryski clique, became the new Russian picked monarch. Initial permission from St. Petersburg to proceed to centralist reforms was soon revoked, on the pretext of the suppression of rights for Orthodox and Protestant subjects in Poland. Russian troops intervened in 1767, finally provoking a gentry reaction against foreign dominance, under the flag not of political reform but religious intolerance. The Confederation of Bar in 1768 revolted against both Poniatowski and Russia, in the name of Catholic exclusivism. Ukrainian peasants seized the opportunity to rise against their Polish landlords, while French and Turkish aid was sent to the Confederate levies. After 4 years of fighting, the Confederation was crushed by Tsarist armies. The diplomatic imbroglio of Russia with Prussia and Austria over this affair resulted in the first partition of Poland in 1772, a scheme to reconcile the three courts. The Habsburg monarchy took Galicia, the Romanov monarchy seized much of White Russia, the Hohenzollern monarchy acquired West Prussia, and with it the prize of complete control of the South Baltic littoral. Poland lost 30% of its territory and 35% of its population. Physically, it was still larger than Spain. But the advertisement of its impotence was now unmistakable. The shock of the first partition created a belated majority within the nobility for a revision of the structure of the state. The growth of an urban bourgeoisie in Warsaw, which quadrupled in size during the reign of Poniatowski, helped to secularize the ideology of the landowning class. In 1788–91, the unreliable consent of Prussia was won for a new constitutional settlement. The same in its last hours voted the abolition of the liberum veto and the suppression of the right of confederation, the establishment of a hereditary monarchy, the creation of an army of 100,000, and the introduction of a land tax and somewhat wider franchise. 30 Russian retribution was swift and condign. In 1792, Catherine II's soldiers invaded behind a front of Lithuanian magnates, and the second partition was executed. Poland lost 3/5 of its remaining territory in 1793 and was reduced to a population of 4 million. This time Russia took the lion's share, annexing the whole of the rest of the Ukraine, while Prussia absorbed Poznania. The finale of the Rzeczpospolita came 2 years later, amidst an apocalyptic confusion and explosion of epochs and classes. In 1794, a national and liberal insurrection erupted under Kosciuszko, a veteran of the American Revolution and a citizen of the French Republic. The mass of the gentry enlisted in a cause which called for the emancipation of the serfs and rallied the plebeian masses of the capital, mingling cross-currents of Sarmatianism and Jacobinism in a desperate, distorted awakening of the nobility under the combined impact of alien absolutism in the East and bourgeois revolution in the West. The radicalism of the Polish insurrection of 1794 pronounced the death sentence on the Absolutist State. For the legitimist courts which surrounded it, a remote, reflected glare from the fires of the Seine could suddenly be seen along the Vistula. The territorial ambitions of the three neighboring empires now acquired the ideological urgency of a counter-revolutionary mission. After Kosciuszko had defeated a Prussian attack on Warsaw, Suvorov was dispatched with the Russian army to stamp out the uprising. The defeat of the revolt was the end of Polish independence. In 1795, the country disappeared altogether under the Third Partition. The inner reasons why the uniquely wayward and riotous nobility that ruled Poland was unable to achieve a national absolutism have doubtless yet to be fully explored. 31 Only some elements of an explanation have been proposed here. But the feudal state it produced provided a singular clarification of the reasons why absolutism was the natural and normal form of noble class power after the late Middle Ages. For in effect, once the integrated chain of mediate sovereignties which constituted the medieval political system was dissolved, the nobility had no natural spring of unification. The aristocracy was customarily divided into a vertical hierarchy of ranks, which were in structural contradiction with any horizontal distribution of representation, such as was later to characterize bourgeois political systems. An external principle of unity was therefore imperative to weld it together. The function of absolutism was precisely to impose a rigorous formal order on it from without. Hence the possibility of the constant conflicts between absolutist rulers and their aristocracies, which, as we have seen, occurred all over Europe. These tensions were inscribed in the very nature of the solidary relationship between the two, since no imminent mediation of interests was practicable within the noble class. Absolutism could only govern for the aristocracy by remaining above it. In Poland alone, the paradoxical size of the Zlachta and formal absence of any titles within it, produced a self-destructive caricature of a representative system proper, within the gentry. The incompatibility of the two was bizarrely demonstrated by the liberum veto. For within such a system, there was no reason why any individual noble should forego his sovereignty. The provincial sejmiki could be dissolved by a single squire, and the same by the delegate of a single sejmik. Informal clientage could not provide an adequate substitute principle of unity. Anarchy, impotence, and annexation were the inevitable results. The nobiliary republic was finally obliterated by the neighboring absolutisms. It was Montesquieu who wrote the epitaph on this experience, some years before the end: no monarchy, no nobility, no nobility, no monarchy. 5. Austria. The Austrian state in a sense represented the constitutional antipode of the Polish Commonwealth. For it was more exclusively and entirely founded on the organizing principle of dynasticism than any other in Europe. The Habsburg line was to have few equals in the length of its rule. It held sway in Austria from the late 13th uninterruptedly through to the early 20th centuries. More significantly, the only political unity of the varied lands that eventually came to be the Austrian Empire was the identity of the regnant dynasty above them. The Habsburg state always remained, to a unique degree, a familial Hausmacht, an assortment of dynastic heritages, without a common ethnic or territorial denomination. Monarchy here achieved its most unadulterated ascendancy. Yet Austrian absolutism, for this very reason, never succeeded in creating a coherent and integrated state structure comparable to that of its Prussian and Russian rivals. It always to some extent represented a hybrid of Western and Eastern forms, because of the political and territorial divisions of its constituent lands lying across the Baltic-Adriatic line, in the geometrical center of Europe. The Austrian case thus in certain important respects crosscuts a regional typology of European absolutism. It is this peculiar geographical and historical position that lends a special interest to the development of the Habsburg state. Central Europe appropriately produced an absolutism formally intermediate in character, whose divergence from the strict norms of West or East both confirms and nuances their polarity. The heteroclite structures of Austrian absolutism reflect the composite nature of the territories over which it presided, and which it was never able in any lasting fashion to compress into a single political framework. Yet at the same time, its blend of motifs did not preclude a dominant key. The Austrian Empire, which emerged in the course of the 17th century, proved, despite appearances, not to be readily fissile, because it contained one essential social uniformity that rendered its variant parts compatible with each other. Serf agriculture predominated, with different shades and patterns, in the Habsburg lands as a whole. The great majority of the peasant populations ruled by the dynasty, Czech, Slovak, Hungarian, German, or Austrian, were tied to the soil, owing labor services to their lords and subject to seigneurial jurisdictions. The respective peasantries of these lands did not constitute an undifferentiated rural mass, the distinctions in their condition were of considerable importance. But there can be no doubt of the overall prevalence of serfdom within the Austrian Empire, in the age of the Counter-Reformation when it first took durable shape. Taxonomically, therefore, the Habsburg state must in its total configuration be classified as an Eastern absolutism, and in practice, as will be seen, its unusual administrative traits did not conceal its ultimate descent. The Habsburg family originated in the Upper Rhineland, and first achieved prominence in 1273, when Count Rudolf of Habsburg was elected emperor by German princes anxious to thwart the rise of the Premi-Slid king of Bohemia, Ottokar II, who had annexed most of the Austrian lands in the east and was the leading contender for the imperial dignity. The Habsburg domains were clustered along the Rhine, in three separate clumps, in Sundgau to the west of the river, Breisgau to the east of it and Aargau to the south of it, beyond Basel. Rudolf I successfully mobilized an imperial coalition to attack Ottokar II, who was defeated at Marchfeld 5 years later. The Habsburg line therewith acquired control of the Austrian duchies, far larger than their Rhenish territories, to which it henceforward transferred its principal seat. The strategic objectives of the dynasty were now twofold: to keep hold of the imperial succession, with its nebulous but considerable political and ideological leverage within Germany, and to consolidate and enlarge the territorial basis of its power. The newly won Austrian duchies formed a substantial block of hereditary erbland, making the Habsburgs for the first time an important force within German politics. But they remained somewhat eccentric to the Reich. The obvious route of aggrandizement was to link up the new Austrian bastions with the old Rhenish lands of the dynasty, to form a single geographical block running across South Germany, with direct access to the centers of imperial wealth and power. To secure his election, Rudolf I had given pledges of non-aggression in the Rhineland one, but all the early Habsburg rulers pressed vigorously for the expansion and unification of their domains. This first, historic drive to construct a magnified Germanic state encountered, however, a fatal obstacle in its path. In between the Rhenish and Austrian lands lay the Swiss cantons. Habsburg encroachments in this pivotal region provoked a popular resistance that again and again defeated Austrian armies, and eventually led to the creation of Switzerland as an autonomous confederation outside the empire altogether. The peculiarity, and interest, of the Swiss revolt is that it coalesced two social elements within the complex inventory of European feudalism not found anywhere else together in similar union: mountains and towns. This was, also, the secret of its unique success in a century where everywhere else peasant insurrections were defeated. From the very outset of the Middle Ages, as we have seen, the feudal mode of production always had a very uneven topographical spread. it never penetrated the uplands to the extent to which it conquered the plains and the marshes. Mountainous regions all over Western Europe represented remote fastnesses of small peasant property, allodial or communal, whose rocky and exiguous soil offered relatively little attraction for monorealism. The Swiss Alps, the highest range in the continent, were naturally a foremost example of this pattern. They also, however, lay across one of the main overland commercial routes of medieval Europe, between the two densely urbanized zones of southern Germany and northern Italy. Their valleys were thus also settled with local trading towns, taking advantage of a strategic situation among the high passes. The Swiss cantonalism of the 14th century was the product of the conflux of these forces. Initially influenced by the example of the nearby Lombard communes in their struggle against the empire, the Swiss revolt against the Habsburgs united rural mountaineers and urban burgesses, a victorious combination. The political lead was taken by the three forest cantons, whose peasant infantry routed the Austrian seigneurial cavalry, hobbled in the narrow valleys, at Morgarten in 1315. Serfdom was consequently abolished in Uri, Schwyz, and Unterweden within a decade. 2 In 1330 there was a municipal revolution in Lucerne, in 1336 in Zurich, both against pro-Habsburg patriciates. By 1351, a formal alliance between these two cities and three forest cantons existed. Finally, their joint troops repulsed and defeated the Habsburg armies at Sempach and Nifels, in 1386 and 1388. In 1393 the Swiss Confederation was born, a unique independent republic in Europe. 3 Swiss peasant pikemen were to go on to become the crack military force of late medieval and early modern warfare, bringing to an end the long dominance of cavalry with their victories over the Burgundian knights summoned to Austrian aid in the next century, and inaugurating the new prowess of mercenary infantry. By the early 15th century, the Habsburg dynasty had lost its lands below the bend of the Rhine to the Swiss, and had failed to unite its possessions in Sundgau and Breisgau. 4 Its Rhenish provinces were no more than scattered enclaves, symbolically relabeled Vorderösterreich and administered from Innsbruck. The whole orientation of the dynasty henceforward shifted to the east. In Austria itself, meanwhile, Habsburg power had not encountered the same misadventures. The Tyrol was acquired in 1363, the title of Archduke assumed at about the same time. The estates which emerged after 1400 were, after some sharp struggles, kept in reasonable check. By 1440, the imperial office, lost in the early 14th century, after the first defeats in Switzerland, had been recaptured by the dynasty with the collapse of Luxembourg power in Bohemia, and was never to pass seriously out of its control again thereafter. In 1477, a marital alliance with the House of Burgundy, Austrian ally in the anti-Swiss struggle, secured it the temporary windfall of the Franche-Comté and Netherlands. Before they passed into the Spanish orbit in the epoch of Charles V, however, the Burgundian domains probably furnished the House of Austria with the inspiration for its first steps towards administrative modernity. Maximilian I, surrounded by an entourage of Burgundian Netherlandish nobles, created a central treasury in Innsbruck, and established the first conciliar agencies of government in Austria. A final attack into Switzerland proved abortive, but Gorizia was absorbed in the southern marchlands, while Maximilian pursued a forward Italian and imperial foreign policy. It was his successor Ferdinand I, however, whose reign suddenly marked out the capacious site of future Habsburg power in Central Europe, and laid the foundations of the strange state structure that was to be erected above it. In 1526, the Jagiello king of Bohemia and Hungary, Louis II, was defeated and killed at Mohacs by advancing Ottoman armies. Turkish troops overran most of Hungary, pushing the power of the Sultanate deep into Central Europe. Ferdinand successfully laid claim to the vacant monarchies, his marriage ties to the Jagiello line seconded by the Turkish threat, as far as the Czech and Magyar nobility were concerned. In Moravia and Silesia, the two outlying provinces of the Bohemian realm, Ferdinand was accepted as a hereditary ruler, but the Bohemian and Hungarian estates themselves categorically refused him this title, extracting an express acknowledgement from the Archduke that he was merely an elective prince in their lands. Ferdinand, moreover, had to fight a long three-cornered struggle against the Transylvanian pretenders Zapolia and the Turks, which ended in 1547 with the partition of Hungary into three zones, a Habsburg-ruled west, a Turkish-occupied center, and a Transylvanian principality in the east that was henceforward an Ottoman vassal state. War dragged on against the Turks in the Danubian plains for another decade, from 1551 to 1562. Throughout the 16th century, Hungary cost the Habsburg dynasty more in defense expenditure than it yielded in revenues. 5. Nevertheless, with all their internal and external limitations, the new domains represented a vast potential increase in Habsburg international power. Ferdinand persistently endeavored to build up royal authority throughout his lands, creating new dynastic institutions and centralizing old ones. The various Austrian landage were relatively compliant at this stage, assuring Habsburg rule a reasonably secure political base in the Archduchy itself. The Bohemian and Hungarian estates were by no means so docile, and foiled Ferdinand's plans for a supreme assembly covering all his dominions, capable of imposing a single currency and levying uniform taxes. But a cluster of new governmental agencies in Vienna greatly increased the reach of the dynasty, among them the Hofkanzlei and the Hofkammer. The most important of these institutions was the Imperial Privy Council, set up in 1527, which soon became the formal apex of the whole Habsburg administrative system in Central Europe. 6 The imperial origins and orientation of this council were an index of the abiding importance of its German ambitions in the Reich to the House of Austria. Ferdinand attempted to further these by reviving an imperial Aulic council as the highest judicial court of the empire, under the direct control of the emperor. But since the imperial constitution had been reduced by the German princes to an empty legislative and judicial shell without any executive or coercive authority, the political gains were limited. 7 Much more significant in the long run was the introduction of a permanent war council, the Hofkriegsrat, created in 1556 and firmly focused from the start on the eastern front of Habsburg operations rather than the western. Designed to organize military resistance to the Turks, the Hofkriegsrat was relayed by a local war council in Graz, which coordinated the special military borders created along the southeastern frontiers, in which were planted soldier colonies of freebooting Serb and Bosnian Grenzers. 8 Ottoman strength had by no means relaxed. From 1593 onwards, the 13 Years' War raged across Hungary. At the end of it, after successive devastations of the country which left Magyar agriculture in ruins and the Magyar peasantry in serfdom, Habsburg troops had been held in check by the Turks. By the turn of the 17th century, the House of Austria had registered moderate gains in its state construction, but the political unity of its possessions was still very tenuous. Dynastic rule was on a different legal footing in each of them, and no common institutions apart from the War Council linked them together. The Austrian lands themselves were only first declared indivisible in 1602. The imperial aspirations of Habsburg rulers were no substitute for practical integration of the territories owing allegiance to them. Hungary lay outside the Reich anyway, so there was not even an inclusive relationship between the realm of the empire and the lands of the emperor. Moreover, in the later half of the 16th century, latent opposition in the various aristocratic estates in the Habsburg domains had been given a new and sharp edge by the advent of the Reformation. For while the dynasty remained a pillar of the Roman Church and Tridentine Orthodoxy, the majority of the nobility in every one of its constituent lands went over to Protestantism. First the bulk of the Czech landowning class, long habituated to local heresy, became Lutheran, then the Magyar gentry adopted Calvinism, and finally the Austrian aristocracy itself, in the heartland of Habsburg power, was won to the Reformed religion. By the 1570s the greatest noble families in the Erbland were Protestant: Dietrichstein, Starhemberg, Kvenheiler, Zinzendorf. 9 This minatory development was a sure sign of deeper conflicts to come. The impending accession of Ferdinand II to power in Vienna in 1617 thus set off more than a local explosion. Europe was soon engulfed in the 30 Years' War. For Ferdinand, trained by Bavarian Jesuits, had been a grim and effective champion of the Counter-Reformation as Duke of Styria from 1595 onwards. Unrelenting administrative centralization and religious repression were the hallmarks of his provincial regime in Graz. Spanish absolutism was the international sponsor of his candidature, within the Habsburg family, to the dynastic succession in the Empire and Bohemia. Truculent Hispanic diplomats and generals guided his court from the start. The Bohemian estates, nervous and erratic, accepted Ferdinand as monarch, and then at the first departure from religious toleration in the Czech lands, raised the banner of rebellion. The defenestration of Prague opened the greatest crisis of the Habsburg state system in Central Europe. Dynastic authority collapsed in Bohemia itself. More dangerously still, the Austrian and Hungarian estates started to veer towards compacts of sympathy with the Bohemian estates, conjuring up the spectre of a general nobiliary mutiny, fired by smoldering particularism and Protestantism. In this emergency, the Habsburg cause was saved by the operation of two decisive factors. The Czech aristocracy, after the historic suppression of the popular Hussite movements in Bohemia, was unable to rally any profound social enthusiasm among the rural or urban masses for its revolt. Some 2/3 of the population was Protestant, but at no point did religious zeal serve to cement an interclass bloc against Austrian counterattack, of the type which had marked the Dutch struggle against Spain. The Bohemian estates were socially and politically isolated, the House of Austria was not. The militant solidarity of Madrid with Vienna turned the tide, as Spanish arms, allies, and money were mobilized to crush Czech secessionism, effectively organizing Ferdinand II's whole war effort. 10 The result was the Battle of the White Mountain, which destroyed the old Bohemian noble class. The next decade saw imperial armies led by Wallenstein marching victoriously to the Baltic, extending Habsburg power into North Germany for the first time, and dangling the possibility of a renovated, centralized German Empire ruled by the House of Austria. Swedish intervention in the 1630s destroyed this ambition. The aggressive impetus of Habsburg imperial policy was lost forever. The Peace of Westphalia, which ended the 30 Years' War, consecrated the verdict of the military struggle. The House of Austria was not to dominate the empire, but it had achieved mastery of Bohemia, the original stake of the conflict. The whole internal pattern of Habsburg power within the dynastic lands of Danubian Europe was set by the consequences of this settlement. By its victory in Bohemia, the Hofburg had achieved an enormous domestic advance towards absolutism. In 1627, Ferdinand II had promulgated a new constitution for the conquered Bohemian lands. The Vernuerdlandsordnung made Habsburg rule into a hereditary monarchy, no longer subject to election, converted all local officials into regal agents, made Catholicism the sole religion and restored the clergy to the estates, invested the dynasty with supreme judicial rights, and elevated German to the rank of an official language equal to Czech. 11 The Snem was not abolished, and the necessity of its consent to taxation was reaffirmed. But in practice its survival proved no barrier to the implantation of absolutism in Bohemia. The local assemblies, which had once been the pulse of landowner politics, faded away in the 1620s, while participation in the estates declined steeply, as the Snem lost political significance. This process was facilitated by the dramatic wartime upheaval in the social composition and role of the nobility itself. The military reconquest of Bohemia had been accompanied by the political proscription of the bulk of the old seigneurial class, and the economic expropriation of its estates. Over half the manors in Bohemia were confiscated after 1620-12. This vast agrarian booty was distributed to a new, motley aristocracy of fortune, expatriate captains and emigrant bravos of the Counter-Reformation. No more than a fifth or an eighth of the nobility in the later 17th century was Old German or Old Czech in origin. Only some 8 or 9 major Czech lines, which had remained loyal to the dynasty for religious reasons, survived into the new order. 13 The great majority of the Bohemian aristocracy was now of foreign origin, mixing Italians, Germans, Austrians, Slovenes, Walloons, Lorrainers or Irish. Landed property by the same stroke underwent a notable concentration. Lords and clergy controlled nearly 3/4 of all land, while the share of the former small gentry tumbled from 1/3 to 1/10. The lot of the peasantry correspondingly worsened. Already tied to the soil and thinned by the war, it was now loaded with increased labor services. The average robot obligations came to be 3 days a week, while more than a quarter of serfs worked every day except Sundays and saints' days for their lords. 14 Moreover, whereas prior to the 30 Years' War, Bohemian landowners, unlike their Polish or Hungarian counterparts, had paid taxes together with their villeins, after 1648 the new, cosmopolitan nobility in practice achieved fiscal immunity, shifting virtually the whole tax burden downwards onto their serfs. This transfer naturally smoothed the course of deliberations between monarchy and aristocracy in the estates. Henceforward the dynasty merely requested lump sums from the estates, leaving them to fix and collect the taxes to meet its demands. Fiscal pressures could easily be augmented under this system, where larger budgets usually meant that the estates simply agreed to increase the charges which they themselves laid on their tenants and subjects. 15 Bohemia had always been most lucrative domain of the Habsburg lands, and the new financial grip of the monarchy over it significantly strengthened Viennese absolutism. Meanwhile, in the Erbland themselves, centralized and autocratic administration had made considerable progress. Ferdinand II had created the Austrian court chancellery, an enlarged version of his chosen instrument of power in Styria, to top the machinery of government in the Archduchy. This body gradually achieved ascendancy within the councils of the state, at the expense of the Imperial Privy Council, whose importance inevitably receded after the reluctant withdrawal of Habsburg power from Germany. More vitally still, a permanent army of some 50,000 to 10 infantry and 9 cavalry regiments, was created for the first time in 1650. In the aftermath of Westphalia, the conduct of the Austrian and Bohemian estates was henceforward inevitably tempered by the presence of this weapon. At the same time, Habsburg absolutism achieved a unique cultural and ideological feat. Bohemia, Austria, and Hungary, the 3 constitutive zones of its rule, were all progressively folded back into the Church of Rome. Protestantism had been repressed in Styria in the 1590s, the Reformed religions were banned in Lower Austria in 1625, in Bohemia in 1627, and in Upper Austria in 1628. In Hungary, an authoritarian solution was impossible, but the Magyar primates Pázmány and Lipay successfully reconvert most of the Hungarian magnate class. Austrian lords and peasants, Bohemian towns, and Hungarian landowners alike were eventually recatholicized by the skill and drive of the Counter-Reformation, under the auspices of the Habsburg dynasty, a record without equal anywhere else in the continent. The crusading vigor of Danubian Catholicism appeared to find its apotheosis with the triumphant relief of Vienna from the Turks in 1683, and the subsequent victories which cleared Ottoman power out of Hungary and Transylvania, recovering long-lost territories for Christendom and expanding Habsburg rule impressively to the east. The military establishment which achieved these gains, now considerably enlarged, proved equally able to play a major role in the alliance which held off Bourbon progress on the Rhine. The War of the Spanish Succession demonstrated the new international weight of the House of Austria. The Peace of Utrecht endowed it with Belgium and Lombardy. Yet the peak of Austrian power, suddenly reached, was soon past. No other European absolutism had quite such a brief phase of military confidence and initiative. Begun in 1683, it was over by 1718, with the short capture of Belgrade and the Peace of Passarowitz. Thereafter Austria can virtually be said never to have won a war with a rival state again. 16 An unending series of defeats extended dismally down the next 2 centuries, relieved only by inglorious participation in the victories of others. This external atony was an index of the internal impasse and incompletion of Austrian absolutism, even at the height of its powers. The most imposing and distinctive achievements of Habsburg rule in Central Europe were its gathering of disparate lands under a single dynastic roof, and its reconversion of them to Catholicism. Yet the ideological and diplomatic triumphs of the House of Austria, its feline religious and marital flair, were also substitutes for more substantial bureaucratic and military gains. The influence of the Jesuits at the court of Vienna during the epoch of the Counter-Reformation was always far greater than at the sister court of Madrid, where Catholic fervour was typically combined with watchful anti-papalism. Clerical advisors and agents permeated the whole Habsburg administrative system in Central Europe during the 17th century, performing many of the most crucial political tasks of the day. The construction of the Tridentine bastion in Styria under Ferdinand II, in many ways the pilot experience for Austrian absolutism, was largely their work. Likewise, the recovery of the Magyar magnate class for the Roman faith, without which the ultimate maintenance of Habsburg suzerainty over Hungary would probably have been impossible, was accomplished by the patient and adroit ideological missions of the priesthood. But such a success also had its limits. Catholic universities and schools won back the Hungarian nobility from Protestantism, but by carefully respecting and upholding the traditional corporate privileges of the Magyar nation, assuring the church spiritual control but leaving the state encumbered with awkward impediments. Habsburg reliance on the clergy in internal political affairs thus had its price. No matter how astute, priests could never be functionally equivalent to officers or pomeshchiki as building blocks of absolutism. Vienna was not to become a metropolitan center of sale of offices, or of a service nobility. Its hallmarks remained a malleable clericalism and a jumbled administration. Similarly, the extraordinary fortune of the dynastic marriage policy of the Habsburg dynasty always tended to outrun its martial capacity, without ultimately compensating for it. The nuptial facility with which Hungary or Bohemia were initially acquired led to the coercive difficulty of enforcing Austrian centralism in the one and the eventual impossibility of imposing it in the other. Diplomacy could not replace armaments, in the last resort. Yet the military record of Austrian absolutism was also always somewhat defective and anomalous. The dynasty's three greatest successes were the initial acquisition of Bohemia and Hungary in 1526, the subjugation of Bohemia in 1620 and the defeat of the Turks in 1683, resulting in the reconquest of Hungary and Transylvania. Yet the first was the negative fruit of the Jagiellon defeat at Mohacs, not the product of any Habsburg victory. The Turks won the first and most important battle of Austrian absolutism for it. The White Mountain, too, was to a large extent a Bavarian victory of the Catholic League, while the troops mustered under the imperial command itself included Italian, Walloon, Flemish and Spanish contingents. 17 Even the relief of Vienna itself was essentially achieved by Polish and German armies. After the Emperor Leopold I had hastily quitted his capital, Habsburg troops numbered only a sixth of the force that won Sobieski fame in 1683.18. This recurrent reliance on Allied arms had its curious complement in Austrian generalship itself. For most of the major military commanders who served the House of Austria down to the 19th century were independent entrepreneurs or foreign soldiers of fortune: Wallenstein, Piccolomini, Montecuccoli, Eugene, Laudon, Dorn. Wallenstein's host was in comparative terms perhaps the most formidable ever to fly the Austrian colors, yet it was in fact a private military machine created by its Czech general, which the dynasty hired but did not control, hence Wallenstein's assassination. Eugene, by contrast, was completely loyal to Vienna, but a Savoyard without any roots in the Habsburg lands themselves. The Italian Montecuccoli and the Rhinelander Dorn were lesser versions of the same pattern. The constant use of foreign mercenaries was, of course, a normal and universal feature of absolutism, but these were rank and file troops, not officers in overall command of the armed forces of the state. The latter were naturally recruited from the ruling class of the lands concerned, the local nobility. In the Habsburg domains, however, there was no single seigneurial class, but a number of territorially distinct landowning groups. It was this lack of a unified aristocracy which told on the whole fighting capacity of the Habsburg state. Feudal nobilities, as we have seen, were never primarily national in character. They could be transposed from one country to another, and fulfill their role as a landowning class without necessarily possessing any common ethnic or linguistic links with the subject population beneath them. The cultural separation of a language barrier might often be preserved to heighten the natural distance between rulers and ruled. On the other hand, ethnic or linguistic heterogeneity within the landed aristocracy of a single feudal polity was usually a source of potential weakness and disintegration, for it tended to undermine the political solidarity of the dominant class itself. The disarranged and haphazard aspects of the Habsburg state undoubtedly derived very largely from the composite and unreconciled character of its constituent nobilities. The drawbacks of aristocratic diversity were thus predictably evident in the most sensitive sector of the state machine, the army. In the absence of a socially unitary nobility, Habsburg armies rarely attained the performance of their Hohenzollern or Romanov counterparts. Thus Austrian absolutism, even at its apogee, lacks structural congruence and certainty, because of the conglomerate character of the social formations over which its rule was exercised. The Germanic lands of Austria proper always represented the reliable inner core of the Habsburg Empire, the oldest and most loyal possessions of the dynasty in Central Europe. Nobles and towns retained many traditional privileges in the landage of Lower and Upper Austria, Styria, and Carinthia. In the Tyrol and Vorarlberg, the peasantry itself was actually represented in the estates, exceptional sign of the alpine character of these provinces. The intermediate institutions inherited from the medieval epoch were never suppressed, as in Prussia, but by the early 17th century they had been rendered obedient instruments of Habsburg power, whose survival was never seriously to obstruct the will of the dynasty. The archducal lands thus formed the secure, central base of the ruling house. Unfortunately, they were too modest and circumscribed to impart a unitary royal dynamism to the Habsburg state as a whole. Economically and demographically, they were outweighed by the richer Bohemian lands already in the mid-16th century. In 1541, Austrian tax contributions to the imperial treasury were only half those of Bohemia, and this ratio of 1:2 remained in force down to the end of the 18th century. 19 The Swedish defeat of Wallenstein's armies during the 30 Years' War blocked any expansion of the Germanic base of the dynasty, effectively isolating the Archduchy from the traditional Reich. Moreover, rural society in Austria was least representative of the dominant agrarian pattern in the Habsburg lands. For the semi-mountainous character of much of the region rendered it ungrateful terrain for large feudal estates. The result was the persistence of small peasant property in the highland zones, and the prevalence of the western type of Grundherrschaft on the plains, stiffened by eastern norms of exploitation. 20 Patrimonial jurisdictions and feudal dues were general, labor services were heavy in many parts, but the opportunities for consolidated domain farming and vast latifundia were comparatively limited. The solvent action of the capital city on the labor force of the surrounding countryside was later to become a further deterrent to the emergence of a Gutsherrschaft economy. 21 The critical mass of the Austrian aristocracy itself was thus too slight to produce an effective magnetic center for the whole landowning class of the empire. The crushing of the Bohemian estates during the 30 Years' War, on the other hand, gave Habsburg absolutism its most basic political success. The substantial and fertile Czech lands now lay unequivocally within its grasp. No rebellious nobility in Europe met such a summary fate as the Bohemian aristocracy. After its downfall, a new landowning class, owing everything to the dynasty, was planted on its estates. The history of European absolutism reveals no comparable episode. Yet there was still a revealing peculiarity in the Habsburg settlement of Bohemia. The new nobility created thereby it was not principally composed of houses from the Austrian bulwark of the dynasty. Apart from a few Catholic Czech families, it was imported from abroad. The extraneous origins of this stratum indicated the lack of a home aristocracy to transfer to Bohemia, enhancing Habsburg power in the Czech zone in the short run, a symptom of weakness in the long run. The Bohemian lands were the wealthiest and most densely populated in Central Europe. For the next century or so, the largest magnates of the Habsburg Empire nearly always possessed huge serf-tilled estates in Bohemia or Moravia, and the economic center of gravity of the governing class shifted correspondingly northwards. But the new Bohemian aristocracy revealed little esprit de corps or even notable fidelity to the dynasty. The bulk of it deserted at a blow to the Bavarian occupier during the War of the Austrian Succession in the 1740s. This class was the nearest equivalent to a service nobility in the state system of Austrian absolutism, but it was the arbitrary product of past services rather than the bearer of organic and ongoing public functions, and although it provided many of the administrative cadres of the Habsburg monarchy, it failed to become a dominant or organizing force within it. Nevertheless, whatever the limitations of the landowning classes in each sector, the consolidation of imperial power in both the Austrian and Bohemian units of the Habsburg domains by the mid-17th century seemed to create the premises for a more homogeneous, centralized absolutism. It was to be Hungary which proved the insurmountable obstacle to a unitary royal state. If an analogy were to be made between the two Habsburg empires, centered in Madrid and Vienna, in which Austria might be compared to Castile and Bohemia to Andalusia, Hungary was a sort of Eastern Aragon. The comparison is very imperfect, however, for Austria never possessed the economic and demographic predominance of Castile, as the hub of the imperial system, while the power and privileges of the Hungarian nobility exceeded even those of the Aragonese aristocracy, and the critical unifying trait of a common language was always missing. The Magyar landowning class was extremely numerous, some 5 to 7% of the total population of Hungary. While many of these were moccasin squires with tiny plots, the critical sector of the Hungarian gentry was the stratum of so-called báni possessionatii who owned medium-sized properties and dominated the political life of the provinces. 22 It was they who characteristically gave to the Magyar nobility as a whole social leadership and unity. The Hungarian estate system was fully operative, and had never conceded serious regalia and rights to the Habsburg dynasty, which reigned merely by virtue of a personal union in Hungary and whose authority was elective and revocable there. The feudal constitution expressly included a jus resist and delegitimating noble uprisings against any royal encroachments on the hallowed liberties of the Magyar nation. The gentry had controlled its own unit of county administration, the comitatus, ever since the later Middle Ages, assemblies whose permanent committees, vested with judicial, financial, and bureaucratic functions, were all powerful in the countryside and ensured a high degree of political cohesion in the landowning class. The Habsburgs had generally tried to divide the Hungarian aristocracy by splitting away its wealthiest section with honors and privileges. They thus introduced titles, hitherto unknown in Hungary as in Poland, in the 16th century, and secured a juridical separation of the magnates from the gentry in the early 17th century. 23 These tactics had not made appreciable inroads against Hungarian particularism, now further fortified by the spread of Protestantism. Above all, the proximity of Turkish military power, the occupying and suzerain force in 2/3 of the Magyar lands after Mohacs, was a decisive objective hindrance to the extension of a centralized Austrian absolutism into Hungary. For throughout the 16th and 17th centuries, there were Magyar noblemen living directly under Turkish rule in central Hungary, while further to the east, Transylvania formed an autonomous princely state under local Hungarian rulers, many of them Calvinist, within the Ottoman Empire. Any attempt by Vienna to attack the venerable prerogatives of the Hungarian aristocracy could thus always be countered by resort to alliance with the Turks, while ambitious Transylvanian rulers repeatedly tried to foment their compatriots in Habsburg terrain against the Hofburg in their own interests, frequently with a well-trained army at their disposal and with the goal of creating a greater Transylvania. The tenacity of Magyar particularism was thus also a function of its potent backstops across the Ottoman frontier, which again and again allowed the gentry of Christian Hungary to summon to their aid military forces superior to their own local strength. The 17th century, the great epoch of noble unrest and strain in the West, with its cortege of aristocratic conspiracies and rebellions, thus also witnessed one uniquely persistent and successful seigneurial resistance to increased monarchical power in the East, within a developing absolutism. The first major round of the struggle occurred during the 13 Years' Austro-Ottoman War. Habsburg military advances against the Turks were accompanied by religious persecution and administrative centralization in the conquered zones. In 1604 the Calvinist magnate Bocskai revolted, rallying Magyar gentry and Hajduk freebooters of the borderlands against the imperial occupation forces, in alliance with the Turks. In 1606 the Porte secured an advantageous peace, the Hungarian aristocracy religious toleration from Vienna, and Bocskai the princedom of Transylvania. In 1619–20, the new Transylvanian ruler Gabor Bethlen profited by the Bohemian rising to invade and seize large tracts of Habsburg Hungary, joined by local Protestant landowners. In 1670, Leopold I stamped out a magnate conspiracy and moved troops into Hungary in force. The old constitution was liquidated and a new, centralist administration under a German lieutenant governor, decked with extraordinary tribunals for repression, was imposed. Fighting soon broke out, led by Count Imre Tokali, from 1678 onwards, and in 1681, Leopold had to retract his constitutional coup and reaffirm traditional Magyar privileges, as Tokali beckoned Turkish assistance. Ottoman armies duly arrived and the famous siege of Vienna ensued in 1683. Eventually, Turkish forces were expelled from Hungary altogether in 1687, and Tokali fled to exile. Leopold was not strong enough to restore the former centralist regime of the Gubernium but was now able to secure from the Magyar estates at Bratislava the acceptance of the Habsburg dynasty as a hereditary no longer elective monarchy in Hungary, and the abrogation of the Jews' resist ending. The Austrian conquest of Transylvania in 1691, moreover, henceforward surrounded the Magyar gentry with a strategic block of territory to its rear, directly subject to Vienna, the special military border zone subject to the Hofkriegsrat now extended from the Adriatic to the Carpathians, while Turkish power in the Danubian basin was largely spent by the early 18th century. The newly acquired lands were distributed to foreign military adventurers and a select circle of Hungarian lords, whose political loyalty was now cemented by enormous estates in the east. Nevertheless, the first opportunity for armed sedition afforded by an international conflict was once more avidly seized by the Hungarian gentry. In 1703, war taxes and confessional persecution drove the northwestern peasantry into revolt. Capitalizing on this popular unrest, the magnate Ferenc Rákóczi led a final, formidable rebellion in military alliance with France and Bavaria, whose pincer attack on Vienna was only just stopped by the Battle of Blenheim. Habsburg troops had brought the insurrection to an end by 1711, and 4 years later, the Magyar landowning class for the first time had to accept imperial taxation of its serfs, and army cantonments in its counties, while the military frontiers beyond them were managed by the Hofkriegsrat. A Hungarian chancellery was now stationed in Vienna. But by the Peace of Satmar, the traditional social and political privileges of the Hungarian landowners were otherwise confirmed. The administration of the country remained substantially in its control. 24 There were no more rebellions after the settlement, for another 150 years, but the relationship joining the Magyar nobility to the Habsburg dynasty remained unlike that between any other Eastern aristocracy and monarchy in the age of absolutism. Extreme aristocratic decentralization, entrenched in medieval laws and institutions, had proved irreducible on the Puszta. The Austrian base of the imperial system was too small, the Bohemian extension too brittle, the resistance of the Hungarian polity too strong, for a typically Easternized absolutism to emerge along the Danube. The result was to block any final rigor or uniformity in the composite state structures presided over by the Hofburg. Within 20 years of the Peace of Passarowitz, high watermark of its Balkan expansion and European prestige, Habsburg absolutism suffered a humiliating defeat at the hands of its far smaller Hohenzollern rival. The Prussian conquest of Silesia in the War of the Austrian Succession deprived it of the most prosperous and industrialized province of its Central European Empire. Breslau had become the premier commercial center of the traditional dynastic lands. Control of the imperial office was temporarily lost to Bavaria, and the bulk of the Bohemian aristocracy defected to the new Bavarian emperor. Bohemia was eventually recovered, but in the next decade Austrian absolutism was profoundly shaken again by the 7 Years' War, in which despite alliance with Russia and France, overwhelming numerical superiority and immense losses, it failed to regain Silesia. Prussia, with a third of the treasury and a sixth of the population of Austria, had twice triumphed over it. This double shock precipitated 2 drastic bouts of reforms within the Habsburg state under Maria Theresa, conducted by the chancellors Haugwitz and Kaunitz, with the aim of modernizing and renovating the whole apparatus of government. 25 The Bohemian and Austrian chancelleries were fused into a single organ, the corresponding appellate courts were merged, and the separate legal order of the Bohemian nobility abolished altogether. Taxes were for the first time imposed on the aristocracy and clergy of both lands, and their estates coerced into decennial grants of revenue to raise an enlarged permanent army of 100,000. The Hofkriegsrat was reorganized and given plenary powers throughout the empire. A supreme state council was created to integrate and direct the machinery of absolutism. Permanent royal officials, the Kreishauptmänner, were posted into every circle of Bohemia and Austria, to enforce centralized justice and administration. Customs barriers between Bohemia and Austria were abolished, and protectionist tariffs erected against foreign imports. Labor services performed by the peasantry were legally limited. Regally and fiscal rights were ruthlessly exploited to increase imperial revenues. Organized emigration was mounted to colonize Transylvania and the Banat. These Thurisian measures were soon overtaken, however, by the sweeping program of further reforms imposed by Joseph II. The new emperor broke spectacularly with the Austrian tradition of suffuse official clericalism. Religious toleration was proclaimed, church lands were dissolved, monasteries cut down, church services regulated, and universities taken over by the state. An advanced penal code was introduced, the law courts reformed and censorship abolished. Secular education was vigorously promoted by the state, until by the end of the reign perhaps 1 out of every 3 children was in elementary school. Modernized curricula were designed to produce better trained engineers and functionaries. The civil service was professionalized, and its ranks organized on a merit basis, while secret surveillance of it was ensured by a network of police agents modeled on the Prussian system. Taxation ceased to be administered by the estates, and was henceforward collected directly by the monarchy. Fiscal burdens were steadily increased. Annual sessions of the estates were suppressed, the landage now only assembled at the summons of the dynasty. Conscription was inaugurated, and the army expanded to some 300,000 troops. 26 Tariffs were relentlessly raised to assure command of the domestic market, while at the same time urban guilds and corporations were struck down to further free competition within the empire. The transport system was improved. These steps were radical but not yet outside the range of the conventional moves of absolutist states in the age of the Enlightenment. The Josephine program, however, did not stop at this. In a series of decrees unique in the history of absolutist monarchy, serfdom was formally abolished in 1781, after serious peasant risings in Bohemia during the previous decade, and all subjects were guaranteed the right of free choice in their marriage, migration, work, occupation, and property. Peasants were given security of tenure where they did not possess it, and nobles forbidden to acquire peasant plots. Finally, all labor services were abolished for peasants on rustical land paying 2 florins or more a year in taxes, fiscal rates were equalized, and official norms for the distribution of the gross agricultural output of these tenants were decreed, 12.2% for the state in taxes, 17.8% for the lords and clergy in rents and tithes, and 70% are to be retained by the peasant himself. Although very partial in its coverage, little more than 1/5 of the Bohemian peasantry was affected by it. 27. This last measure threatened drastic changes in social relations in the countryside, and struck directly at vital economic interests of the landowning nobility throughout the empire. The proportion of the agrarian product at the disposal of the direct producer was generally about 30% or at the time 28. The new law would double this, by the same stroke all but having the surplus extracted by the feudal class. Aristocratic outcry was vociferous and universal, backed by widespread obstruction and evasion. Meanwhile, Joseph II's centralism was causing political uproar at the 2 extremities of the empire. The urban corporations and medieval charters of the distant Belgian provinces had been overridden from Vienna. Bruised clerical sentiment, patrician hostility, and popular patriotism combined to produce an armed revolt concurrent with the French Revolution. More menacing still were the tremors in Hungary. For Joseph II had also been the first Habsburg ruler forcibly to integrate Hungary into a unitary imperial framework. Eugene of Savoy had urged the dynasty to make of their disparate lands an organized whole, ein Totem. This ideal was now at last methodically implemented. All the main Josephine reforms, ecclesiastical, social, economic, and military, were enforced in Hungary, over the protests of the Magyar gentry. The Kreiz bureaucracy was extended to Hungary and the ancient county system subordinated to it, the fiscal immunity of the landowning class was abolished, royal justice was imposed. The Hungarian estates were visibly preparing an insurrection by 1789. At the same time, the foreign policy of the monarchy was foundering. Joseph II had twice made efforts to acquire Bavaria, the second time proposing to swap it for Belgium. This logical and rational objective, whose attainment would have transformed the strategic position and inner structure of the Austrian Empire, shifting it decisively back westwards into Germany, was blocked by Prussia. Significantly, Austria was unable to risk war with Prussia over the issue, even after its great military build-up under Joseph. The result was to divert Austrian expansionism into the Balkans again, where Ottoman armies now inflicted a series of reverses on the emperor. The ultimate goal of the entire strenuous overhaul of Austrian absolutism, the recovery of its international military rank, thus escaped it. Joseph's reign ended in disillusionment and failure. War taxes and conscription were unpopular with the peasantry, inflation created great hardships in the towns, censorship was reimposed. 29 Most conclusively, relations between monarchy and aristocracy had reached breaking point. To avert rebellion in Hungary, centralization had to be jettisoned there. Joseph I's death was the signal for a rapid and general seigneurial reaction. His successor Leopold II was immediately forced to rescind the land laws of 1789, and restore the political powers of the Magyar nobility. The Hungarian estates legally annulled Joseph's reforms, and ended taxation of noble land. The onset of the French Revolution and the Napoleonic Wars henceforward drove the dynasty and aristocracy together throughout the empire, clinching them in a common conservatism. The singular episode of a too enlightened despotism was over. Paradoxically, it was the very aporia of Austrian absolutism that had made it possible. The great weakness and limitation of the Habsburg Empire was its lack of any unitary aristocracy, to form a full-service nobility of the Eastern type. Yet it was precisely this social absence which permitted the irresponsible latitude of the Josephine autocracy. Just because the landowning class was not built into the Austrian state apparatus in the way that it was in Prussia or Russia, the absolute monarchy could sponsor a program effectively injurious to it. Unrooted in any one territorial nobility, with a strong and single-class cohesion, the monarchy could achieve a degree of volatile autonomy unknown to its neighbors. Hence the uniquely anti-feudal character of the Josephine decrees, by contrast with the comparable later reforms of the other Eastern absolutisms. 30 The instrument of royal renovation in the Habsburg Empire was likewise a bureaucracy more distinct from the aristocracy than any other in the region, recruited primarily from the German upper middle class of the towns, culturally and socially separate from the landowning class. But the relative detachment of the monarchy from the heterogeneous landowners of its realm was also, of course, the cause of its inner debility. Internationally, the Josephine program ended in debacle. Internally, the social laws of nature of the absolutist state rigorously reasserted themselves, in an eloquent demonstration of the impotence of the personal will of the ruler, once it transgressed the collective interests of the class which absolutism historically functioned to defend. The Austrian Empire thus emerged from the Napoleonic era as the central pillar of European reaction, Metternich the doyen of monarchist and clerical counter-revolution throughout the continent. Habsburg absolutism drifted sluggishly through the first half of the 19th century. Meanwhile, incipient industrialization was creating a new urban population, both working class and middle class, and commercial agriculture was spreading from the west, with the arrival of new crops, sugar beet, potatoes, clover, and the growth of wool production. The peasantry had been emancipated from serfdom, but it was still subject to the patrimonial jurisdiction of its landlords throughout the empire, and nearly everywhere owed heavy labor services to the nobility. In these respects, Untertanigkeit of a traditional type still prevailed over some 80% of its territory, including all the main regions of Central Europe, Upper Austria, Lower Austria, Styria, Carinthia, Bohemia, Moravia, Galicia, Hungary, and Transylvania, and the robot remained the main source of labor in the agrarian economy. 31 The typical German or Slav peasant still kept only some 30% of his produce, after payment of taxes and dues, in the 1840s. 32 At the same time, increasing numbers of landowners were becoming aware that the average productivity of hired labor was much greater than that of robot labor, and were seeking to switch to it, a shift of attitude statistically illustrated by their willingness to accept monetary commutation of the robot at rates well below the minimum wages for equivalent hired labor. 33 Increasing numbers of landless peasants were simultaneously migrating to the towns, where many of them became urban unemployed. National consciousness was inevitably now aroused, in the post-Napoleonic epoch, first in the cities and later washing back into the countryside. Bourgeois political demands were soon more national than liberal. The Austrian Empire became the prison of peoples. These accumulated contradictions fused and exploded in the revolutions of 1848. The dynasty eventually quelled urban riots and suppressed national risings throughout its lands. But the peasant revolts that had given the revolutions their mass force could only be pacified by granting the basic demands of the villages. The Assembly of 1848 performed this service for the monarchy, before it was cashiered by the victory of the counter-revolution. Seigneurial jurisdictions were lifted, the rustical dominical division of land was eliminated, all tenants given equal security of tenure, and feudal dues in labor, kind, or cash were formally abolished, with indemnification for lords, of which half was to be paid by the tenant and half by the state. The Austrian and Bohemian landowning class, already instructed in the benefits of free labor, did not oppose the settlement. Its interests were generously secured by the compensation clauses, passed against the resistance of peasant spokesmen. 34 The Magyar estates, led by Kossuth, ended the robot in an even more advantageous manner for the gentry. Compensation in Hungary was integrally paid by the peasantry. The Agrarian Law of September 1848 assured the predominance of capitalist relations in the countryside. Landed property became even more concentrated, as smaller gentry sold out and poor peasants flocked to the towns, while the great noble magnates increased their latifundia and rationalized their management and production with compensation funds. A stratum of well-off Grossbauern was consolidated beneath them, especially in the Austrian lands, but the fundamental distribution of the soil remained perhaps more polarized than ever after the advent of capitalist farming. In the 1860s, 0.16% of land holdings in Bohemia, the huge magnate estates, covered 34% of the land. 35. An increasingly capitalist agriculture now underlay the Habsburg polity. The Absolutist State, however, emerged unreconstructed from the ordeal of 1848. Liberal demands for civic freedoms and suffrage were silenced, national aspirations suppressed. The feudal dynastic order had survived the popular springtime of Europe. But its capacity for active evolution or adaptation was now past. The Austrian agrarian reforms had been the work of the ephemeral assembly of the revolution, not the initiative of the royal government. Unlike the Prussian reforms of 1808–11, they had merely been accepted by the Hofburg after the event. Likewise, the military defeat of the most menacing national insurrection in Central Europe, the constitution of a separate state by the Hungarian gentry, to include its own ministry, budget, army, and foreign policy, linked to Austria merely by a personal union once again, had been accomplished not by Austrian, but by Russian armies, lowering repetition of the traditions of the dynasty. Henceforward, the Habsburg monarchy was more and more the passive object of events and conflicts abroad. The fragile restoration of 1849 allowed it for a brief decade to achieve the long-envisaged goal of complete administrative centralization. The box system imposed a uniform bureaucracy, law, taxation, and customs zone throughout the empire. Hungary was filled with hussars to enforce its submission. But no stabilization of the centralist autocracy was possible, it was too weak internationally. Defeat by France at Solferino and the loss of Lombardy in 1859 shook the monarchy so badly that a domestic political retreat was necessary. The Patent of 1861 conceded an imperial parliament or Reichsrat elected indirectly from the provincial landtage, with 4 curias, restricted suffrage and loading to ensure Germanic superiority. The Reichsrat had no control over ministers, conscription, or collection of existing taxes. It was a powerless and token entity, unaccompanied by any freedom of the press or even immunity for deputies. 36 The Magyar gentry refused to accept it, and all-out military rule was reinstituted in Hungary. Defeat by Prussia at Sadowa, once again damaging and enfeebling the monarchy, undid this provisional regime within 6 years. The whole traditional structure of the absolutist state now underwent a sudden and drastic tilt. For over 3 centuries, the oldest and most formidable enemy of Habsburg centralism had always been the Hungarian nobility, the most obdurately particularist, culturally cohesive and socially repressive landowning class in the empire. The final expulsion of the Turks from Hungary and Transylvania in the 18th century had, as we have seen, brought Magyar turbulence to an end, for a time. But the next 100 years, while apparently consecrating Hungarian political integration into the Austrian Empire, was in fact preparing an ultimate and spectacular reversal of roles within it. For the reconquest of Ottoman Hungary and Transylvania, and the agrarian reclamation and colonization of the vast spaces in the east, decisively increased the economic weight of the Hungarian ruling class within the empire as a whole. Peasant emigration had initially been induced to the central Hungarian plain by advantageous tenancies, but once it was repopulated, landlord pressures immediately tightened, demesnes were enlarged and peasant plots expropriated. 37 The agricultural boom of the Enlightenment epoch had, despite the discriminating tariff policies of Vienna 38, greatly benefited most of the gentry and laid the foundations of magnate fortunes which were to be of unparalleled dimensions. Historically, the Bohemian-based nobility had been much the richest in the Habsburg domains. By the 19th century, this was no longer so. The Schwarzenberg family might own 479,000 acres in Bohemia, the Esterházy family was master of some 7 million in Hungary. 39 The confidence and aggressivity of the Magyar landowning class as a whole, squires and magnates alike, was thus gradually enhanced by the new extent of its possessions and the growth of their importance within the Central European economy. Yet the Hungarian aristocracy was never admitted to the inner councils of the Habsburg state in the 18th and early 19th centuries, it was always kept at a distance from the imperial political apparatus itself. Its opposition to Vienna remained the greatest domestic danger to the dynasty. The revolution of 1848 had shown its mettle, when it both imposed a more ruthless agrarian settlement on its peasantry than the Austrian or Bohemian aristocracy were able to do, and resisted royal armies of repression until overwhelmed by the Tsar's expedition against it. Thus, as Austrian absolutism became steadily weaker, after successive foreign disasters, and popular unrest in the empire steadily stronger, the dynasty was driven, logically and irresistibly, towards its hereditary foe, the most combative and feudal nobility left in Central Europe, and the only landed class now capable of shoring up its power. The Prussian victory over Austria in 1866 assured the Hungarian rise to dominance within the empire. To save itself from disintegration, the monarchy accepted a formal partnership. The dualism which created Austria-Hungary in 1867, gave the Magyar landowning class complete domestic power in Hungary, with its own government, budget, assembly, and bureaucracy, retaining only a common army and foreign policy, and a renewable customs union. While in Austria, civic equality, freedom of expression and secular education now had to be yielded by the monarchy, in Hungary no such concessions were made by the gentry. The Hungarian nobility henceforward represented the militant and masterful wing of aristocratic reaction in the empire, which increasingly came to dominate the personnel and policy of the absolutist apparatus in Vienna itself. 40. For in Austria, political parties, social agitation, and national conflicts were gradually undermining the viability of autocratic rule. Within 4 decades, in 1907, manhood suffrage was forced from the dynasty in Austria, amidst urban strikes and popular echoes of the Russian Revolution of 1905. In Hungary, the landowners firmly kept their class monopoly of the franchise. The Austrian Empire thus failed ever to achieve the transmutation which had made the German Empire into a capitalist state. When the First World War broke out, there was still no parliamentary control of the imperial government, no prime minister, no uniform electoral system. The Reichsrat had no influence on policy, and its members had no hope of public careers. 41/40% of the population, the inhabitants of Hungary, Croatia, and Transylvania, was excluded from a secret vote or universal male suffrage. The 60% who possessed them in the Austrian lands enjoyed a merely nominal right, since their votes had no purchase on the affairs of the state. Ironically, despite blatant rigging, the nearest to an effective electorate and responsible ministry existed in Hungary, just because both were confined to the landowning class. Above all, of course, the Austrian Empire was the moldering negation of the bourgeois national state. It represented the antithesis of one of the essential tokens of the capitalist political order in Europe. Its German rival had achieved its structural transformation precisely by presiding over the national construction which the Austrian state refused. The contrary social evolution of each absolutism thus had its geopolitical counterpart. The Prussian state was dragged reluctantly but inexorably towards the west as the 19th century wore on, with the industrialization of the Ruhr and the capitalist development of the Rhineland. The Austrian state in the same epoch shifted in the opposite direction, towards the east, with the growing ascendancy of Hungary and its last-ditch landlordism. Appropriately, the final acquisition of the dynasty formed the most backward territory of all in the empire, the Balkan provinces of Bosnia and Herzegovina, annexed in 1909, where the traditional servitude of the local Kamit peasants was never seriously modified. 42 The outbreak of the First World War took the trajectory of Austrian absolutism to its conclusion. German armies fought its battles and Hungarian politicians determined its diplomacy. While the Prussian general Mackensen commanded the field, the Magyar leader Tisza ended as effective chancellor of the empire. Defeat razed the prison of nationalities to the ground. 6. Russia. We now come to the last, and most durable absolutism in Europe. Tsarism in Russia outlived all its precursors and contemporaries, to become the only absolutist state in the continent to survive intact into the 20th century. The phases and pauses in the genesis of the state set it apart early on. For the economic downturn which marked the onset of the late feudal crisis occurred, as we have seen, under the shadow of Tartar tutelage. Wars, civil conflicts, plagues, depopulation and abandoned settlements characterized the 14th and first half of the 15th centuries. From 1450 onwards, a new era of economic revival and expansion set in. In the course of the next 100 years, the population multiplied, agriculture prospered, and internal trade and the use of money picked up rapidly, while the territory of the Muscovite state increased over 6 times in size. The three-field system, hitherto virtually unknown in Russia, started to supersede traditional and wasteful peasant assertage, in conjunction with the dominance of the wooden plough. Somewhat later, mills came into general village use. 1 There was no export farming, and estates were still largely autarkic, but the presence of sizable towns controlled by the Grand Duchy provided a certain outlet for monoreal production. Monastic domains were to the forefront in this trend. Urban manufactures and exchange were assisted by the territorial unification of Muscovy and the standardization of currency. Hired labor in town and country grew notably, while international trade across Russia flourished too. It was in this phase of upswing that Ivan III laid the first foundations of Russian absolutism by his inauguration of the pomesty system. Hitherto, the Russian landowning class had been essentially composed of autonomous and separatist princes and boyar nobles, many of Tartar or Oriental origin, in possession of large allodial domains and often considerable numbers of slaves. These magnates had gradually gravitated towards the recomposed Muscovite court, where they henceforward formed the entourage of the monarch, while retaining their own military levies and retainers. Ivan Il's conquest of Novgorod in 1478 allowed the nascent Tukhl state to expropriate large tracts of land and settle a new gentry on them, which henceforward formed the military service class of Muscovy. The grant of the pomesty was conditional on seasonal campaigns in the armies of the ruler, whose legal servitor its holder became, subject to a strictly defined statute. The pomeshchiki were cavalrymen, equipped for archery and sword thrusts in a disorganized battle melee. Like the Tartar horsemen whom they were basically designed to confront, they did not use firearms. Most of the lands allocated to them were in the center and south of the country, nearest to the permanent front of war with the Tartars. Whereas the typical boyar votchina was a large domain with an abundant supply of dependent peasant and slave labor, the gentry pomesty was usually a small estate with an average of some 5 to 6 peasant households working on it. 3 The limited size of the pomeshchik tenures, and the initial rigor of government control over their exploitation of them, probably meant that their productivity was generally well below that of the allodial boyar and monastic lands. Their economic dependence on the Grand Tukhl donor of their lands was thus a tight one, which at first left them little margin for social or political initiatives. But already by 1497, it may have been partly their pressure which resulted in Ivan Il's Sudebnik decree restricting peasant mobility through Muscovy to 2 weeks in every year, before and after St. George's Day in November, the first critical step towards the legal enserfment of the Russian peasantry, although the full process had still a considerable distance to go. Vasily III, who succeeded in 1505, followed the same path as his predecessor. Pskov was annexed, and the pomesty system extended, with its political and military advantages for the dynasty. In some cases, the allodial lands of uppunage princes or boyars were taken under control and their owners resettled elsewhere on conditional tenures, owing warrior service to the state. Ivan IV, proclaiming himself Tsar, extended and radicalized this process by outright expropriation of hostile landowners and the creation of a terrorist guard corps, who were granted confiscated estates for their services. Ivan IV's work, while a decisive further step towards the construction of a Tsarist autocracy, has often been endowed with undue retrospective coherence. In fact, his rule did mark 3 critical accomplishments for the future of Russian absolutism. Tartar power in the east was broken by the liberation of Kazan in 1556, and the annexation of the Khanate of Astrakhan, lifting a secular incubus from the growth of the Muscovite state and society. This signal victory had been preceded by the development of 2 crucial innovations in the Russian military system, the massive use of heavy artillery and mining charges against fortification, and the formation of the first permanent infantry of Streltsevy musketeers, both of major import for the prospects of foreign expansion. Meanwhile, the pomesty system was generalized on a new scale, which lastingly shifted the balance of power between the boyars and Tsar. The oprichnina confiscations for the first time made conditional tenures the dominant form of landholding in Russia, while votchina estates were simultaneously made liable for service themselves, and the growth of monastic domains was checked. This change was reflected in the diminished role of the Boyar Duma during Ivan IV's reign, and the summoning of the first Zemsky Sobor or Assembly of the Land, in which the smaller gentry were prominently represented. 4 Most important of all, Ivan IV now granted the pomeshchik class the right to determine the level of rents extracted from the peasantry on their lands, and to collect these themselves, thereby making them for the first time masters over the labor force on their estates. 5 At the same time, the administrative and tax system was modernized, by the abolition of the Kormlini provisioning system for provincial officials, and the creation of a central treasury for fiscal receipts. A local network of Guba self-administration, manned essentially by the service gentry, further integrated this class into the emergent governmental apparatus of the Russian monarchy. Together, these military, economic and administrative measures tended to strengthen very considerably the political power of the central Tsarist state. On the other hand, both foreign and domestic advances were subsequently undermined by the disastrous conduct of the interminable Livonian Wars, which exhausted the state and economy, and by the terrorist exactions of the Oprichnina at home. The Oprichnik state above the State Six, composed of some 6,000 military police, was entrusted with the administration of Central Russia. Its repressions had no rational objective, they merely answered to Ivan IV's own semi-insane personal vendettas. It did not threaten the boyars as a class, merely selected individuals among them, while its rampages in the towns, disruption of the land system and super-exploitation of the peasantry was a direct cause of the utter centrifugal collapse of Muscovite society in the last years of Ivan's reign. 7 For at the same time, Ivan had committed a fundamental miscalculation after his victories in the east, by pursuing a policy of western expansion towards the Baltic, rather than turning south to deal with the Crimean Tatar menace, which constituted a permanent drain on Russian security and stability. Capable of defeating comparatively primitive if ferocious Oriental nomads, the new Russian military forces were unable to match the more advanced Polish and Swedish armies, equipped with Western weapons and tactics. The 25-year-long Livonian War ended in a crushing setback, after racking Muscovite society with its huge expense and dislocation of the rural economy. Defeats on the front in Livonia combined with demoralization at home under the Oprichnik scourge, to precipitate a disastrous exodus of the peasantry of central and northwestern Russia to the recently acquired periphery of the country, leaving whole regions in desolation behind them. Calamities now succeeded one another in a familiar cycle of fiscal extortions, crop failures, plague epidemics, domestic pillage, and foreign invasions. The Tartars plundered Moscow in 1571, and the Oprichniki sacked Novgorod. In a desperate attempt to stem this social chaos, Ivan IV banned all peasant movements in 1581, closing the St. George's period for the first time. The decree was expressly an exceptional one, covering a specific year, although it was repeated irregularly later in the decade. These bans were unable to check the immediate problem of mass flights, as great expanses of the traditional Muscovite homelands were laid waste of habitation. In the worst-hit areas, the land cultivated per peasant household sank to a third or a fifth of its previous levels. There was a widespread agrarian regression to extensive fallows. In the province of Moscow itself, it has been estimated that from 76 to 96% of all settlements may have been abandoned. 8 Amidst this caving in of the whole rural order laboriously constructed over the past century, there was a sharp recrudescence of slavery, many peasants selling themselves as chattels to escape starvation. The concluding debacle of Ivan IV's reign was to impair the political and economic progress of Russian feudal society for decades thereafter, corroding even its initial successes. 9 The ferocity of Ivan's rule was a symptom of the hysterical and artificial character of much of his drive towards absolutism, in conditions where any systematic autocracy was still premature. The next decade saw some mitigation of the profound economic depression into which Russia had been plunged, but the pomeshchik gentry were still critically short of adequate peasant labor to till their lands, and were now suffering from acute price inflation as well. Boris Godunov, the magnate who had seized power after Ivan's death, reoriented Russian foreign policy towards peace with Poland in the west, attack on the Crimean Tatars in the south, and above all, annexation of Siberia in the east, for which he needed the loyalty of the military service class. It was against this background that, in order to rally gentry support, Godunov issued a decree in 1592 or 1593 banning all peasant movements until further notice, thereby lifting any temporal restrictions from adscription to the soil. This decree was the culminating point of the policies of enserfment of the late 16th and early 17th centuries. It was promptly followed by a widespread increase in labor services, and legal measures closing entry from lower social groups into the pomeshchik class. Godunov's elimination of the last heir of the Rurik dynasty, however, abruptly precipitated his downfall. The Russian state now disintegrated into near chaos with the Time of Troubles, a delayed action political sequel to the economic collapse of the 1580s. Succession intrigues and rival usurpations, magnate conflicts within the boyar class, and foreign invasions from Poland and Sweden, crisscrossed the country. The multiple splits in the ruling order now permitted a Cossack-led peasant rebellion of the type that was to punctuate the next 2 centuries, Bolotnikov's insurrection in 1606–7. Led by a runaway slave-turned-freebooter, a motley popular force drawn from the towns and countryside of the southwest marched on Moscow, attempting to raise the urban poor of the capital against the usurper boyar regime in power. This threat rapidly united mutually hostile gentry and magnate armies against the insurgents, who were eventually defeated at Tula. 11 But the first social revolt from below against the growth of seigneurial repression and serfdom was a warning to the landowning classes as a whole of possible storms to come. By 1613, the aristocracy had closed ranks sufficiently to elect the young boyar Michael Romanov to become emperor. The advent of the Romanov dynasty, indeed, was now slowly to replant an absolutism in Russia that was not to be uprooted for 300 years. The central clique of boyar and dyaik functionaries who had secured Michael I's elevation preserved for a transitional period the Zemsky Sobor which had formally voted it. Energetic recovery of fugitive peasants, including those who had enrolled in the anti-foreign militias of the time of troubles, was implemented by the new government in response to gentry demands, as economic production revived. The Patriarch Filaret, Michael's father, who became the real ruler of the country in 1619, provided further emollients to the pomeshchik class by handing over to it black earth peasant lands in the north. But the basic character and orientation of the new Romanov regime was magnate, determined by the interests of the metropolitan boyars and venal bureaucrats of the capital, rather than the provincial gentry. 12 The 17th century henceforward witnessed a growing divorce and conflict between the mass of the pomeshchik service class, numerically the largest group of Russian landowners, some 25,000 strong, and the absolutist state, of a type which was common to most European countries in the same epoch, but which assumed peculiar features in the more backward Eastern environment. The small boyar elite of the Russian aristocracy, some 40 to 60 families, was vastly richer than the rank-and-file gentry. It was also highly heterogeneous in character, its original Tartar admixture receiving Polish, Lithuanian, German, and Swedish infusions in the course of the 17th century. It enjoyed close links with the top echelons of the central bureaucracy, which were juridically adjacent to it in the complex stratification of ranks in the Muscovite service hierarchy, both groups holding positions well above the gentry itself. It was this magnate official complex, itself constantly divided by personal or factional feuds, which erratically steered government policies from Moscow in the early Romanov epoch. 2 major contradictions separated it from the service gentry. Firstly, the military superiority of Sweden and Poland, proven in the Livonian Wars and confirmed once again during the time of troubles, dictated the renovation and modernization of the Russian army. The haphazard pomeshchik cavalry, innocent of either concerted discipline or regular firepower, was an anachronism in the age of the 30 Years' War in Europe, as were the demoralized urban streltsevy. The future lay with trained infantry regiments, used in line formations and equipped with light muskets, combined with picked dragoons. Filaret's regime therefore started to build up permanent troops of this type, employing foreign officers and mercenaries. The service gentry, however, refused to adapt to the contemporary forms of warfare and join these Western-style regiments, which were first used in the unsuccessful Smolensk War with Poland. 13 Thereafter, a widening divergence developed between the nominal service role of the pomeshchik class and the actual structure and composition of the Russian armed forces, which came more and more to consist of professional regiments of new-style infantry and cavalry, rather than seasonal levies of mounted gentry. The whole military rationale of the latter was increasingly threatened from the 1630s onwards, its traditional performance becoming obsolete and redundant. At the same time, there was constant boyar gentry friction within the landed class as a whole over the disposal of the rural labor force. For although the Russian peasantry was now legally bound to the soil, flights were still widespread amidst the immense and primitive expanse of the country, with its lack of any clearly defined frontiers in the north, east, and south. In practice, larger magnates could lure serfs from the estates of smaller squires to their own latifundia, where agrarian conditions were usually more secure and prosperous, and feudal exactions correspondingly less onerous. The gentry thus clamored ravenously for the abrogation of all restrictions on the recovery of fugitive peasants, while the magnates maneuvered successfully to maintain the legal time limits after which forcible recuperation was no longer possible, 10 years after 1615, 5 years after 1642. The tension between boyars and squires over the anti-fugitive laws was one of the leitmotifs of the epoch, and gentry turbulence in the capital was repeatedly used to extract concessions from the Tsar and higher nobility. 14 On the other hand, neither military nor economic conflicts of interest, however temporarily acute, could override the fundamental social unity of the landowning class as a whole against the exploited rural and urban masses. The great popular upheavals from below in the 17th and 18th centuries invariably acted to re-cement the solidarity of the feudal aristocracy above it. 15. It was just such a conjuncture which led to the final codification of Russian serfdom. In 1648, tax and price increases provoked violent artisan riots in Moscow, combined with a flare-up of peasant revolts in the provinces, and a mutiny of the Streltsy. Alarmed by these renewed dangers, the current boyar government accepted a rapid convocation of the decisive Zemsky Sobor, which finally lifted all limits on the forcible reclamation of fugitive peasants, thereby conceding the fundamental program of the provincial gentry, and rallying them to the central state. The Zemsky Sobor now drew up the comprehensive legal code that was to be the social charter of Russian absolutism. The Soborno Eulogeny of 1649 definitively codified and promulgated the serfdom of the peasantry, which was henceforward bound irreversibly to the soil. Both Votchina and Pomesty lands were declared hereditary, and sale or purchase of the latter was banned. All estates were henceforward liable for military service. 16 Towns were subjected to tighter controls by the Tsar than ever before, and sealed meticulously off from the rest of the country. Their posadzkiepor were assimilated to state serfs, only taxpayers could be resident in them, and no inhabitant could leave without royal permission. The top merchant stratum of Gosti received monopoly privileges in trade and manufacturing, but in fact the future growth of the towns was choked off by the cessation of rural migration to them with the generalization of adscription, which inevitably created scarcity of labor in the small urban sector of the economy. The similarity of the Russian Yulo Iheny to the Prussian recess of 4 years later needs no emphasis. Both laid the foundations for absolutism by a compact between monarchy and nobility, in which the political fealty sought by the one was exchanged for the patrimonial serfdom demanded by the other. The last half of the century revealed the solidity of this union by the very intensity of the political tests to which it was put. The Zemsky Sobor, soon rendered redundant, faded away after 1653. In the next year, the Ukrainian Cossacks formally transferred their allegiance to Russia with the Treaty of Pereyaslav. The result was the 13 Years' War with Poland. Tsarist troops pushed forward with initial success, taking Smolensk and advancing into Lithuania, where Wilno was captured. The Swedish attack on Poland of 1655 soon complicated the strategic situation. However, Polish recovery led to a decade of cosily fighting, and in the end Russian territorial gains proved limited, if still substantial. By the Treaty of Andrusovo in 1667, the Tsarist state acquired the eastern half of the Ukraine beyond the Dnieper, including Kiev, and recovered the Smolensk region to the north. In the next decade, massive Turkish thrusts into the south from the Black Sea were painfully checked, at the price of making a wilderness of much of the settled Ukraine. These moderate external successes were, meanwhile, accompanied by radical internal changes in the nature of the military apparatus of emergent Russian absolutism. For it was during this period, as the estates system waned, that the army steadily waxed, eventually more than doubling in size from 1630 to 1681, when it numbered 200,000, up to the levels of the largest Western military establishments of the time. 17 The role of the unreconstructed Pomeshchik levies declined commensurately. Not only did the new fortified Belgorod line increasingly immunize the southern frontier from the Crimean Tartar raids against which they had originally been pitted. Above all, Semi-permanent new formation regiments became the dominant component of Russia's armies during the 13 Years' War with Poland. By 1674, the gentry provided only 2/5 of the cavalry, itself henceforward strategically outweighed by the handgun infantry. Meanwhile, the pomeshchiki were being equally edged out of the civilian administration. Predominant in the central chancelleries during the 16th century, they were increasingly excluded from the bureaucracy in the 17th century, which came to be the preserve of a quasi-hereditary caste of clerks at lower levels, and corrupt high-ranking officials linked to the magnates in its upper reaches. 18 In 1679, moreover, the Romanov dynasty abolished the local guba self-administration which had previously been run by provincial squires, integrating it into the central machinery of voivoda governorships, appointed from Moscow. Nor was the labor situation on the pomeshchik estates very satisfactory. Further laws making peasant flights a criminal felony were passed in 1658, but the continued existence of the southern borderlands and the Siberian wilds left significant territorial loopholes in the legal consolidation of serfdom, although within the central regions of the country the debasement of the peasantry became ever more marked. While taxes trebled in the course of the 17th century, the average peasant plot declined by a half from 1550 to 1660, to a mere 4 or 5 acres. 19 This relentless constriction of the peasant condition set off the great rural insurrection of Cossacks, serfs, suburban poor, and slaves in the southeast, led by Razin in 1670, rallying dispossessed Chuvash, Mari, and Mordva tribesmen, and setting off popular outbreaks in the towns along the Volga Valley. The extreme social peril this spreading jacquerie posed to the entire ruling class immediately welded boyars and gentry together. The acute intra-landowner strains of recent decades were forgotten in a common and implacable repression of the poor. The military victory of the Tsarist state over the Razin rebellion, in which the new permanent regiments played an indispensable role, rebonded the monarchy and nobility once again. In the last 2 decades of the century, it was the turn of the boyar magnates, hitherto the shifting forces behind successive fainéant tsars, to be curbed and remolded by the exigencies of an ascendant absolutism. The great potentates who had emerged from the time of troubles were often of mixed provenance and recent origin. They had little reason to cling to the antiquated and divisive hierarchy of the Mestnichestvo or labyrinthine ranking system within the boyar families, which dated from the 14th century, and was deleterious to the command system of the new military apparatus of the state. In 1682, the Tsar Theodore ceremoniously burned the venerable books of ancestral precedents that recorded this hierarchy, which was therewith abolished, a precondition of wider aristocratic unity. 20 The stage was now set for a drastic reconstruction of the whole political order of Russian absolutism. The state machine erected over these new social foundations was above all, of course, the monumental work of Peter I. His first move on acceding to power was to disband the old and unreliable Streltsevy militia in Moscow, whose turbulence had been a frequent source of disquiet to his predecessors, and to create the Krak-Preobrazhensky and Semenovsky Guards regiments which were henceforward the elite corps of the Tsarist repressive apparatus. 21 The traditional duality between boyar and gentry sections of the landowning class was recast by the creation of a new and comprehensive ranking system, and the universalization of the service principle, which yoked both nobles and squires back into a single political framework. New titles were imported from Denmark and Prussia to introduce more sophisticated and modern scales within the aristocracy, henceforward socially and etymologically derivative and block from the court. Independent magnate power was ruthlessly suppressed, the Boyar Duma was eliminated, and succeeded by an appointed senate. The gentry were reincorporated into a modernized army and administration, of which they once again made up the central personnel. 22 The Vachina and Pomste were united into a single pattern of hereditary land ownership, and the nobility soldered to the state by universal service obligations, from the age of 14 onwards, in the army and bureaucracy. To finance the latter institutions, a new census of the population was drawn up, and former slaves were merged with the serf class, while serfs were henceforward bound to the person of their lord rather than to the land which they tilled and could thus be sold like Prussian Leibwagen, by their masters. Formerly free black earth communities in the north and colonists in Siberia became by the same stroke state serfs, their conditions somewhat superior to that of private serfs, but increasingly degraded towards it. The patriarchate was abolished, and the church firmly subordinated to the state by the new office of the Holy Synod, whose highest official was a secular functionary. A new, occidentalized capital was built at St. Petersburg. The administrative system was reorganized into gubernias, provinces, and districts, and the size of the bureaucracy doubled. 23 government departments were concentrated into 9 central colleges, run by collective boards. A modern iron industry was installed in the Urals, which was to make Russia one of the largest metal producers of the epoch. The budget was quadrupled, largely with resources from a new soul tax on serfs. Average peasant taxes quintupled from 1,700 to 1,707 to 8. The bulk of this greatly enlarged state revenue, 2/3 to 4/5, was devoted to the construction of a professional army and modern navy. 24 The two overriding goals of the whole Petrine program, to which all other measures were subordinated. In the Great Northern War from 1700 to 1721, the Swedish assault on Russia was initially successful. Charles XII routed Tsarist forces at Narva, overran Poland, and raised the Cossack hetman Mazepa against Peter I in the Ukraine. The Russian victory of Poltava in 1709, completed by naval triumph in the Gulf of Finland and invasion of Sweden itself, reversed the whole balance of forces in Eastern Europe. Swedish power was finally repulsed and defeated, and with its fall 2 decisive geopolitical gains were made by the Tsarist Empire. By the Treaty of Neustadt in 1721, the Russian frontiers at last reached the Baltic, Livonia, Estonia, Ingria, and Karelia were annexed, and direct maritime access to the west was assured. In the south, Turkish armies had nearly inflicted catastrophe on overextended Russian troops in a separate conflict, and the Tsar was fortunate to extricate himself without serious losses. No significant gains were secured along the Black Sea, but the menace of the freebooting Sikh of the Zaporozhye Cossacks, who had always hindered any permanent settlement of the Ukrainian hinterland, was brought to an end with the suppression of Mazepa's rebellion. Russian absolutism emerged from the 20-year struggle of the Great Northern War, a looming force over Eastern Europe. Domestically, Bulavin's rebellion against official serf recovery and labor conscription in the Lower Don region was successfully suppressed, and the more protracted Bashkir revolt against Russian colonization in the Ural-Volga region was isolated and defeated. Yet the profile of the Petrine state, with its tireless coercion and territorial advances, must be set against the dismal backwardness of its environment, which deeply affected its real character. For all the reorganization and repression exercised by Peter I, haphazard corruption and peculation were endemic. One guesses that perhaps only a third of tax revenues actually reached the state. 25 The forcible attempt to draft the whole nobility for life into the services of Tsarism proved supernumerary soon after Peter's death. For once an aristocracy inured to absolutism was solidly formed and stabilized, Peter's successors could afford to relax and then eliminate the compulsory character of its obligations, which were terminated by his grandson Peter III in 1762. By then the gentry was securely and spontaneously integrated into the apparatus of the state. Under a succession of weak rulers, Catherine I, Peter II, Anna and Elizabeth, the guards regiments which Peter I had created became after his death the cockpit of magnate struggles for power in St. Petersburg, whose very putsches were a tribute to the consolidation of the Tsarist institutional complex. Nobles henceforward intrigued within the autocracy, not against it. 26 The arrival of another resolute sovereign in 1762 was thus the signal, not for an outbreak of tension between the monarchy and nobility, but for their most harmonious reconciliation. Catherine II proved to be the most ideologically conscious ruler of Russia and the most amply generous to her class. Aspiring to a European reputation for political enlightenment, she promulgated a new educational system, secularized church lands, and promoted a mercantilist development of the Russian economy. The currency was stabilized, the iron industry expanded, and the volume of foreign trade increased. The two great landmarks of Catherine I's reign, however, were the extension of organized serf agriculture to the whole of the Ukraine, and the promulgation of the Charter of the Nobility. The condition of the first was the destruction of the Tartar Khanate of the Crimea, and the breaking of Ottoman power along the northern coastline of the Black Sea. The Crimean Khanate, as a Turkish vassal state, not only kept Russia out of the Euxine, its perpetual raiding churned and devastated the Pontic plains inland, keeping much of the Ukraine an insecure and depopulated no-man's land long after its formal incorporation into the Romanov realm. The new empress directed the full force of the Russian armies against Islamic control of the Black Sea. By 1774, the Khanate had been detached from the port, and the Ottoman frontier pushed back to the Bug. In 1783, the Crimea was annexed outright. A decade later, the Russian border had reached the Dniester. Sevastopol and Odessa were founded on the new Tsarist littoral. Naval entry into the Mediterranean through the straits appeared to be within reach. Much more important in the short run, however, were the consequences of the southern advance for Russian agriculture. The final elimination of the Tartar Khanate permitted the organized settlement and reclamation of the vast Ukrainian steppes, large tracts of which were now for the first time converted into arable tillage and planted with a stable, sedentary peasant population on large estates. Managed by Potemkin, the agrarian colonization of the Ukraine represented probably the largest single geographical clearance in the history of European feudal agriculture. No technical progress in the rural economy was registered by this great territorial advance, however, it was a purely extensive gain. Socially, it subjugated the once free or semi-free inhabitants of the border regions to the condition of the central peasantry, increasing the total serf population of Russia steeply. During Catherine II's reign, the volume of money rents paid by serfs increased in some cases up to 5 times over. Any upper limit on the extraction of labor services was rejected by the government. Huge numbers of state peasants were handed over to leading nobles for intensified private exploitation. This dramatic, concluding episode of the enserfment of the rural masses was met by the last and greatest of the Cossack-inspired rebellions, led by Pugachov, a seismic revolt that shook the whole Volga and Ural regions, mobilizing huge, confused masses of peasants, iron workers, nomads, mountaineers, heretics and homesteaders in a final, desperate assault on the ruling order. 27 The Tsarist towns and garrisons held firm, however, while the imperial army was deployed to crush the revolt. Its defeat marked the closure of the eastern frontier. Russian villages sank into stillness thereafter. The Charter of the Nobility granted by the Empress in 1785 completed the long journey of the peasantry into servitude. By it, Catherine II guaranteed the aristocracy all its privileges, released it from compulsory duties, and ensured it total jurisdictional control of its rural labor force. Devolution of a measure of provincial administration smoothly transferred local functions to the gentry. 28 The typical parabola of ascendant absolutism was now complete. The monarchy had risen in concord with the gentry in the 16th century, they had at times clashed violently in the 17th century, amidst magnate predominance, complex shifts and dislocations within the state, and social turbulence outside it. The monarchy had achieved an implacable autocracy by the early 18th century. Nobility and monarchy thereafter regained a reciprocal serenity and harmony. The strength of Russian absolutism was soon revealed in its international successes. Catherine II, the main initiator of the partitions of Poland, was also their major beneficiary when the operation was completed in 1795. The Tsarist Empire was increased by some 200,000 square miles, and now stretched nearly to the Vistula. Within the next decade, Georgia was annexed in the Caucasus. It was the grandiose trial of strength constituted by the Napoleonic Wars, however, which demonstrated the new European preeminence of the Tsarist state. Socially and economically the most backward absolutism in the East, Russia proved politically and militarily the only ancien regime, from one end of the continent to the other, to be capable of withstanding French attack. Already in the last decade of the 18th century, Russian armies were for the first time in history dispatched deep into the West, into Italy, Switzerland, and Holland, to stamp out the flames of the bourgeois revolution still fanned by the consulate. The new Tsar Alexander I participated in the unsuccessful Third and Fourth coalitions against Napoleon. But while Austrian and Prussian absolutism were undone at Ulm and Wagram, Jena, and Auerstadt, Russian absolutism won a respite at Tilsit. The division of spheres concluded between the two emperors in 1807 permitted Russia to proceed to the conquest of Finland and Bessarabia, at the expense of Sweden and Turkey. Finally, when Napoleon launched his full-scale invasion of Russia, the Grande Armée proved incapable of smashing the structure of the Tsarist state. Victorious at the outset on the field, the French attack was ostensibly ruined by climate and logistics, but in reality by the impenetrable resistance of a feudal environment too primitive to be vulnerable to the blade of bourgeois expansion and emancipation from the West, now long blunted by Bonapartism. 29 The retreat from Moscow signaled the end of French dominance throughout the continent. Within 2 years, Russian troops were bivouacked in Paris. Tsarism crossed into the 19th century, the victorious gendarme of European counter-revolution. The Congress of Vienna sealed its triumph, another great wedge of Poland was annexed, and Warsaw became a Russian city. 3 months later the Holy Alliance was solemnized, at the personal insistence of Alexander I, to guarantee royal and clerical restorationism from the Guadarrama to the Urals. The structures of the Tsarist state which emerged from the Vienna settlement, untouched by any transformation comparable to the Austrian or Prussian reforms, had no parallel anywhere in Europe. The state was officially proclaimed an autocracy, the Tsar ruled for the whole nobility, in his name alone. 30 Under him, a feudal hierarchy was cemented into the very rungs of the state system itself. By a decree of Nicholas I in 1831, a modernized hierarchy of ranks was created within the noble class corresponding to the stepped echelons of the state bureaucracy. Vice versa, all those occupying determinate positions in the service of the state were given corresponding noble rank, which above certain levels became hereditary. Aristocratic titles and privileges thus continued to be related by the political system to different administrative functions, down to 1917. The landowning class thus welded to the state controlled some 21 million serfs. It was itself highly stratified. 4/5 of these serfs were tied to the lands of 1/5 of proprietors, while the greatest nobles, a mere 1% of the dvoryanstvo American Samoa a whole, owned estates with nearly 1/3 of the total population of private serfs. Petty squires with holdings of less than 21 souls were excluded from gentry assemblies from 1831 to 2 onwards. The Russian aristocracy retained its service orientation down into the 19th century, and its aversion from agrarian management. Few gentry families had local roots going back more than 2 or 3 generations, and absentee ownership was widespread. Urban residence, provincial or metropolitan, was the normal ideal of the middle and upper aristocracy alike. 31 Positions in the state apparatus were the by now traditional means of achieving it. The state itself owned land with 20 million serfs on it, 2/5 of the peasant population of Russia. It was thus directly the most colossal feudal proprietor in the country. The army was built on random conscription of serfs, with the hereditary nobility dominating its command structure, in accordance with its rank. The Grand Dukes occupied the general inspectorates of the army and the War Council. Down to and into the First World War, the commanders-in-chief were the cousins or uncles of the Tsar. The Church was a subdivision of the state, subordinated to a bureaucratic department whose head, the senior procurator, was a civil official designated by the Tsar. The Synod had the status of a ministry, with an economic administration dealing with church property, and was mainly staffed by lay officials. Priests were treated as functionaries, who owed duties to the government. The educational system was controlled by the state, and rectors and professors of universities were by mid-century appointed directly by the Tsar and his ministers. The vast, proliferating bureaucracy was integrated at the top only by the person of the autocrat, and the corridor rule of his private chancellery. 32, there were ministers, but no cabinet, 3 competing swarms of police, and generalized peculation. The ideology of clerical and chauvinist reaction which presided over the system was proclaimed by the official trinity: autocracy, orthodoxy, nationality. The military and political power of the Tsarist state in the first half of the 19th century found continued demonstration in foreign expansion and interventionism. Azerbaijan and Armenia were occupied, and mountaineer resistance in Circassia and Dagestan gradually broken. Neither Persia nor Turkey was in any position to resist Russian annexations in the Caucasus. In Europe itself, Russian armies struck down the national revolt in Poland in 1830, and wiped out the revolution in Hungary in 1849. Nicholas I, High Executioner of monarchist reaction abroad, ruled at home over the only major country in the continent unaffected by the popular upsurges of 1848. The international strength of Tsarism had never seemed greater. In fact, the industrialization of Western Europe was rendering its confidence anachronistic. The first serious shock to Russian absolutism came with the humiliating setback inflicted on it by the capitalist states of England and France, in the Crimean War of 1854-6. The fall of Sevastopol can be compared in its domestic consequences with the rout at Jena. Military defeat by the West led to the abolition of serfdom by Alexander II, as the most elementary social modernization of the bases of the Ancien regime. But the parallel should not be exaggerated. For the extent of the blow to Tsarism was a much milder and more limited one. The Peace of Paris was by no means the Treaty of Tilsit. The Russian reform era of the 1860s was thus only a faint echo of its Prussian predecessor. Juridical procedures were somewhat liberalized, the rural nobility was given Zemstvo organs of self-administration, municipal councils were conferred on the towns, general conscription was introduced. Alexander's emancipation of the peasantry in 1861 was itself executed in a fashion no less lucrative to the dvorianstvo than Hardenberg's had been to the Junkers. Serfs were allocated the land they had previously cultivated from noble estates, in exchange for payment of monetary compensation to their lords. The state advanced this compensation to the aristocracy, and then reclaimed it over a period of years from the peasantry, in the form of redemption payments. In northern Russia, where land values were low and servile dues were paid in kind, the landowners extorted nearly twice the market price of the land in cash compensation. In southern Russia, where servile dues took the form mainly of labor services and the rich, black soil permitted profitable cereal exports, the gentry defrauded their peasants of up to 25% of the best land owing to them. 33 The peasantry, weighed down with redemption debts, thus suffered a net subtraction from the total land they had previously cultivated for their families. Moreover, the abolition of serfdom did not mean the end of feudal relations in the countryside, any more than it had done earlier in Western Europe. In practice, a labyrinth of traditional forms of extra-economic surplus extraction, embodied in customary rights and dues, continued to prevail on Russian estates. In his pioneering study on the development of capitalism in Russia, Lenin wrote that after the abolition of serfdom, the capitalist economy could not emerge at once, and the corvée economy could not disappear at once. The only possible system of economy was, accordingly, a transitional one, a system combining the features of both the corvée and the capitalist systems. Indeed, the post-reform system of farming practiced by the landlords bears precisely those features. With all the endless variety of forms characteristic of a transitional epoch, the economic organization of contemporary landlord farming amounts to two main systems, the labor service system and the capitalist system. The systems mentioned are actually interwoven in the most varied and fantastic fashion. On a mass of landlord estates there is a combination of the two systems, which are applied to quite different farming operations. 34 Computing the relative incidence of the two economies, Lenin calculated that by 1899, although the labor service system predominates in the purely Russian gubernias, the capitalist system of landlord farming must be considered the predominant one at present in European Russia. As a whole. 35 A decade later, however, the tremendous peasant upsurges against the feudal exactions and oppressions of the Russian countryside during the 1905 revolution led Lenin to modify the balance of this judgment significantly. In his basic text of 1907, The Agrarian Program of Social Democracy in the First Russian Revolution, he stressed that, in the purely Russian gubernias, large-scale capitalist farming definitely drops into the background. Small-scale farming preponderates on large latifundia, comprising various forms of tenant farming based on servitude and bondage. 36 After a careful statistical assessment of the whole agrarian situation, covering the distribution of land during the first year of the Stolypin reaction, Lenin summed up his survey with the following general conclusion: 10.5 million peasant households in European Russia own 75 million desiatins of land. 30,000, chiefly noble, but partly also upstart, landlords each own 500 desiatins, altogether 70 million desiatins. Such is the main background of the picture. Such are the main reasons for the predominance of feudal landlords in the agricultural system of Russia and, consequently, in the Russian state generally, and in the whole of Russian life. The owners of the latifundia are feudal landlords in the economic sense of the term. The basis of their land ownership was created by the history of serfdom, by the history of land grabbing by the nobility through the centuries. The basis of their present methods of farming is the labor service system, i.e. a direct survival of the corvée, cultivation of the land with the implements of the peasants, and by the virtual enslavement of the small tillers in an endless variety of ways: winter hiring, annual leases, half-share métayage, leases based on labor rent, bondage for debt, bondage for cut-off lands, for the use of forests, meadows, water, and so on and so forth, ad infinitum. 37 5 years later, Lenin reaffirmed this judgment even more categorically. On the eve of the First World War, the difference between Europe and Russia stems from Russia's extreme backwardness. In the West, the bourgeois agrarian system is fully established, feudalism was swept away long ago, and its survivals are negligible and play no serious role. The predominant type of social relationship in Western agriculture is that between the wage laborer and the employer, the farmer or landowner. Undoubtedly a system of agriculture just as capitalist has already become firmly established and is steadily developing in Russia. It is in this direction that both landlord and peasant farming is developing. But purely capitalist relations in our country are still overshadowed to a tremendous extent by feudal relations. 38. The capitalist development within Russian agriculture, which Lenin and other socialists predicted would occur if Tsarism succeeded in re-establishing its power durably after the counter-revolution of 1907, was the Prussian road of rationalized Junker-type estates using wage labor and integrated into the world market, accompanied by the emergence of a stratum of auxiliary Grossbauern in the countryside. Lenin's writings in the period 1906–14 repeatedly warned that such an evolution was possible in Tsarist Russia, and was a serious danger to the revolutionary movement. Stolypin's reforms, in particular, were designed to accelerate just such an evolution by their wager on the strong, the conversion of repartitional into hereditary peasant tenure in the villages, in order to promote the rise of a kulak class. In fact, Stolypin's program fell considerably short of its objective at the level of the peasantry itself. For while half of all peasant households had juridically hereditary plots by 1915, only 1/10 of them had allotments that were physically consolidated into single units. The survival of the separate strip and open field system ensured that the communal constraints of the village mere thus remained. 39 Meanwhile, the burden of redemption arrears and taxes increased year by year. The instinctive solidarity of the Russian peasantry against the landowning class was not seriously breached by the reforms. The Bolsheviks were to be surprised by the passionate unity of popular anti-feudal sentiment in the countryside in 1917, as Trotsky later testified. 40 Overpopulation in the villages became an endemic problem in late Tsarist Russia. The share of peasant farms in total landed property increased by a half, mainly kulak purchases, in the last 4 decades before 1917, while actual per capita holdings of the peasantry dropped by a third. 41 The rural masses remained mired in secular backwardness and poverty. On the other hand, the last decades of Tsarism did not witness a dynamic conversion of the landowning nobility to capitalist agriculture either. The fears of a Prussian road did not, in fact, materialize. the dvoryanstvo proved organically incapable of following the path of the Junkers. Initially, the shakeout in noble estate ownership looked as if the Prussian experience might repeat itself, a reselection and rationalization of the landowning class. For there was a decline in gentry-owned land of perhaps a third in the 3 decades before 1905, and the major purchasers, as in Prussia, were initially wealthy merchants and bourgeois. However, after the 1880s, rich peasant acquisitions overtook those of urban investors. By 1905, the average merchant estate was larger than that of the average noble, but kulak gains in total acreage were half as great again as those of townsmen. 42 Thus a stratum of Grossbauern was, in fact, clearly emerging in Russia before the First World War. But what was completely missing was any capitalist jump in productivity of the Prussian type. Grain exports to Europe, of course, developed throughout the century, both before and after the reform of 1861, Russia in the 19th century attained the same position in the international market as Poland or East Germany in the 16th to 18th centuries, although international grain prices drifted downwards from 1870 onwards. However, output and yields remained very low throughout Russian agriculture, which was extremely backward technically. The three-field system still prevailed on a very wide scale. There were virtually no forage crops, and half the peasantry used wooden plows. Moreover, as we have seen, innumerable feudal economic relationships continued to characterize the twilight era after the reform, hampering economic advance on the large estates of central Russia. The nobility did not achieve the transition to a modern or rational capitalist agriculture. It was symptomatic that while specially created land banks had proved a highly successful device for the Junkers after the reform era in Prussia, providing them with the capital for mortgages and investment, the land bank created by the state for the nobility in 1885 was a lugubrious fiasco. Its credits were generally squandered, while their recipients sank into debt. 43 Thus, while there is no doubt at all that capitalist relations of production were steadily spreading through the countryside before the First World War, they never acquired the impetus of cumulative economic success, and always remained entangled in the prevalent pre-capitalist undergrowth. The predominant sector of Russian agriculture in 1917 was consequently characterized by feudal relations of production. Meanwhile, of course, industrialization was rolling rapidly forward in the towns. By the early 20th century, Russia had acquired large coal, iron, oil, and textile industries, and an extensive railway network. Many of its metallurgical complexes were among the most technologically advanced in the world. There is no need to stress here the notorious internal contradictions of Tsarist industrialization. Capital investment was essentially financed by the state, which was dependent on foreign loans. To raise these loans, budget solvency was necessary, and hence very heavy tax burdens had to be maintained on the peasantry. These then blocked the expansion of the internal market, which was necessary to sustain further investment. 44 For our purposes, the important fact is rather that, despite all these obstacles, the Russian industrial sector, based squarely and fully on capitalist relations of production, trebled in size in the 2 decades before 1914, recording one of the fastest growth rates in Europe. 45 On the eve of the First World War, Russia was the 4th largest producer of steel in the world. The absolute size of the industrial sector was the 5th in the world. Agriculture now accounted for about 50% of the national income, while industry provided perhaps 20%, excluding the large railway system. 46 Thus, calculating the weight of the rural and urban economies together, there can be no doubt that by 1914, the Russian social formation was a composite structure, with a predominantly feudal agrarian sector, but a combined agro-industrial capitalist sector that was now overall preponderant. Lenin expressed this laconically on the eve of his departure from Switzerland when he said that by 1917 the bourgeoisie had already ruled the country economically for some years. 47. Yet, while the Russian social formation was dominated by the capitalist mode of production, the Russian state remained a feudal absolutism. For no basic change in its class character or political structure supervened in the epoch of Nicholas II. The feudal nobility continued, as before, to be the ruling class of Imperial Russia. Tsarism was the political apparatus of its domination, from which it was never shifted. The bourgeoisie was far too weak to pose a serious autonomous challenge, and never succeeding in occupying commanding positions in the administration of the country. The autocracy was a feudal absolutism that had survived into the 20th century. Military defeat by Japan, and the massive popular explosion against the regime which followed on its heels in 1905, forced a series of modifications on Tsarism whose direction appeared to Russian liberals to permit an evolution towards a bourgeois monarchy. The formal possibility of such a cumulative change of character existed, as we have seen in the case of Prussia. Historically, however, the hesitant steps of Tsarism never seriously approached this goal. The aftermath of the 1905 revolution led to the creation by the regime of a powerless Duma and a paper constitution. The latter was torn up within a year by the dissolution of the former, and by a revision of the electorate that conferred on every landowner voting rights equivalent to those of 500 workers. The Tsar could veto any legislation proposed even by this tame assembly, while ministers, now grouped in a conventional cabinet, had no responsibility to it. The autocracy could decree laws at will merely by proroguing this representative facade. There was thus no comparison with the situation in Imperial Germany, where universal male suffrage, regular elections, parliamentary budgetary control and unrestricted political activity existed. The qualitative political transmutation of the feudal Prussian state when it produced the capitalist German state never occurred in Russia. Both the organizing principles and personnel of Tsarism remained unaltered to the end. Lenin expressly and repeatedly emphasized this difference in his polemics with the Mensheviks in 1911, to maintain that the system of government in Russia has already become bourgeois, and that governmental power in our country is no longer of a feudal nature, and at the same time to refer to Austria and Prussia as an example, is to refute oneself. You cannot transfer to Russia the German completion of the bourgeois revolution, the German history of a democracy that had spent itself, the German revolution from above of the 1860s, and the actually existing German legality 48. Lenin did not, of course, overlook the necessary autonomy of the Tsarist state apparatus from the feudal landowning class, an autonomy inscribed in the very structures of absolutism. The class character of the Tsarist monarchy in no way militates against the vast independence and self-sufficiency of the Tsarist authorities and of the bureaucracy. From Nicholas II down to the last police officer 49, he took care to stress the increasing impact of industrial and agrarian capitalism on the policies of Tsarism, and the objective interposition of the bourgeoisie in its workings. But he was always categorical in his characterization of the fundamental social nature of Russian absolutism in his own time. In April 1917, he stated unequivocally, before the February-March Revolution of 1917, state power in Russia was in the hands of one old class, namely, the feudal landed nobility, headed by Nicholas Romanov. 50. The very first sentence of the Tasks of the Proletariat in Our Revolution, written immediately after his arrival in Petrograd, reads, "The old Tsarist power represented only a handful of feudalist landowners who commanded the entire state machinery." 51. This limpid formulation was the simple truth. Its consequences, however, have yet to be explored. 4. To recapitulate the analysis developed above, there was a dislocation between the social formation and state in the last years of Tsarism. The Russian social formation was a complex ensemble dominated by the capitalist mode of production, but the Russian state remained a feudal absolutism. The disjunctive articulation between the two remains to be explained, and founded, theoretically. For the moment, the empirical consequences of this disjuncture for the structures of the Russian state must be considered. Tsarism remained down to its last hour in essence a feudal absolutism. Even in its final phase, it continued to expand territorially outwards. Siberia was extended beyond the Amur, and Vladivostok was founded in 1861. After 2 decades of fighting, Central Asia was absorbed by 1884. Administrative and cultural Russification was intensified in Poland and Finland. Institutionally, Moreover, the state was in certain decisive respects far more powerful than any Western absolutism had ever been, because it survived into the epoch of European industrialization, and therefore was able to import the most advanced technology in the world and appropriate it to itself. For the state had relinquished its grip on agriculture by the sale of its lands, only to entrench itself securely in industry. It had traditionally owned the mines and metallurgical works in the Urals. It now financed and built most of the new railway system, which accounted for the second largest budgetary outlay, after the armed forces. Public contracts dominated Russian industry generally, 2/3 of engineering output was taken by the state. Tariffs were extremely high, so that local capital depended critically on state supervision and protection. The Ministry of Finance manipulated the state bank's loaning policy to private entrepreneurs, and established general ascendancy over them with its large gold reserves. The absolutist state in Russia was thus the major engine of rapid industrialization from above. In the laissez-faire capitalist epoch of 1900, its swollen economic role had no comparison in the developed West. Combined and uneven development thus produced in Russia a colossal state apparatus, covering and suffocating the whole society beneath the level of the ruling class. It was a state that had integrated feudal hierarchy bodily into the bureaucracy, incorporated the church and education, and supervised industry, while spawning a gargantuan army and police system. This late feudal apparatus was, of course, inevitably overdetermined by the rise of industrial capitalism in the late 19th century, just as the absolute monarchies in the West in their time had been overdetermined by the rise of mercantile capitalism. Paradoxically, however, the Russian bourgeoisie remained politically far weaker than its Western predecessors, although the economy it represented was far stronger than theirs had been during the epoch of transition in the West. The historical reasons for this weakness are well known, and are discussed again and again in Trotsky and Lenin: absence of petty bourgeois artisanate, small numbers due to large enterprises, fear of the tumultuous working class, dependence on state tariffs, loans, and contracts. The farther east one goes, the more cowardly and weak becomes the bourgeoisie, proclaimed the first manifesto of the RSDLP. The Russian absolutist state, however, did not fail to reveal the imprint of the class which became its sullen and timorous auxiliary, rather than its antagonist. Just as the sale of offices in an earlier age provided a sensitive register of the subordinate presence of the mercantile class within the Western social formations, so the notorious bureaucratic contradiction between the two main pillars of the Russian state, the Ministry of the Interior and the Ministry of Finance, was a signal of the effects of industrial capital in Russia. By the 1890s, there was constant conflict between these central institutions. 52 The Ministry of Finance pursued policies that were consonant with orthodox bourgeois aims. Its factory inspectorate supported employers in refusing to make wage concessions to workers. It was hostile to the village communes, which represented an obstacle to the free market in land. Locked in struggle with it, the Ministry of the Interior was obsessed with the maintenance of the political security of the feudal state. It was above all concerned to prevent any public disorders or social strife. In pursuit of these aims, its repressive network of police spies and provocateurs was immense. Simultaneously, however, it had little sympathy for the corporate interests of industrial capital. Thus it pressured employers to make economic concessions to workers, so as to avoid the danger of their making political demands. It suppressed all strikes, which were illegal anyway, but wanted to get permanent police officials into the factories to study conditions there and ensure they did not provoke explosions. The employers and the finance ministry naturally resisted this, and a struggle ensued for control of the factory inspectorates, which were retained by the finance ministry only after an engagement to collaborate with the police. In the countryside, the Ministry of the Interior looked with bureaucratic paternalism on the village communes, from which it, not the finance ministry, collected taxes, since it regarded them as bulwarks of submissive tradition and barriers against revolutionary agitation. This comedy of reactionary contrasts culminated in the invention of police trade unions by the Ministry of the Interior, and the instituting of labor laws by the executioner Plave. The boomerang results of this experiment, the Zubatovshchina, which eventually produced Gapon, are well known. What is symptomatically more important here is this final, delirious bid by the absolutist state, after having at one time or another incorporated nobility, bourgeoisie, peasantry, education, army, and industry, to produce even its own trades unions under the aegis of the autocracy. Gramsci's abrupt dictum that, in Russia the state was everything, civil society was primordial and gelatinous 53 thus contained a real historical truth. Gramsci, however, failed to see why this was so. A scientific definition of the historical character of the absolutist state in Russia escaped him. We may now be in a position to remedy this gap in his text. Once Russian absolutism is set into an epical European perspective, everything falls into place. Its lineaments become immediately evident. The autocracy was a feudal state, although Russia was by the 20th century a composite social formation dominated by the capitalist mode of production, a dominance whose remote effects are legible in the structures of Tsarism. Its time was not that of the Wilhelmine Empire or the Third Republic, its rivals or partners, its true contemporaries were the absolute monarchies of the transition from feudalism to capitalism in the West. The crisis of feudalism in the West produced an absolutism which succeeded serfdom, the crisis of feudalism in the East produced an absolutism that institutionalized serfdom. The Russian Ancien regime survived its counterparts in the West so long, despite their common class nature and functions, because it was born from a different matrix. In the end, it drew its top-heavy strength from the very advent of industrial capitalism, by bureaucratically implanting it from above, as its Western predecessors had once promoted mercantile capitalism. The ancestors of wit were Colbert or Olivares. The international development of capitalist imperialism, radiating into the Russian Empire from the West, was what made possible this combination of the most advanced technology in the industrial world with the most archaic monarchy in Europe. Eventually, of course, imperialism, which had initially armored Russian absolutism, engulfed and destroyed it. The ordeal of the First World War was too much for it. 54 It might be said that it was literally out of its element in a direct confrontation between industrial imperialist states. In February 1917, it was overturned by the masses in a week. If all this is so, it is necessary to have the courage to draw the consequences. The Russian Revolution was not made against a capitalist state at all. The Tsarism which fell in 1917 was a feudal apparatus. The provisional government never had time to replace it with a new or stable bourgeois apparatus. The Bolsheviks made a socialist revolution, but from beginning to end they never confronted the central enemy of the workers' movement in the West. Gramsci's deepest intuition was in this sense correct. The modern capitalist state of Western Europe remained, after the October Revolution, a new political object for Marxist theory and revolutionary practice. The profound crisis which shook the whole battle-ravaged continent in 1917-20 left its own significant and selective heritage. The First World War brought to an end the long history of European absolutism. The Russian imperial state was overthrown by a proletarian revolution. The Austrian imperial state was erased from the map by bourgeois national revolutions. The destruction and disappearance of both was permanent. The cause of socialism triumphed in Russia in 1917, and flickered briefly in Hungary in 1919. In Germany, however, the strategic key to Europe, the capitalist transmutation of the Prussian monarchy assured the integral survival of the old state apparatus into the Versailles epoch. The two last great feudal states of Eastern Europe fell to revolutions from below, of contrasted character. The capitalist state that had once been their legitimist consort resisted every revolutionary upsurge, amidst the despair and debris of its own defeat by the Entente. The failure of the November Revolution in Germany, as momentous for the history of Europe as the success of the October Revolution in Russia, was grounded in the differential nature of the state machine with which each was confronted. The mechanisms of socialist victory and defeat in these years go to the bottom of the deepest problems of bourgeois and proletarian democracy, which have still to be theoretically and practically solved in the second half of the 20th century. The political lessons and implications of the fall of Tsarism, for a comparative study of contemporary social formations, remain to this day largely unexplored. The historical obituary of the absolutism that expired in 1917 has in that sense yet to be completed. Vo Absolutisme, vo Prosi Historiae, July 1971, p. 63. Ominent in Russia. Collected Works, Volume 21, p. 306. 7. The House of Islam. The First World War, which flung the major capitalist states of the West against each other, and destroyed the last feudal states of the East, originated in the one corner of Europe where absolutism never took root. The Balkans constituted a distinct geopolitical sub-region, whose whole anterior evolution separated it from the rest of the continent. It was, in fact, precisely its lack of any traditional or stable integration into the international state system of the late 19th and early 20th century which made it the powder keg of Europe, that eventually detonated the conflagration of 1914. The overall pattern of development in this sector of the continent thus provides a suitable control and epilogue to any survey of absolutism. The Ottoman Empire remained through its existence on the continent a social formation apart. The Balkans under the rule of the Porte appeared to be curtained off from the general prospect of Europe, by Islamic subjection. But the regulative structure and dynamic of the Turkish state remains of great comparative significance, for the contrast it presents with either variant of European absolutism. The character of the Ottoman system, moreover, provides the basic explanation of why the Balkan Peninsula continued after the late medieval crisis to evolve in a pattern altogether divergent from that of the rest of Eastern Europe, with consequences lasting well into the century. The Turkish warriors who overran eastern Anatolia in the 10th century were still desert nomads. They had owed their success in Asia Minor, where the Arabs had failed, partly to the similarity of its climatic and geographical environment with that of the cold, dry Central Asian plateaus from which they came. The Bactrian camel, their essential means of transport, was ideally suited to the Anatolian highlands, which had proved impassable to the tropical Arab dromedary. 1 Yet they did not arrive merely as primitive steppe dwellers. Turkish slave soldiers from Central Asia had served both Abbasid and Fatimid dynasties in the Middle East from the 9th century onwards, both as rank and file troops and as officers, often with the highest rank. The analogy with the role of the Germanic border tribes in the later Roman Empire has often been pointed out. 50 years before the Battle of Manzikert, the Seljuks had descended from their oases in Turkestan into Persia and Mesopotamia, overthrowing the languishing Buyid state and creating a greater Seljuk empire with its capital in Baghdad. The bulk of these Turkish conquerors rapidly became sedentarized as the professional army and administration of the new Sultanate, which itself now inherited and assimilated the long and settled urban traditions of Old Islam, with its pervasive Persian influences mediated through the legacy of the Abbasid Caliphate. At the same time, however, a constant fringe of unpacified Turkoman nomads pushed forward in disorderly surges on the edges of the new empire. It was with the aim of rounding up and disciplining these irregulars that Alp Arslan had journeyed to the Caucasus and on his way stumbled into the fateful destruction of the Byzantine army at Manzikert. 2 As we have seen earlier, no organized invasion of Anatolia by the Seljuk Sultanate followed this victory. Its military preoccupations lay elsewhere, in the direction of the Nile, not the Bosphorus. It was the Turkoman pastoralists who inherited the fruits of Manzikert, and henceforward could ride virtually unopposed into the Anatolian interior. These frontier warriors and adventurers not only sought lands for their flocks, they were also, by a process of self-selection, typically stamped with the so-called Ghazi outlook, a militant, crusading Muslim faith that rejected any accommodation with the infidel, such as had come to characterize the established states of Old Islam. 3 Yet once Anatolia had effectively been occupied, in successive waves of migration from the 11th to the 13th century, the same conflict was reproduced in Asia Minor. The offshoot Seljuk Sultanate of Rum, centered in Konya, had soon recreated a prosperous, Persian-inspired state that was at constant loggerheads with the much more anarchic Ghazi emirates neighboring it, especially the Danish Mende, over which it eventually won the upper hand. However, all the contending Turkish states of Anatolia, of whatever type, were soon laid low by the Mongol invasions of the 13th century. The region reverted to a mosaic of petty emirates and wandering pastoralists. It was from out of this confusion that the Osmanli Sultanate emerged, from 1302 onwards, to become the dominant power, not merely in Turkey but throughout the whole Islamic world. The peculiar dynamic animating the Ottoman state, which lifted it so far beyond the ranks of its rivals in Anatolia, lay in its unique combination of Ghazi and old Islamic principles. 4 Fortuitously situated at the outset on the Nicaean plains immediately next to the residual Byzantine Empire, its frontier proximity in the Christian world kept its military and religious fervor at full pitch, when other emirates in the hinterland lapsed into relative laxity. The Osmanli rulers from the start conceived themselves as Ghazi missionaries in a holy war against the infidel. At the same time, their territory lay on the main inland trade route across Asia Minor, and hence attracted the merchants and artisans, as well as religious ulamas, who were the indispensable social elements for an old Islamic state with a non-nomadic, non-crusading institutional solidity. The Osmanli Sultanate that was steeled in constant mounted warfare from 1300 to 1350 thus came to yoke the legal and administrative sophistication of the old Islamic cities to the fierce military and proselytizing zeal of the Ghazi frontiersmen. At the same time, some of its basic social impetus still lay in the nomadic quest for land which had been the driving force of the original Turkish occupation of Anatolia. 5 Territorial expansion was also a process of economic and demographic colonization. The explosive potential of this political formula was soon felt in Christian Europe. The triumphant advance of the Turkish armies into the Balkans, driving deep into the peninsula and so enveloping the beleaguered Byzantine capital from behind, is well known. In 1354, they were established in Gallipoli. In 1361, they had seized Adrianople. In 1389, Serbian, Bosnian and Bulgarian forces were annihilated at Kosovo, destroying further organized Slav resistance throughout most of the region. Thessaly, Moria and the Dobruja were taken soon afterwards. In 1396, the Crusader expedition sent to stave off their advance was routed at Nicopolis. A brief pause followed, when Bayezid's army, engaged in forcible annexations of fellow Muslim emirates in Anatolia, encountered Tamerlane's hosts sweeping through the region, and was shattered at Ankara, largely because its Ghazi contingents deserted what they deemed an unholy and fratricidal cause. Rudely recalled to its religious vocation, the Osmanli state slowly reconstituted itself over the next 50 years on the other side of the Bosphorus, transferring its capital to Adrianople, in the front line of the war with Christendom. 6 In 1453, Constantinople was taken by Mehmed II. In the 1460s, Bosnia to the north and the Karamanid Emirate in Cilicia were seized. In the 1470s, the Tartar Khanate in the Crimea was reduced to client status, and a Turkish garrison planted in Kaffa. In the first 20 years of the 16th century, Syria, Egypt, and the Hejaz were conquered by Selim I. In the next decade, Belgrade was captured, most of Hungary subjugated and Vienna itself besieged. By now, nearly the whole Balkan peninsula had been overrun. Greece, Serbia, Bulgaria, Bosnia, and eastern Hungary were Ottoman provinces. Moldavia, Wallachia, and Transylvania were tributary principalities under satellite Christian rulers, surrounded by directly ruled Turkish territories on the Danube and the Dniester. The Black Sea was an Ottoman lake. In the Middle East, meanwhile, Iraq was annexed, the Caucasus was subsequently absorbed. In the Maghreb, Algiers, Tripoli, and Tunis were successively subjected to Turkish sovereignty. The Sultan was henceforward caliph over all the Sunni lands of Islam. At its apogee under Sulayman I in the mid-16th century, the Osmanli realm was the most powerful empire in the world. Overshadowing his nearest European rival, Sulayman I enjoyed a revenue twice that of Charles V. What was the nature of this Asian colossus? Its contours provide a strange contrast with those of the European absolutism that was contemporary with it. The economic bedrock of the Osmanli despotism was the virtually complete absence of private property in land. 7 The whole arable and pastoral territory of the empire was deemed the personal patrimony of the Sultan, with the exception of waqf religious endowments. 8 For Ottoman political theory, the cardinal attribute of sovereignty was the Sultan's unlimited right to exploit all sources of wealth within his realm as his own imperial possessions. 9 It followed that there could be no stable hereditary nobility within the empire, because there was no security of property which could found it. Wealth and honor were effectively coterminous with the state, and rank was simply a function of positions held within it. The state itself was loosely divided into parallel columns, subsequently designated by European historians as the ruling institution and the Muslim institution, although there was never any absolute separation between the two. 10 The ruling institution comprised the total military and bureaucratic apparatus of the empire. Its top stratum was overwhelmingly recruited from ex-Christian slaves, the core of whom were inducted into it by the invention of the Devshirme. This institution, created probably in the 1380s, was the most remarkable expression of the interpenetration of Ghazi and old Islamic principles that defined the ascendant Ottoman system as a whole. 11 Every year, a levy was made of male children from Christian families of the subject population in the Balkans, taken from their parents. They were sent to Constantinople or Anatolia to be reared as Muslims and trained for posts of command in the army or administration, as the immediate servitors of the Sultan. In this way, both the Ghazi tradition of religious conversion and military expansion, and the old Islamic tradition of tolerance and tribute collection from unbelievers, were conciliated. The Devshirme levy provided between 1,000 and 3,000 slave recruits for the ruling institution a year. They were supplemented by another 4,000 to 5,000 from war prisoners or foreign purchase, who underwent the same training process for elevation to prepotence and servitude. 12 The Sultan's slave corps so constituted provided the top ranks of the imperial bureaucracy, from the supreme office of Grand Vizier downwards through the ranks of provincial Beylerbeyis and Sanyakbis, and the totality of the permanent army of the Porte, which was composed both of the special cavalry of the capital, and the famous Janissary regiments that formed the elite infantry and artillery arms of Ottoman power. The astonishing paradox of a slave synarchy, unthinkable within European feudalism, has its intelligible explanation within the whole social system of Osmanli despotism. 13 For there was a structural link between the absence of private property in land, and the eminence of state property in men. In effect, once any strict juridical concept of ownership was suspended in the fundamental domain of the basic wealth of the society, the conventional connotations of possession in the domain of manpower were by the same stroke diluted and transformed. Once all landed property was a prerogative of the Porte, it ceased to be degrading to be the human property of the Sultan. Slavery was no longer defined by opposition to liberty, but by proximity of access to the imperial command, a necessarily ambiguous vicinity that involved complete heteronomy and immense privilege and power. The paradox of the Devshirme was thus perfectly logical and functional within Ottoman society at its prime. At the same time, the Sultan's slave corps did not exhaust the ruling institution. For it coexisted with the native Islamic military stratum of Sipahi warriors, who occupied a very different but complementary position within the system. These Muslim mounted soldiers formed a territorial cavalry in the provinces. They were allocated by the Sultanate landed estates or timars, from which they were entitled to draw carefully fixed revenues in exchange for providing military service. The income from the timar determined the scope of the obligation of its holder. For every 3,000 aspers, the Timariyat had to provide an additional horseman. First instituted by Murad I in the 1360s, it has been estimated that by 1475 there were some 22,000 Sipahis in Rumlia and 17,000 in Anatolia. 14 The total cavalry reserve that could be mobilized through the system was, of course, much larger. There was constant competition for timars in the European borderlands of the empire. Among others, successful Janissaries were often awarded them for their services. The system was never fully extended by the Porte to the remoter Arab lands conquered in its rear in the early 16th century, where it could afford to dispense with the cavalry service that was necessary on its Christian frontiers and in the Turkish hinterland close behind them. Thus the provinces of Egypt, Baghdad, Basra and the Persian Gulf had no timur lands, but were garrisoned by Janissary troops and paid an annual fixed sum in taxes to the central treasury. These regions typically played a much more important economic than military role in the empire. The original axis of the Ottoman order lay across the straits, and it was the institutions that prevailed in the home countries of Rumlia and Anatolia, above all, Rumlia, that defined its basic form. The Timurites and Zaims represented the nearest analogy to a knight class within the Ottoman Empire. But the Timur estates were in no sense genuine fiefs. Although the Sipahis performed certain administrative and policing functions for the Sultanate in their localities, they exercised no feudal lordship or seigneurial jurisdiction over the peasants who worked on their timars. The Timurites played virtually no role in rural production at all, they were essentially external to the agrarian economy itself. The peasants, indeed, actually had hereditary security of tenure on the plots they tilled, while the Timurites did not. Timars were not inheritable, and at the access of every new sultan their holders were systematically reshuffled in order to prevent them becoming entrenched in them. Closer to the pronoa system which juridically and etymologically preceded it, the Timars were much more limited in scope and firmly controlled from the center than the Greek system had been. 15 In the Ottoman Empire, they comprised less than half the cultivated land in Rumlia and Anatolia, the rest of which was reserved for the direct use of the Sultan, the imperial family or high functionaries of the palace. 16 The Timurite stratum was thus in this epoch both economically and politically a subordinate, if prominent component of the ruling order. Set somewhat apart from the military bureaucratic complex of the ruling institution was the Muslim institution. This comprised the religious, legal, and educational apparatus of the state, and was naturally manned with few exceptions by Orthodox Islamic natives. Qadi judges, ulama theologians, madrasa teachers, and a mass of other clerical stipendiaries performed the essential ideological and jural tasks of the system of Ottoman domination. The apex of the Muslim institution was the Mufti of Istanbul, or Sheikh ul-Islam, a supreme religious dignitary who interpreted the sacred law of the Sharia for the faithful. Islamic doctrine had never admitted any separation or distinction between church and state. The notion had scarcely any meaning for it. The Osmanli Empire was now the first Muslim political system to create a specially organized religious hierarchy with a clergy comparable to that of a full-scale church. Moreover, it was this hierarchy which provided the key judicial and civil personnel of the state apparatus on the ground, for the qadis recruited from the ulamate were the mainstay of Ottoman provincial administration. Thus here too, a novel compound of Ghazi and old Islamic pressures was at work. The religious zeal of the former found an outlet in the fanatical obscurantism of the Turkish ulamate, while the social gravitas of the latter was respected by its firm integration into the machinery of the Sultanate. One consequence was that the Sheikh ul-Islam could, on occasion, block initiatives of the Porte by invoking tenets of the Sharia of which it was the official guardian. 17 This formal limitation of the Sultan's authority was in a sense the counterpart of the enhanced power accruing to the Ottoman state from its creation of a professional ecclesiastical apparatus. It in no way cancelled the political despotism exercised by the Sultan over his imperial possessions, which fully corresponded to Weber's definition of a patrimonial bureaucracy in which problems of law everywhere tend to become simple questions of administration, bound by customary tradition. 18. Given that the whole arable territory of the empire was deemed the property of the Sultanate, the central domestic purpose of the Ottoman state, which determined its administrative organization and division, was naturally fiscal exploitation of the imperial possessions. To this end, the population was divided into the Osmanliler ruling class, incorporating both the ruling and religious institutions, and the Raya subject class, whether Muslim or infidel. The vast bulk of the latter, of course, were the peasantry, who were Christian in the Balkans. No attempt was ever made to enforce mass conversion of the Balkan Christian populations under Ottoman rule. for to do so would have been to negate the economic advantages of an infidel Raya class, which by long traditions of old Islam and the Sharia could be burdened with special taxes that were not extendable to Muslim subjects. There was thus a direct conflict between tribute-oriented toleration and missionary-oriented conversion. The Devshirme, as we have seen, resolved this for the Osmanlis by siphoning off an Islamized child levy, while leaving the rest of the Christian population in their traditional faith, and paying the traditional price for it. All Christian rayas owed a special capitation tax to the Sultan, and tithes for the maintenance of the ulamate. In addition, those peasants who tilled the land of Timars or Zayamets owed money dues to the holders of these benefices. The rate of these dues was carefully fixed by the Porte, and could not be arbitrarily altered by the Timariyat or Iam. Tenants were granted security of tenure, to assure stability of fiscal yield, and protected against landlord exactions, to prevent local drainage of the surplus away from the imperial center. The labor services that had existed under Christian princes were reduced or abolished. 19 The right of peasants to shift residence was controlled, although not altogether eliminated, while in practice competition for labor among Timariots encouraged informal mobility on the land. Thus during the 15th and 16th centuries, the Balkan peasantry suddenly found itself delivered from increasing servile degradation and seigneurial exploitation under its Christian rulers, and transferred to a social condition that was paradoxically in most respects milder and freer than anywhere else in Eastern Europe at the time. The fate of the Balkan peasantry contrasted with that of their traditional lords. In the initial phases of Turkish conquest, sections of the local Christian aristocracies in the Balkans had gone over to the Ottomans, often fighting with them in the field as tributary allies and auxiliaries. This collaboration had occurred in Serbia, Bulgaria, Wallachia, and elsewhere. With the consolidation of Ottoman imperial power in Rumeliya, however, the residual autonomy of these lords came to an end. A few were converted to Islam and assimilated to the Ottoman ruling class, mainly in Bosnia. Some were granted Timars in the new agrarian system, without conversion. But Christian Timariots were not numerous, and their estates were usually modest, with small incomes. Within a few generations, they had died out completely. 20 Thus throughout most of the Balkans, the local ethnic nobility was soon eliminated, a fact of great consequence for the future social development of the region. Beyond the Danube, in Wallachia, Moldavia, and Transylvania alone, the Sultanate never proceeded to direct occupation and administration. In Wallachia and Moldavia, the recently formed Romanian boyar class, which had itself only just emerged into the phase of political unification and economic subjection of the native peasantry, was permitted to preserve its lands and provincial power, merely paying a heavy annual tribute in kind to Istanbul. In Transylvania, Magyar landowners were left in dominion over an ethnic population mostly alien to them, Romanian, Saxon or Zekler. Otherwise, Ottoman rule in southeastern Europe swept the Balkans clear of a local nobility. The ultimate results of this profound modification of the indigenous social systems were complex and contradictory. On the one hand, as we have seen, it led to a definite amelioration of the material condition of the peasantry, after Turkish conquest was consolidated. Not only were rural dues and taxes lowered, but the long Ottoman peace in the subjugated southeast behind the front in Central Europe also lifted the bane of constant noble warfare from the countryside. On the other hand, however, the social and cultural results of the complete destruction of the native ruling classes were undoubtedly retrogressive. The Balkan aristocracies had exploited the peasantry much more oppressively than did Ottoman administration in its prime. But the very constitution of a landed nobility, in the late medieval and early modern epoch, represented an indubitable historical advance in these laggard social formations. For it signaled a rupture with clan principles of organization, tribal fragmentation, and the rudimentary cultural and political forms attendant on these. The price paid for this advance was, precisely, class stratification and increased economic exploitation. The late medieval Balkan states were notoriously weak and vulnerable, as we have seen. But their collapse prior to the Turkish invasions did not mean that they had no further potential for development. In fact, A pattern of apparent false starts and subsequent recoveries was typical of early feudal Europe, both Western and Eastern, as we have seen, and usually took the initial form of prematurely centralized administrative structures such as went under in the late medieval Balkans. The elimination of the local landowning class by the Turks henceforward precluded any such endogenous dynamic. On the contrary, its main cultural and political result was an actual regression to clanic institutions and particularist traditions among the Balkan rural population. Thus in the Serb lands, where this phenomenon has been particularly studied, the tribal pgamina, the chiefly Ney and the Kinwebzdruga, which were fast disappearing before Ottoman conquest, now revived as pervasive units of social organization. In the countryside. 21 The general relapse into a patriarchal localism was accompanied by a notable decline in literacy. Cultural articulation of the life of the subject population became largely a monopoly of the Orthodox clergy, whose servility to the Turkish rulers was matched only by its ignorance and superstition. Towns lost their commercial or intellectual importance, becoming military and administrative centers of Ottoman rule, planted with Turkish craftsmen and shopkeepers. 22 Thus, although the great mass of the rural population benefited materially from the initial impact of the Turkish conquest, because it led to a decline in the volume of surplus extracted from the immediate producers in the countryside, the other side of the same historical process was an interruption of any indigenous social development towards a more advanced feudal order, a regression to pre-feudal patriarchal forms, and a long stagnation in the whole historical evolution of the Balkan Peninsula. The Asian provinces of the Turkish Empire, meanwhile, experienced a notable revival and advance during the apogee of Ottoman power in the 16th century, while Rumeliya remained the main theater of war for the Sultan's armies. Anatolia, Syria, and Egypt enjoyed the benefits of peace and unity brought to the Middle East by Osmanli conquest. The insecurity created by the decadence of the Mamluk states in the Levant gave way to firm and centralized administration, which suppressed brigandage and stimulated inter-regional trade. The late medieval depression of the Syrian and Egyptian economies, hard hit by invasion and plague, was reversed, as agriculture recovered and population rose. These two provinces came to provide a third of the receipts of the imperial treasury. 23 In Anatolia, demographic growth may have been especially marked, a clear sign of agrarian expansion. The rural population perhaps increased by as much as 2/5 in the course of the century. Commerce flourished, both within the eastern provinces themselves, and more especially along the international trade routes linking Western Europe to Western Asia, whether via the Mediterranean or the Black Sea. Roads were well maintained, and official staging posts constructed along them. Waters were patrolled by Ottoman fleets against piracy. Spices, silks, cotton, slaves, velvets, alum, and other commodities were shipped or caravanned across the empire in large quantities. The transit trade of the Middle East throve under the protection of the port, to the benefit of the Ottoman state. This commercial prosperity, in turn, led to an upswing of urban growth. The population of the towns may have neatly doubled in the 16th century. 24 Osmanli society at its prime possessed a limited but flourishing number of manufacturing centers in Bursa, Edirne and other cities, producing or processing silks, velvets, and other exports. 25 When he conquered Byzantium, Mehmed II pursued a more enlightened economic policy than the Komnene or Paleologue emperors, by abolishing Venetian and Genoese trading privileges and instituting a very mild protectionist tariff to promote local commerce. Within a century of Turkish rule, the size of Istanbul itself had increased from perhaps 40,000 to 400,000. In the 16th century, it was far the largest city in Europe. However, the economic growth of the empire in its ascendancy had definite limits from the start. The agricultural revival of the Asian provinces during the 16th century does not seem to have been accompanied by any major improvements in rural technology. The most significant innovation in the Middle Eastern countryside in the early modern epoch, the introduction of American maize, occurred in a later phase, when overall imperial decline had already set in. The demographic upsurge in Anatolia can be largely attributed to the restoration of peace and the sedentarization of nomadic tribes, as the stabilization of Ottoman rule permitted agricultural settlement to expand again after the late Byzantine depopulation. It was soon to reach negative limits, as the availability of land ran out at existing technical levels. At the same time, the revival of trade across the empire did not necessarily find an equivalent reflection in the activity of domestic manufactures, or even the importance of local merchants. For the particular character of the urban economy and government in the Ottoman lands was always governed by the constraints of the Sultanate. Neither provincial workshops, nor a vast capital, nor periodic concern by individual rulers, could alter the basically inimical relationship of the Ottoman state to cities and industries. Islamic political traditions possessed no conception of urban liberties. Towns had no corporate or municipal autonomy, indeed, they had no legal existence at all. Just as there was no state, but only a ruler and his agents, no courts but only a judge and his helpers, so there was no city but only a conglomeration of families, quarters, and guilds, each with their own chiefs or leaders. 26 The towns, in other words, were without defense against the will of the commander of the faithful, and his servants. Official regulation of commodity prices and enforced purchase of raw materials controlled urban markets. Craft guilds were carefully supervised by the state, and their technical conservatism typically reinforced by it. Moreover, the Sultanate nearly always intervened against the interests of the indigenous merchant communities in the cities, which were regarded with consistent suspicion by the ulamate, and were detested by the artisan populace. State economic policy tended to discriminate against large-scale commercial capital, and to patronize petty production, with its guild archaism and religious bigotry. 27 The characteristic Turkish town eventually came to be dominated by a stagnant and backward menopole that prevented any entrepreneurial innovation or accumulation. Given the nature of the Ottoman state, there was no protective space in which a Turkish mercantile bourgeoisie could develop, and from the 17th century onwards commercial functions devolved increasingly onto infidel minority communities, Greek, Jewish or Armenian, which had always anyway dominated the export trade with the West. Muslim traders or producers were thereafter generally confined to small shopkeeping and artisanal occupations. Thus even at its height, the level of the Ottoman economy never achieved a degree of advance commensurate with the Ottoman polity. The basic motor force of imperial expansion remained relentlessly military in character. Ideologically, the structure of Turkish dominion knew no natural geographical bounds. In Osmanli cosmogony the planet was divided into two great zones, the House of Islam and the House of War. The House of Islam comprised those lands inhabited by true believers, to be progressively assembled beneath the banners of the Sultan. The House of War covered the rest of the world, peopled by unbelievers whose destiny was to be conquered by the soldiers of the Prophet. 28 For practical purposes, this meant Christian Europe, at whose gates the Turks had established their capital. Throughout the history of the empire, in fact, the real center of gravity of the Osmanliler ruling class was Rumeliya, the Balkan Peninsula itself, not Anatolia, the Turkish homeland. It was from here that army after army would set forth, marching northwards to the House of War, to enlarge the abode of Islam. The fervour, mass, and skill of the Sultan's troops rendered them invincible in Europe for 200 years after they first crossed into Gallipoli. The Sipahi cavalry that rode out for seasonal campaigns and surprise forays, and the picked Janissary infantry, proved deadly weapons of Ottoman expansion in southeastern Europe. The sultans, moreover, did not hesitate to utilize Christian manpower and lore in ways other than the Devshirme which provided its foot regiments. Turkish artillery was among the most advanced in Europe, on occasion specially cast for the port by renegade Western engineers. The Turkish navy soon rivaled that of Venice, because of the experience of its Greek captains and crews. 29 Voraciously appropriating military technicians and craftsmen from Europe, the Ottoman war machine at its peak combined the qualitative modernity of the best Christian armies with a quantitative mobilization far beyond that of any single Christian state ranged against it. Coalitions alone could withstand it along the Danubian frontiers. It was not until the siege of Vienna in 1529 that Spanish and Austrian pikes were able to lower the sabers of the Janissaries. The decay of Turkish despotism, however, gradually set in from the epoch in which its expansion was halted. The closure of the Osmanli frontiers in Rumeliya was to have a chain series of repercussions backwards into the empire. Compared with the absolutist states of late 16th and early 17th century Europe, it was commercially, culturally, and technologically backward. It had thrust its way into Europe through the continent's weakest angle of defense, the crumbling social revetments of the late medieval Balkans. Confronted with the far robuster and more representative Habsburg monarchies, it was ultimately incapable of prevailing, whether by land or by sea. Since the Renaissance, European feudalism had been giving birth to a mercantile capitalism that no Asian despotism could reproduce, least of all that of the Porte, with its complete innocence of inventions and contempt for manufactures. The cessation of Turkish expansion was determined by the ever-increasing economic, social, and political superiority of the House of War. The results of this reversal of forces were manifold for the House of Islam. The structure of the Osmanliler ruling class had rested on perpetual military conquest. It was this which permitted the anomalous dominance of the state apparatus by a slave elite of non-Muslim origin. So long as the frontier unwound before the march of the Ottoman armies, the necessity and rationality of the Janissary Corps and the Devshirme were justified in practice for the whole ruling order. The victories of Varna, Rhodes, Belgrade, Mohacs, were at this price. It was also this which rendered possible the initially moderate level of rural exploitation in the Balkans, and the tight central supervision exercised over it. For the Osmanliler class as a whole could expect to make its fortunes by extensive seizure of more and more lands from the House of War, as Timars and Garnets multiplied with the advance northwards. The social mechanisms of booty were thus basic to the rigid unity and discipline of the Turkish state at its meridian. Once territorial expansion ceased, however, a slow involution of its whole enormous structure was inevitable. The privileges of an extraneous slave corps, deprived of its military functions, gradually became intolerable to the bulk of the dominant class of the empire, which eventually exerted its inert weight to normalize and recover command of the political apparatus of the ruling institution. The surplus rural population that had been enlisted as auxiliaries or freebooters in the armies of the Porte, turned to social revolt or brigandage once the military machine could no longer absorb it. Moreover, the stoppage of extensive acquisition of lands and treasure was inevitably to lead to much more intensive forms of exploitation within the bounds of Turkish power, at the expense of the subject Raya class. The history of the Ottoman Empire from the late 16th to the early 19th century is thus essentially that of the disintegration of the central imperial state, the consolidation of a provincial landowning class, and the degradation of the peasantry. This long drawn-out process, which was not without transient political and military recoveries, did not occur in Balkan isolation from the rest of the European continent. It was, on the contrary, deepened and aggravated by the international impact of West European economic supremacy, under whose sway the Ottoman Empire, stagnating in technological parasitism and theological obscurantism, increasingly fell. From the price revolution of the 16th to the industrial revolution of the 19th century, Balkan society was to be more and more affected by the development of capitalism in the West. The long-term decline of the Ottoman Empire was determined by the military and economic superiority of absolutist Europe. In the short term, its worst reverses were suffered in Asia. The 13 Years' War with Austria, from 1593 to 1606, proved a costly stalemate. But the longer and more destructive wars with Persia, which lasted with brief interruptions from 1578 to 1639, ended in frustration and defeat. It was the victorious consolidation of the Safavid state in Persia which was the immediate turning point in the fortunes of the Osmanli state. The Persian Wars, which resulted in the eventual loss of the Caucasus, inflicted immense damage on the army and bureaucracy of the Porte. Anatolia, the homeland of the ethnic Turkish population of the empire, had never been its political center, as we have seen. It was in Rumeliya that the new Ottoman social system had been systematically implanted in the 14th and 15th centuries, land tenure and military administration shaped to the international needs of the imperial state. Anatolia, by contrast, remained much more traditional in its social and religious structure, with strong remnants of older nomadic and clan organization in the beyliks of the interior and latent hostility to the cosmopolitan laxism of Istanbul. The Anatolian Timars were typically smaller and poorer than those of Rumlia. The local Sipahi class, suffering from the rising costs of participation in seasonal campaigns because of the steep inflation of the late 16th century, showed less and less enthusiasm for the inter-Muslim struggle with Persia. At the same time, the agrarian expansion in rural Anatolia had by now ceased. The major increase in population had ended by creating a growing class of landless peasants or Levandat in the highlands. Widely recruited into the armed levies raised by provincial governors for the Persian front, the Levandat acquired military training, but not discipline. The strain of the wars, and enemy victories on the eastern frontier, thus gradually precipitated a collapse of civic order in Anatolia. Timurid disaffection fused with peasant distress in a series of tumultuous upheavals, the so-called Jelili Risings which broke out from 1594 to 1610 and again in 1622-8, mingling provincial mutiny, social banditry and religious revivalism. It was in these years, too, that Cossack raids across the Black Sea struck with humiliating success at Varna, Sinope, Trebizond, and even pillaged the suburbs of Istanbul itself. Eventually, the Sipahi leaders of the Jelili rebellions of Anatolia were bought off, while their Levandat following were repressed. But the damage to the internal morale of the Ottoman system caused by the spread of brigandage and anarchy in Anatolia was very great. The later 17th century was to see further Jelili outbreaks, in a countryside where pacification was never complete. In the port itself, meanwhile, the costs of the long Persian contest were acutely aggravated by mounting inflation caught from the West. The influx of American bullion into Renaissance Europe had worked its way through to the Turkish Empire by the last decades of the century. The gold-silver ratio within the Ottoman domains was lower than in the West, making the export of silver currency into them highly profitable for European traders, recouping in gold. The result of this massive injection of silver was naturally a steep rise in prices, which the Sultanate vainly tried to offset by debasing the asper. The value of treasury revenues fell by half between 1534 and 1591.31 thereafter. The annual budgets were regularly and deeply in deficit, as the wars dragged on against Austria and Persia. The consequence was inevitably a great increase in fiscal pressures on the whole subject population within the empire. The Rayapol tax paid by the Christian peasantry multiplied 6 times over between 1574 and 1630.32. These measures, however, could only palliate a situation in which the state apparatus itself was now showing signs of deepening malaise and crisis. The Janissary Corps and Devshirme stratum, which had formed the cupola of the Ottoman imperial apparatus in the age of Mehmed II, were among the first to reveal the general symptoms of decomposition. Early in the 16th century, during the rule of Suleiman I, the Janissaries won the right to marry and raise children, encumbrances that had originally been forbidden them. This naturally increased the cost of their maintenance, which had anyway risen enormously because of the inflation transmitted from the influx of silver from Western Europe via the Mediterranean trade of the empire, which produced virtually no manufactures of its own. Thus Janissary pay quadrupled between 1350 and 1600, while the Turkish silver asper was repeatedly devalued and the general price level decupled. 33 To support themselves, the Janissaries were consequently now allowed to supplement their incomes by engaging in crafts or commerce, when not on a war footing. Then in 1574, at the accession of Selim II, they extorted the right to enroll their sons in the Janissary regiments. A professional, skill-selected military elite was thus progressively converted into a hereditary, semi-artisanal militia. Its discipline disintegrated proportionately. In 1589, the first successful Janissary mutiny for higher pay ousted the current Grand Vizier, and set a pattern that was to become endemic in Istanbul political life. In 1622, the first sultan was deposed by a Janissary rising. Meanwhile, the weakening of the once hermetic insulation of the Devshirme stratum from the rest of the Osmanliler ruling class predictably led to the dissolution of its separate Devshirme identity altogether. In the reign of Murad III, at the end of the 16th century, native Muslims acquired the right to enter the ranks of the Janissaries. Finally, by the time of Murad IV, in the 1630s, the Devshirme levies had died out altogether. The Janissary regiments, however, still possessed tax exemption and other traditional privileges. There was thus a permanent demand for enlistment in them on the part of the Muslim population, while the social unrest of the Jalali period led to the spread of Janissary garrisons throughout the provincial towns of the empire for the purposes of internal security. Thus from the mid-17th century onwards, the Janissaries increasingly became vast bodies of semi- or untrained urban militia, many of whom no longer resided in barracks but in their booths and workshops as petty traders and artisans, while the more prosperous acquired rights over local land. The military value of the Janissaries soon became minimal. Their main political function in the capital was to form a fanaticized masse de manœuvre for ulamate bigotry or palace intrigues. Meanwhile, the Timur system had undergone a no less drastic degeneration. The light cavalry provided by the Sipahis fell into military obsolescence with the improvement of European weaponry, and the consolidation of standing armies by the Christian powers, reluctant summer sorties by Timurid horsemen, their fortitude in the field weakened by the depreciation of their incomes, were quite inadequate against the heavy firepower of German fusiliers. Thus amidst growing corruption in Istanbul, the state tended to assign more and more Timars for non-military purposes to high officials, or to absorb them back into the treasury. The result was a steep drop in Sipahi effectives by the early 17th century. The Ottoman armies henceforward came to rely largely on companies of paid musketeers or Sikh band units, originally irregular provincial auxiliaries, which now became the central military formations of the empire. 34 The upkeep of Sikh band troops as a permanent force both intensified and monetised the tax burden in the Ottoman lands, in a conjuncture of probable economic recession in much of the eastern Mediterranean. New cultivable land had run out in Anatolia. The spice and silk trades were captured and diverted by English and Dutch shipping, whose operations in the Indian Ocean now encircled the Ottoman Empire from behind. Egypt, on the other hand, where traditional agriculture held up well, 35 slipped increasingly back into local Mamluk control. The financial and political difficulties of the state were compounded by the degeneration of the dynasty. For in the 17th century, the caliber of the imperial rulers, whose despotic authority had hitherto generally been exercised with considerable ability, collapsed because of a new succession system. From 1617 onwards, the Sultanate passed to the eldest surviving male of the Osmanli line, who had typically been sequestered from birth within the cage of princes, Damascene dungeons virtually designed to produce pathological imbalance or imbecility. Such sultans were in no position to control or check the steady deterioration of the state system beneath them. It was in this epoch that clericalist maneuvers by the Sheikh-ul-Islam started to encroach on the system of political decision. 36 which became steadily more venal and unstable. Nevertheless, the Ottoman Empire proved capable of one last, great military heave into Europe in the second half of the 17th century. The setbacks of the Persian Wars, the disorders of Anatolian brigandage, the humiliations of Cossack raids, and the demoralization of the Janissary Corps, were succeeded by an effective, if temporary reaction within the Porte. The Coprala Vizirates, from 1656 to 1676, restored once again a vigorous and martial administration in Istanbul. Ottoman finances were redressed by forced loans and tributary extortions, expenditure was cut by pruning of sinecures, infantry training and equipment were improved in the permanent regiments, good use was made of the still punishing Tartar cavalry in the Pontic theatre. The decline of the Safavid regime in Persia concomitantly eased pressure in the east, and permitted a final Turkish push in the west. The Danubian principalities, whose rulers had become increasingly restless, were brought to heel. A 20-year war with Venice was successfully concluded with the capture of Crete in 1669. Then in 1672, Mobilizing the mounted contingents of the Crimean Khanate, Ottoman forces conquered Podolaya from Poland. For the next decade, a long and savage struggle was waged against Russia for mastery of the Ukraine. Eventually blocked in this conflict, which ended with a truce confirming the status quo ante in 1682 after great devastation of the Ukraine, Turkish power was next turned against Austria in 1683. The new and even more aggressive Vizier Kara Mustafa, who had succeeded Mehmet Köprülü, assembled a large army for a frontal attack on Vienna. 150 years after Süleyman II's siege of the Habsburg capital, a second Osmanli assault was now launched. The failure of the first had merely stabilized the front line of Turkish advance into Christendom. The defeat of the second, with the victorious relief of Vienna by a mixed force of Polish, Imperial, Saxon, and Bavarian troops in 1683, led to a collapse of the whole Ottoman position in Central Europe. The Köprülü recovery thus proved artificial and short-lived. Its initial successes led the Porte to overreach itself, with disastrous and irreversible results. The Viennese fiasco was followed by a protracted retreat, which ended in 1699 with the complete loss of Hungary and Transylvania to the Habsburgs, while Poland regained Podolaya and Venice occupied the Morea. Henceforward, the House of Islam was to be perpetually on the defensive in the Balkans, capable at best of temporarily holding up infidel advances, at worst repeatedly and definitively yielding before them. The brunt of the rollback of the Turkish Empire over the next 100 years fell to Russian, rather than Austrian, absolutism. Habsburg military impetus petered out relatively soon, after the conquest of the Banat in 1716-18. Ottoman forces checked Austrian armies in 1736-9, regaining Belgrade. But in the north, Romanov expansion in the Euxine zone could not be halted. Defeat by Russia in 1768-74 resulted in the loss of lands between the Bug and the Dniester, and the establishment of Tsarist rights of intervention in Moldavia and Wallachia. In 1783, the Crimea was absorbed into Russia. In 1791, Yedisin was annexed. Meanwhile, the whole administrative fiber of the Ottoman state was steadily deteriorating. The divan became the pawn of rapacious cliques in the capital, bent on maximizing the profits of venality and malversation. Turkish civilian bureaucrats and Greek Phanariot merchants from Istanbul gained growing power and influence in the Porte after 1700, as the military capacity of the Ottoman state further weakened, the former increasingly rising to become pashas and provincial governors 37 while the latter won control of lucrative treasury positions and the Romanian hospodarships. Offices which had once been the reserve of the Devshirm, with promotion according to merit, were now sold wholesale to the highest bidders, but since, unlike the European systems, there was no security of tenure after purchase, office holders had to squeeze the gains from their investment at top speed before they were evicted in their turn, thereby greatly increasing the pressure of extortion downwards on the masses beneath, that had to bear the burden of such an administration. A spreading racket in Janissary pay tickets developed, which came to be bought and sold to fictional members amidst universal administrative corruption. By the end of the century, there were about 100,000 registered Janissaries, of whom a mere fraction had real military training, but a great many had access to weapons, and could use them for local extortion and intimidation. 38 The Janissaries now lay everywhere like a gangrenous mass across the towns of the empire. Their most powerful members were often to furnish many of the local Ayan notables that henceforward became a prominent feature of Ottoman provincial society. Meanwhile, the whole land system was undergoing a transformation. The Timur had long declined as an institution, together with the Sipahi cavalry it had supported. The Porte pursued a deliberate policy of recovering the estates of former Timurites, either by annexing them to the domains of the imperial house and then releasing them to speculators to gain greater cash revenues, or simply allocating them to dummy holders manipulated by palace officials. There was thus a general shift in the form of Ottoman exploitation from the Timur to the Iltizam. Military benefices were converted into tax farms, which yielded increased monetary flows to the treasury. The iltizam system had been first developed by the Porte in the further Asian provinces, such as Egypt, where it had no need of mounted warriors of the type massed in Rumlia. 39 The generalization of these tax farms throughout the empire, however, corresponded not merely to the financial needs of the Osmanli state, but also to the Muslim homogenization of the whole ruling class with the decline and disappearance of the devshirm. One of the major structural reasons for the latter process, indeed, was the alteration in the total composition of the empire with the conquest of the Arab provinces. The spread of the iltizam fiscal unit from its Islamic homelands at the expense of the Timur thus accomplished the dissolution of the institution that had been the functional complement of the devshirm in the original system of Ottoman expansionism. A concomitant phenomenon was the increase in wakf lands, nominally corporate religious estates endowed by the pious, which were the only important form of agrarian tenure that was not the ultimate property of the Sultanate. 40 These were traditionally much used as a camouflaging device to render land hereditary in a single family, vested with the administration of the wakf. The early Osmanli rulers had kept a vigilant control of this devout institution. Mehmet II, in fact, had effected a general reappropriation of wakf lands by the state. In the epoch of Ottoman decline, however, wakf holdings multiplied once again, above all in Anatolia and the Arab provinces. The advent and influence of the iltizam system transformed the situation of the peasantry. The Timurid had not been able to evict or to exact dues above the statutory limits prescribed by the Sultan. The landlords of the new epoch brooked no such restrictions. The very brevity of their initial tenures incited them to super-exploitation of the peasants on their estates. In the course of the 18th century, increasing numbers of life farms or malikain were granted by the Porte, which moderated the short-term demands of these rural notables, but stabilized their long-term power over the villages. 41 Thus in the Balkans, the Timur eventually generally gave way to what became known as the shaflik system. The shaflik holder had practically unfettered control of the labor force at his disposal. He could drive his peasants off the land, or prevent them leaving it by entangling them in debt obligations. He could enlarge his own monoreal reserve or hasachaflik at the expense of his tenants' plots, and this became the general pattern. He would typically exact 1/2 of the harvest of the direct producers, who were left with a mere third of their output after payment of the land tax and the fees for its collection. 42 In other words, the condition of the Balkan peasantry sank together with that of the rest of Eastern Europe, towards a common misery. In practice, it was now bound to the soil, and villagers could be legally recovered by landowners if they abandoned their lands. Just as the corn traffic with Western Europe had led to an intensification of the rate of servile exploitation in Poland or Eastern Germany, without occasioning it, so the commercial production of cotton or maize for export along the coasts and up the valleys of Greece, Bulgaria, and Serbia increased landlord pressures on the shafliks, and contributed to their spread. The most distinctive feature of rural relations in the southeast was the breakdown of any firm civic order imposed from above. Banditry became rampant, encouraged by the mountainous relief of the region, which made it the Mediterranean equivalent of flight on the Baltic plains, for the peasantry. Landlords, conversely, maintained bands of armed thugs or Kerjali irregulars on their estates, to protect themselves from revolt and repress their tenantry. 43 For the final term of the long involution of the Ottoman state was the virtually complete paralysis of the Porte and the usurpation of provincial power, first by military pashas in Syria or Egypt, next by dirbeys or valley lords in Anatolia, and then by ayans or dynasties of local notables in Rumlia. By the end of the 18th century, the Sultanate controlled only a fraction of the 26 eyalets into which the imperial administration was formally divided. The protracted decomposition of the Osmanli despotism, however, did not generate any ultimate feudalism. The imperial title to all secular land within the empire was not abandoned, however many malikain grants were made for usufruct of it. The shaflik system never received formal legal sanction, nor were peasants ever juridically bound to the soil. Right down to 1826, the fortunes of the bureaucrats and tax farmers who battened on the subject population could be arbitrarily confiscated by the Sultan at their death. 44 There was no positive security of property, still less any titular nobility. The liquefaction of the old social and political order did not lead to the emergence of any cogent new one. The Osmanli state in the 19th century remained a sodden morass, artificially sustained by the rivalry of the European powers for its inheritance. Poland could be divided between Austria, Prussia, and Russia, because all three were land powers with congruent access and interests in it. The Balkans could not, because there was no compatibility between the three main contenders for dominance of the region, Britain, Austria, and Russia. Britain possessed maritime supremacy in the Mediterranean and commercial primacy in Turkey. The Ottoman market, indeed, imported more English goods by 1850 than France, Italy, Austria, or Russia, making it a vital region for Victorian economic imperialism. British naval and industrial power precluded any harmonious arrangement for the disposition of the Ottoman Empire, balking Russian efforts to partition it. At the same time, the progressive national awakening of Balkan peoples after the Napoleonic epoch prevented any stabilization of the political situation in southeastern Europe. Serbian rebellion had broken out already in 1804, Greek insurrection followed it in 1821. Tsarist invasion in 1828-9 routed Turkish armies, and imposed the formal autonomy of Serbia, Moldavia, and Wallachia from the Porte, while Anglo-French and Russian intervention both secured and confined Greek independence in 1830. These losses, derived from local movements that London or Vienna could not control, still left Turkey with a Balkan Empire stretching from Bosnia to Thessaly, and Albania to Bulgaria. International protection was to delay the ultimate demise of the Ottoman state for nearly a century, inspiring in the interim successive attempts at liberal renovation to conform with Western capitalist norms. These were inaugurated by Mahmud II in the 1820s, in an attempt to modernize the administrative and economic apparatus of the Sultanate. The Janissaries were disbanded, and Timars wound up, Wakeflans were nominally recalled to the imperial treasury, foreign officers were imported to train a new army. Central control was reasserted over the provinces, and the reign of the Dirbeys brought to an end. These measures rapidly proved ineffective to staunch the decay of the imperial system. Mahmud's armies were routed by the Egyptian troops of Mehmet Ali, while his governors and functionaries often proved even more corrupt and oppressive than the local notables before them. Renewed Anglo-French pressure to liberalize and reorganize Ottoman rule followed this debacle. The result was the Tanzimat reforms of the mid-century, more closely geared to Western legal and commercial preoccupations. The rescript of the Rose Chamber in 1839 finally assured juridical security of private property within the empire, and religious equality before the law. 45 Both had been insistently demanded by the diplomatic corps in Istanbul. State property in land, however, still remained dominant in the home countries of the empire. It was not until 1858 that an agrarian law was passed, giving limited rights of inheritance to those in control or usufruct of them. Unsatisfied with this measure, the Western powers pressed for an extension of these rights, which was conceded in 1867, when local landowners finally acquired juridical ownership of their estates. 46 But the artificial character of the new political course soon became evident. When Turkish nationalists attempted to impose a representative constitution, Sultan Abdul Hamid II had little difficulty in reimposing a brutal if rickety personal despotism in 1878. By the end of the century, a stabilization of the office-holding and landowning class had occurred, with the guarantees of security of property afforded by the Tanzimat measures. But otherwise no new social and political order arose within the Ottoman Empire, as it gradually contracted before the successive struggles for liberation fought by the subject Balkan peoples, and the maneuvers of the major European powers to thwart or exploit them. In 1875, a popular revolt in Bulgaria was suppressed. Russia intervened and Turkey was again defeated in the field, while England once more mobilized to save it from the consequences of debacle. The result was a settlement between the European powers which granted full independence to Serbia, Romania, and Montenegro, created an autonomous Bulgaria under residual Ottoman suzerainty, and turned Bosnia over to Austrian control. In the next decade, Greece purchased Thessaly and Bulgaria gained independence. It was the combined frustrations of accelerating imperial decline, and unwanted bureaucratic fixity during Abdul Hamid's rule, that inspired the military officers who came to be known as the Young Turks to seize power by a putsch in 1908. Career ambitions satisfied and Kantian slogans forgotten, the political program of the Young Turks was reduced to further dictatorial centralism and repression of the subject nationalities of the empire. 47 Defeat in the First Balkan War and disintegration in the First World War were its ignominious end. The Ottoman state thus underwent subtractions and modifications in the last century of its existence, but never acquired a new social spring. The old one simply became ever more tortured and broken. The negative reform of abuses was inherently incapable of issuing into a positive reconstruction of the empire, whether in the form of a new political system or a restoration of the old. Feudalism had not presided over the formation of the Ottoman Empire, absolutism was distant from its decline. Attempts by the European powers to align the Porte with the different institutional norms of Vienna, St. Petersburg, or London were equally futile, it belonged to another universe. The abortive reforms of Mahmud II and the Tanzimat epoch, followed by the Hamidian reaction and the Young Turk fiasco, produced neither a Turkish neo-despotism, nor an Eastern absolutism, nor, naturally, a Western parliamentarism. The birth of a new form of state had to wait until the diplomatic conservation of the relics of the old ended with the international conflict of the First World War, which finally released the Osmanli realm from its misery. The Balkans, however, were delivered from Ottoman domination before the denouement in Turkey itself. The expulsion of the whole system of Ottoman occupation from country after country, from the early 19th century onwards, led to an unexpected agrarian pattern in the peninsula, distinct from that of the rest of both Eastern and Western Europe. Romania, historically a late no-man's land between the Balkan and Transylvangian types of regional development, experienced the strangest twist of all the new countries that emerged after 1815. For it became the one country in Europe where a true second serfdom, unquestionably determined by the grain trade, occurred after a first serfdom had previously come to an end. The Romanian lands had, as we have seen, been uniquely left under their own boyar class by the Ottoman state, when it overran them in the 16th century. The formation of a stratified rural society with seigneurial lords and a subject peasantry had been very recent, because of the long retardation imposed on this area by predator nomadic rule, which only came to an end with the gradual expulsion of the Cumans and Tartars in the 13th century. 48 Communal village property was widespread down to the 14th century, and it was only with the emergence of the Moldavian and Wallachian principalities in the 15th century that a landed aristocracy took shape. At first exploiting the rural producers fiscally rather than feudally, much in the fashion of the Turkic nomads that had schooled it. 49 The brief unification of the two states by Michael I in the late 16th century marked the generalized adscription of the Romanian peasantry. Serfdom was thereafter consolidated under Ottoman overlordship. In the 18th century, the Porte entrusted administration of these provinces to Greek Phanariot families from Istanbul, who came to form an intermediate ruling dynasty of so-called hospodars in the principalities, where tax collection and trade were already controlled by expatriate Greeks. Boyar monorealism was now increasingly harassed by peasant resistance, in the characteristic Eastern form of mass flights to escape dues and taxes. Austrian officials, anxious to settle the newly won Habsburg borderlands in southeastern Europe, calculatedly offered Romanian refugees haven across the frontiers. 50 Seriously concerned with the deteriorating labor situation in the principalities, the Sultan in 1744 ordered one of the hospodars, Constantine Mavrocordatos, to pacify and repopulate the principalities. Influenced by the European Enlightenment, Mavrocordatos decreed the gradual abolition of servile bonds in both Wallachia and Moldavia, by granting every peasant the right to purchase emancipation. 51 A measure facilitated by the absence of any equivalent juridical category of serfdom within the Turkish-administered provinces of the empire. There was in this century no export trade in cereals because the Porte controlled a state commercial monopoly, and merely shipped tribute in kind down to Istanbul. However, the Treaty of Adrianople in 1829, which gave Russia virtually co-suzerainty over the Romanian lands with Turkey, abrogated Ottoman export controls. The result was a sudden and spectacular grain boom along the Danube. For by the mid-19th century, the advent of the Industrial Revolution in Western Europe had created a capitalist world market of a type that had never existed in the 16th and 17th centuries, with a pulling power that could transform backward agrarian regions within a few decades. Corn output in the Romanian principalities doubled from 1,829 to 32, and export values from 1,831 to 3. The acreage of cereal cultivation actually increased 10 times within a decade, from 1830 to 1,840.52. The rural labor for this phenomenal growth was found by reimposing servile obligations on the Romanian peasantry and stepping up labor services to levels greater than those before Mavrocordatos's decrees in the previous century. The one genuine case of a second serfdom in Europe was thus the work of industrial, not mercantile capitalism, and it could only have been so. Here, direct and massive inter-economic causality, operating across the length of the continent, was possible, where it had never been 2 or 3 centuries earlier. The Romanian peasantry remained depressed and land-hungry thereafter, in conditions very similar to those of the Russian peasantry. Servile restrictions were once again legally abolished by a reform in 1864, directly modeled on the Tsarist proclamation of 1861, as in Russia, the countryside remained dominated by feudal landlords down to the First World War. Romania, however, was the exception in the Balkans. Virtually everywhere else, something like the opposite process occurred. For in Croatia, Serbia, Bulgaria, and Greece, the local aristocracies had been wiped out by Ottoman conquest, the land directly annexed to the Sultanate, and Turkish occupiers planted on it, by the 19th century, mostly the powerful and parasitic class of local Iron notables. Successive national revolts and wars of liberation now drove Turkish armies out of Serbia, Greece, and Bulgaria. The conquest of political independence in these countries was thus automatically accompanied by an economic upheaval in the countryside. For Turkish landlords normally and comprehensibly decamped with the troops that had guarded them, abandoning their estates to the peasants that had tilled them. This pattern varied considerably, according to the duration of the independence struggle. Wherever it was slow and protracted, as in Serbia and Greece, there was much more time for a native landowning stratum to emerge and expand in the course of it, appropriating shifliks outright in the later phases. Wealthy Greek families, for example, bought many Turkish estates intact in Thessaly, when it was acquired from the Porte in 1881.53 in Bulgaria. On the other hand, the briefer and fiercer tempo of the independence struggle gave much less opportunity for such transfers to happen. But in all 3 countries, the ultimate rural economy that emerged was very similar. 54 Independent Bulgaria, Greece, and Serbia became essentially countries of small peasant proprietors, at a time when Prussia, Poland, Hungary, and Russia were still lands of noble latifundia. Rural exploitation, naturally, did not come to an end. Usurers, merchants, and functionaries now related in new forms in the independent states. But the fundamental agrarian pattern of the Balkan countries remained based on petty production, amidst increasing overpopulation, divided holdings, and village debts. The recession of Turkish rule signified the end of traditional landlordism. Eastern Europe suffered a common social and economic backwardness at the turn of the 20th century, which separated it from Western Europe, but the southeast remained a peninsula apart, within it. 3 conclusions. Conclusions. The Ottoman state, occupant of southeastern Europe for 500 years, camped in the continent without ever becoming naturalized into its social or political system. It always remained largely a stranger to European culture, as an Islamic intrusion into Christendom, and has posed intractable problems of presentation to unitary histories of the continent to this day. In fact, the long and intimate presence on European soil of a social formation and state structure in such contrast with the prevalent pattern of the continent, provides an apposite measure against which to assess the historical specificity of European society before the advent of industrial capitalism. From the Renaissance onwards, indeed, European political thinkers in the age of absolutism repeatedly sought to define the character of their own world by opposition with that of the Turkish order, so close and yet so remote from it. None of them reduced the distance simply or mainly to one of religion. Machiavelli, in the Italy of the early 16th century, was the first theorist to use the Ottoman state as the antithesis of a European monarchy. In two central passages of The Prince, he singled out the autocratic bureaucracy of the Porte as an institutional order which separated it from all the states of Europe. The entire Turkish Empire is ruled by one master, and all other men are his servants. He divides his kingdom into sanjaks and dispatches various administrators to govern them, whom he transfers and changes at his pleasure. They are all slaves, bounden to him. One he added that the type of standing army at the disposal of the Osmanli rulers was something unknown anywhere else in the continent at the time. No prince today possesses professional troops entrenched in the government and administration of the provinces. The Turk is an exception, for he controls a permanent army of 12,000 infantry and 15,000 cavalry, on which the security and strength of his realm rests. The supreme principle of his power is to safeguard its loyalty. To these reflections, it has rightly been pointed out by Chabad, constitute one of the first implicit approaches to a self-definition of Europe. 360 years later, in the throes of the religious wars in France, Baudin developed a political contrast between monarchies bound by respect for the persons and goods of their subjects, and empires unrestricted in their dominion over them. The first represented the royal sovereignty of European states, the second the lordly power of despotism such as the Ottoman state, which were essentially foreign to Europe. The king of the Turks is called the Grand Signior, not because of the size of his realm, for that of the king of Spain is 10 times larger, but because he is complete master of its persons and property. Only the servitors brought up and trained in his household are called slaves. But the Timurites, of whom his subjects are tenants, are merely vested with their timars at his sufferance. Their grants must be renewed every decade, and when they die their heirs can inherit only their movable goods. There are no such lordly monarchies elsewhere in Europe. The peoples of Europe, prouder and more warlike than those of Asia or Africa, have never tolerated or known a lordly monarchy since the time of the Hungarian invasions. For in the England of the early 17th century, Bacon emphasized that the fundamental distinction between European and Turkish systems was the social absence of a hereditary aristocracy in the Ottoman realm. A monarchy where there is no nobility at all, is ever a pure and absolute tyranny, as that of the Turks. For nobility attempers sovereignty, and draws the eyes of the people somewhat aside from the line royal. 2 decades later, after the overthrow of the Stuart monarchy, the Republican Harrington shifted the stress of the contrast to the economic foundations of the Ottoman Empire as the basic line of division between Turkish and European states. The Sultan's juridical monopoly of landed property was the real hallmark of the Porte. If one man be sole landlord of a territory, or overbalance the people, for example, 3 parts in 4, he is Grand Signior, for so the Turk is called from his property, and his empire is absolute monarchy. It being unlawful in Turkey that any should possess land but the Grand Signior 6. By the late 17th century, the power of the Ottoman state had passed its peak. The tone of comment on it now perceptibly altered. For the first time, the theme of the historical superiority of Europe started to become central to discussion of the Turkish system, while the defects of the latter were generalized to all the great empires of Asia. This new step was taken, decisively, in the writings of the French physician Bernis, who traveled through the Turkish, Persian, and Mughal realms, and became the personal doctor of the Emperor Aurangzeb in India. On his return to France, he projected Mughal India as a yet more extreme version of Ottoman Turkey. The basis of the desolate tyranny of both, he reported, was the absence of private property in land, whose effects he graphically compared to the smiling countryside ruled by Louis XIV. How insignificant is the wealth and strength of Turkey in comparison with its natural advantages. Let us only suppose that country as populous and cultivated as it would become if the right of private property were acknowledged, and we cannot doubt that it could maintain armies as prodigious as formerly. I have traveled through nearly every part of the empire, and witnessed how lamentably it is ruined and depopulated. Take away the right of private property in land, and you introduce, as an infallible consequence, tyranny, slavery, injustice, beggary and barbarism. The ground will cease to be cultivated and become a wilderness, the road will be open to the destruction of nations, the ruin of kings and states. It is the hope by which a man is animated that he shall retain the fruits of his industry, and transmit them to his descendants, that forms the main foundation of everything excellent and beneficial in this world, and if we take a review of the different kingdoms of the globe, we shall find that they prosper or decline according as it is acknowledged or condemned. In a word, it is the prevalence or neglect of this principle which changes and diversifies the face of the earth. 7 Bernays Acrid account of the Orient exercised a deep influence on subsequent generations of thinkers, during the Enlightenment. In the early 18th century, Montesquieu echoed his depiction of the Turkish state closely. The Grand Seigneur grants most of the land to his soldiers and disposes of it at his whim. He can seize the entire inheritance of the officers of his empire. When a subject dies without male descent, his daughters are left with the mere usufruct of his goods, for the Turkish ruler acquires the ownership of them. The result is that possession of most assets in society is precarious. There is no despotism so injurious as that whose prince declares himself proprietor of all landed estates and heir of all subjects. The consequence is always the abandonment of cultivation, and if the ruler interferes in trade, the ruin of every industry. 8. By now, of course, European colonial expansion had explored and traversed virtually the whole globe, and the scope of political notions originally derived from the specific encounter with the Ottoman state in the Balkans had expanded accordingly, to the confines of China and beyond. Montesquieu's work thus embodied for the first time a full-scale comparative theory of what he categorically termed despotism as a general extra-European form of government, whose whole structure was opposed to the principles born of European feudalism, in de l'esprit de Lois. The generality of the concept nevertheless retained a traditional geographical denotation, explained by the influence of climate and terrain. Asia is that region of the world where despotism is so to speak naturally domiciled. 9. Bequeathed by the Enlightenment, the fortunes of the notion of Oriental despotism in the 19th century are famous and need not concern us here. 10. It will suffice to say that from Hegel onwards most of the same basic conceptions of Asian society were retained, whose intellectual function was always to draw a radical contrast between European history, whose original specificity Montesquieu had located in feudalism and whose modern descendant he had discerned in absolutism, and the destiny of other continents. In this century, Marxist scholars, persuaded of the universality of the successive phases of socio-economic development registered in Europe, have by contrast generally asserted that feudalism was a worldwide phenomenon, embracing Asian or African states as much as European. Ottoman, Egyptian, Moroccan, Persian, Indian, Mongolian or Chinese feudalism have been discerned and studied. Political reaction against the imperial ideologies of European superiority has led to intellectual extension of historiographic concepts derived from the past of one continent to explain the evolution of others, or all. No term has undergone such an indiscriminate and pervasive diffusion as that of feudalism, which has often in practice been applied to any social formation between tribal and capitalist poles of identity, unstamped by slavery. The feudal mode of production is minimally defined in this usage as the combination of large land ownership with small peasant production, where the exploiting class extracts the surplus from the immediate producer by customary forms of extra-economic coercion, labor services, deliveries in kind, or rents in cash, and where commodity exchange and labor mobility are correspondingly restricted. 11 This complex is presented as the economic nucleus of feudalism, which can subsist within a wide number of alternative political shells. In other words, juridical and constitutional systems become facultative and external elaborations on an invariant productive center. Political and legal superstructures are divorced from the economic infrastructure that alone constitutes the actual feudal mode of production as such. In this view, now widespread among contemporary Marxist scholars, the type of agrarian property, the nature of the possessing class, and the matrix of the state may vary enormously, above a common rural order at the base of the whole social formation. In particular, the parcellized sovereignty, vassal hierarchy, and fief system of medieval Europe cease to be in any respect original or essential characteristics of feudalism. Their complete absence is compatible with the presence of a feudal social formation, so long as a combination of large-scale agrarian exploitation and peasant production, founded on extra-economic relations of coercion and dependence, obtains. Thus Ming China, Seljuk Turkey, Genghizid Mongolia, Safavid Persia, Mughal India, Tulunid Egypt, Umayyad Syria, Almoravid Morocco, Wahhabite Arabia, all become equally amenable to classification as feudal, on a par with Cape Tien France, Norman England, or Hohenstaufen Germany. In the course of this inquiry, 3 representative examples of such categorization have been encountered, as we have seen, the nomadic Tartar confederations, the Byzantine Empire, and the Ottoman Sultanate have each of them been designated feudal states by serious scholars of their respective histories, 12 who have argued that their overt superstructural divergences from Western norms concealed an underlying convergence of infrastructural relations of production. All privilege to Western development is thereby held to disappear, in the multiform process of a world history secretly single from the start. Feudalism, in this version of materialist historiography, becomes an absolving ocean in which virtually any society may receive its baptism. The scientific invalidity of this theoretical ecumenicism can be demonstrated from the logical paradox in which it results. For if, in effect, the feudal mode of production can be defined independently of the variant juridical and political superstructures which accompany it, such that its presence can be registered throughout the globe wherever primitive and tribal social formations were superseded, the problem then arises: how is the unique dynamism of the European theater of international feudalism to be explained? No historian has yet claimed that industrial capitalism developed spontaneously anywhere else except in Europe and its American extension, which then, precisely, conquered the rest of the world by virtue of this economic primacy, arresting or implanting the capitalist mode of production abroad according to the needs and drives of its own imperial system. If there was a common economic foundation of feudalism right across the whole land mass from the Atlantic to the Pacific, divided merely by juridical and constitutional forms, and yet only one zone produced the industrial revolution that was eventually to lead to the transformation of all societies everywhere, the determinant of its transcendent success must be sought in the political and legal superstructures that alone distinguished it. Laws and states, dismissed as secondary and insubstantial, re-emerge with a vengeance, as the apparent authors of the most momentous break in modern history. In other words, once the whole structure of sovereignty and legality is dissociated from the economy of a universal feudalism, its shadow paradoxically governs the world, for it becomes the only principle capable of explaining the differential development of the whole mode of production. The very omnipresence of feudalism in this conception reduces the fate of the continents to the surface play of mere local usages. A color-blind materialism, incapable of appreciating the real and rich spectrum of diverse social totalities within the same temporal band of history, thus inevitably ends in a perverse idealism. The solution to the paradox lies, obvious yet unremarked, in the very definition given by Marx of pre-capitalist social formations. All modes of production in class societies prior to capitalism extract surplus labor from the immediate producers by means of extra economic coercion. Capitalism is the first mode of production in history in which the means whereby the surplus is pumped out of the direct producer is purely economic in form, the wage contract, the equal exchange between free agents which reproduces, hourly and daily, inequality and oppression. All other previous modes of exploitation operate through extra economic sanctions, customary, religious, legal, or political. It is therefore on principle always impossible to read them off from economic relations as such. The superstructures of kinship, religion, law, or the state necessarily enter into the constitutive structure of the mode of production in pre-capitalist social formations. They intervene directly in the internal nexus of surplus extraction, where in capitalist social formations, the first in history to separate the economy as a formally self-contained order, they provide by contrast its external preconditions. In consequence, pre-capitalist modes of production cannot be defined except via their political, legal, and ideological superstructures, since these are what determine the type of extra-economic coercion that specifies them. The precise forms of juridical dependence, property, and sovereignty that characterize a pre-capitalist social formation, far from being merely accessory or contingent epiphenomena, compose on the contrary the central indices of the determinate mode of production dominant within it. A scrupulous and exact taxonomy of these legal and political configurations is thus a precondition of establishing any comprehensive typology of pre-capitalist modes of production. 13. It is evident, in fact, that the complex imbrication of economic exploitation with extra-economic institutions and ideologies creates a much wider gamut of possible modes of production prior to capitalism than could be deduced from the relatively simple and massive generality of the capitalist mode of production itself, which came to be their common and involuntary terminus ad quern in the epoch of industrial imperialism. Any a priori temptation to pre-align the former with the uniformity of the latter should thus be resisted. The possibility of a plurality of post-tribal and non-slave, pre-capitalist modes of production is inherent in their mechanisms of surplus extraction. The immediate producers and the means of production, comprising both the tools of labor and the objects of labor, e.g. land, are always dominated by the exploiting class through the prevalent property system, the nodal intersection between law and economy, but because property relations are themselves directly articulated on the political and ideological order, which indeed often expressly governs their distribution, the total apparatus of exploitation always extends upwards into the sphere of the superstructures themselves. Social relations in their totality form what is now designated property, wrote Marx to Anenkoff. 14. This does not mean that juridical ownership itself is therefore a mere fiction or illusion, that can be waived or dispelled by a direct analysis of the economic substructure beneath it, a procedure which leads straight to the logical collapse already indicated. It means that for historical materialism, on the contrary, juridical property can never be separated either from economic production or politico-ideological power. Its absolutely central position within any mode of production derives from its linkage of the two, which in pre-capitalist social formations becomes an outright and official fusion. It is thus no accident that Marx devoted virtually the whole of his pivotal manuscript on pre-capitalist societies in the Grundrisse, his only work of systematic theoretical comparison of different modes of production, to a profound analysis of the forms of agrarian property in successive or contemporary modes of production in Europe, Asia, and America. The guiding thread of the whole text is the changing character and position of land ownership, and its interlocking relationship with political systems, from primitive tribalism to the eve of capitalism. We have already seen that Marx specifically distinguishes nomadic pastoralism from all forms of sedentary agriculture as a distinct mode of production, based on collective property of immobile wealth and individual property of mobile wealth, contrary to later Marxist writers. 15. It is thus no surprise either that Marx emphasized that one of the fundamental traits defining feudalism was private, noble property in land. His comments on Kovalevsky's study of the dissolution of communal village property are in this respect especially revealing. Kovalevsky, a young Russian historian who admired and corresponded with Marx, dedicated a substantial portion of his work to what he claimed was the slow emergence of feudalism in India, after the Muslim conquests. He did not dismiss the political and legal differences between the Mughal and European agrarian systems as altogether unimportant, and conceded that the juridical persistence of exclusive imperial ownership of land led to a lower intensity of feudalization in India than in Europe. But he nevertheless argued that in reality an extended fief system, with a full hierarchy of sub-infeudation, had developed into an Indian feudalism before British conquest broke off its consolidation. 16 Although Kovalevsky's study was to a considerable extent influenced by his own work, and the tone of his unpublished notes on the copy sent to him by the Russian scholar was generally benevolent. It is striking that Marx repeatedly criticized those passages where Kovalevsky assimilated Indian or Islamic socio-economic institutions to those of European feudalism. The most trenchant and illuminating of these interventions rejecting the attribution of a feudal mode of production to Mughal India reads, on the grounds that the benefice system, sale of offices, and commendation are to be found in India, Kovalevsky regards this as feudalism in the Western European sense. Kovalevsky forgets, among other things, that serfdom, which represents an important element in feudalism, does not exist in India. Moreover, as for the individual role of feudal lords as protectors not merely of unfree but also of free peasants, this plays an insignificant role in India, apart from the waifs. Nor do we encounter that poetry of the soil so characteristic of Romano-Germanic feudalism in India, any more than in Rome. In India, land is nowhere noble in the sense of being, for example, inalienable to commoners. On the other hand, Kovalevsky himself sees one fundamental difference, the absence of patrimonial justice in the field of civil law in the empire of the Great Mughal 17. Elsewhere Marx again pointedly contradicted Kovalevsky's claim that the Muslim conquest of India, by imposing the Islamic land tax or carriage on the peasantry, thereby converted hitherto allodial into feudal property. The payment of the carriage did not transform their lands into feudal property, any more than the impôt fonder rendered French landed property feudal. All Kovalevsky's descriptions here are in the highest degree useless. 18. Nor was the nature of the state similar to that of the feudal principalities of Europe. By Indian law political power was not subject to division between sons, thereby an important source of European feudalism was blocked up. 19. These critical passages show very clearly that Marx himself was well aware of the dangers of a promiscuous extension of the rubric of feudalism beyond Europe, and refused to accept the India of the Delhi Sultanate or the Mughal Empire as a feudal social formation. His marginalia reveal, moreover, an extreme penetration and sensitivity towards precisely those superstructural forms whose irreducible importance for the classification of pre-capitalist modes of production has just been emphasized. Thus his objections to Kovalevsky's designation of Indian agrarian society after the Islamic conquest as feudal cover virtually the whole range of legal, political, social, military, judicial, fiscal, and ideological fields. They could perhaps be summarized, without undue stretching, thus: feudalism typically involves the juridical serfdom and military protection of the peasantry by a social class of nobles, enjoying individual authority and property, and exercising an exclusive monopoly of law and private rights of justice, within a political framework of fragmented sovereignty and subordinate fiscally, and an aristocratic ideology exalting rural life. It will be seen at once how remote this comprehensive heuristic schedule is from the few, simple tabs since often used to label a social formation as feudal. To revert to our initial point of departure, there can be no question that Marx's own view of feudalism, in this condensed definition, excluded the Turkish Sultanate from its scope, a state that was, in fact, in many ways the inspiration and model of Mughal India. The contrast so intensely felt by contemporaries between European and Ottoman historical forms was thus well founded. The Turkish socio-political order was radically distinct from that which characterized Europe as a whole, whether in the western or eastern regions of the continent. European feudalism had, in fact, no likeness anywhere in the geographical zones abutting onto it. It was, at the far occidental extremity of the Eurasian landmass, alone. The original feudal mode of production which triumphed during the early Middle Ages was never simply composed of an elementary set of economic indices. Serfdom provided, of course, the primary groundwork of the total system of surplus extraction. But the combination of large-scale agrarian property controlled by an exploiting class, with small-scale production by a tied peasantry, in which surplus labor was pressed out of the latter by corvées or dues in kind, was in its generality a very widespread pattern throughout the pre-industrial world. Virtually any post-tribal social formation that did not rest on slavery or nomadism, revealed in this sense forms of landlordism. The singularity of feudalism was never exhausted merely by the existence of seigneurial and serf classes as such. 20 It was their specific organization in a vertically articulated system of parcellized sovereignty and scalar property that distinguished the feudal mode of production in Europe. It was this concrete nexus which spelled out the precise type of extra-economic coercion exercised over the direct producer. The fusion of vassalage benefice immunity to produce the fief system proper created an entirely sui generis pattern of sovereignty and dependence, in Marx's words. The peculiarity of this system lay in the double character of the relationship it established, both between the immediate producers and the stratum of non-producers appropriating their surplus labor, and within the exploiting class of non-producers themselves. For the fief was in essence an economic grant of land, conditional on performance of military service, and vested with judicial rights over the peasantry tilling it. It was consequently always an amalgam of property and sovereignty, in which the partial nature of the one was matched by the private character of the other. Conditional tenure was structurally linked to individual jurisdiction. The original dilution of absolute ownership in land was thus complemented by the fragmentation of public authority in a stepped hierarchy. At the level of the village itself, the result was the emergence of a class of nobles enjoying personal rights of exploitation and jurisdiction over dependent peasants, consecrated in law. Inherent in this configuration was rural residence by the possessing class, as opposed to the urban location of the aristocracies of classical antiquity. The exercise of seigneurial protection and justice presupposed the direct presence of the feudal nobility in the countryside itself, symbolized by the castles of the medieval period and later idealized in the poetry of the soil of the subsequent epoch. The individual property and power which was the mark of the feudal class in the agrarian landscape could consequently be accompanied by an organizing role in production itself, whose typical form in Europe was the manor. The division of the manorial estate into the lord's domain and tenants' vergates reproduced below, as we have seen, the scalar economic articulation characteristic of the feudal system as a whole. Above, the prevalence of the fief established unique internal bonds within the nobility. For the combination of vassalage, benefice, and immunity into a single complex created the ambivalent mixture of contractual reciprocity and dependent subordination which always set a true feudal aristocracy off from any other form of exploitative warrior class, in alternative modes of production. Enfeoffment was a synallagmatic contract. 21 The oath of homage and the act of investment bound both parties to the respect of specific obligations and the performance of specific duties. Felony was a rupture of this contract which could be committed by vassal or lord, and freed either side if injured from its terms. At the same time, this synallagmatic pact was also the hierarchical dominion of a superior over his inferior. The vassal was the liege man of his lord, and owed him personal, bodily fealty. The composite ethos of the feudal nobility thus held honor and loyalty together in a dynamic tension foreign to either the free citizenry of classical antiquity, which in Greece or Rome had known only the first, or the servitors of a despotic authority like the Sultanism of Turkey, who knew only the second. Contractual mutuality and positional inequality were merged in the full device of the fief. The result was to generate an aristocratic ideology which rendered compatible pride of rank and humility of homage, legal fixity of obligations and personal fidelity of allegiance. 22 The moral dualism of this feudal code was rooted in the fusion and diffusion of economic and political powers within the mode of production as a whole. Conditional property instituted the subordination of the vassal within a social hierarchy of lordship. Parcellized sovereignty, on the other hand, vested the feoffee with autonomous jurisdiction over those below him. Both were solemnized by transactions between particularized individuals within the noble estate as a whole. Aristocratic power and property were quintessentially personal, at all levels of the chain of protection and dependence. This politico-legal structure, in turn, had further critical consequences. The overall parcellization of sovereignty permitted the growth of autonomous towns in the interstitial spaces between disparate lordships. A separate and universal church could cross-cut all secular principalities, concentrating cultural skills and religious sanctions in its own independent clerical organization. Moreover, within each particular realm of medieval Europe, an estate system could develop which characteristically represented in a tripartite assembly the nobility, clergy, and burghers as distinct orders within the feudal polity. The basic precondition of such an estate system was, once again, the detotalization of sovereignty, which conferred on the members of the aristocratic ruling class of the society private prerogatives of justice and administration, such that their collective consent was necessary for any extra-suzerain actions by the monarchy at the top of the feudal hierarchy, outside the mediatized chain of personal obligations and rights. Medieval parliaments were thus a necessary and logical extension of the traditional presentation of auxilium et concilium, aid and advice, by the vassal to his overlord. Their ambiguity of function, instruments of royal will or devices of baronial resistance to it, was inherent in the contradictory unity of the feudal compact itself, at once reciprocal and unequal itself. Geographically, as we have seen, the full feudal complex was born in continental Western Europe, in the former Carolingian lands. It thereafter expanded slowly and unevenly outwards, first to England, Spain, and Scandinavia, later, and less perfectly, it spread into Eastern Europe, where its constituent elements and phases underwent numerous local dislocations and torsions, without the region ever losing an unmistakable general affinity with Western Europe, as its comparatively undeveloped periphery. The boundaries of European feudalism, so formed, were fundamentally set neither by religion nor by topography, although both manifestly overdetermined them. Christendom was never coextensive with this mode of production. There was no feudalism in medieval Ethiopia or Lebanon. Nomadic pastoralism, adapted to the arid terrain of much of Central Asia, the Middle East and North Africa, for long periods bordered Europe on every side, except for the Atlantic, across which the latter would eventually escape to dominate the world. But the frontiers between nomadism and feudalism were not drawn in any linear fashion merely by topography. The Pannonian Plain and the Ukrainian steppe, classical habitats of predatory pastoralism, were both ultimately integrated into the sedentary agriculture of Europe. Feudalism, born in the western sector of Europe, propagated itself in the eastern sector by force of settlement and example. Conquest played an additional, but subordinate role. Its most spectacular achievement also proved to be its most ephemeral, in the Levant. Unlike either the slave mode of production before it or the capitalist mode of production after it, the feudal mode of production as such did not lend itself to imperialist expansionism on a wide scale. 23 Although each baronial class strove ceaselessly to widen its area of power by military aggression, the construction of vast territorial empires was precluded by the systematic fission of authority that defined the feudalism of medieval Europe. There was consequently no superordinate political unification of the different ethnic communities of the continent. A common religion and learned language linked together states otherwise culturally and constitutionally separate from each other. The dispersal of sovereignty in European feudalism permitted the great diversity of populations and tongues within the continent after the Germanic and Slavic migrations to subsist. No medieval state was founded on nationality, and aristocracies were often mobile in trajectory, undergoing transplantation from one territory to another, but the very divisions of the dynastic map of Europe allowed the consolidation of ethnic and linguistic plurality beneath it. The feudal mode of production, itself wholly pre-national in character, objectively prepared the possibility of a multinational state system in the epoch of its subsequent transition to capitalism. A final trait of European feudalism, born of conflict and synthesis between two anterior modes of production, was thus the extreme differentiation and internal ramification of its cultural and political universe. In any comparative perspective, this was not the least important of the peculiarities of the continent. Feudalism as a historical category was a coinage of the Enlightenment. Ever since it first entered circulation, the question has been debated as to whether the phenomenon existed outside Europe, where it obtained its name. Montesquieu, as is well known, declared it to be wholly singular. It was an event which happened once in the world and will perhaps never happen again. 24 Voltaire's disagreement is equally notorious. Feudalism is not an event, it is a very old form which, with different administrations, subsists in 3/4 of our hemisphere. 25 Clearly, feudalism was indeed an institutional form rather than an instantaneous event, but the latitude of the differences of administration attributed to it, as we have seen, has often tended to evacuate it of any determinate identity altogether. 26 On balance, there is no doubt today that Montesquieu, with a much deeper historical sense, was nearer to the truth. Modern research has only discovered one major region of the world where a feudal mode of production comparable to that of Europe indisputably prevailed. At the other extreme end of the Eurasian landmass, beyond the Oriental empires familiar to the Enlightenment, the islands of Japan were to reveal a social panorama that vividly recalled the medieval past to European travelers and observers of the later 19th century, after Commodore Perry's arrival in the Bay of Yokohama in 1853 had brought to an end its long seclusion from the outside world. Within little more than a decade, Marx himself commented in Capital, published in the year before the Meiji Restoration, Japan with its purely feudal organization of landed property and its developed petite culture, gives a much truer picture of the European Middle Ages than all our history books. 27 In this century, scholarly opinion has overwhelmingly concurred in considering Japan to have been the historical site of an authentic feudalism. 28 For our purposes here, the essential interest of this Far Eastern feudalism lies in its distinctive combination of structural similarities and dynamic divergences from European evolution. The Japanese feudalism, which emerged as a developed mode of production from the 14th to 15th centuries onwards, after a long period of prior incubation, was characterized by essentially the same essential nexus as European feudalism, the fusion of vassalage, benefice, and immunity into a fief system which constituted the basic politico-legal framework in which surplus labor was extracted from the direct producer. The links between military service, conditional land ownership, and seigneurial jurisdiction were faithfully reproduced in Japan. The graded hierarchy between lord, vassal, and rear vassal, to form a chain of suzerainty and dependence, was equally present. An aristocracy of mounted knights formed a hereditary ruling class, the peasantry was juridically bound to the soil in a close replica of glebe serfdom. Japanese feudalism also, of course, possessed local traits of its own, which contrasted with European feudalism. The technical conditions of riziculture dictated different village structures, which lacked a three-field system. The Japanese manor, for its part, rarely contained a domain or home farm. More importantly, within the intra-feudal relationship between lord and overlord, above the village level, vassalage tended to predominate over benefice. The personal bond of homage was traditionally stronger than the material bond of investiture. The feudal compact was less contractual and specific than in Europe, the duties of a vassal were more diffuse and the rights of his liege more imperative. Within the peculiar balance of honor and subordination, reciprocity and inequality, which marked the feudal tie, the Japanese variant was consistently tilted towards the second term. Although clan organization was, as in all true feudal social formations, superseded, the expressive code of the lord-vassal relationship was provided by the language of kinship, rather than the elements of law. The authority of the lord over his follower was more patriarchal and questionable than in Europe. Seigneurial felony was foreign as a concept, vassal courts did not exist, legalism generally was very limited. The most critical general consequence of the more authoritarian and asymmetrical cast of the intra-seigneurial hierarchy in Japan was the absence of any estate system, either at regional or national level. This was undoubtedly the most important political line of division between Japanese and European feudalism, considered as self-enclosed structures. But having registered these significant second-order differences, the fundamental resemblance between the two historical configurations as a whole are unmistakable. Above all, Japanese feudalism too was defined by a rigorous parcelization of sovereignty and scalar private property in land. Parcelization of sovereignty, indeed, achieved a more organized, systematic and stable form in Tokugawa Japan than it ever did in any European country, while scalar private property in land was actually more universal in feudal Japan than in medieval Europe, since there were no allodial tenures in the countryside. The basic parallelism of the two great experiences of feudalism, at the opposite ends of Eurasia, was ultimately to receive its most arresting confirmation of all, in the posterior destiny of each zone. European feudalism, as we have seen, proved the gateway to capitalism. It was the economic dynamic of the feudal mode of production in Europe which released the elements for primitive accumulation of capital on a continental scale, and it was the social order of the Middle Ages which preceded and prepared the ascent of the bourgeois class that accomplished it. The full capitalist mode of production, launched by the Industrial Revolution, was the gift and malediction of Europe to the globe. Today, in the second half of the 20th century, only one major region outside Europe, or its overseas settlements, has achieved an advanced industrial capitalism, Japan. The socio-economic preconditions of Japanese capitalism, as modern historical research has amply demonstrated, lie deep in the Nipponic feudalism which so struck Marx and Europeans in the later 19th century. For no other area of the world already contains such propitious internal constituents for a rapid industrialization. Just as in Western Europe, feudal agriculture had generated remarkable levels of productivity, perhaps greater than most of monsoon Asia today. There too, there had emerged a pervasive market-centered landlordism, in a countryside whose overall index of commercialization was astonishingly high, possibly a half or more of total output. Moreover, and even more tellingly, late feudal Japan had witnessed a type of urbanization probably without equivalent anywhere else except in contemporary Europe. In the early 18th century, its capital Edo was larger than London or Paris, and perhaps 1 out of every 10 inhabitants lived in towns over 10,000 in size. Last, but not least, the educational stock of the country bore comparison with the most developed nations of Western Europe. On the eve of the Western opening up of Japan, some 40 to 50% of the adult male population were illiterate. The formidable speed and success with which industrial capitalism was implanted in Japan by the Meiji Restoration had their determinate historical presuppositions in the uniquely advanced character of the society which was the bequest of Tokugawa feudalism. Yet at the same time there was a decisive divergence between European and Japanese development. For although Japan was ultimately to achieve a tempo of industrialization more rapid than that of any capitalist country in Europe or North America, the fundamental impetus for its tempestuous transition to the capitalist mode of production in the late 19th and 20th century was exogenous. It was the impact of Western imperialism on Japanese feudalism that suddenly galvanized internal forces into a total transformation of the traditional order. The depth of these changes was in no way already within reach of the Tokugawa realm. When Perry's squadron anchored off Yokohama in 1853, the historical gap between Japan and the Euro-American powers menacing it was, despite everything, enormous. Japanese agriculture was remarkably commercialized at the level of distribution, but it was far less so at the level of production itself. For feudal dues, predominantly collected in kind, still accounted for the bulk of the surplus product, even if they were finally converted into cash. Direct farming for the market remained subsidiary within the rural economy as a whole. Japanese cities were huge urban agglomerations, with very sophisticated financial and exchange institutions. But manufactures were still rudimentary in character, dominated by artisanal crafts organized in traditional guilds. Factories proper were virtually unknown, wage labor was not yet organized on any major scale, technology was simple and archaic. Japanese education was a mass phenomenon, which had made perhaps every other man literate. But culturally, the country was still overwhelmingly backward compared with its Western antagonists. There was no growth of science, little development of law, scarcely any philosophy, even less political or economic theory, and a virtually complete absence of critical history. In other words, nothing remotely comparable to the Renaissance had touched its shores. It was thus logical that the structure of the state itself was fragmented and frozen in form. Japan knew a long and rich experience of feudalism, but it never produced an absolutism. The Tokugawa shogunate Ujiichi presided over the islands for the last 2.5 centuries of its existence before the intrusion of the industrialized West, assured a long peace and maintained a rigorous order, but its regime was the negation of an absolutist state. The shogunate commanded no monopoly of coercion in Japan. Regional lords kept their own armies, whose total was greater than the troops of the Tokugawa house itself. It enforced no uniform law. The writ of its own regulations basically ran only over a fifth to a quarter of the country. It possessed no bureaucracy with competence throughout the area of its suzerainty. Every major fief had its own separate and autonomous administration. It collected no national taxation. 3/4 of the land lay outside its fiscal reach. It conducted no diplomacy. Official seclusion forbade regular relations to be established with the external world. Army, fiscally, bureaucracy, legality, and diplomacy, all the key institutional complexes of absolutism in Europe were defective or missing. The political distance in this respect between Japan and Europe, the two homelands of feudalism, manifests and symbolizes the profound disjuncture in their historical development. A comparison, not of the nature, but of the position of feudalism within the trajectory of each, is necessary and instructive here. The feudal mode of production in Europe, as we have seen, was the result of a fusion of elements released from the shock and dissolution of two antagonistic modes of production anterior to it, the slave mode of production of classical antiquity, and the primitive communal modes of production of the tribal populations on its periphery. The slow Romano-Germanic synthesis during the Dark Ages eventually produced the new civilization of European feudalism. The specific history of every social formation in medieval and early modern Europe was marked by the differential incidence of this original synthesis that gave birth to feudalism. A consideration of the entirely separate experience of Japanese feudalism underlines an important general truth, which we owe to Marx, that the genesis of a mode of production must always be distinguished from its structure. 29 For the same articulated structure may come into existence by a number of different paths. The constitutive elements which compose it can be released in variant ways and sequences, from previous modes of production, before interlocking to form a coherent and self-reproducing system as such. Thus Japanese feudalism had neither a slave nor a tribal past behind it. It was the product of the slow disintegration of a sinified imperial system, based on state monopoly of land. The Taihō state, created in the 7th to 8th centuries AD under Chinese influence, was a type of empire absolutely unlike that of Rome. Slavery was minimal in it, there was no municipal liberty, private land ownership was abolished. The gradual dislocation of the centralized bureaucratic polity constituted by the Taihō codes was a spontaneous and endogenous process, which extended from the 9th to the 16th centuries. There were no foreign invasions comparable to the barbarian migrations in Europe. The only serious external threat, the maritime attack by the Mongols in the 13th century, was decisively repulsed. The mechanisms of the transition to feudalism in Japan were thus totally different from those in Europe. There was no cataclysmic collapse and dissolution of two conflicting modes of production, accompanied by a profound economic, political, and cultural regression, that nevertheless cleared the way for the dynamic subsequent advance of the new mode of production born of their dissolution. Rather, there was an extremely long drawn-out decline of a central imperial state, within the framework of which local warrior nobles imperceptibly usurped provincial lands and privatized military power, until eventually, after a continuous development of 7 centuries, a virtually complete feudal fragmentation of the country had occurred. This involutionary process of feudalization from within was finally completed by the recomposition of independent territorial lordships into an organized pyramid of feudal suzerainty. The Tokugawa shogunate represented the arrested end product of this secular history. The whole genealogy of feudalism in Japan, in other words, presents an unequivocal contrast with the descent of feudalism in Europe. Hintze, whose work contains analyses that still remain among the profoundest reflections on the nature and incidence of feudalism, was nevertheless wrong to believe that a close analogy existed between Japanese and European experience in this respect. For him, feudalism everywhere resulted from what he called the deflection of an advancing tribal society through the shell of a former empire, which deviated its path towards state formation into a unique configuration. Rejecting any linear evolutionism, he insisted on the necessity of a conjunctural interweaving of imperial and tribal effects to release a true feudalism. The emergence of Western European feudalism after the Roman Empire could thus be compared with the emergence of Japanese feudalism after the Taihō Empire. In both cases it was an external combination of elements that determined the formation of the order. Feudalism is not the creation of an imminent national development, but of a world historical constellation. Point 30. The fault in this comparison is the assumption of any resemblance between the Sinic and Roman imperial states, beyond their abstract nomenclature as empire. Antonine Rome and Tiang China, or its counterpart Taihō Japan, were in fact utterly dissimilar civilizations, founded on distinct modes of production. It is the diversity of the roads of feudalism, not their identity, that is a basic lesson of the separate appearance of the same historical form at the two corners of Eurasia. Against the background of this radical diversity of origins, the structural similarity of European and Japanese feudalism is only the more striking, the most eloquent demonstration of all that a mode of production, once constituted, reproduces its own rigorous unity as an integrated system, clear of the disparate presuppositions which initially gave birth to it. The feudal mode of production had its own order and necessity, which imposed itself with the same serried logic in two extremely contrasted environments, when the processes of transition had been accomplished. Not only were the main governing structures of the feudalism that first developed in Europe reproduced in Japan, perhaps more significantly still, these structures had visibly similar historical effects. The development of landlordism, the growth of mercantile capital, the spread of literacy in Japan were such, as we have seen, that the country proved to be the only major region in the world of non-European derivation that was able to rejoin Europe, North America, and Australasia on the march towards industrial capitalism. Yet, having stressed the fundamental parallelism between European and Japanese feudalism, as internally articulated modes of production, there remains the simple, enormous fact of their divergent outcome. Europe, from the Renaissance onwards, accomplished the transition to capitalism under its own impulsion, in a process of constant global expansion. The Industrial Revolution, which was ultimately set off by the primitive accumulation of capital on an international scale during the early modern epoch, was a spontaneous, gigantic combustion of the forces of production, unexampled in its power and universal in its reach. Nothing comparable occurred in Japan, and despite all the advances of the Tokugawa epoch, there was no sign that anything like it was imminent. It was the impact of Euro-American imperialism which destroyed the old political order in Japan, and it was the import of Western technology which rendered an indigenous industrialization possible from the materials of its socio-economic heritage. Feudalism permitted Japan, alone among Asian, African, or Amerindian societies, to enlist in the ranks of advanced capitalism. Once imperialism had become a world-conquering system, it did not generate a native capitalism of its own momentum, in pacific isolation. There was thus no inherent drive within the feudal mode of production which inevitably compelled it to develop into the capitalist mode of production. The concrete record of comparative history suggests no easy evolutionism. What, then, was the specificity of European history, which separated it so deeply from Japanese history, despite the common cycle of feudalism which otherwise so closely united the two? The answer surely lies in the perdurable inheritance of classical antiquity. The Roman Empire, its final historical form, was not only itself naturally incapable of a transition to capitalism. The very advance of the classical universe doomed it to a catastrophic regression, of an order for which there is no real other example in the annals of civilization. The far more primitive social world of early feudalism was the result of its collapse, internally prepared and externally completed. Medieval Europe then, after a long gestation, released the elements of a slow ulterior transition to the capitalist mode of production, in the early modern epoch. But what rendered the unique passage to capitalism possible in Europe was the concatenation of antiquity and feudalism. In other words, to grasp the secret of the emergence of the capitalist mode of production in Europe, it is necessary to discard in the most radical way possible any conception of it as simply an evolutionary subsumption of a lower mode of production by a higher mode of production, the one generated automatically and entirely from within the other by an organic internal succession, and therewith effacing it. Marx rightly insisted on the distinction between the genesis and the structure of modes of production. But he was also wrongly tempted to add that the reproduction of the latter, once assured, absorbed or abolished the traces of the former altogether. Thus he wrote that the anterior presuppositions of a mode of production, precisely as such historic presuppositions, are past and gone, and hence belong to the history of its formation, but in no way to its contemporary history, i.e. not to the real system of the mode of production. As the historical prelude of its becoming, they lie behind it, just as the processes by means of which the earth made the transition from a liquid sea of fire and vapor to its present form now lie beyond its life as finished Earth 31. In fact, even triumphant capitalism itself, the first mode of production to become truly global in reach, by no means merely resumed and internalized all previous modes of production it encountered and dominated in its path. Still less did feudalism do so before it, in Europe. No such unitary teleology governs the winding and divided tracks of history in this fashion. For concrete social formations, as we have seen, typically embody a number of coexistent and conflicting modes of production, of varying date. In effect, the advent of the capitalist mode of production in Europe can only be understood by breaking with any purely linear notion of historical time as a whole. For rather than presenting the form of a cumulative chronology, in which one phase succeeds and supersedes the next, to produce the successor that will surpass it in turn, the course towards capitalism reveals a remnants of the legacy of one mode of production within an epoch dominated by another, and a reactivation of its spell in the passage to a third. The advantage of Europe over Japan lay in its classical antecedents, which even after the Dark Ages did not disappear behind it, but survived in certain basic respects in front of it. In this sense, the concrete historical genesis of feudalism in Europe, far from vanishing like fire and vapor into the terrestrial solidity of its accomplished structure, had tangible effects on its final dissolution. The real historical temporality governing the three great historical modes of production that have dominated Europe up to the present century was thus radically distinct from the continuum of an evolutionary chronology. Contrary to all historicist assumptions, time was as if at certain levels inverted between the first two, to release the critical shift to the last. Contrary to all structuralist assumptions, there was no self-moving mechanism of displacement from the feudal mode of production to the capitalist mode of production, as contiguous and closed systems. The concatenation of the ancient and feudal modes of production was necessary to yield the capitalist mode of production in Europe, a relationship that was not merely one of diachronic sequence, but also at a certain stage of synchronic articulation. 32 The classical past awoke again within the feudal present to assist the arrival of the capitalist future, both unimaginably more distant and strangely nearer to it. For the birth of capital also saw, as we know, the rebirth of antiquity. The Renaissance remains, despite every criticism and revision, the crux of European history as a whole, the double moment of an equally unexampled expansion of space, and recovery of time. It is at this point, with the rediscovery of the ancient world, and the discovery of the New World, that the European state system acquired its full singularity. A ubiquitous global power was eventually to be the outcome of this singularity, and the end of it. The concatenation of ancient and feudal modes of production which distinguished European development can be seen in a number of original traits in the medieval and early modern epochs, which set it off from Japanese experience. To start with, the whole position and evolution of the cities was quite different. Feudalism as a mode of production, as we have seen, was the first in history to render possible a dynamic opposition between town and country. The parcelization of sovereignty inherent in its structure permitted autonomous urban enclaves to grow as centers of production within an overwhelmingly rural economy, rather than as privileged or parasitic centers of consumption or administration, the pattern Marx believed to be typically Asiatic. The feudal order thus promoted a type of urban vitality unlike that of any other civilization, whose common products can be seen in both Japan and Europe. There was, however, at the same time a critical difference between the towns of medieval Europe and those of Japan. The former possessed a degree of even density and autonomy unknown to the latter. Their specific weight within the feudal order as a whole was much greater. The major wave of urbanization in Japan was comparatively late, developing from the 16th century onwards, and was dominated by a few huge concentrations. Moreover, no Japanese cities acquired lasting municipal self-government. Their apogee coincided with maximum control by baronial or shogunal lords over them. In Europe, on the other hand, the general structure of feudalism allowed the growth of producer towns based on craft manufactures too, but the specific social formations which emerged from the peculiar local form of transition to feudalism ensured a much greater urban and municipal input from the start. For, as we have seen, the actual movement of history is never a simple changeover from one pure mode of production to another. It is always composed of a complex series of social formations in which a number of modes of production are enmeshed together, under the dominance of one of them. This is, of course, why the determinate effects of the ancient and primitive communal modes of production prior to the feudal mode of production, could survive within medieval social formations in Europe, long after the disappearance of the Roman and Germanic worlds themselves. Thus European feudalism enjoyed from the outset a municipal legacy which filled the space left by the new mode of production for urban development far more positively and dynamically than was the case anywhere else. The most telling testimony to the direct importance of antiquity in the emergence of the characteristic urban forms of the Middle Ages in Europe has been noted, the primacy of Italy in this development, and the adoption of Roman insignia in its first municipal regimes, from the consulates of the 11th century onwards. The whole social and juridical conception of an urban citizenry as such was classical in memory and derivation, and had no parallel outside Europe. Naturally, within the feudal mode of production once constituted, the whole socio-economic basis of the city republics which gradually developed in Italy and the North was radically different from that of the slave mode of production from which they inherited so many superstructural traditions. Liberated craft labor rendered them forever distinct from their predecessors, at once cruder and capable of wider creativity. Like Entius, in Weber's comparison, the city culture of the classical world, which sank back to the cavernous depths of the rural earth in the Dark Ages, re-emerged stronger and freer once again in the urban communities of the early modern epoch. 33 Nothing like this historical process occurred in Japan and a fortiori in the great Asian empires that never knew feudalism, Arab, Turkic, Indian or Chinese. The cities of Europe, communes, republics, tyrannies, were the unique product of the combined development that marked the continent. At the same time, the countryside of European feudalism also underwent an evolution that had no parallel elsewhere. The extreme rarity of the fief system as a type of rural property has already been emphasized. It was never known in the great Islamic states, or under successive Chinese dynasties, both of which had their own characteristic forms of agrarian land tenure. Japanese feudalism, however, did reveal the same nexus of vassalage, benefice, and immunity which defined the medieval order in Europe. But it did not, on the other hand, ever demonstrate the critical transformation of rural property that distinguished early modern Europe. The pure feudal mode of production was characterized by conditional private property in land, vested in a class of hereditary nobles. The private or individual nature of this land ownership demarcated it, as Marx saw, from a whole range of alternative agrarian systems outside Europe and Japan, where formal state monopoly of land, either original or durable, corresponded to much less strictly aristocratic possessing classes than knights or samurai. But, once again, European development branched beyond that of Japan with the transition from conditional to absolute private property in land, in the epoch of the Renaissance. Here too, it was essentially the classical heritage of Roman law which facilitated and codified this decisive advance. Queritary ownership, the highest legal expression of the commodity economy of antiquity, remained waiting to be refound and set to work, Once the spread of commodity relations within feudal Europe had reached levels at which its precision and clarity were demanded once more. 34 Seeking to define the specificity of the European path to capitalism, by contrast with development in the rest of the world, Marx wrote to Zasulich that, in this Western movement the point in question is the transformation of one form of private property into another form of private property. 35 By this he meant the expropriation of small peasant holdings by capitalist agriculture, which he believed could be avoided in Russia by a direct transition from communal peasant property to socialism. The formula, however, contains a profound truth if applied in a somewhat different sense: the transformation of one form of private property, conditional, into another form of private property, absolute, within the landowning nobility was the indispensable preparation for the advent of capitalism, and signified the moment at which Europe left behind all other agrarian systems. In the long transitional epoch in which land remained quantitatively the predominant source of wealth across the continent, the consolidation of an unrestricted and hereditary private property in it was a fundamental step towards the release of the necessary factors of production for the accumulation of capital proper. The very vinculism which the European aristocracy displayed in the early modern age was already evidence of the objective pressures towards a free market in land that was ultimately to generate a capitalist agriculture. Indeed, the legal order born of the revival of Roman law created the general juridical conditions for a successful passage to the capitalist mode of production as such, in both town and country. The security of ownership and fixity of contract, the protection and predictability of economic transactions between individual parties assured by a written civil law, was never repeated elsewhere. Islamic law was at best vague and uncertain in matters of real estate. It was inextricably religious and therefore confused and contentious in interpretation. Chinese law was single-mindedly punitive and repressive. It was scarcely concerned with civil relations at all, and provided no stable grid for economic activity. Japanese law was rudimentary and fragmented, with only the timid beginnings of a justiciable, commercial law emerging at the crossing points between a diversity of dominial fiats. 36 Roman law, by contrast with all of these, provided a coherent and systematic framework for the purchase, sale, lease, hire, loan and testation of goods, remolded in the new conditions of Europe and generalized by a body of professional lawyers unknown to antiquity itself. Its influence was one of the fundamental institutional preconditions for the quickening of capitalist relations of production on a continental scale. The revival of Roman law, moreover, was accompanied or succeeded by the reappropriation of virtually the whole cultural inheritance of the classical world. The philosophical, historical, political, and scientific thought of antiquity, not to speak of its literature or architecture, suddenly acquired a new potency and immediacy in the early modern epoch. The critical and rational components of classical culture, compared with that of any other ancient civilization, gave a further and sharper edge to the return to it. Not only were these intrinsically more advanced than any equivalent in the past of other continents, but they were divided from the present by the great gulf of the religious divide between the two epochs. Classical thought could thus never be embalmed as a venerable and innocuous tradition. Even in its selective assimilation in the Middle Ages, it always retained an antagonistic and corrosive content as a non-Christian universe. The radical potential of its greatest works was fully seen once new social conditions themselves permitted European minds to look steadily back across the abyss separating them from antiquity, without vertigo. The result, as we have seen, was an intellectual and artistic revolution of a kind that could only occur because of specific historical precession of the classical over the medieval worlds. The astronomy of Copernicus, the philosophy of Montaigne, the politics of Machiavelli, the historiography of Clarendon, the jurisprudence of Grotius, all were indebted in different ways to the messages of antiquity. The very birth of modern physics itself in part took the form of a rejection of one classical legacy, Aristotelianism, under the sign of another, the Neoplatonism which inspired its dynamized conception of nature. 37 The increasingly analytic and secular culture that gradually unfolded, still with many theological blockages and reversions, was the historical phenomenon which perhaps most unerringly singled Europe out from all other major zones of civilization in the pre-industrial epoch. The becalmed traditionalism of Japanese feudal society, virtually innocent of contrary ideological gusts in the Tokugawa era, furnishes an especially striking contrast. The intellectual stagnation of Japan, amidst its economic effervescence, of course was to a considerable extent due to the deliberate isolation of the country. But in this respect too, European feudalism had the advantage of its Japanese counterpart from the very outset of their respective origins. Whereas the feudal mode of production in Japan resulted from the slow involution of an imperial order whose structures were borrowed from abroad, and was ultimately stabilized in conditions of complete seclusion from the external world, the feudal mode of production in Europe emerged from the frontal clash of two conflicting anterior orders over a great land mass, whose after effects extended over an ever wider geographical expanse. Insular feudalism in Japan moved inwards, away from the whole Far Eastern matrix of the initial Taihō state. Continental feudalism in Europe moved outwards, as the ethnic diversity which was inherent in the original synthesis that gave birth to it actually increased with the spread of the mode of production beyond its Carolingian homelands, and eventually produced a dynastic and proto-national mosaic of great complexity. In the Middle Ages, this great diversity ensured the autonomy of the Church, which was never subjected to a single imperial sovereignty such as it had known in antiquity, and encouraged the emergence of estates, characteristically summoned to rally a local nobility to one monarchy or principality against the attack of another. In the military conflicts of the time. 38 Both ecclesiastical independence and estates representation, in turn, were features of medieval society in Europe that were never duplicated in the Japanese variant of feudalism. They were in this sense functions of the international character of European feudalism, which was by no means the least profound of the reasons why its fate was to be so different from that of Japan. The haphazard multiplicity of political units in late medieval Europe became in the early modern epoch an organized and interconnected state system. The birth of diplomacy formalized the novelty of a plural set of partners, for war, alliance, trade, marriage, or propaganda, within a single political arena, whose bounds and rules became ever clearer and more definite. The cross-cultural fecundity that resulted from the formation of this highly integrated yet extremely diversified system was one of the peculiar hallmarks of pre-industrial Europe. The intellectual achievements of the early modern epoch were probably inseparable from it. No comparable political set existed anywhere else in the world. The institutionalization of diplomatic exchange was an invention of the Renaissance, and remained a European particularity long afterwards. The Renaissance, then, was at once the moment in which the collocation of antiquity and feudalism suddenly produced its most original and astonishing fruits, and the historical turning point at which Europe outdistanced all other continents in dynamism and expansion. The new and singular type of state that arose in this epoch was absolutism. The absolute monarchies of the early modern period were a strictly European phenomenon. Indeed, they represent the precise political form of the headway of the whole region. For, as we have seen, it was just at this point that Japanese evolution stopped. Far Eastern feudalism never passed over into absolutism. The emergence of absolutism from European feudalism was, in other words, the tally of its political lead. A creation of the Renaissance, the development of absolutism was made possible by the long prior history that stretched back behind feudalism, and was conjured up again at the dawn of the early modern age. The dominant state structure in Europe down to the end of the Enlightenment, its ascendancy coincided with the exploration of the globe by the European powers, and the beginnings of their supremacy over it. In nature and structure, the absolute monarchies of Europe were still feudal states, the machinery of rule of the same aristocratic class that had dominated the Middle Ages. But in Western Europe where they were born, the social formations which they governed were a complex combination of feudal and capitalist modes of production, with a gradually rising urban bourgeoisie and a growing primitive accumulation of capital, on an international scale. It was the intertwining of these two antagonistic modes of production within single societies that gave rise to the transitional forms of absolutism. The royal states of the new epoch brought to an end the parcelization of sovereignty that was inscribed in the pure feudal mode of production as such, although without themselves ever achieving a fully unitary polity. This change was in the final instance determined by the increase in commodity production and exchange attendant on the spread of mercantile and manufacturing capitalism, which tended to dissolve primary feudal relations in the countryside. But at the same time, the disappearance of serfdom did not mean the abolition of private extra-economic coercion to extract surplus labor from the immediate producer. The landed nobility continued to own the bulk of the fundamental means of production in the economy, and to occupy the great majority of positions within the total apparatus of political power. Feudal coercion was displaced upwards, to a centralized monarchy, and the aristocracy typically had to exchange its estate's representation for bureaucratic office, within the renovated structures of the state. The acute strains of this process produced many seigneurial revolts. Royal authority was often exercised implacably against members of the noble class. The term absolutism itself, in fact always technically a misnomer, is a testimony of the weight of the new monarchical complex on the aristocratic order itself. But there was nevertheless one basic characteristic which divided the absolute monarchies of Europe from all the myriad other types of despotic, arbitrary, or tyrannical rule, incarnated or controlled by a personal sovereign, which prevailed elsewhere in the world. The increase in the political sway of the royal state was accompanied, not by a decrease in the economic security of noble land ownership, but by a corresponding increase in the general rights of private property. The age in which absolutist public authority was imposed was also simultaneously the age in which absolute private property was progressively consolidated. It was this momentous social difference which separated the Bourbon, Habsburg, Tudor, or Vasa monarchies from any sultanate, empire or shogunate outside Europe. Contemporaries confronted with the Ottoman state on European soil itself were constantly and acutely aware of this great crevasse. Absolutism did not mean the end of aristocratic rule, on the contrary, it protected and stabilized the social dominion of the hereditary noble class in Europe. The kings who presided over the new monarchies could never transgress the unseen limits to their power, those of the material conditions of reproduction of the class to which they themselves belonged. Commonly, these sovereigns were aware of their membership of the aristocracy which surrounded them. Their individual pride of station was founded on a collective solidarity of sentiment. Thus, while capital was slowly accumulated beneath the glittering superstructures of absolutism, exerting an ever greater gravitational pull on them, the noble landowners of early modern Europe retained their historical predominance, in and through the monarchies which now commanded them. Economically guarded, socially privileged and culturally matured, the aristocracy still ruled. The absolutist state adjusted its paramountcy to the steady burgeoning of capital within the composite social formations of Western Europe. Subsequently, as we have seen, absolutism also emerged within Eastern Europe, the much more backward half of the continent, which had never experienced the original Romano-Germanic synthesis that gave birth to medieval feudalism. The contrasting traits and temporality of the two variants of absolutism within Europe, Western and Eastern, which have formed a central theme of this study, in their own way serve to underline the common final character and context of both. For in Eastern Europe, the social power of the nobility was unqualified by any ascendant urban bourgeoisie such as marked Western Europe. Seigneurial domination was unfettered. Eastern absolutism thus more patently and unequivocally displayed its class composition and function than its Western counterpart. Built on serfdom, the feudal caste of its state structure was blunt and manifest. The enserfed peasantry below were a permanent reminder of the forms of oppression and exploitation its apparatus of coercion perpetuated. But at the same time, the genesis of absolutism in Eastern Europe was fundamentally distinct from that of absolutism in Western Europe. For, precisely, it was not directly the growth of commodity production and exchange which brought it into being. Capitalism was still far off beyond the Elbe. It was the two intersecting forces of an uncompleted process of feudalization, which had started chronologically later, without benefit of the heritage of antiquity, and in more difficult topographic and demographic conditions, and an accelerating military pressure from the more advanced West, which led to the paradoxical pre-formation of absolutism in the East. With the establishment of the absolutist regimes of Eastern Europe, in turn, the international state system that defined and demarcated the continent as a whole was completed. The birth of a multilateral political order, as a single field of competition and conflict between rival states, was thus itself both cause and effect of the generalization of absolutism in Europe. The construction of this international system, from Westphalia onwards, naturally did not render the two halves of the continent homogeneous. On the contrary, representing distinct historical lineages from the start, the absolutist states of Western and Eastern Europe followed divergent trajectories down to their respective conclusions. The gamut of fates that resulted is well known. In the West, the Spanish, English, and French monarchies were defeated or overthrown by bourgeois revolutions from below, while the Italian and German principalities were eliminated by bourgeois revolutions from above, belatedly. In the East, on the other hand, the Russian Empire was finally destroyed by a proletarian revolution. The consequences of the division of the continent, symbolized by these successive and opposite upheavals, are still with us. 2 notes. A. Japanese feudalism. In the 7th century AD, a centralized imperial polity was formed in Japan under strong Sinic influence. The Taika reform of 646 abolished the previous loose congeries of noble lineage groups and dependent cultivators, and installed a unitary state system for the first time. Administratively modeled on the Tang Empire in contemporary China, the new Japanese state, which came to be regulated by the Teiho codes issued in the early 8th century, was based on an imperial monopoly of land ownership. Soil was allocated in small allotments, which were periodically redistributed, to tenant cultivators who owed taxes in kind or corvée duties to the state, initially applied to the house domains of the imperial line itself. The allotment system was gradually extended throughout the country over the next century or so. An extensive central bureaucracy composed of a civilian aristocratic class, recruited to office by heredity rather than examination, maintained unified political control of the country. The realm was systematically divided into circuits, provinces, districts and villages, all under tight governmental supervision. A permanent conscript army was also created, if somewhat insecurely. Symmetrically planned imperial cities were built, along Chinese lines. Buddhism, syncretically mixed with indigenous Shinto cults, became an official religion, formally integrated into the apparatus of the state itself. 1 From 800 or so onwards, however, this Sinicized empire started to dissolve under centrifugal pressures. The lack of anything like a mandarinate proper within the bureaucracy rendered it prone to noble privatization from the start. The Buddhist religious orders preserved special privileges on the lands donated to them. Conscription was effectively abandoned in 792, redistribution of allotments in 844 or so. Semi-private estates or shon increasingly sprang up in the provinces, the proprietary domains of nobles or monasteries. Initially subtracted from state ownership of land, they eventually gained fiscal immunity and finally exemption from cadastral inspection by the central government altogether. The larger such estates, often originating from newly reclaimed land, covered several hundred acres. The peasants tilling the shon now paid dues directly to their lords, while within this emergent monoreal system superimposed rights of access to the produce were acquired by intermediate layers of managers or bailiffs. The internal organization of Japanese manors was greatly influenced by the nature of riziculture, the basic branch of agriculture. There was no three-field system of the European type, and commons were comparatively unimportant, given the lack of livestock. Peasant strips were much smaller than in Europe, and village clusters fewer, amidst a considerably density of rural population and shortage of land. Above all, there was no real domain system within the farm. The shiki, or divisible rights of appropriation of the product, were collected uniformly from the whole output of the shon. 2 Meanwhile, within the political system, the court aristocracy or kyuj developed a refined civilian culture in the capital, where the house of Fujiwara gained a prolonged ascendancy over the imperial dynasty itself. But outside Kyoto, the imperial administration was increasingly allowed to lapse. At the same time, once conscription disappeared, armed force in the provinces gradually came to be the appurtenance of a new military nobility of samurai warriors or bushi who first became prominent in the course of the nth century. 3 Both public officials in the central government and local shogun proprietors gathered personal bands of such warriors about them, for purposes of defense and aggression. Civil strife escalated together with the privatization of coercive power, as provincial bushi troops intervened in the struggles of court cliques for control of the imperial capital and administrative framework. The breakdown of the old Teiho system culminated with the victorious foundation of the Kamakura shogunate by Minamoto no Yoritomo in the late 12th century. The imperial dynasty and court in Kyoto, and the traditional civil administration, were preserved by the new ruler, who was Kyoto-bred and showed great respect for their legacy. 4 But side by side with them a new military apparatus of rule was created under the command of the shogun or generalissimo, manned by the bushi class and centered in a separate capital at Kamakura. Real power in Japan was henceforward exercised by this para-imperial authority. The shogunate, which came to be referred to as the bakufu, at the outset controlled the loyalty of some 2,000 gokunin housemen or personal vassals of Yoritomo, and appropriated or confiscated many shown for its use. In the provinces, it appointed military governors or shigo, and land stewards or jito, drawn from its retainers. The former in practice became the dominant local power in their regions, while beneath them the latter were charged with tax collection from the shown manors, over which they gradually came to acquire increasing shiki rights themselves, at the expense of their former proprietors. 5 The new Shigojito network, created by and responsible to the shogunate, represented a preliminary form of Banifi system. Repressive and fiscal functions were delegated to bushi followers by it, in exchange for titles to income from land. Formal letters of confirmation granted local vassal rights to both land revenues and men-at-arms. 6 Imperial legality and bureaucracy, however, still subsisted. The shogun was technically appointed by the emperor, the shogun remained subject to public law, and the bulk of the land and population stayed under the old civil administration. Financially and militarily weakened by the Mongol attacks in the late 13th century, Kamakura rule eventually collapsed in civil strife. It was during the Ashikaga shogunate which succeeded it, that the next decisive step towards a full feudalization of Japanese society and polity occurred, in the course of the 14th century. The shogunate was now transferred to Kyoto itself, and the lingering autonomy of the imperial court abolished. The sacred dynasty and Kyoji aristocracy were deprived of most of their lands and wealth, and relegated to purely ceremonial roles. Civilian administration in the provinces was completely eclipsed by the military shigo governorships. But at the same time, the Ashikaga shogunate itself was much weaker than its Kamakura predecessor, consequently the shigo themselves became increasingly unbridled regional lords, absorbing the jito, levying their own corvées, and annexing half the proceeds of the local shogun on a province-wide scale, sometimes even receiving the whole shogun outright from their absentee owners. 7 By now a true fief or chijio system had developed, which for the first time represented a direct fusion of vassalage and benefice, military service, and conditional land holding. The shigo themselves both possessed such fiefs and distributed them to their followers. The adoption of primogeniture within the aristocratic class consolidated the new feudal hierarchy within the countryside. 8 The peasantry below underwent a corresponding degradation, as their mobility was restricted, and their prestations were increased. The petty rural warriors of the bushi stratum were in a better position to squeeze the surplus from the direct producers than the absentee kyoji nobles had been. There was a spread of commodity production in the countryside, especially in the central regions round Kyoto where sake brewing was concentrated, and the volume of monetary circulation increased. Rural productivity improved with better farm tools and increased use of animal traction, and agrarian output rose steeply in many areas. 9 Foreign trade expanded, while artisan and merchant guilds of a type similar to those of medieval Europe developed in the towns. But the archaic imperial framework still persisted, although now honeycombed by new feudal hierarchies, under a comparatively weak central shogunate. The gubernatorial jurisdictions of the Shigo continued to be much wider than their enfeoffed land, and by no means all the bushi within them were their personal vassals. It was the eventual collapse of the Ashikaga shogunate after the outbreak of the Anin Wars, which finally dissolved the last vestiges of the Teiho administrative legacy, and completed the process of countrywide feudalization. Amidst a wave of anarchy in which lower ruled higher, the regional Shigo were overthrown from below by usurper vassals, often their ex-deputies, and the shown clusters and provincial jurisdictions over which they had presided disappeared altogether. The war-born adventurers of the new Sengoku epoch carved out their own principalities, which they henceforward organized and ruled as purely feudal territories, while any real central power disintegrated in Japan. The daimyo or magnates of the late 15th or early 16th centuries controlled compact domains, in which all warriors were their vassals or rear vassals, and all land was their suzerain property. Divisible shiki rights were concentrated into single chijyo units. Feudalization was territorially more complete than in medieval Europe, for allodial plots were unknown in the countryside. Samurai retainers swore oaths of military loyalty to their lords, and received full fiefs, grants of land together with rights of jurisdiction. From them. 10 enfeoffment was calculated in terms of villages, and the tenantry submitted to direct bushi supervision. Castle towns and sub-enfeudation developed in the daimyo domains, which were regulated by new feudal house laws codifying the prerogatives of their overlord and the hierarchy of personal dependences beneath him. The bond between lord and vassal in Japanese feudalism remained marked by two peculiarities. The personal link between seigneur and retainer was stronger than the economic link of the retainer to the land. Vassalage tended to predominate over benefice within the fief nexus itself. 11 At the same time, the relationship between lord and vassal was more asymmetrical than that in Europe. The contractual component of homage was much weaker. Vassalage had a semi-familial and sacred character, rather than a legal one. The notion of seigneurial felony or breakage of the bond by the lord was unknown, nor did multiple lordship exist. The intrafeudal relationship proper was thus more unilaterally hierarchical. Its terminology was borrowed from that o paternal authority and the kinship system. European feudalism was always rife with interfamilial quarrels, and was characterized by an extreme litigiousness. Japanese feudalism, however, not only lacked any legalistic bent, but its quasi-patriarchal caste was rendered the more authoritarian by extensive paternal rights of adoption and disinheritance, which effectively deterred filial insubordination of the type common in Europe. 12 On the other hand, the coefficient of feudal warfare, with its premium on the valor and skill of armored knights, was fully as great as in late medieval Europe during this epoch. Fierce fighting was constant between contending daimyo principalities. Moreover, in the gaps left by the political fragmentation of Japan, autonomous merchant towns reminiscent of those of medieval Europe, Sakai, Hakata, Etsu, Ujiyamata and others, were able to flourish. The port of Sakai was to be termed an Oriental Venice by Jesuit travelers. 13 Religious sects created their own armed enclaves in Kaga and Noto on the Japan Sea. Even insurrectionary rural communes, led by disaffected gentry and based on a rebellious peasantry, briefly appeared, the most notable being established in the central Yamashiro region itself, where commercialization had created acute indebtedness among the rural population. 14 The turmoil of the times was further increased by the impact of European firearms, techniques, and ideas after the arrival of the Portuguese in Japan in 1543. In the second half of the 16th century, a series of massive civil wars between the major daimyo potentates led to the victorious reunification of the country by successive military commanders, Nobunaga, Hideyoshi, and Ieyasu. Oda Nobunaga forged the first regional coalition to establish control of central Japan. He liquidated Buddhist militarism, broke the independence of the merchant towns, and gained mastery of a third of the country. The formidable work of conquest was completed by Toyotomi Hideyoshi, leading huge armies equipped with muskets and cannons, and composed of a block of allied daimyo forces grouped under him. 15 The result of Hideyoshi's subjection of all other magnates to his own authority was not, however, a restoration of the vanished centralized state of the Taihō tradition. It was rather a reintegration of the mosaic of regional lordships into a unitary feudal system for the first time. The daimyo were not dispossessed of their domains, but were vassalizate in their turn to the new ruler, from whom they henceforward held their territories as fiefs and to whom they granted kin as hostages for their fealty. The imperial dynasty was retained as a religious symbol of legitimacy, above and apart from the operational system of feudal suzerainty. A new cadastral survey stabilized the landowning system, consolidating the reorganized pyramid of lordships over it. The population was divided into 4 closed orders: nobles, peasants, artisans, and merchants. Bushi were separated from the villages and congregated in the castle towns of their daimyo, as disciplined men-at-arms ready for immediate military deployment. Their numbers were officially registered, and the size of the samurai class was henceforward fixed at some 5 to 7% of the population, a comparatively large sword-bearing stratum. Peasants were by the same token deprived of all arms, bound to the soil and juridically forced to deliver 2/3 of their product to their masters. 16 The autonomous cities of the Ashikaga and Sengoku epochs were suppressed, and the merchant class forbidden to purchase land. On the other hand, the castle towns of the feudal magnates themselves grew prodigiously in this period. Trade developed rapidly, under the protection of the daimyo whose castella headquarters provided the central nodes of a greatly enlarged network of cities in Japan. At Hideyoshi's death, supreme power was won by Tokugawa Ieyasu, a daimyo from the original Toyotomi bloc, who mobilized a new coalition of lords to defeat his rivals at the Battle of Sekigahara in 1600 and become shogun in 1603. Ieyasu founded the Tokugawa state, which was to last 250 years, down to the epoch of the Industrial Revolution in Europe. The stability and longevity of the new regime was greatly reinforced by the formal closure of Japan to virtually all contact with the outside world, a device initially inspired by Ieyasu's well-founded fear that the Catholic missions which had become established in Japan were an ideological spearhead for European political and military infiltration. The effect of the rigorous seclusion of the country was, of course, to insulate it from any external shocks or disturbances for the next 2 centuries, and petrify the structures established by Ieyasu after Sekigahara. The Tokugawa shogunate imposed unity on Japan, without centralism. It in effect stabilized a kind of condominium between the suzerain shogunal regime, based on the Tokugawa capital of Edo, and the autonomous daimyo governments in their provincial fiefs. Japanese historians have consequently designated the epoch of its dominance as the Bakuhan period, or combination of rule by the Bakufu, the Tokugawa governing complex, and the Han or baronial houses in their own domains. This hybrid system was integrated by the dual foundations of shogunal power itself. On the one hand, the shogunate possessed its own Tokugawa domains, the so-called Tenryō lands, which amounted to some 20 to 25% of the country, a far larger block than that possessed by any other feudal lineage, and strategically commanding the central plains and coasts of eastern Japan. Just over half of these were administered directly by the Bakufu apparatus itself. The rest were granted as minor fiefs to the hatamoto or bannermen of the Tokugawa house, of which there were some 5,000 in all. 17 In addition, the shogunate could rely, firstly on the 20 or so large Tokugawa collateral lines or shimpan lords, who were entitled to provide successors to the shogunate, and secondly on the numerous smaller lords who had been loyal regional vassals of Ieyasu, prior to his rise to supreme power. These latter composed the so-called feudai or house daimyo. There were about 145 of them by the 18th century, and their lands covered another 25% of the surface of Japan. The feudai provided the bulk of the higher officialdom of the Bakufu administration, whose lower echelons were recruited from the hatamoto, whereas the major collateral houses were excluded from the shogunal government itself, as potentially overmighty in their own right, although they could act as advisors to it. The shogunate itself gradually underwent a process of symbolization comparable to that of the imperial line itself. Tokugawa Ieyasu had not displaced the imperial dynasty any more than had his predecessors Nobunaga and Hideyoshi. If anything, he had carefully restored much of the religious aura surrounding it, while segregating both the emperor and the Kyuj court nobility more completely than ever from any secular power. The monarch was a divine authority, relegated to spiritual functions in Kyoto which were wholly divorced from the conduct of political affairs. The residual duality of imperial and shogunal systems in one respect provided a kind of attenuated correlate of the separation of church and state within European feudalism. Because of the religious aura of the former, there were always potentially two sources of legitimacy within Japan in the Tokugawa epoch. In other ways, however, since the emperor was also a political symbol, this duality reproduced the fissured sovereignty characteristic of any secular feudalism as a whole. The shogun ruled in the name of the emperor, as his delegate, by an official fiction which institutionalized government from behind the screen. The Tokugawa dynasty, which provided the successive shoguns who formally controlled the Bakufu state apparatus, however, eventually ceased to exercise personal authority within it themselves. After several generations, substantive political power receded to the shogunal council of Roju, composed of nobles recruited from the medium feudal lineages, in a second degree of government from behind the screen. 18 The shogunal bureaucracy was extensive and amorphous, with widespread confusion of functions and plurality of tenures within it. Tenebrous vertical cliques maneuvered for office and patronage within its shrouded machinery. About half of the bureaucracy was civilian and half military in duties. The Bakufu government could theoretically call on a feudal levy of 80,000 mounted warriors, composed of 20,000 or so bannermen and housemen, plus their rear vassals. In practice, its real armed potential was much smaller, and relied on the strength of loyal feudai and shimpan contingents. The peacetime strength of its permanent guard units was some 12,200.19. The revenues of the shogunate were basically derived from the rice yields of its own domains, 20 supplemented by its monopoly of gold and silver mines, from which it minted coinage. Later, when it ran into increasing financial difficulties, it resorted to frequent debasements of currency and forced loans or confiscations of merchant wealth. The extent of both its army and treasury was thus set by the limits of the dominial territory of the Tokugawa house itself. At the same time, however, the shogunate exercised formally tight external controls over the daimyo outside the boundaries of its own direct jurisdiction. All the lords of the Han domains were, in fact, its tenants-in-chief. They were invested in their fiefs by the shogun, as his vassals. Their territories could in principle be revoked or transferred, although this practice died out in the later phases of the Tokugawa epoch, when Han domains were effectively hereditary. 21 Shogunal marriage policy at the same time sought to tie the major baronial lines to the Tokugawa dynasty. The daimyo were, moreover, obliged to maintain an alternate residence in the Bakufu capital of Edo, where they had to displace themselves every other year or 6 months, and leave family hostages behind when they returned to their fiefs. This so-called Sankin-Kotai system was designed to ensure a permanent watch over the conduct of regional magnates, and to hamper independent actions by them in their strongholds. It was backed by an extensive system of informers and inspectors, who provided an intelligence service for the shogunate. Movements along the main highways were tightly policed by use of internal passports and roadblocks, while marine transport was subject to government regulations which forbade the construction of craft above a certain size. The daimyo were permitted to keep one castle complex only, and ceilings on their armed retinues were fixed in the official rolls of the shogunate. There was no economic taxation of the Han domains, but irregular contributions could be requested from them by the Bakufu, for extraordinary expenditure. This imposing and inquisitorial set of controls appeared to give the Tokugawa shogunate complete political paramountcy in Japan. In fact, its real power was always less than its nominal sovereignty, and the actual gap between the two increased over time. The founder of the dynasty, Ieyasu, had defeated the rival lords of the southwest at Sekigahara. He had not destroyed them. The daimyo numbered some 250 to 300 under the Tokugawa shogunate. Of these, about 90 represented Tozama or outside houses, whom had not been early vassals of the Tokugawa, and many of which had fought against Ieyasu. The Tozama houses were regarded as potentially or traditionally hostile to the shogunate, and were rigorously excluded from participation in the machinery of the bakufu. They included the great majority of the largest and richest domains. Of the 16 biggest han, no less than 11 were Tozama. 22 These were located in the peripheral regions of the country, the southwest or northeast. The Tozama houses together accounted for some 40% of the land in Japan. However, in practice, their wealth and power became more formidable than their official listings on the bakufu registers revealed. Towards the end of the Tokugawa epoch, the Satsuma Han controlled 28,000 armed samurai, or twice the official rating permitted it. The Chosu Han mustered 11,000, again more than it was supposed to possess, while the loyal feudate houses were generally under their nominal strength, and the shogunate itself could in practice field only some 30,000 or so warriors by the early 18th century, less than half its theoretical levy. 23 At the same time, the newer lands in the outlying Tozama domains contained more unreclaimed surface for conversion to riziculture than the older Tenryou house lands of the shogunate itself in the center of the country. The rich Kanto plain, the most developed zone in Japan, was controlled by the bakufu, but precisely the newer commercialized crops which characterized it tended to elude traditional Tokugawa fiscal collection, based on rice units. Certain of the Tozama tax yields thus eventually came to be higher than those of the shogunal domains. 24 Although aware of the discrepancy between the nominal rice assessment for the Tozama fiefs and their real output, which in some cases existed from the outset of the Baku Han period, the cessation of shogunal authority at Han borders prevented Edo from redressing the situation. Moreover, when commercialized agriculture reached the outlying regions of Japan, the more compact and vigorous Han governments were able to establish lucrative local monopolies in cash crops, increasing Tozama revenues while bakufu income from mining was falling. The economic and military strength of any daimyo were closely linked, since samurai warriors had to be supported from rice revenues. The material position of the great Tozama houses was thus much more powerful than it readily appeared, and grew more so with the passage of time. Within their domains, moreover, all the daimyo, whether Tozama, Shimpan, or feudate, commanded an untempered authority. The direct writ of the shogunate stopped at the frontiers of their fiefs. They issued laws, administered justice, raised taxes, and maintained troops. The political centralism of the daimyo was actually greater within their han than that of the shogunate in its Tenryou lands, because it was no longer mediatized by sub-infeudation. Initially, the Han territories were divided into daimyo house lands and vassal fiefs granted to their armed retainers. However, in the course of the Tokugawa epoch, there was a steady increase in the number of samurai within every han who were simply paid stipends in rice, rather than enfeoffed with land as such. By the end of the 18th century, virtually all bushi retainers outside the shogunal territory itself received rice salaries from the domain granaries, and most resided in the castle towns of their lords. This shift was facilitated by the traditional tilt within the intra-feudal relationship towards the pole of vassalage rather than benefice. The divorce of the samurai class from agrarian production was accompanied, in both the bakufu and Han sectors of Japan, by its entry into bureaucratic administration. For the shogunal state apparatus, with its proliferating posts and uncertain departments, was reproduced in the territories of the provincial lords. Each daimyo house came to acquire its own bureaucracy, staffed by vassal samurai, and directed by a council of higher retainers or kashinden, which like the roju board within the shogunate often exercised effective power in the name of the Han lord himself, who frequently became a figurehead. 25 The class of bushi was now itself stratified into a complex hereditary ranking system, only the top grades of which provided the senior officials of the Han governments. A further result of the bureaucratization of the samurai was to make it an educated class, with an increasingly impersonal loyalty to the Han as a whole, rather than to the person of the daimyo, although revolts against the latter were virtually unknown. At the base of the whole feudal system, the peasantry were juridically tied to the soil and forbidden to migrate or exchange their holdings. Statistically, the average peasant plot was extremely small, some 2 to 3 acres, and dues on it owed to the lord amounted to some 40 to 60% of the product in the early Tokugawa epoch. This declined to 30 to 40% towards the end of the shogunate. 26 villages were collectively responsible for their dues, which were generally paid in kind and collected by the daimyo's fiscal officials. Since the samurai no longer performed any manorial functions, all direct relationship between knights and peasants on the land was eliminated, apart from rural administration by the Han magistrates. The long peace of the Tokugawa epoch, and the fixed assessment methods of surplus extraction established under it, permitted an impressive advance of agrarian output and productivity in the first century after the installation of the shogunate. Major reclamations of land were undertaken, with the official encouragement of the bakufu, and there was an increased diffusion of iron-field implements. Irrigation was intensified and the area of paddy fields extended, fertilizers were more widely used, and crop variants multiplied. The official estimates for rice acreage increased by some 40% in the 17th century. In fact, these assessments always undercalculated the real situation because of concealments, and total cereal production probably nearly doubled in this epoch. 27 Population increased by 50% to some 30 million in 1721. Thereafter, however, it leveled off as bad harvests and famines henceforward struck down excess labor, and villages started to practice Malthusian controls to fend off these dangers. Thus in the 18th century, demographic increase was minimal. At the same time, the growth in gross output seems to have slowed down considerably. Land under cultivation increased by less than 30% according to official reckoning. 28 On the other hand, the later Tokugawa period was characterized by much more intensive commercialization of agriculture. Riziculture continued to make up 2/3 of rural production down to the end of the shogunate, benefiting from the introduction of improved threshing machines. 29 The rice surplus siphoned off by seigneurial dues was ultimately moneized by the feudal class in the towns. At the same time, regional specialization developed rapidly in the course of the 18th century. Cash crops such as sugar, cotton, tea, indigo, and tobacco were produced directly for the market, their cultivation often promoted by Han monopoly ventures in specific commodities. By the end of the shogunate, it is clear that a remarkably high proportion of total agricultural output was commercialized. 30 Either directly by peasant production for the market, or indirectly via the sale of feudal rice revenues from the tax system. The invasion of a money economy into the villages and the sharp conjunctural fluctuations of rice prices inevitably accelerated social differentiation among the peasantry. From the very outset of the Tokugawa epoch, land tenure within the Japanese villages had always been very unequal. Rich peasant families typically possessed larger than average holdings, which they worked with the aid of dependent labor masked in various forms of pseudo-kin or customary relationships with poorer peasants, while they dominated village councils as a traditional commoner elite. 31 The spread of commercial agriculture greatly enhanced the power and wealth of this social group. Although sale or purchase of land by them was technically illegal, in practice poor peasants were widely driven in desperation to mortgage their plots to village usurers when harvests were poor and prices were high. During the 18th century, there thus emerged within the rural economy a second exploiting stratum, intermediary between the seigneurial officialdom and the immediate producer, the jinushi or usurer landlords, who were usually by origin the richest peasants or headmen within the village, and who often increased their wealth by financing new cultivation, undertaken by dependent subtenants or wage labor. The pattern of land holding within the mura thus became steadily more concentrated, and kin fictions were abandoned for cash relationships between villagers. Thus while per capita income probably increased during the later Tokugawa period with the halt in demographic growth 32 and the jinushi stratum expanded and prospered, the net result of the same process was also to undermine the pitiful livelihood of the poorer peasantry. Punctuated by ruinous dearths, the 18th and 19th centuries saw increasing numbers of popular rebellions in the countryside. Initially local in character, these tended as time went on to acquire a regional and finally quasi-national incidence, to the alarm of both Han and Bakufu authorities. 33 The peasant revolts of the Tokugawa epoch were still too random and unorganized to be a serious political threat to the Bakuhan system. They were, however, symptoms of a gathering economic crisis within the old feudal order. Meanwhile, within this agrarian economy, as in feudal Europe, there had developed important urban centers, engaged in mercantile operations and manufactures. The municipal autonomy of the trading towns of the Ashikaga and Sengoku epochs had been durably suppressed at the end of the 16th century. The Tokugawa shogunate permitted no urban self-government. At most, honorific merchant councils were allowed in Osaka and Edo, under the firm control of the bakufu magistrates charged with the administration of the cities. 34 The Han castle towns naturally afforded no space for municipal institutions either. On the other hand, the pacification of the country and the establishment of the Sankin-Kotai system gave an unprecedented commercial impetus to the urban sector of the Japanese economy. The consumption of luxury goods by the higher aristocracy developed rapidly, while the conversion of the knight class into salaried officials augmented the demand for comforts beneath it. There was an overwhelming drainage of daimyo wealth to Edo and Osaka, caused by the costly construction and ostentatious itineraries attendant on the serial residence of the major feudal lords in the Tokugawa capital. It is estimated that up to 60 to 80% of Han cash outlays were accounted for by Sankin-Kotai expenditure. 35 There were over 600 official residences or yashiki maintained by the daimyo in Edo. These residences were in fact sprawling estate compounds, the largest of which could be up to 400 acres in extent, including mansions, offices, barracks, schools, stables, gymnasia, gardens and even prisons. Perhaps a sixth of the Han retinues were permanently stationed in them. The great urban agglomeration of Edo was dominated by a concentric system of such daimyo residences, carefully distributed about the vast Chiyoda fortress palace of the shogunate itself in the center of city. In all, half of the population of Edo lived in samurai households, and no less than 2/3 of the entire area of the city was the property of the military class. 36 To sustain the enormous costs of this system of compulsory feudal consumption, the Han governments were obliged to convert their tax revenues, extracted for the most part from the peasantry in kind, into cash incomes. Their rice surplus was thus marketed in Osaka, which came to be a distribution center that was the commercial pendant to the consumption center of Edo. It was there that specialized merchants managed Han warehouses, advanced credit against taxes or stipends to lords or their vassals, and speculated in commodity futures. The enforced monetization of feudal revenues thus prepared the conditions for a rapid expansion of mercantile capital in the cities. At the same time, the Chipnin class of town dwellers was legally forbidden to acquire agricultural land. The Japanese merchants of the Tokugawa epoch were consequently prevented from diverting their capital into rural property, after the manner of their Chinese counterparts. 37 The very rigidity of the class system created by Hideyoshi thus paradoxically encouraged the steady growth of purely urban fortunes. There thus developed in the course of the 17th and 18th centuries an extremely prosperous stratum of merchants in the larger towns, who engaged in a wide range of commercial activities. Shonen companies in the cities accumulated capital through marketing of the agricultural surplus, transport services, exchange transactions, manufacture of textiles, porcelain or other commodities, lumber and construction enterprises, and loans to the daimyo or the shogunate. The largest merchant houses came to control incomes equivalent to those of the most prominent territorial lords, for whom they acted as financial agents and sources of credit. The spreading commercialization of agriculture, accompanied by massive illegal migration to the towns, permitted an enormous expansion of the urban market. By the 18th century, Edo may have had a population of 1 million, larger than contemporary London or Paris. Osaka and Kyoto had perhaps 400,000 inhabitants each, and perhaps a tenth of the total population of Japan lived in towns of over 10,000. 38 This rapid wave of urbanization led to a scissors effect in the prices of manufactured and agricultural goods, given relative supply rigidity in the rural sector from which the nobility derived its income. The result was to create chronic budgetary difficulties for both the Bakufu and Han governments, which became increasingly indebted to the merchants who advanced them loans against their fiscal revenues. The deepening aristocratic deficits of the later Tokugawa epoch, however, did not betoken any corresponding ascent of the Chonin community within the social order as a whole. The shogunate and the daimyo reacted to the crisis in their incomes by cancelling their debts, coercively extracting large gifts from the merchant class, and cutting the rice stipends of their samurai retainers. For the Chonin were juridically at the mercy of the nobility whom they supplied with credit, and their gains could arbitrarily be erased by obligatory benevolences and special levies on them. Tokugawa law was socially shallow and territorially limited. It covered only the tenryō domains themselves, lacked any real judiciary, and was mainly concerned with repression of crime. Civil law was rudimentary, grudgingly administered as a matter of grace in litigation between private parties by the bakufu authorities. 39 Legal security for capital transactions was thus always precarious, although the large shogunal cities afforded merchants protection against daimyo, if not bakufu, pressures. On the other hand, the preservation of the Bakuhan system blocked the emergence of a unified domestic market and hampered the growth of mercantile capital on a national scale, once the limits of Sankin-Kotai expenditures had been reached. Han checkpoints and border guards impeded free passage of goods and persons, while many of the major daimyo houses followed protectionist policies of import restriction. Most decisive of all for the fate of the Chonin class in Japan, however, was Tokugawa isolationism. From the 1630s onwards, Japan was closed to foreigners, except for a Dutch-Chinese enclave off Nagasaki, and no Japanese was permitted to leave the country. These sealed frontiers were henceforward a permanent noose on the development of merchant capital in Japan. One of the fundamental preconditions of primitive accumulation in early modern Europe was the dramatic internationalization of commodity exchange and exploitation from the epoch of the discoveries onwards. Lenin repeatedly and rightly emphasized that, it is impossible to conceive a capitalist nation without foreign trade, nor is there any such nation. 40 The shogunal policy of seclusion, in effect, precluded any possibility of a transition to the capitalist mode of production proper within the Tokugawa framework. Deprived of foreign trade, commercial capital in Japan was constantly reined in and rerouted towards parasitic dependence on the feudal nobility and its political systems. Its remarkable growth, despite this insurmountable limit to its expansion, was only possible because of the density and scale of the domestic markets. Despite their division, with 30 million inhabitants, Japan in the mid-18th century was more populous than France. But there could be no capitalism in one country. Tokugawa isolationism condemned the Chonin to a fundamentally subaltern existence. The great metropolitan boom caused by the Sankin-Kotai system came to an end in the early 18th century, together with the tapering off of population growth as a whole. Restrictive official monopolies were licensed by the shogunate in 1721. From about 1735, construction and expansion ceased in the large bakufu cities. 41 Commercial vitality had, in fact, by then already shifted from the Osaka bankers and merchants to smaller interregional wholesalers. These in turn acquired monopolistic privileges towards the end of the 18th century, and entrepreneurial initiative moved further outwards into the provinces. In the early 19th century, it was the rural landlord-trader stratum of Junushi who proved the most dynamic business group, profiting from the lack of guild restrictions in the countryside to implant village industries such as sake brewing or silk manufacture. 42 There was thus a progressive diffusion of commerce outwards, which was transforming the countryside at the close of the Tokugawa epoch, rather than revolutionizing the towns. For manufacturing activity itself remained extremely primitive. There was little division of labor in either urban or rural enterprises, no major technical inventions, and relatively few concentrations of wage labor. Japanese industry, in fact, was overwhelmingly artisanal in character, and exiguous in equipment. The extensive development of organized commerce was never matched by an intensive advance in methods of production. Industrial technology was archaic, its improvement foreign to Chonin traditions. The prosperity and vitality of the Japanese merchant class had produced a distinctive urban culture of great artistic sophistication, above all in painting and literature. But it had not generated any growth in scientific knowledge or innovation in political thought. Shonen creativity within the Bakuhan order was confined to the domains of imagination and diversion, it never extended to inquiry or criticism. The merchant community as a class lacked intellectual autonomy or corporate dignity, it was circumscribed to the end by the historical conditions of existence imposed on it by the feudal autarky of the shogunate. The immobility of the Bakufu itself in turn perpetuated the structural paradox of the state and society to which the shogunate had given birth. For unlike any variant of feudalism in Europe, Tokugawa Japan combined a notably rigid and static parcelization of sovereignty with an extremely high velocity and volume of commodity circulation. The social and political framework of the country remained comparable to that of 14th century France, in the judgment of one of its major modern historians 43, yet the economic magnitude of Edo was greater than that of 18th century London. Culturally, too, overall educational levels in Japan were remarkable, perhaps 30% of the adult population, and 40 to 50% of men, were literate by the mid-19th century. 44 No other region in the world, outside Europe and North America, contains such integrated financial mechanisms, such advanced commerce or such high literacy. The ultimate compatibility between the Japanese polity and economy in the Tokugawa epoch fundamentally rested on the disproportion between commodity exchange and production within the country, for, as we have seen, the monetization of the seigneurial surplus, which was the basic motor of urban growth, did not correspond to the real scale of commercial agriculture by the peasantry as such. It was an artificial conversion of feudal deliveries in kind, superimposed on a primary production that was still predominantly subsistence, despite an increasing market orientation of its own in the later phases of the shogunate. It was this objective disjunctive at the base of the economic system which internally permitted the conservation of the original juridical and territorial fragmentation of Japan, dating from the settlement after Sekigahara. The external precondition of Tokugawa's stability, fully as vital, was the sedulous insulation of Japan from the outside world, which sealed it off from ideological infections, economic disruptions, diplomatic disputes or military contests of any kind. Nevertheless, even within the airless world of the Chiyoda Keep, the strains of maintaining an antiquated medieval machinery of government in a dynamic early modern economy were becoming increasingly evident by the early 19th century. For the Bakufu was gradually gripped, just as much as the provincial daimyots, by a creeping revenue crisis. At the material intersection of sovereignty and productivity, its fiscal system was logically the most vulnerable link of the shogunate. The Tokugawa government itself did not, of course, have to bear the expenses of the Sankin-Kotai system which it imposed on the Han. But since the whole social rationale of the ostentatory consumption involved in it was to demonstrate grades of rank and prestige within the aristocratic class, the shogunate's own voluntary costs of display were necessarily even greater than those of the daimyo. The Palatine household alone, composed of the women of the court, absorbed a larger share of the budget in the 18th century than the combined defense establishment of Osaka and Kyoto. 45 Moreover, the Bakufu had to perform certain quasi-national functions as the unitary apex of the pyramid of feudal sovereignty in Japan, while itself disposing of only about 1/5 of the land resources of the country. There was thus always a potential imbalance between its responsibilities and its tax capacity. Its extensive bureaucracy of bushi retainers was naturally far larger than that of any Han, and was extremely expensive to maintain. The total cost of the rank and office stipends of its liege vassals covered about half its annual budget, while official corruption within the Bakufu eventually became widespread. 46 At the same time, the fiscal yield of its house lands tended to decline in real terms, because it could not prevent increasing cash commutation of rice taxes, which depleted its treasury because the conversion rate was usually below market prices and coinage values were themselves steadily depreciating. 47 In the early phase of the Tokugawa epoch, the bullion monopoly of the shogunate had been a hugely profitable asset. Japanese silver output at the turn of the 17th century, for example, was about half the volume of total American exports to Europe, at the height of the Spanish convoys. 48 But by the 18th century, the mines were suffering from flooding and production declined greatly. The Bakufu responded by resorting to systematic debasements of the existing coinage. Between 1700 and 1854, the volume of nominal currency in circulation issued by the shogunate increased by 400 per cent 49. These devaluations eventually came to supply something between a quarter and a half of its annual income, since no competing specie was entering the country and demand was expanding within the economy as a whole. There was relatively little long-term price inflation. No regular taxation of commerce existed, but periodic and major confiscations were made from the merchant class from the early 18th century onwards, when the shogunate so decided. Repeated budgetary shortfalls and financial emergencies nevertheless continued to harass the Bakufu, whose annual deficits were well over 500,000 gold ryo by 1837, 41, 50, while short-term price oscillations during bad harvests could precipitate crises in countryside and capital alike. After nearly a decade of crop failures, much of Japan was haunted by famine in the 1830s, while the incumbent Rojo clique vainly strove to beat down prices and consolidate house income. In 1837, Osaka was the scene of a desperate attempt at plebeian insurrection, which revealed how charged the political climate of the country was becoming. At the same time, the armed apparatus of the shogunate had, after over 2 centuries of domestic peace, been drastically corroded. The outmoded and incompetent guard units of the Tenryō were to prove incapable of assuring security within Edo itself in a civil crisis. 51 While the Bakufu no longer had any operative superiority over the forces that could be mustered in the Tokugawa of the southwest. The military evolution of Tokugawa feudalism was the antithesis of that of European absolutism. A progressive diminution and dilapidation of its troop strength occurred. The Japanese feudal order was thus already in the throes of a slow internal crisis by the early 19th century, but if the commodity economy had eroded the stability of the old social and institutional structure, it had not yet generated the elements for a political solution to supersede it. The Tokugawa peace was still intact at mid-century. It was the exogenous impact of Western imperialism, with the arrival of Commodore Perry's squadron in 1853, which suddenly condensed the multiple latent contradictions of the shogunal state, and set off a revolutionary explosion against it. For the aggressive intrusion of American, Russian, British, French and other warships into Japanese waters, demanding the establishment of diplomatic and trade relations at gunpoint, posed an ominous dilemma for the Bakufu. For 2 centuries, it had systematically instilled xenophobia into all classes in Japan. As one of the most sacred themes of official ideology, the total exclusion of foreigners had, indeed, been one of the sociological linchpins of its rule. Yet it now confronted a military menace whose technological power, embodied in the ironclad steamships hovering in the Bay of Yokohama, it immediately became aware was easily capable of crushing its own armies. It therefore had to temporize and concede the Western demand for the opening up of Japan, to preserve its own survival. By doing so, however, it immediately rendered itself vulnerable to xenophobic attacks from within. Important collateral lineages of the Tokugawa house itself were rabidly hostile to the presence of foreign missions in Japan. The first assassinations of Westerners in their enclave at Yokohama were often the work of samurai from the fief of Mito, one of the 3 main cadet branches of the Tokugawa dynasty. The emperor in Kyoto, guardian and symbol of traditional cultural values, was also ferociously opposed to dealing with the intruders. With the onset of what all sections of the Japanese feudal class felt to be a national emergency, the imperial court was suddenly reactivated as an effective secondary pole of power, and the Kyoji aristocracy in Kyoto soon became a constant focus of intrigue against the shogunal bureaucracy in Edo. The Tokugawa regime was, in effect, now in an impossible situation. Politically, it could only justify its progressive retreats and concessions before Western demands by explaining to the daimyo the military inferiority which necessitated them. But to do so was to admit its own weakness and thereby invite armed subversion and revolt against itself. Pinned down by the external danger, it became increasingly unable to cope with the internal unrest that its delaying tactics provoked. Economically, moreover, the abrupt end of Japanese seclusion upset the whole viability of the shogunal monetary system, for since the Tokugawa coinages were essentially fiat issues, with far less bullion content than their denominational value, foreign merchants refused to accept them at parity with Western currencies based on real silver weightages. The advent of foreign trade on a large scale thus forced the bakufu to devalue steeply to the actual bullion content of its coinage, and to issue paper money, while external demand for key local products, silk, tea, and cotton, soared. The result was a catastrophic domestic inflation. The price of rice quintupled between 1853 and 1869,52, causing acute popular unrest in towns and countryside. The shogunal bureaucracy, convoluted and divided, was unable to react with any clear or decisive policy to the dangers now pressing in upon it. The lamentable state of its security apparatus was revealed when the one resolute leader produced by the bakufu in its last phase, Tsuneyosuke, was assassinated by xenophobic samurai in Edo in 1860, 53. 2 years later, another attentat forced his successor to resign. The Tozama fiefs of the southwest, Satsuma, Chosu, Tosa, and Saga, by their structural position always antagonists of the bakufu, were now emboldened to pass over to the offensive and conspire for its overthrow. Their own military and economic resources, husbanded by regimes more compact and efficacious than the Edo government, were put on a war footing. Han troops were modernized, enlarged and re-equipped with Western armaments, while Satsuma already possessed the largest samurai cadre in Japan. Chosu commanders recruited and drilled rich peasants, to create a commoner force capable of use against the shogunate. Popular expectations of great changes were now spreading in superstitious forms among the crowds of Nagoya, Osaka and Edo, while the tacit support of certain shonen bankers was one to provide the necessary financial reserves for a civil war. Constant liaison with the Kyuj malcontents in Kyoto ensured the Tozama leaders of crucial ideological coverage for the projected operation. It was to be nothing less than a revolution whose formal aim was to restore the imperial authority that had been usurped by the shogunate. The emperor thus supplied a transcendental symbol to which all classes could in theory be rallied. A swift coup delivered Kyoto to Satsuma troops in 1867. With the city under military control, the Emperor Meiji read a proclamation drafted by his court formally ending the shogunate. The bakufu, subverted and demoralized, proved incapable of any determined resistance. Within a few weeks, the whole of Japan had been seized by the insurgent Tozama armies, and the unitary Meiji state had been founded. The fall of the shogunate spelt the end of Japanese feudalism. Economically and diplomatically undermined from abroad, once the safety of its seclusion had gone, the Tokugawa state was politically and militarily undone from within by the very parcelization of sovereignty that it had always preserved, its lack of any monopoly of armed force, and its failure to suppress imperial legitimacy, eventually rendered it impotent before a well-organized insurrection in the name of the emperor. The Meiji state that succeeded it promptly proceeded to a sweeping arc of measures to abolish feudalism from above, the most radical such program ever to be enacted. The fief system was liquidated, the four-estate order destroyed, the equality of every citizen before the law proclaimed, calendar and dress reformed, a unified market and single currency created, and industrialization and military expansion systematically promoted. A capitalist economy and polity emerged directly from the elimination of the shogunate. The complex historical mechanisms of the revolutionary transformation accomplished by the Meiji Restoration remain to be examined. Here it is only necessary to stress that, contrary to the supposition of some Japanese historians, 54 the Meiji state was not in any categorical sense an absolutism. Initially an emergency dictatorship of the new ruling bloc, it soon proved itself a peremptory capitalist state, whose mettle was within a few decades to be fittingly tested in action against a genuine absolutism. In 1905, the Russian debacles at Tsushima and Mukden revealed to the world the difference between the two. The passage from feudalism to capitalism was effected, to a unique extent, without political interlude in Japan. B. The Asiatic mode of production. I. It has been seen that Marx expressly rejected the qualification of Mughal India as a feudal social formation, and by necessary implication, of Ottoman Turkey. This negative delimitation, however, which reserved the concept of feudalism for Europe and Japan, poses the question of what positive classification Marx ascribed to the socio-economic systems of which they furnished prominent examples. The answer, it has increasingly been conceded since the 60s, is that Marx believed them to represent a specific pattern which he called the Asiatic mode of production. This notion has come to be the focus of a wide international discussion among Marxists in recent years, and in the light of the conclusions to this study, it may be useful to recall the intellectual background from which he wrote. Theoretical juxtaposition and contrast of European and Asian state structures formed, as we have seen, a long tradition from Machiavelli and Bodin onwards, prompted by the proximity of Turkish power. It was indeed coeval with the new birth of political theory as such in the Renaissance, and thereafter accompanied its development step by step down to the Enlightenment. We have noted above the successive and significant reflections of Machiavelli, Bodin, Bacon, Harrington, Berni, and Montesquieu on the Ottoman Empire itself, intimate and enemy of Europe from the 15th century onwards. 1 By the 18th century, however, the geographical application of ideas initially conceived in contact with Turkey had spread steadily further east, in the wake of colonial exploration and expansion, to Persia, then India, and finally to China. With this geographical extension came a conceptual generalization of the complex of traits initially discerned or confined to the port. The notion of political despotism was born, a term hitherto lacking in the vocabulary of European commentary on Turkey, even if its substance was already long present to it. The traditional designation of the Osmanli Sultan, in Machiavelli, Bodin, or Harrington, was the Grand Signier, an awkward projection of the terminology of European feudalism onto a Turkish state explicitly declared to be distinct from any political system in Europe. Hobbes was the first major writer to speak of despotic power in the 17th century, commending it, paradoxically, as the normal and proper form of sovereignty. This connotation was naturally to be an isolated one. On the contrary, as the century proceeded, despotic power was everywhere increasingly equated with tyranny, while in France, Turkish tyranny was frequently attributed to the Bourbon dynasty in the polemical literature of its opponents, from the Fronde onwards. Bell seems to have been the first philosopher to use the generic concept of despotism as such. In 1704, too, while himself questioning it, he implicitly accepted that the idea was now a widely current one. The definite emergence of the notion of despotism, moreover, coincided with its extrajection onto the Orient from the start. For the central canonical passage in classical antiquity where the original Greek word itself could be found was a famous statement by Aristotle: barbarians are more servile by nature than Greeks, and Asians are more servile than Europeans, hence they endure despotic rule without protest. Such monarchies are like tyrannies, but they are secure because they are hereditary and legal. 3 Despotism was thus expressly attributed to Asia in the fons et origo of all political philosophy in Europe. The Enlightenment, which could now mentally encompass the whole globe after the great voyages of colonial discovery and conquest, was for the first time in a position to provide a general and systematic formulation of this connection. This task was undertaken by Montesquieu, with his mature theoretical categorization of Oriental despotism. Montesquieu, deeply influenced by Bodin and an assiduous reader of Berni, inherited from his predecessors the basic axioms that Asiatic states lack stable private property or a hereditary nobility, and were therefore arbitrary and tyrannical in character, views which he repeated with all the lapidary force peculiar to him. Oriental despotism, moreover, not merely rested on an abject fear, but also on an erasive equality among its subjects, for all were alike in their common subjection to the lethal caprices of the despot. The principle of despotic government is fear. It is uniform throughout, for this uniformity was the sinister antithesis of the municipal unity of classical antiquity. Men are all equal in a republican state, they are also equal in a despotic state, in the first, because they are everything, in the second, because they are nothing. 5 The lack of a hereditary nobility, long ago perceived in Turkey, here became something much stronger, a condition of denuded, egalitarian servitude throughout Asia. Montesquieu also added two further notions to the tradition he had inherited, both of them specifically reflecting Enlightenment doctrines of secularism and progress. Thus he argued that Asian societies were devoid of legal codes, religion operating as a functional substitute for law in them. There are states where laws are nothing, or no more than the capricious and arbitrary will of the sovereign. If the laws of religion in these states were similar to the laws of men, they would be null too, but since a society must have some principle of fixity, it is religion which provides it. 6. At the same time, he believed that these societies were essentially unchanging. The laws, customs, and manners of the Orient, even the most trivial, such as mode of dress, remain the same today as they were 1,000 years ago. 7. Montesquieu's declared principle of explanation for the differential character of European and Asian states was, of course, geographical. Climate and topography determined their separate destinies. Thus he synthesized his views on the nature of each in an artistically dramatic comparison. Asia has always been the home of great empires, they have never subsisted in Europe. For the Asia of which we know has vaster plains than Europe, it is broken up into greater masses by the surrounding seas, and as it is further south, its springs run more easily dry, its mountains are not so covered with snow, and its rivers are lower and form lesser barriers. Power therefore must always be despotic in Asia, for if servitude were not extreme, the continent would suffer a division which the geography of the region forbids. In Europe, the natural dimensions of geography form several states of a modest size, in which the rule of laws is not incompatible with the survival of the state. On the contrary, it is so propitious to it that without laws a state would fall into decay, and become inferior to every other. It is this which has created that spirit of liberty which renders each part of the continent so resistant to subjugation or submission by a foreign power, except law or the advantage of commerce. In Asia, by contrast, there reigns a spirit of servitude which has never quitted it, and in the entire history of the continent, it is impossible to find a single trait that marks a free soul. Only the heroism of slavery is to be seen. 8. Montesquieu's canvass, although contested by a few critics in his own time, 9 was generally accepted by the age, and became a central legacy for political economy and philosophy thereafter. Adam Smith took what was perhaps the next important step in developing the received opposition between Asia and Europe, when for the first time he redefined it as a contrast between two types of economy, dominated respectively by different branches of production. As the political economy of the nations of modern Europe has been more favorable to manufactures and foreign trade, the industry of the towns, than to agriculture, the industry of the country, so that of other nations has followed a different plan, and has been more favorable to agriculture than to manufactures and foreign trade. The policy of China favors agriculture more than all other employments. In China, the condition of a laborer is said to be as much superior to that of an artificer, as in most parts of Europe, that of an artificer is to that of a laborer. 10. Smith went on to postulate a novel correlation between the agrarian character of Asian or African societies and the role of hydraulic works, irrigation and transport, in them, for since, he argued, the state was proprietor of all land in these countries, it was directly interested in the public improvement of agriculture. The works constructed by the ancient sovereigns of Egypt for the proper distribution of the waters of the Nile were famous in antiquity, and the ruined remains of some of them are still the admiration of travelers. Those of the same kind which were constructed by the ancient sovereigns of Indostan, for the proper distribution of the waters of the Ganges as well as of many other rivers, though they have been less celebrated, seem to have been equally great. In China, and in several other governments of Asia, the executive power charges itself both with the reparation of the high roads, and with the maintenance of the navigable canals. This branch of public police accordingly is said to be very much attended to in all those countries, but particularly in China, where the high roads, and still more the navigable canals, it is pretended, exceed very much everything of the same kind which is known in Europe. 11. In the 19th century, the successors of Montesquieu and Smith prolonged much the same lines of thought. Within German classical philosophy, Hegel studied both men deeply, and in the philosophy of history restated most of Montesquieu's notions of Asian despotism, without intermediary ranks or powers, in his own characteristic idiom. Despotism, developed in magnificent proportions, was in the Orient the form of government strictly appropriate to the dawnland of history. 12 Hegel enumerated the major regions of the continent to which this rule applied. In India, therefore, the most arbitrary, wicked, degrading despotism has its full swing. China, Persia, Turkey, in fact Asia generally, is the scene of despotism, and in a bad sense, of tyranny. 13 The heavenly kingdom, which had aroused such mixed sentiments among Enlightenment thinkers, was the special object of his interest, as the model of what he saw as an egalitarian autocracy. In China, we have the reality of absolute equality, and all the differences that exist are possible only in connection with that administration, and in virtue of worth which a person may acquire, enabling him to fill a high post in the government. Since equality prevails in China, but without any freedom, despotism is necessarily the mode of government. Among us, men are equal only before the law, and in the respect paid to the property of each, but they have also many interests and peculiar privileges, which must be guaranteed, if we are to have what we call freedom. But in the Chinese Empire these special interests enjoy no consideration on their own account, and the government proceeds from the emperor alone, who sets it in motion as a hierarchy of officials or mandarins. 14 Hegel, like many of his predecessors, expressed a certain qualified admiration for Chinese civilization. His account of Indian civilization, although also nuanced, was much more somber. He believed that the Indian caste system was quite unlike anything in China, and represented a progress of hierarchy over equality, but one which nevertheless immobilized and debased the whole social structure. In China there prevailed inequality among all the individuals composing the empire, consequently all government was absorbed in its center, the emperor, so that individual members could not attain to independence and subjective freedom. In this respect, the essential advance is made in India, viz., that independent members ramify from the unity of despotic power. Yet the distinctions which these imply are referred to nature. Instead of stimulating the activity of a soul as their center of union, and spontaneously realizing that soul, as is the case in organic life, they petrify and become rigid, and by their stereotyped character condemn the Indian people to the most degrading spiritual serfdom. The distinctions in questions are the castes. 15 The result was that while we found a moral despotism in China, whatever may be called a relic of political life in India is a despotism without a principle, without any rule of morality or religion. 16 Hegel went on to characterize the nuclear basis of Indian despotism as a system of inert village communities, governed by hereditary custom and distribution of crops after taxation, unaffected by political alterations in the state above them. The whole income belonging to every village is, as already stated, divided into two parts, of which one belongs to the Raja, the other to the cultivators, but proportionate shares are also received by the provost of the place, the judge, the water surveyor, the Brahmin who superintends religious worship, the astrologer, the smith, the carpenter, the potter, the washerman, the barber, the physician, the dancing girls, the musician, the poet. This arrangement is fixed and immutable, and subject to no one's will. All political revolutions, therefore, are matters of indifference to the common Hindu, for his lot is unchanged. 17 These formulations, as will be seen, were to have a notable afterlife. Hegel ended by repeating the by now traditional theme of historical stagnation, which he attributed to both countries. China and India remain stationary, and perpetuate a natural vegetative existence even to the present time. 18 While in German classical philosophy, Hegel had followed Montesquieu very closely, if we turn to English political economy, we find that Smith's themes were not immediately adopted by his heirs. The elder Mill added little to traditional notions of Asian despotism in his study of British India. 19 The next English economist to develop a more original analysis of Oriental conditions was Richard Jones, the successor of Malthus at the East India College, whose essay on the distribution of wealth and the sources of taxation was published in London in 1831, the same year in which Hegel was delivering his lectures on China and India in Berlin. Jones's work, whose aim was a critique of Ricardo, included probably the most careful attempt at a concrete survey of agrarian tenures in Asia hitherto produced. Jones stated at the outset that, throughout Asia, the sovereigns have ever been in the possession of an exclusive title to the soil of their dominions, and they have preserved that title in a state of singular and inauspicious integrity, undivided, as well as unimpaired. The people are there universally the tenants of the sovereign, who is the sole proprietor. Usurpations of his officers alone occasionally break the links of the chain of dependence for a time. It is this universal dependence on the throne for the means of supporting life, which is the real foundation of the unbroken despotism of the Eastern world, as it is of the revenue of the sovereigns, and of the form which society assumes beneath their feet. Jones, however, was not content with the generic assertions of his predecessors. He tried to demarcate with some precision the four great zones in which what he called riot rents, i.e. taxes paid by peasants directly to the state as proprietor of the soil which they tilled, prevailed: India, Persia, Turkey, and China. The uniform nature of the economic system and political government in these diverse lands could be traced, he thought, to their common conquest by the Tartar tribes of Central Asia. China, India, Persia, and Asiatic Turkey, all placed at the outward edge of the Great Basin of Central Asia, have been subdued in their turn by eruptions of its tribes, some of them more than once. China seems even at this moment hardly escaping from the danger of another subjugation. Wherever these Scythian invaders have settled, they have established a despotic form of government, to which they have readily submitted themselves, while they were obliging the inhabitants of the conquered countries to submit to it. The Tartars have everywhere either adopted or established a political system, which unites so readily with their national habits of submission in the people, and absolute power in the chiefs, and their conquests have either introduced or re-established it, from the Black Sea to the Pacific, from Pekin to the Nerbudda. Throughout agricultural Asia the same system prevails. 21. Jones's general hypothesis of nomadic conquest as the origin of state ownership in land was combined with a new set of discriminations in his assessment of the degree and effects of this property in the respective countries with which he was concerned. Thus he wrote that later Mughal India witnessed an end to all system, moderation, or protection. Ruined rents, arbitrarily imposed, were collected in frequent military circuits, at the spear's point, and the resistance often attempted in despair, was unsparingly punished by fire and slaughter. 22. The Turkish state, on the other hand, formally maintained milder levels of exploitation, but the corruption of its agents often in practice rendered any restraints nugatory. There are evidently some advantages in the Turkish system compared with those of India or Persia. The permanence and moderation of the miri or land rent, is a very great one. But its comparative moderation and strength have remained useless to its unhappy subjects, from a degree of supineness and indifference as to the malversations of its distant officers. 23. In Persia, royal rapacity was without bounds, but the local irrigation system tempered its range, in contrast to its role in Smith's schema, by introducing forms of private property. Of all the despotic governments of the East, that of Persia is perhaps the most greedy, and the most wantonly unprincipled. Yet the peculiar soil of that country has introduced some valuable modifications of the general Asiatic system of riot rents. He who brings water to the surface, where it never was before, is guaranteed by the sovereign in the hereditary possession of the land fertilized by him. 24. Finally, Jones saw very clearly that Chinese agriculture formed a special case that could not be simply assimilated to that of the other countries he had described. Its immense productivity set it apart. The whole conduct indeed of the empire presents a striking contrast to that of the neighboring Asiatic monarchies. While not one half of India has ever been reclaimed, and still less of Persia, China is as fully cultivated, and more fully peopled than most European monarchies. 25. Jones's work thus undoubtedly represented the most advanced point reached by political economy in its discussion of Asia, in the first half of the 19th century. The younger Mill, writing nearly 2 decades later, revived Smith's surmise that Oriental states typically patronized public hydraulic works, the tanks, wells, and canals for irrigation, without which in most tropical climates cultivation could hardly be carried on. 26, but otherwise merely repeated the generic characterization of the extensive monarchies which from a time beyond historical record have occupied the plains of Asia. 27, that had long since become a consensual formula in Western Europe. It is thus essential to grasp that the two main intellectual traditions which decisively contributed to the formation of the work of Marx and Engels, contained a common pre-existent conception of Asian political and social systems, a shared complex of ideas that ultimately went back to the Enlightenment before them. This complex can be summarized in something like the following form. 28. State property of land. H1B3M2J. Lack of juridical restraints. B1B3M2. Religious substitution for law. M2. Absence of hereditary nobility. M1B2M2. Servile social equality. M2H2. Isolated village communities. H2. Agrarian predominance over industry. SB3. Public hydraulic works. SM3. Torrid climatic environment. M2M3. Historical immutability. M2H2JM3. Equals. Oriental despotism. No one author combined all of these notions in a single conception, as can be seen. Bernis alone had studied Asian countries at first hand. Montesquieu alone had formulated a coherent general theory of Oriental despotism as such. The geographical reference of successive writers had widened from Turkey to India and eventually to China. Hegel and Jones alone had sought to distinguish regional variations within a common Asiatic pattern. 2. We can now turn to the famous passages of Marx's correspondence with Engels, in which the two first discussed the problems of the Orient. On June 2, 1853, Marx wrote to Engels, who had been studying Asian history and learning some Persian, to recommend Bernis' account of Oriental cities, as brilliant, graphic, and striking. He went on to endorse the major thesis of Bernis' book in a celebrated and unequivocal fashion. Bernis rightly considered the basis of all phenomena in the East, he refers to Turkey, Persia, Hindustan, to be the absence of private property in land. This is the real key, even to the Oriental heaven. 1. In his reply a few days later, Engels conjectured that the basic historical explanation for this lack of private landed property must lie in the aridity of North African and Asian soil, which necessitated intensive irrigation and hence hydraulic works by the central state and other public authorities. The absence of property in land is indeed the key to the whole of the East. Herein lies its political and religious history. But how does it come about that the Orientals did not arrive at landed property, even in its feudal form? I think it is mainly due to the climate, taken in connection with the nature of the soil, especially with the great stretches of desert which extend from the Sahara straight across Arabia, Persia, India, and Tartary up to the highest Asiatic plateau. Artificial irrigation is here the first condition of agriculture, and this is a matter either for the communes, the provinces, or the central government. An Oriental government never had more than 3 departments: finance, war, and public works. This artificial fertilization of the land, which immediately ceased when the irrigation system fell into decay, explains the otherwise curious fact that whole stretches which were once brilliantly cultivated are now waste and bare. It explains the fact that one devastating war could depopulate a country for centuries and strip it of its whole civilization too. A week later, Marx wrote back, agreeing on the importance of public works for Asian society and stressing the coexistence of self-sufficient villages with them. The stationary character of this part of Asia, despite all the aimless movement on the political surface, is fully explained by 2 circumstances which supplement each other: the public works which were the business of the central government. Besides this, the whole empire, not counting the few larger towns, was divided into villages, each of which possessed a completely separate organization and formed a little world in itself. In some of these communities the lands of the village are cultivated in common. In most cases each occupant tills his own field. Within them there is slavery and the caste system. The waste lands are for common pasture. Domestic weaving and spinning is done by wives and daughters. These idyllic republics, which only jealously guard the boundaries of their village against the neighboring village, still exist in a fairly perfect form in the northwestern parts of India, which were recent English accessions. I do not think anyone could imagine a more solid foundation for stagnant Asiatic despotism. Marx added, significantly, in any case it seems to have been the Mohammedans who first established the principle of no property in land throughout the whole of Asia. 3. During this same period, Marx presented their common reflections to the public in a series of articles for the New York Daily Tribune. Climate and territorial conditions, especially the vast tracts of desert, extending from the Sahara, through Arabia, Persia, India, and Tartary, to the most elevated Asiatic highlands, constituted artificial irrigation by canals and waterworks the basis of Oriental agriculture. As in Egypt and India, inundations are used for fertilizing the soil of Mesopotamia, Persia, and so on. Advantage is taken of a high level for feeding irrigative canals. This prime necessity of an economical and common use of water, which in the Occident drove private enterprise to voluntary association, as in Flanders and Italy, necessitated in the Orient, where civilization was too low and the territorial extent too vast to call into life voluntary association, the interference of the centralizing power of government. Hence an economical function devolved upon all Asiatic governments, the function of providing public works, for Marx went on to emphasize that the social basis of this type of government in India was the domestic union of agricultural and manufacturing pursuits in the so-called village system, which gave to each of these small unions their independent organization and distinct life. 5. British rule had smashed the political superstructure of the Mughal imperial state, and was now attacking the socio-economic infrastructure on which it rested, by the forcible introduction of private property in land. The zamindari and ryotwari themselves, abominable as they are, involve two distinct forms of private property in land, the great desideratum of Asiatic society. 6. In a sweeping strophe, of the greatest passion and eloquence, Marx surveyed the historical consequences of European conquest of Asian soil that were now unfolding. Sickening as it must be to human feeling to witness those myriads of industrious patriarchal and inoffensive social organizations disorganized and dissolved into their units, thrown into a sea of woes, and their individual members losing at the same time their ancient form of civilization and their hereditary means of subsistence, we must not forget that these idyllic village communities, inoffensive though they may appear, had always been the solid foundations of Oriental despotism, that they restrain the human mind within the smallest possible compass, making it the unresisting tool of superstition, enslaving it beneath traditional rules, depriving it of all grandeur and historical energies. We must not forget the barbarian egotism which, concentrating on some miserable patch of land, had quietly witnessed the ruin of empires, the perpetration of unspeakable cruelties, the massacre of the population of large towns, with no other consideration bestowed upon them than on natural events, itself the helpless prey of any aggressor who deigned to notice it at all. 7. He added, we must not forget that these little communities were contaminated by distinctions of caste and by slavery, that they subjugated man to external circumstances instead of elevating man to be the sovereign of circumstances, that they transformed a self-developing social state into never-changing natural destiny. 8. Marx's private correspondence and publicistic intervention of 1853 were thus very close to the main themes of traditional European commentary on Asian history and society, in both direction and tone. The continuity, avowed at the outset by the appeal to Berni, is especially striking in Marx's repeated assertion of the stagnation and immutability of the Oriental world. Indian society has no history at all, at least no known history. 9. He wrote, a few years later, he characteristically referred to China as vegetating in the teeth of time. 10. Two main emphases, however, can be distilled from the course of his exchange with Engels. Both had been partially adumbrated in the preceding tradition. The first was the notion that public irrigation works, necessitated by climatic aridity, were a basic determinant of centralized despotic states, with a monopoly of land, in Asia. This was, in effect, a fusion of three themes that had hitherto been relatively distinct: hydraulic agriculture, geographical destiny, and state agrarian property. A second thematic element was added by the claim that the basic social cells on which Oriental despotism was superimposed were self-sufficient village communities, embodying a union of domestic crafts and cultivation. This conception had also, as we have seen, been advanced in the earlier tradition. Marx, taking his evidence from reports of the British colonial administration in India, now gave it a new and more prominent position within the general schema he had inherited. The hydraulic state above and the autarkic village below were linked into a single formula, in which there was a conceptual equipoise between the two. 4 or 5 years later, however, when Marx was drafting the Grundrisse, it was the latter notion of the self-sustaining village community which acquired an unmistakably predominant function in his account of what he was to call the Asiatic mode of production. For Marx now came to believe that state property of the soil in the Orient concealed a tribal communal ownership of it, by self-sustaining villages which were the socio-economic reality behind the imaginary unity of the title of the despotic sovereign to the land. The all-embracing unity which stands above all these small common bodies may appear as the higher or sole proprietor, the real communities only as hereditary possessors. The despot here appears as the father of all the numerous lesser communities, thus realizing the common unity of all. It therefore follows that the surplus product belongs to this highest unity. Oriental despotism therefore appears to lead to a legal absence of property. In fact, however, its foundation is tribal or common property, in most cases created through a combination of manufacture and agriculture within the small community, which thus becomes entirely self-sustaining and contains within itself all conditions of production and surplus production. 11. This thematic innovation was accompanied by a considerable extension of the field of application of Marx's conception of this mode of production, which was no longer tied so directly to Asia. Thus, he went on, insofar as this type of common property is actually realized in labor, it can appear in two ways. The small communities may vegetate independently side by side, and within each the individual labors independently with his family on the land allotted to him. Secondly, the unity can involve a common organization of labor itself, which in turn can constitute a veritable system, as in Mexico, and especially Peru, among the ancient Celts, and some tribes of India. Furthermore, the communality within the tribal body may tend to appear either as a representation of its unity through the head of the tribal kinship group, or as a relationship between the heads of families. Hence either a more despotic or a more democratic form of the community. The communal conditions for real appropriation through labor, such as irrigation systems, means of communication, and so on, will then appear as the work of the higher unity, the despotic government which is poised above the lesser communities. 12. Such despotic governments, Marx seems to have believed, levied irregular and unskilled labor drafts from their populations, which he called the generalized slavery of the Orient. 13. Towns in these conditions were generally contingent or supererogatory in Asia. Cities in the proper sense arise by the side of these villages only where the location is particularly propitious to external trade, or where the head of the state and his satraps exchange their revenue against labor, which they expend as labor funds. Asian history is a kind of undifferentiated unity of town and country. 14. Here the echo of Berny, the original prompter of Marx's reflections on the Orient in 1853, is once again manifestly audible. The decisively new element in Marx's writings of 1857-8 on what he a year later, for the first and only time, formally dubbed the Asiatic mode of production. 15. Was the idea that there existed in Asia and elsewhere tribal or communal ownership of the soil by self-sufficient villages, behind the official veil of state property of land. In his completed and published writings, however, Marx never explicitly endorsed this novel conception again. In Capital, on the contrary, he substantially reverted to the earlier positions of his correspondence with Engels. For on the one hand, he re-emphasized again, at greater length than ever before, the importance of the peculiar structure of Indian village communities, which he asserted were prototypical of Asia as a whole. These he described as follows: these small and extremely ancient Indian communities, some of which have continued down to this day, are based on possession in common of the land, on the blending of agriculture and handicrafts, and on an unalterable division of labor. The constitution of these communities varies in different parts of India. In those of the simplest form, the land is tilled in common, and the produce divided among the members. At the same time, spinning and weaving are carried on in each family as subsidiary industries. Side by side with the masses thus occupied with one and the same work, we find the chief inhabitant, who is judge, police, and tax gatherer in one, the bookkeeper, who keeps the accounts of the tillage and registers everything relating thereto, another official who prosecutes criminals, protects strangers traveling through and escorts them to the next village, the boundary man, who guards the boundaries against neighboring communities, the water overseer, who distributes the water from the common tanks for irrigation, the Brahmin, who conducts the religious services, the schoolmaster who on the sand teaches the children reading and writing, the calendar Brahmin, or astrologer, who makes known the lucky or unlucky days for seed time and harvest, and for every other kind of agricultural work, a smith and a carpenter, who make and repair all the agricultural implements, the potter, who makes all the pottery of the village, the barber, the washerman, who washes clothes, the silversmith. Here and there the poet, who in some communities replaces the silversmith, in others the schoolmaster. This dozen of individuals is maintained at the expense of the whole community. If the population increases, a new community is founded, on the pattern of the old one, on unoccupied land. 16 It will be noticed that this account, down to the very order of the roll call of rustic occupations in the village, is virtually word for word that of Hegel's philosophy of history cited above. The only changes in the dramatis personae are a lengthening of the list, and a substitution of Hegel's physician, dancing girls, and musician by Marx's more prosaic boundary man, silversmith and schoolmaster. 17. The political conclusions Marx drew from his miniature social diorama were no less exactly reminiscent of those Hegel had proposed 35 years earlier. The formless plethora of self-sufficient villages, with a union of crafts and agriculture, and collective tillage, was the social basis of Asiatic immutability. For the unchanging rural communities were insulated from the fortunes of the state above them. The simplicity of the organization for production in these self-sufficing communities that constantly reproduce themselves in the same form, and when accidentally destroyed, spring up again on the same spot and with the same name, this simplicity supplies the key to the secret of the unchangeableness of Asiatic societies, an unchangeableness in such striking contrast with the constant dissolution and refounding of Asiatic societies, and the never-ceasing changes of dynasty. The structure of the economic elements of society remains untouched by the storm clouds of the political sky. 18 On the other hand, while he maintained that these villages were characterized by common possession of land, and often common cultivation of it, Marx no longer claimed that they embodied communal or tribal property of the soil. On the contrary, he now reverted to a straightforward and unambiguous restatement of his original position that Asian societies were typically defined by state property of land. Should the direct producers not be confronted by a private landowner, but rather, as in Asia, under direct subordination to a state which stands over them as their landlord and simultaneously as sovereign, then rent and taxes coincide, or rather, there exists no tax which differs from this form of ground rent. Under such circumstances, there need exist no stronger political or economic pressure than that common to all subjection to that state. The state is then the supreme lord. Sovereignty here consists in the ownership of land concentrated on a national scale. But, on the other hand, no private ownership of land exists, although there is both private and common possession of land. 19 The mature Marx of Capital itself thus remains substantially faithful to the classical European image of Asia which he had inherited from a long file of predecessors. It remains to consider the later, informal interventions of Marx and Engels with a bearing on the whole question of Oriental despotism. It can be said at the outset that virtually all of these dicta after Capital, most of them in correspondence, take up once again the characteristic leitmotif of the Grundriss. They repeatedly link communal property of land, by self-sustaining villages, with centralized Asiatic despotism, and pronounce the former to be the socio-economic basis for the latter. Thus Marx, in his draft letters to Zasulich in 1881, defining the Russian Mir community under Tsarism as a type in which property in land is communal, but each peasant cultivates and manages his own plot on his own account, stated, the isolation of the village communities, the lack of links between their lives, this locally bounded microcosm, is not everywhere an imminent characteristic of the last of the primitive types. However, wherever it does occur, it permits the emergence of a central despotism above the communities. 20 Engels, for his part, twice reproduced the same theme. In 1875, well before Marx's exchange with Zasulich, he had written in an article on Russia, the complete isolation of these communities, which creates identical but in no way common interests in the country, is the natural basis of Oriental despotism. From India to Russia, wherever this social form has predominated, it has engendered such a state as its complement. 21 In 1882, in an unpublished manuscript on the Frankish epoch in Western European history, he again remarked, there where the state arises in an epoch when the village community cultivates its land in common, or at least merely allocates it temporarily to different families, and where consequently no private property of the soil has yet emerged, as with the Aryan peoples of Asia and the Russians, state power assumes the form of a despotism. 22 Finally, in his major published work of this epoch, Engels reaffirmed both of the two ideas which had from the start been the most distinctive emphases of his common reflections with Marx. On the one hand, he reiterated, after a lapse of 2 decades, the importance of hydraulic works for the formation of despotic states in Asia. However great the number of despotisms which rose and fell in Persia and India, each was fully aware that above all it was the entrepreneur responsible for the collective maintenance of irrigation throughout the river valleys, without which no agriculture was possible there. 23 At the same time, he once again asserted the typical subsistence of village communities with collective property of land beneath Asiatic despotisms. For while commenting that in the whole of the Orient, the village community or the state owns the land. 24 He went on to declare that the oldest form of such communities, i.e. precisely those to which he attributed communal land ownership, were the foundation of despotism. Where the ancient communes have continued to exist, they have for thousands of years formed the basis of the cruelest form of state, Oriental despotism, from India to Russia. 25. This categorical statement may conclude our survey of the views of the founders of historical materialism on Asian history and society. How should they be summarized? It is clear that Marx's negative refusal to generalize the feudal mode of production beyond Europe had its counterpart in his positive conviction, shared by Engels, that there was a specific Asiatic mode of production characteristic of the Orient, which separated it historically and sociologically from the Occident. The hallmark of this mode of production, which set it off immediately from feudalism, was the absence of private property in land. For Marx, this was the first key to the whole structure of the Asiatic mode of production. Engels attributed this lack of individual agrarian property to climatic aridity, necessitating large-scale irrigation works and hence state supervision of the forces of production. Marx toyed for a moment with the hypothesis that it was first introduced into the Orient by Islamic conquest, but then he too adopted Engels's thesis that hydraulic agriculture was probably the geographical basis of the absence of private property in land that distinguished the Asiatic mode of production. Later, however, Marx came to believe in the Grundriss that state property of the soil in the Orient concealed a tribal communal ownership of it by self-sustaining villages. In Capital he abandoned this notion, reaffirming the traditional European axiom of a state monopoly of land in Asia, while retaining his conviction of the importance of self-enclosed rural communities at the base of Oriental society. In the 2 decades after the publication of Capital, however, both Marx and Engels reverted to the idea that the social basis of Oriental despotism was the self-sufficient village community, with communal agrarian property. No wholly consistent or systematic account of the Asiatic mode of production can be derived from their writings, because of these oscillations indicated above. But allowing for this, Marx's sketch of what he believed to be the archetypal Asian social formation included the following fundamental elements: The absence of private property in land, the presence of large-scale irrigation systems in agriculture, the existence of autarkic village communities combining crafts with tillage and communal ownership of the soil, the stagnation of passively rentier or bureaucratic cities, and the domination of a despotic state machine cornering the bulk of the surplus and functioning not merely as the central apparatus of repression of the ruling class, but as its principal instrument of economic exploitation. Between the self-reproducing villages below and the hypertrophied state above, dwelt no intermediate forces. The impact of the state on the mosaic of villages beneath it was purely external and tributary, its consolidation or destruction alike left rural society untouched. The political history of the Orient was thus essentially cyclical, it contained no dynamic or cumulative development. The result was the secular inertia and immutability of Asia, once it had attained its own peculiar level of civilization. 3. Marx's notion of the Asiatic mode of production has in recent years been revived on a considerable scale. Many writers, aware of the impasse of a quasi-universal feudalism, have welcomed it as a theoretical emancipation from a too rigid and linear scheme of historical development. After having fallen into oblivion for a long period, the Asiatic mode of production has today achieved a new fortune. 1 For the purposes of this note, it is evident that the Ottoman occupation of the Balkans confronts any Marxist study of even European history with the question of whether it is a valid guide for the Turkish state that existed in the same continent, on the other side of feudalism. The original function of Marx's notion is clear enough. It was designed essentially to account for the failure of the major non-European civilizations of his own day, despite their very high level of cultural achievements, to evolve towards capitalism, as Europe had done. The Oriental despotisms which Marx initially had in mind were the recent or contemporary Asian empires of Turkey, Persia, India, and China, those which had formed the focus of Jones's study. Most of his evidence, in fact, was drawn from the single case of Mughal India, destroyed a century earlier by the British. However, in the somewhat later passages of the Grundrisse, Marx proceeded to extend his application of Asiatism to a very different range of societies, actually outside Asia altogether, notably, to the American social formations of Mexico and Peru before the Spanish conquest, and even to Celtic and other tribal societies. The reason for this conceptual slippage is evident from the draft texts of the Grundrisse themselves. Marx came to believe that the fundamental reality of the Asiatic mode of production was not state property in land, centralized hydraulic works or a political despotism, but the tribal or communal property of land in self-sustaining villages, combining crafts and agriculture. Within the terms of his original scheme, the whole emphasis of his interest shifted from the bureaucratic state above to the autarkic villages below, and once the latter were designated tribal and ascribed a communal, more or less egalitarian system of production and property, the way was open for an indefinite extension of the notion of the Asiatic mode of production to societies of a totally distinct type from those which initially seemed to have been envisaged by Marx and Engels in their correspondence, neither Oriental in location nor comparably civilized in development. In Capital, Marx hesitated over the logic of this evolution, and returned in part more closely to his original conceptions. Thereafter, however, both Engels and Marx developed the themes of communal or tribal property of land by self-sufficient villages, as the foundation of despotic states, without major qualifications. Today, it is noticeable that contemporary discussion and utilization of the notion of the Asiatic mode of production has largely focused on the draft sketches of 1857-8, and their scattered sequels of 1875-82, and in doing so has tended to radicalize the centrifugal tendencies of the concept that first start to appear in the Grundrisse. The notion has, in effect, typically been extended in two different directions. On the one hand, it has been cast far backwards to include ancient societies of the Middle East and Mediterranean prior to the classical epoch, Sumerian Mesopotamia, Pharaonic Egypt, Hittite Anatolia, Mycenaean Greece, or Etruscan Italy. This use of the notion retains its original emphasis on a powerful centralized state, and often hydraulic agriculture, and focuses on generalized slavery in the presence of arbitrary and unskilled labor drafts levied from primitive rural populations by a superior bureaucratic power above them. 2. At the same time, a second extension has occurred in another direction. For the Asiatic mode of production has also been enlarged to embrace the first state organizations of tribal or semi-tribal social formations, with a level of civilization far below those of pre-classical antiquity, Polynesian islands, African chieftain rise, Amerindian settlements. This usage normally discards any emphasis on large-scale irrigation works or a particularly despotic state. It focuses essentially on the survival of kin relationships, communal rural property and cohesively self-sufficient villages. It deems this whole mode of production transitional between a classless and a class society, preserving many pre-class features. 3. The result of these two tendencies has been an enormous inflation of the scope of the Asiatic mode of production, chronologically backwards to the earliest dawn of civilization, and geographically outwards to the farther edge of tribal organization. The consequent suprahistorical melange defies all scientific principles of classification. A ubiquitous Asiatism represents no improvement on a universal feudalism. In fact, it is even less rigorous as a term. What serious historical unity exists between Ming China and megalithic Ireland, pharaonic Egypt, and Hawaii? It is perfectly clear that such social formations are unimaginably distant from one another. Melanesian or African tribal societies, with their rudimentary techniques of production, minimal population and surplus, and lack of literacy, are poles apart from the massive and sophisticated Hoka-Ulturen of the ancient Middle East. These in turn represented manifestly distinct levels of historical development from the civilizations of the early modern Orient, separated by huge revolutions in technology, demography, warfare, religion, and culture across the intervening millennia. To mix such immensely disparate historical forms and epochs under a single rubric is to end with the same reductio ad absurdum produced by an indefinite extension of feudalism. If so many different socio-economic formations, of such contrasting levels of civilization, are all contracted to one mode of production, the fundamental divisions and changes of history must derive from another source altogether, that has nothing to do with the Marxist conception of modes of production. The inflation of ideas, like coins, merely leads to their devaluation. The license for later minting of Asiatisms, however, is to be found in Marx himself. For it was his gradual shift of emphasis from the despotic Oriental state to the self-sufficient village community, which was to make possible the discovery of the same mode of production outside the Asia with which he had initially been concerned. Once all the weight of his analysis was transferred away from the ideal unity of the state to the real foundations of communal tribal property in the egalitarian villages below, it imperceptibly became natural to assimilate tribal social formations or ancient states with a still comparatively primitive rural economy to the same category as the modern civilizations with which Marx and Engels had started. Marx himself, as we have seen, was the first to do so. The subsequent theoretical and historiographic confusions point unmistakably to the whole notion of the self-sustaining village and its communal property as the basic empirical fault in Marx's construction. The central elements of the self-sustaining village in this conception were, union of domestic crafts and agriculture, absence of commodity exchange with the external world, hence isolation and detachment from the affairs of the state, common property of land, and in some cases also common cultivation of the soil. Marx founded his belief in the palingenesis of these rural communities and their egalitarian property systems virtually entirely on his study of India, where English administrators had reported their existence after the conquest of the subcontinent by Britain. In actual fact, however, there is no historical evidence that communal property ever existed in either Mughal or post-Mughal India. 5 The English accounts on which Marx relied were the product of colonial mistakes and misinterpretations. Likewise, cultivation in common by villagers was a legend, tillage was always individual in the early modern epoch. 6 Far from the Indian villages being egalitarian, moreover, they were always sharply divided into castes, and what co-possession of landed property did exist was confined to superior castes who exploited lower castes as tenant cultivators on it. 7 Marx, in his first comments on Indian village systems in 1853, had mentioned in passing that within them there is slavery and the caste system, and that they were contaminated by distinctions of caste and by slavery, but he never seems to have attached much importance to these contaminations of what he in the same paragraphs described as these inoffensive social organisms. 8 Thereafter he virtually ignored the whole massive structure of the Hindu caste system, the central social mechanism of class stratification in traditional India, altogether. His subsequent accounts of these self-sufficient village communities are effectively innocent of any reference to it. Although Marx believed that there was a hereditary political leadership of such villages, whether in India or Russia, of a patriarchal type, the whole drift of his analysis, expressly set out in his correspondence with Zasulich in the 1880s, in which he approved the idea of a direct transition from the Russian village commune to socialism, was that the fundamental character of the self-sufficient rural communities was a primitive economic egalitarianism. This illusion was all the more strange in that Hegel, whom Marx otherwise so closely followed in his accounts of India, was far more conscious of the brutal omnipresence of caste inequality and exploitation than Marx himself. The philosophy of history devotes a graphic section to a subject on which the Grundrisse and Capital are silent. 9 The caste system, in fact, rendered Indian villages, both before and during Marx's day, one of the most extreme negations of inoffensive bucolic community or social equality anywhere in the world. Furthermore, the rural villages of India were never in any real sense detached from the state above them, or isolated from its control. Imperial monopoly of land in Mughal India was enforced by a fiscal system which extracted heavy taxes from the peasantry to the state, mostly payable in cash or in commercial crops subsequently resold by the state, hence limiting even the economic autarky of the humblest rural communities. Administratively, moreover, Indian villages were always subordinated to the central state through its appointment of their headmen. 10 Thus far from being indifferent to Mughal rule above them, the Indian peasantry eventually rose in great rise against its oppression, and directly hastened its downfall. The self-sufficiency, equality, and isolation of the Indian village communities was thus always a myth. Both the caste system within them and the state above them precluded either. 11 The empirical falsity of Marx's image of the Indian village communities, indeed, could have been guessed from the theoretical contradiction which they introduced into the whole notion of the Asiatic mode of production. For the presence of a powerful, centralized state presupposes a developed class stratification, according to the most elementary tenets of historical materialism, while the prevalence of communal village property implies a virtually pre-class or classless social structure. How could the two in fact be combined? Likewise, the original insistence by Marx and Engels on the importance of public irrigation works by the despotic state was quite incompatible with their later emphasis on the autonomy and self-sufficiency of the village communities, for the former precisely involves the direct intervention of the central state in the local productive cycle of the villages, the most extreme antithesis of their economic isolation and independence. 12 The combination of a strong, despotic state and egalitarian village communes is thus intrinsically improbable. Politically, socially, and economically they virtually exclude one another. Wherever a powerful central state occurs, advanced social differentiation exists, and there is always a complex skein of exploitation and inequality reaching into the lowest units of production themselves. The tenets of communal or tribal property and self-sufficient villages, which prepared the way for the later inflation of the Asiatic mode of production, cannot survive a critical examination. Their elimination frees consideration of the subject from the false problematic of tribal or ancient social formations. We are thereby returned to the original focus of Marx's concern, the great empires of early modern Asia. These were the Oriental despotisms, characterized by the absence of private property in land, which formed the starting point for the correspondence between Marx and Engels on the problems of Asian history. If the village communities disappear under the scrutiny of modern historiography, what verdict does it permit on the hydraulic state? For it will be remembered that the two central traits of the Oriental state initially noted by Engels and Marx were the absence of private property in land and the presence of public hydraulic works on a large scale. The one presupposed the other, for it was the state's construction of large-scale irrigation systems which rendered possible the sovereign's monopoly of agrarian land. The interconnection of these two was the foundation of the comparatively stationary character of Asian history, as the common ground of all the Oriental empires which dominated it. It must now be asked whether the empirical evidence available today confirms this hypothesis. The answer is that it does not do so. On the contrary, it might be said that the two phenomena singled out by Marx and Engels as the keynotes of Asian history paradoxically represented not so much conjointment as alternative principles of development. Very crudely, the historical evidence shows that of the great Oriental empires of the early modern epoch with which they were originally concerned, those which were marked by the absence of private property in land, Turkey, Persia, and India, never possessed any public irrigation works of importance, while that which possessed major irrigation systems, China, was vice versa marked by private property in land. 13 The two terms of the combination posited by Marx and Engels diverged rather than coincided. Russia, moreover, which they repeatedly assimilated to the Orient as a whole, as an example of Asiatic despotism, never knew either major irrigation systems or absence of private property in land. 14 The similarity which Marx and Engels perceived between all the states they deemed Asian was a deceptive one, to a large extent the product of their own inevitable lack of information, at a time when historical study of the Orient was only just starting in Europe. Indeed, nothing is more striking than the extent to which they inherited virtually en bloc a traditional European discourse on Asia, and reproduced it with few variations. The two main innovations, each already anticipated in Nous by previous authors, as we have seen, that they introduced were the self-sustaining village community and the hydraulic state, both of which in different ways proved scientifically unsound. In certain respects, it can even be said that Marx and Engels regressed behind their ancestors in the tradition of European reflections on Asia. Jones was more aware of the political variations within the states of the Orient, Hegel perceived the role of caste in India more clearly, Montesquieu revealed a more acute interest in the religious and legal systems of Asia. None of these authors identified Russia so nonchalantly with the Orient as Marx, and all of them showed more serious knowledge of China. Marx's comments on China furnish, indeed, a final illustration of the limits of his comprehension of Asian history. Omitted from the main discussions between Marx and Engels on the Asiatic mode of production, which revolved largely on India and the Islamic world, China was not thereby exempted from the notions which they yielded. 15 Both Marx and Engels repeatedly referred to China in terms indistinguishable from their general characterization of the Orient. In fact, their allusions were if anything especially unqualified. The imperturbable Celestial Empire was a stronghold of arch-reaction and arch-conservatism that was the very opposite of Europe, enclosed in a barbarous and hermetic isolation from the civilized world. The rotting semi-civilization of the oldest empire in the world inculcated hereditary stupidity in its population, vegetating in the teeth of time. It was a representative of the antiquated world contriving to dupe itself with delusions of celestial perfection. 16 In a significant article of 1862, Marx once again applied his standard formulation for Oriental despotism and the Asiatic mode of production to the Chinese Empire. Commenting on the Taiping Rebellion, he remarked that China, this living fossil, was now convulsed with a revolution, and added, "There is nothing extraordinary in this phenomenon, since Oriental empires exhibit a permanent immobility in their social foundations, and restless change in the persons and tribes who seize control of the political superstructure." 17 The intellectual consequences of this conception are strikingly evident in Marx's judgments of the Taiping Rebellion itself, the largest single upheaval of exploited and oppressed masses anywhere in the world in the whole course of the 19th century. For Marx, paradoxically, displayed the greatest hostility and acrimony towards the Taiping rebels, whom he actually described thus: "They are a still greater abomination for the popular masses than for the old rulers. Their destiny appears to be no more than to oppose conservative stagnation with a reign of destruction grotesque and loathsome in form, a destruction without any new or constructive kernel whatever. 18 Recruited from lumpen elements, vagabonds, and bad characters, who were given carte blanche to commit every conceivable outrage on women and girls. The typing after 10 years of noisy pseudo-activity have destroyed everything and produced nothing. 19 Such vocabulary, taken over uncritically from English consular reports, shows more clearly than anything else the gulf of incomprehension that separated Marx from the realities of Chinese society. In practice, neither Marx nor Engels seem to have been able to give Chinese history much study or thought. Their essential preoccupations lay elsewhere. Modern attempts to build a developed theory of the Asiatic mode of production from the scattered legacies left by Marx and Engels, whether in the communal, tribal or hydraulic despotic avenues of direction, are thus essentially misguided. They underestimate both the weight of the prior problematic which Marx and Engels accepted, and the vulnerability of the limited modifications which they brought to it. The Asiatic mode of production, even shorn of its village myths, still suffered the inherent weakness of functioning essentially as a generic residual category for non-European development. 20 And so blending features found in distinct social formations into a single, blurred archetype. The most obvious and pronounced distortion resulting from such a procedure was the persistent attribution of a stationary character to Asian societies. In fact, the absence of a feudal dynamic of the Western type in the great Oriental empires did not mean that their development was therefore merely stagnant or cyclical. Very great changes and advances marked much of early modern Asian history, even if these did not debouch onto capitalism. This comparative ignorance produced the illusion of the stationary and identical character of Oriental empires, where in fact it is their diversity and development that today naturally commands the attention of the historian. Without attempting anything more than the briefest suggestions, the contrast between the Islamic and Chinese socio-political systems, in the Asia with which Marx and Engels were originally concerned, is eloquent enough. The epochal expansion of both had, in fact, been enormous and ceased at a comparatively recent date. The maximum sway of Islamic civilization was geographically reached at the turn of the 17th century. Southeast Asia had been attained, most of Indonesia and Malaya converted, and above all the three powerful Islamic empires of Ottoman Turkey, Safavid Persia, and Mughal India coexisted in the same epoch, each of great economic wealth and military power. The greatest spread and highest prosperity of Chinese civilization was achieved during the 18th century, when the vast inner spaces of Mongolia, Xinjiang, and Tibet were conquered by the Qing dynasty, and the population doubled in a century, to levels some 5 times those of 300 years before. Yet the characteristic socio-economic structures and state systems of each were strikingly distinct, in their very different geographical contexts. In the following remarks, no attempt will be made to pose the central question of defining the fundamental modes of production and their complex combinations which constituted the successive social formations of Islamic or Chinese history. The generic term civilization can be taken here as simply a conventional verbal scaffolding concealing these concrete, unresolved problems. But even without broaching them directly, certain preliminary contrasts can be made, subject to necessary and inevitable ulterior correction. 4. The Muslim empires of the early modern epoch, of which the Ottoman Empire was the most visible to Europe, had a long institutional and political ancestry behind them. For the original Arabian model of conquest and conversion had set the course of Islamic history along certain lines to which it always thereafter seems to have remained comparatively faithful. Desert nomads and urban merchants were the two social groups which, although both had initially rejected him, assured the success of Muhammad in the Hejaz. His teaching, indeed, precisely provided an ideological and psychic unification for a society whose clan and kin cohesion was increasingly rent by class divisions in the streets and tribal feuds in the sands, as commodity exchange dissolved traditional customs and ties along the northern trade routes of the peninsula. 1 The Bedouin tribes of Arabia, like virtually all nomadic pastoralists, had combined individual ownership of herds with collective use of land. Private agrarian property was foreign to the deserts of northern Arabia as much as to Central Asia. The wealthy merchants and bankers of Mecca and Medina, on the other hand, owned land both in the urban precincts themselves and in their immediate rural circumference. 3 When the first Islamic victories occurred, in which both groups participated, the disposal of conquered soil on the whole reflected the conceptions of the townsmen. Muhammad sanctioned the division of booty, including land, among the faithful. But when the Arab armies swept across the Middle East in the great Islamic jihads of the 7th century after Muhammad's death, Bedouin traditions gradually reasserted themselves in a new form. To begin with, royal or enemy estates in the Byzantine and Persian empires, whose proprietors had been subdued by force of arms, were confiscated and appropriated to the Islamic community or Ummah, commanded by the Caliph who had succeeded to the authority of the Prophet. Lands belonging to infidels who had accepted a negotiated surrender were left in their possession, subject to payment of tribute, while Arab soldiers were granted leases or qat'iyah on confiscated domains, or could buy their own land outside Arabia, subject to a religious tithe. 4. By the mid-8th century, however, a more or less uniform land tax or carriage had emerged, which all cultivators had to pay to the caliphate whatever their faith, while unbelievers owed in addition a discriminatory poll tax or jizya. At the same time, the category of subdued land underwent a notable extension at the expense of negotiated land. 5. These changes were clinched by the formal establishment under Umar II of the doctrine that all land was by right of conquest the property of the sovereign, on which subjects paid rents to the caliph. In its fully developed form, this conception of fay means that the state in all the subdued countries reserves for itself the absolute title to all land. 6. The vast, newly acquired territories of the Muslim world were thus technically henceforward the property of the caliphate, and despite many variant interpretations and local derogations, state monopoly of land became a traditional legal canon of Islamic political systems thereafter, from the Umayyad and Abbasid states down to Ottoman Turkey or Safavid Persia. 7. Marx's original suspicion that the diffusion of the principle in Asia was largely due to Islamic conquest was thus not wholly unfounded. Of course, its practical operation was nearly always loose and defective, especially in the earlier epochs of Islamic history, the Arab centuries proper, after the Hijra. For no political machinery of the time was capable of enforcing a full and effective state control of all agrarian property. Moreover, the very juridical existence of such a monopoly inevitably blocked the emergence of precise and univocal categories of property altogether on the land, since the notion of property always involves plurality and negativity. The plenitude of a single possessor excludes the necessary divisions that give ownership its hard boundaries and edges. The characteristic state of Islamic law with respect to landed property was thus one of endemic vacillation and chaos, as has often been remarked. 8. This confusion was compounded by the religious character of Muslim jurisprudence. The sacred law or Sharia, which developed during the 2nd century after the Hijra, and achieved formal acceptance by the Abbasid Caliphate, comprised an all-embracing body of religious duties, the totality of Allah's commands that regulate the life of every Muslim in all its aspects. 9. Precisely for this reason, its interpretation was riven by theological disputes between rival schools. Moreover, although its claims were in principle universal, in practice secular government existed as a separate realm apart. The sovereign enjoyed virtually unlimited discretionary power to complete the sacred law in matters directly affecting the state, above all, war, politics, taxation and crime. 10. There was thus a permanent gulf between juridical theory and legal practice in classical Islam, the inevitable expression of the contradiction between a secular polity and a religious community. In a civilization that lacked any distinction between church and state, there were always two justices at work within the Ummah. Moreover, the diversity of religious schools of jurisprudence rendered impossible any systematic codification of even the sacred law. The result was to prevent the emergence of any lucid or precise legal order whatever. Thus, in the agrarian sphere, the Shafta developed virtually no clear and specific concepts of property, while administrative practice anyway frequently dictated norms without relation to it. 11 Hence, beyond the ultimate claim of the ruler to the totality of the soil, there typically prevailed an extreme juridical intermination on the land. After the initial Arab conquests in the Middle East, the local peasantry in the subject lands were typically left in undisturbed possession of their plots, as carriage lands. The latter were regarded as part of the collective fay of the conquerors, and so formally were state property. In practice there was in most regions little restriction, or conversely, guarantee, of their disposition by the villagers who cultivated them, while in other areas, such as Egypt, the proprietary rights of the state were very strictly enforced. 12 Likewise, the qat'iyya distributed to the Islamic soldiery in the Umayyad epoch were in theory emphytic leases of public domains, but in practice could become personal liens of quasi-ownership. On the other hand, partible inheritance governed such qasha, and other forms of individual holding, and customarily prevented the consolidation of large hereditary estates within the framework of the sacred law. A pervasive ambiguity and improvisation characteristically haunted land ownership within the Muslim world. The corollary of the legal absence of stable private property in land was the economic spoliation of agriculture in the great Islamic empires. At its most extreme, this typical phenomenon took the form of the Bedouinization of wide areas of settled peasant cultivation, which reverted to arid scrub or wasteland under the impact of pastoral invasion or military pillage. The original Arab conquests in the Middle East and North Africa in general seem initially to have preserved or repaired pre-existent agricultural patterns, if without adding notably to them. But the subsequent waves of nomadic invasion which punctuated the development of Islam often proved to be durably destructive in their impact on settled cultivation. The two most extreme cases were to be the Hilali devastation of Tunisia and the Turkoman Bedouinization of Anatolia. 13 The long-run historical curve in this sense was to point steadily downwards. But from the outset, a permanent division was established virtually everywhere between agrarian production and urban surplus appropriation, mediated by the tributary structure of the state. No direct relationship between lord and peasant typically arose in the countryside. Rather the state leased certain rights of rural exploitation to military or civilian functionaries, resident in towns, essentially the collection of the carriage land tax. The result was the Arabikta, the precursor of the later Ottoman Timur or Mughal Jagiir. The Abbasidiktas were in effect land grants to warriors, which took the form of fiscal licenses distributed to absentee urban rentiers to squeeze small peasant cultivators. 14 The Buyid, Seljuk and early Osmanli states exacted military services from the holders of these rents or their successor versions, but the natural tendency of the system was always to degenerate into parasitic tax farming, the iltizam of the later Ottoman epoch. Even under rigorous central control, state monopoly of land filtered through commercialized rights of absentee exploitation constantly reproduced a general ambience of legal intermination and precluded any positive bond between the profiteer and tiller of the soil. 15 Large-scale hydraulic works were consequently at best maintained or redressed from previous regimes, at worst damaged or neglected. The first centuries of Umayyad and Abbasid rule saw a general upkeep of inherited canals in Syria and Egypt, and some extension of the subterranean Qanat system in Persia. But already by the 10th century, the Mesopotamian canal network was in decay, as ground levels rose and waterways were abandoned. 16 No new irrigation systems were ever constructed comparable in scale to the Yemeni dams of antiquity, whose ruin was the fitting prologue to the birth of Islam in Arabia. 17 The single important invention on the land after the Arab conquest of the Middle East, the advent of the windmill, was a Persian device born in the region of Sistan, and eventually seems to have benefited European agriculture more than Islamic. Indifference or contempt for agriculture precluded even a stabilized serfdom. Labor was never regarded as so precious by the exploiting class that peasant adscription became a main desideratum. In these conditions, agrarian productivity again and again stagnated or regressed in Islamic countries, leaving a rural panorama of often desolate mediocrity. 18. Two notable exceptions confirm in their own way these general rules of the countryside. On the one hand, Lower Iraq under Abbasid rule in the 8th century was the scene of sugar, cotton, and indigo plantations, organized as advanced commercial enterprises on reclaimed marshland by Basra merchants. The rationalized exploitation of this plantation economy, a prefiguration of the later sugar complexes of European colonialism in the New World, was remote from the usual pattern of indolent fiscalism, but it precisely rested on massive use of African slaves imported from Zanzibar. Rural slavery, however, was always foreign to Islamic agriculture as a whole, the Iraqi plantations remained an isolated episode which only underlined the absence of a comparable capitalization of production elsewhere. 19 On the other hand, it is noticeable that horticulture always occupied a special position within the Islamic agrarian systems, achieving high technical levels and inspiring specialist treatises on plants and shrubs, from Andalusia to Persia. 20 The reason was revealing: gardens and orchards were normally concentrated in towns or suburbs, and as such were specifically exempt from the state ownership of soil prescribed by tradition, which had always permitted private property of urban land. Horticulture thus formed the equivalent of a luxury sector in industry, patronized by the rich and powerful, that partook of the prestige of cities themselves, in the shadow of whose minarets and palaces its carefully tended gardens grew. For the Islamic world was always, from the first Arab conquests onwards, a vast, catenary system of cities separated by a neglected or despised countryside. Born in the transit town of Mecca and heir to the metropolitan legacy of late Mediterranean and Mesopotamian antiquity, Muslim civilization was indefectibly urban, promoting commodity production, mercantile enterprise, and monetary circulation in the cities which linked it together, from the first. Initially, the Arab nomads who conquered the Middle East formed their own military encampments in the desert, on the edge of the pre-existent capitals, which later often became major cities in their own right: Kufa, Basra, Fustat, Kairouan. Then, with the stabilization of Islamic rule from the Atlantic to the Persian Gulf, urban expansion of a perhaps unequaled speed and scale occurred in the most privileged regions of the Caliphate. According to one recent calculation, the city of Baghdad grew to a population of 2 million within less than half a century, from 762 to 800.21. This concentrated urbanization in selected sites in part reflected the gold boom of the Umayyad and Abbasid epochs, when Egyptian and Persian treasures were released into circulation, Sudanese output was canalized into the Muslim world, and mining techniques notably improved with the use of the mercury amalgam, and in part was the result of the creation of a unified trading zone of intercontinental dimensions. The Arab merchant class which rode the crest of this wave of commercial prosperity was respected and honored by religious law and social opinion. The vocation of the trader and manufacturer was sanctioned by the Quran, which never dissociated profit from piety. 22 The financial and entrepreneurial devices of Islamic commerce soon became very advanced. It was in the Middle East, indeed, that the institution of the Comenda, which was later to play such an important role in medieval Europe, was perhaps first invented. 23 The fortunes made by Arab traders, moreover, were no longer confined to overland caravan routes. Few aspects of early Islamic expansion were more striking than the speed and facility with which the sea was mastered by the Arabs of the desert. The Mediterranean and Indian Ocean were reunited into a linked maritime system for the first time since the Hellenistic epoch, while Muslim shipping in the Abbasid Caliphate ventured all the way from the Atlantic to the China Sea. The Islamic world, poised between Europe and China, was master of east-west trade. The wealth gathered in commerce correspondingly stimulated manufactures, above all textiles, paper, and porcelain. While prices steadily rose and the countryside became depressed, urban handicrafts and voluptuary consumption flourished in the towns. This configuration was not peculiar to the Abbasid Caliphate. The later Islamic empires were always characterized by dramatic increases in the size of the largest towns. Constantinople, Isfahan, and Delhi are celebrated examples. But the economic magnitude or opulence of these Islamic cities was not accompanied by any municipal autonomy or civic order. Towns had no corporate political identity, their merchants little collective social power. Urban charters were unknown, and town life was everywhere subject to the more or less arbitrary will of princes or emirs. Individual merchants could rise to the highest political positions in the councils of dynasties. 24 But their personal success was invariably exposed to intrigue or hazard, while the wealth of their houses could always be confiscated by military rulers. The municipal symmetry and order of the late classical cities that had originally fallen to Arab armies exercised a certain initial influence on the successor towns of the new imperial system, but this soon waned, remembered only in a few private or palatine ensembles laid out for later rulers. 25 Islamic cities thus typically came to lack any coherent internal structure, whether administrative or architectonic. They were confused, amorphous mazes of streets and buildings, without public centers or spaces, focused only on mosques and bazaars, and the local trades huddled about them. 26 Just as no mercantile or professional associations organized the body of the propertied, no artisan guilds protected or regulated the activity of the small craftsmen in the great Arab cities. 27 At most, neighborhood clusters or religious fraternities provided a humble collective hearth for popular life, within an urban milieu that straggled away indistinctly into the suburbs or rural villages beyond. Beneath the devout artisanate, there typically floated an underworld of criminal and mendicant gangs among the unemployed and lumpen proletariat. 28 The one institutional group which functioned to confer a certain quasi-unity on the towns was the ulamate, whose clinging combination of clerical and secular roles and voluble religious zeal to some extent mediated and bound together the population below the prince and his guards. 29 It was the latter, however, who ultimately dominated the destiny of the towns. Grown in disorder, lacking plan or charter, the fate of the Islamic cities was normally determined by that of the state whose fortune had conferred their prosperity on them. Islamic states, in their turn, were usually of nomadic descent. The Umayyad, Hamdanid, Seljuk, Almoravid, Almohad, Osmanli, Safavid and Mughal political systems were all derived from nomadic desert confederations. Even the Abbasid Caliphate, perhaps the most urban and settled in background, drew most of its initial armed strength from the recent tribal colonists of the Khorasan. All these Islamic states, like the Ottoman Empire itself, were essentially warrior and plunderer in caste, founded on conquest. Their whole rationale and structure was military. Civilian administration proper, as a functional sphere in its own right, never became dominant within the ruling class. A scribal bureaucracy did not develop much beyond the needs of tax collection. The state machine was largely a consortium of professional soldiers, organized either in tightly centralized corps or a more diffuse form, in either case customarily supported by revenue assignments from public lands. The political wisdom of the typical Islamic state was condensed in the expressive apothegm of its manuals of rule: the world is before all else a verdant garden whose enclosure is the state is a government whose head is the prince is a shepherd who is assisted by the army is a body of guards which is maintained by money, and money is the indispensable resource which is provided by subjects. 30 The linear logic of these syllogisms had curious structural consequences. For it was the combination of military predation and contempt for agrarian production that seems to have given rise to the distinctive phenomenon of elite slave guards who again and again came to cap the state apparatus itself. The Ottoman Devshirme was only the most developed and sophisticated example of this specifically Islamic system of military recruitment, which was to be found all over the Muslim world. 31 Turkish slave officers from Central Asia founded the Ghaznavid state in Khorasan, and dominated the Abbasid Caliphate in its decadence in Iraq. Nubian slave regiments ringed the Fatimid Caliphate, and Circassian and Turkish slaves brought from the Black Sea manned the Mamluk state in Egypt. Slav and Italian slaves commanded the last armies of the Umayyad Caliphate in Spain, and created their own Taifa kingdoms in Andalusia when it fell. Georgian or Armenian slaves supplied the crack Ghulam regiments of the Safavid state in Persia under Shah Abbas. 32 The alien and servile character of these Palatine corps corresponded to the strange structural logic of successive Islamic polities. For nomadic tribal warriors, who typically founded them, could not maintain their Bedouinism long after conquest. Clans and transhumans together disappeared after sedentarization. On the other hand, they were not readily convertible into a rural nobility, living on hereditary estates, or a scribal bureaucracy, organized in a civil administration. Traditional scorn for agriculture and letters impeded either, while their turbulent independence made them resistant to a strict military hierarchy. Victorious dynasties were thus repeatedly led to create special guard units of slaves as the core of their regular armies, once they became established in power. Since predial slavery scarcely existed in agriculture, pre-Durian slavery could become an honor. The various Islamic Guard Corps, in effect, represented the nearest thing to a purely military elite conceivable at the time, divorced from any agrarian or pastoral role and broken from any clan organization, hence capable in theory of unconditional loyalty to the ruler, their slavery a pledge of soldierly obedience, in practice, of course, capable thereby of seizing supreme power for themselves. Their prevalence was a sign of the constant absence of a territorial nobility in the Islamic world. The social traits outlined above were, of course, always unevenly distributed in the various epochs and regions of Muslim history, but a family resemblance between most of the Islamic states seems prima facie, at least by contrast with the other major imperial civilization of the Orient, to be discernible. This does not mean, however, that Islamic history was therefore merely one of cyclical repetition. On the contrary, a marked periodization of development appears evident within it. The Umayyad state, which was planted on the subject territories of the Middle East in the 7th century, essentially represented the Arab tribal confederations that had achieved the initial conquests, in which the merchant oligarchy of Mecca had regained an advantageous position. The Caliphate in Damascus coordinated more or less autonomous Bedouin sheikhs commanding their own warriors in the military camp towns outside the great cities of Syria, Egypt, and Iraq. Arab desert troops monopolized pensions from the central treasury, fiscal exemptions, and military privileges. The civilian bureaucracy was for a long time left in the hands of former Byzantine or Persian officials, who managed technical administration for their new overlords. 33 non-Arab converts to Islam were confined to inferior mawali status, paying heavier taxes and serving the tribal encampments as petty artisans, menials and foot soldiers. The Umayyad Caliphate thus established an Arab political sovereignty 34 over the Middle East rather than an Islamic religious ecumene. With the stabilization of the conquests, however, the ruling Arab warrior class became increasingly anachronistic, its ethnic exclusiveness and economic exploitation of the mass of Muslims among the former subject population of the empire provoked the ever greater discontent of its Mawali co-religionists, who soon came to outnumber it. 35 Intertribal frictions between northern and southern groups simultaneously weakened its unity. Meanwhile, frontier colonists in farther Persia resented traditional administrative methods to which they were submitted. It was the settler community which seems to have set off the final upheaval against the Syrian-based state centered in Damascus, whose popular success was assured by the widespread Mawali disaffection in Persia and Iraq. Organized and secret agitation against Umayyad rule, utilizing heterodox Shiite religious fervor, but above all mobilizing Mawali hostility to the narrow Arabism of the dynasty in Damascus, unleashed the political revolution which brought the Abbasid house to power, sweeping westwards from its base in Khorasan across Persia and Iraq. 36. The Abbasid Caliphate signaled the end of the Arab tribal aristocracy. The new state apparatus created in Baghdad was sustained by Persian administrators and shielded by Khorasani guards. The formation of a permanent bureaucracy and army, with a cosmopolitan discipline, rendered the new caliphate a political autocracy with much more centralized power than its predecessor. 37 Shedding its heretical background, it preached religious orthodoxy and claimed divine authority. The Abbasid state presided over the maximum floor sense of Islamic trade, industry, and science. At its apogee in the early 9th century, it was the wealthiest and most advanced civilization in the world. 38 Merchants, bankers, manufacturers, speculators, and tax farmers accumulated huge sums in the great cities, urban crafts diversified and multiplied, a commercial sector emerged in agriculture, long-distance shipping girded the oceans, astronomy, physics, and mathematics were transposed from Greek into Arabic culture. Yet the limits to Abbasid development were reached relatively soon. Despite the soaring commercial prosperity of the 8th and 9th centuries, few productive innovations in manufactures were registered, and little technological progress was yielded by the introduction of scientific studies. The most important native invention was probably the lateen sail, a transport improvement that merely facilitated trade. Cotton, the most significant new cash crop of the time, derived from pre-Muslim Turkestan, the formula for paper, the major new industry of the epoch, was externally acquired from Chinese prisoners of war. 39 The very volume and fever of mercantile activity, outstripping any impetus from production proper, appears to have led to a series of explosive social and political tensions in the caliphate. Corruption and mercenarization of the administration went hand in hand with increased fiscal exploitation of the peasantry. Generalized inflation struck at petty craftsmen and shopkeepers. Plantation enclaves concentrated slave laborers in desperate, massed gangs. While the internal security of the regime deteriorated, professional Turkic guards increasingly usurped power at the center, as the military rampart against the rising tide of diverse social revolts from below. In the late 9th and 10th centuries, successive insurrections and conspiracies shook the whole structure of the empire. The Zanj slaves rebelled in Lower Iraq and waged war successfully against regular armies for 15 years, before being suppressed. The Qarmishan movement, a breakaway Shiite sect, created an egalitarian slave-owning republic in Bahrain, while the Ismaili faith, another Shiite movement, plotted and organized for the overthrow of the established order throughout the Middle East, until it eventually seized power in Tunisia and then established a rival empire in Egypt, the Fatimid Caliphate. 40. By now Abbasid-held Iraq had lapsed into irremediable economic and political decline, and the whole center of gravity of the Islamic world shifted to the new Fatimid state in Egypt, the victor of the social upheavals of the epoch, and the founder of Cairo. Unlike its predecessor, the Fatimid Caliphate did not disavow its heterodoxy after the conquest of power, but aggressively propagated it. Slave plantations were never recreated. On the other hand, the mobility of the peasantry was more closely controlled in Fatimid Egypt. International trade was now revived on a grand scale, to both India and Europe. Egyptian commercial prosperity of the 10th and 12th centuries once again demonstrated the international enterprise of the Arab merchant class, and the traditional skills of Arab craftsmen. But the transfer of economic and political ascendancy within the Muslim world from the Tigris to the Nile also signified the pull of a new force which was to affect the whole future course of Islamic development. For the preeminence of Fatimid Egypt was geographically a function of its relative proximity to the central Mediterranean, and to medieval Europe. The impact of European trade on the local market was overwhelming. 41 The dynasty had already established close contacts with Italian traders at the outset of its career, in 10th century Tunisia, whose commercial prosperity had provided the basis for its subsequent conquest of Egypt. The ascent of Western feudalism was henceforward a constant historical presence on the flank of the Islamic world. Initially, maritime traffic with the Italian cities quickened the economic growth of Cairo. Eventually, the military intrusion of Frankish knights into the Levant was to upset the whole strategic balance of Arabic civilization in the Middle East. The benefits of trade were soon to be followed by the blows of the Crusades. A great watershed in Islamic history was now at hand. Already in the mid-10th century, Turkoman nomads had overrun Persia and Iraq, seizing Baghdad, while Arab Bedouin from the Hejaz had devastated North Africa, sacking Kairouan. These Seljuk and Hilali invasions revealed the weakness and vulnerability of large regions of the settled Muslim world. Neither created a stable new order, either in the Maghreb or the Middle East. Seljuk armies took Jerusalem and Damascus, but were unable to consolidate their rule in Syria or Palestine. The sudden Christian offensive in the Levant during the 12th century thus precipitated a general strategic crisis in the Middle East. For the first time, the frontiers of Islam receded, as punishing defeats were inflicted on the fragmented principalities of the Syro-Palestinian coastlands. Egypt itself, the hub of Arab wealth and power in the region, was now exposed to direct attack. The Fatimid dynasty had meanwhile reached the last stages of corruption and decay. By 1153 Crusader power was at the gates of Sinai. But amidst the turmoil and disorientation of the time, a new type of Muslim political order started to emerge, and with it a fresh phase in the development of Islamic society. For confronted with the expansionism of the West, everything henceforward happened as if Islamic reaction took the form of an extreme militarization of the dominant state structures of the Middle East, and a corresponding decommercialization of the economies of the region, under the aegis of new ethnic rulers. In 1154, Nur al-Din Zangi, grandson of a Turkish slave soldier and lord of Aleppo and Mosul, seized Damascus. From now on, the Christian-Muslim contest for the control of Cairo was to decide the fate of the whole Levant. The race for the Nile Delta was won by Saladin, a Kurdish officer sent south by Nur al-Din, who conquered Egypt, destroyed the Fatimid Caliphate and founded the Turkish-style Ayyubid regime in its stead. Soon gaining control of Syria and Mesopotamia as well, Saladin decisively beat back the Crusaders, retaking Jerusalem and most of the Palestinian coast. European counterattacks by sea re-established Crusader enclaves, and in the early 13th century, maritime expeditions twice invaded Egypt itself, capturing Damietta in 1219 and 1249. But these thrusts proved of no avail. Christian presence on the mainland of Levant was finished off by Baybars, a commander who created the fully Turkish Mamluk Sultanate 42 whose power extended from Egypt up to Syria. Meanwhile, to the north the Seljuks had conquered most of Anatolia. The rise of the Ottomans was to complete their work in Asia Minor. In Iraq and Persia, the Mongol and Timurid invasions installed Tartar and Turkoman states. Aided by the general crisis of European feudalism in the later Middle Ages, a new wave of Islamic expansion was now set in motion, which was not to come to a halt for another 4 centuries. Its most spectacular manifestation was, of course, the conquest of Constantinople and the Ottoman drive into Europe. But it was the general structural characteristics of the new Turkic states of the early modern epoch which were of most significance for the development of Islamic social formations as a whole. The Greater Seljuk Sultanate of Iraq and, above all, the Mamluk Sultanate in Egypt were the late medieval prototypes of these regimes. The 3 great empires of Ottoman Turkey, Safavid Persia, and Mughal India exemplified their accomplished form. In every case, it was as if the Turkification of the Islamic political order decisively accentuated the military caste of the original Arab systems, at the expense of their mercantile component. The Turkoman nomads of Central Asia who invaded the Muslim world from the nth century onwards in tide after tide were in social and economic background apparently very similar to the Arab Bedouin from Southwest Asia who had originally overrun the Middle East. The historical congruence of the 2 great pastoralist zones above and below the Fertile Crescent, indeed, was what assured the fundamental continuity of Islamic civilization after the Turkic conquests. The newcomers were attuned by their own past to much of its cultural tenor. There were, nevertheless, certain critical differences between the pastoral nomadism of Central Asia and Arabia, which were to leave their stamp on the whole subsequent pattern of Muslim society. Whereas the Islamic homeland of Arabia had combined desert and towns, merchants and nomads, and was a major residuary legatee of the urban institutions of antiquity, the steppes of Central Asia which supplied the pastoral conquerors of Turkey, Persia, and India, had known few cities and little commerce by comparison. The fertile region of Transoxiana, between the Caspian and the Pamirs, had always been densely populated and relatively urbanized. Bukhara and Samarkand, lying across the great overland trade routes to China, were more than worthy counterparts to Mecca or Medina. But this wealthy territorial belt, which the Arabs were to call Mawarannar, was historically Iranian in character. Beyond it, lay the immense, empty vortex of steppe, desert, mountain, and forest stretching all the way to Mongolia and Siberia, which knew virtually no urban settlements at all, and from which issued tribe after tribe of Altaic nomads, Seljuks, Danish Mens, Guz, Mongols, Warats, Uzbeks, Kazakhs, Kyrgyz, whose successive eruptions precluded any lasting sedentarization of the Turkic world of Central Asia. The Arabian Peninsula was relatively small, and encircled by sea, surrounded by maritime trade from the first. It also had a strictly limited demographic potential. In fact, after the original conquests of the 7th and 8th centuries, Arabia proper sank back into complete political insignificance throughout the rest of Islamic history, to the present century. Central Asia, by contrast, represented an enormous landmass isolated from the sea, with constantly replenished reserves of warlike and migratory peoples. 43 The terms of the balance between nomad and urban traditions within classical Islamic civilization were thus inevitably shifted by the new Turkish predominance within it, from the late Middle Ages onwards. Martial organization hardened, as commercial enterprise receded. This change was never absolute or uniform, but its general direction was unmistakable. Moreover, the slow alteration in the metabolism of the Islamic world after the Crusades was not, of course, due merely to internal forces. Its external setting was no less determinant, both in war and trade. The Turkoman nomads of Central Asia had initially established their supremacy in the Middle East by their mastery of mounted archery, an art foreign to the spear-wielding Arab Bedouin. But the military strength of the new imperial states of the early modern epoch rested on regular field troops, equipped with firearms and backed by artillery. Gunpowder was essential to their might. Heavy cannons for siege purposes were first adopted by the Mamluk state in Egypt, in the late 14th century. But the conservative mounted traditions of the Mamluk army blocked the use of field artillery or musketry. The Ottoman conquest of Egypt was precisely due to the superiority of Turkish arquebusiers over Mamluk cavalry. By the mid-16th century, Ottoman use of muskets and cannon had been perfected from European example. Safavid armies soon learnt the importance of firearms, after their initial defeat by Ottoman gunnery at Calderon, and endowed themselves with modern ordnance. Mughal troops in India were armed from the outset of Babur's conquest with artillery and musketry. 44 The generalization of gunpowder in the Middle East, in fact, was certainly one of the most visible reasons for the notably greater stability and staying power of the new Turkic states over the Arab regimes of the earlier Islamic epoch. The Ottoman military apparatus could hold European attacks at bay, even long after it had itself lost the strategic initiative in the Balkan or Pontic regions. Safavid and Mughal armies finally halted further Turkoman invasions of Persia and India, with the defeat of the Uzbek nomads who occupied the Mawarannayar in the 16th century. Henceforward a strategic breakwater protected the three great imperial states of Islam from the tribal turbulence of Central Asia. 45 The superiority of these early modern empires was not, however, merely one of military technology, it was administrative and political, too. Mongol statecraft, in the epoch of Genghis Khan and his successors, had already been organizationally more advanced than that of the Arab world, and its conquest of much of the Middle East perhaps left certain lasting lessons of rule behind it. At all events, the Ottoman, Safavid and Mughal armies at their peak embodied a discipline and training unknown to their predecessors. Their administrative substructures were also tighter and more integrated. The traditional Arabikta had been a largely parasitic fiscal device, which dissolved rather than reinforced the martial vocation of the urban assignee who enjoyed its revenue. The new-style Ottoman Timur or Mughal Jagir grant, on the other hand, was tied to much stricter obligations of warrior service and consolidated the pyramid of military command, which was now organized in a more formal hierarchy. In these Turkic political systems, moreover, state monopoly of land was enforced with a recharged verve, for less alloyed nomadic traditions now prevailed more than ever before in the regulation and disposal of agrarian property. Nizam ul-Mulk, the famous Grand Vizier of the first Seljuk ruler in Baghdad, declared the Sultan the sole ruler of all land. The extent and rigor of Ottoman rights over the soil was notorious. The Safavid Shahs reinvigorated juridical claims to a monopoly of land ownership. The Mughal emperors imposed a ruthlessly exploitative fiscal system based on royal claims over all rural cultivation. 46 Suleiman, Abbas, or Akbar commanded an imperial power in their realms greater than that of any caliph. On the other hand, the commercial vitality of the Arab epoch, which had coursed through the intermediate civilization of classical Islam, now progressively ebbed away. This shift was, of course, correlated with the rise of European trade. The military expulsion of the Crusaders from the Levant had not been accompanied by the recovery of commercial mastery in the eastern Mediterranean. On the contrary, already in the 12th century, Christian shipping had won a dominant position in Egyptian waters. 47 The Kurdo-Turkish counteroffensive on land, symbolized by Saladin and Baybars, was achieved at the cost of deliberate renunciation of naval power. To block renewed European landings, the Ayyubid and Mamluk rulers were reduced to dismantling ports and devastating the coastline of Palestine. 48 The Ottoman state, by contrast, did build up a large and formidable naval force in the 16th century, with liberal use of Greek seamen, which regained control of the eastern Mediterranean, and marayed into the western Mediterranean from the corsair lairs in North Africa. But Osmanli sea power was comparatively short-lived and artificial. It was always restricted functionally to warfare and piracy, never developing a merchant marine proper, and relied too heavily on the skills and manpower of subject groups to last. Moreover, just at the moment when Mamluk Egypt was absorbed into the Ottoman Empire, giving it direct access to the Red Sea for the first time, the Portuguese voyages of discovery outflanked the entire Islamic world by establishing strategic ascendancy round the whole rim of the Indian Ocean in the early 16th century, with bases in East Africa, the Persian Gulf, the Indian subcontinent, and the Malay and Indonesian islands. Thereafter, international shipping lanes were permanently dominated by Western powers, depriving the Islamic empires of the maritime commerce which had provided so much of the fortune of their predecessors. This development was all the more serious in that medieval Arab economies themselves had always prospered more in the sphere of exchange than of production, trade than manufactures. The discrepancy between the two was one of the basic reasons for their crisis in the later Middle Ages, and the success of European economic advance at their expense. 49 At the same time, the traditional Arab esteem for the merchant was now no longer shared by their Turkic successors. Contempt for trade was a general hallmark of the ruling class of the new states, whose commercial policy was at best one of tolerance, and at worst one of discrimination against the mercantile classes in the towns. 50 The business climate of Constantinople, Isfahan, and Delhi in the early modern epoch was never reminiscent of that of medieval Baghdad or Cairo. Alien minorities, Greek, Jewish, Armenian or Hindu, characteristically cornered trading and banking functions. Conversely, artisan guilds now made their appearance for the first time, in the Ottoman realm, as deliberate instruments of government control over the urban population. 51 Which normally became repositories of theological and technical obscurantism. The legal systems of the late empires, too, were typically reclericalized, religious doctrines gaining enhanced administrative force over previously casual secular customs. With the passage of time. 52 Official Safavid bigotry was particularly intense. Military rigidity, ideological zealotry, and commercial lethargy thus became the usual norms of government in Turkey, Persia and India. The last generation of major Islamic states before European colonial expansion overwhelmed the Muslim world already bore witness to the twin pressures of the West. Economically surpassed from the discoveries onwards, they still excelled for another century in war or conversion, from the Balkans to Bengal. Territorially, the bounds of Islam continued to widen in the Orient. But the new conversions in South and East Asia hit a demographic stagnation or recession within the combined lands of classical Muslim civilization. After 1600, the most optimistic calculations indicate a slight but actual decline in a total population of about 46 million in the Great Zone stretching from Morocco to Afghanistan, and the Sahara to Turkestan, over the next 2 centuries. 53 Proselytism in India or Indonesia, an extension in width of the Muslim world, could not compensate for its absence of demographic vitality in depth. The contrast with either Europe or China in the same epoch is unmistakable. The Islamic empires of the 17th century, even in their hours of martial fervor or success, were at a concealed disadvantage within the pattern of populations in the Old World as a whole. The Mughal Empire, with which Marx was specifically concerned, illustrates most of the motifs of the late Muslim state, although since it was furthest removed from Europe and ruled the least Islamized population, it also presented in some ways a more varied and vital panorama than its Turkish or Persian homologues. Its administrative similarity to the Ottoman Empire had already struck bare knee in the 17th century. Agrarian land was subject to the sole economic and political power of the emperor. The indigenous peasantry was guaranteed permanent and hereditary occupation of its plots, but had no rights of disposal or alienation over them. Tillers who failed to cultivate their holdings were liable to expulsion by the state. 54 There was no communal tenure in the villages, which were divided by social castes and great economic inequality. 55 The state always appropriated up to half of total peasant output, as its land revenues. 56 These were often paid in cash taxes, or deliveries in kind. Subsequently resold by the state, leading to widespread cultivation of commercial crops. Land was relatively abundant and agrarian productivity not lower than in 20th century India. Canal irrigation was insignificant, rainwater and local wells or ponds providing soil moisture. 57 The massive fiscal pressure of the Mughal state on the rural population, however, led to spiraling usury and indebtedness in the villages, and increasing peasant flights. The apex of the state apparatus itself was the elite Mansabdar stratum, some 8,000 military officers graded in a complex ranking system, who were allocated the vast bulk of the land revenues in the form of jagirs or temporary assignments, by the emperor. In 1647, 445 of these received over 60% of the total income of the state, 73 took some 37 to 6% alone. 58 Ethnically, the Mansabdar corps was predominantly, and predictably, alien in origin, mostly Persian, Turanian, or Afghan. Some 70% of Akbar's Mansabdars were foreign-born or sons of foreigners, the remainder were local Indian Muslims or Hindu Rajputs. By 1700, the proportion of Indian-born Muslims had risen to perhaps 30% of the total. 59 The degree of hereditary continuity was very limited. Appointment to Mansabdar rank was at the personal discretion of the emperor. The corps possessed no horizontal social unity as an aristocratic order, although its top members were granted the title of nobles. Its disparate components always remained conscious of their various ethnic origins, which characteristically gave rise to factions within it. They were held together only by vertical obedience to the imperial command. The Mansabdars resided in cities and were obliged to maintain the cavalry army of 200,000 on which the military power of the Mughal state depended. The cost of the upkeep of these troops absorbed about 2/3 of their income from jagir assignments or salaries from the central treasury. The average tenure of a jagir was less than 3 years, and all were resumable at will by the emperor, who constantly shuffled their holders to prevent them sinking regional roots. Interspersed with this system across the countryside were native zamindars or local rural potentates, commanding infantry retainers and castles, and licensed to collect a much smaller slice of the surplus from the peasantry, some 10% of the land revenues accruing to the state in northern India. 60. Agrarian rents were overwhelmingly consumed in the towns, where royal and Mansabdar outlays on palaces, gardens, orchards, servants and luxuries were sumptuous. Urbanization was consequently relatively high, accounting for perhaps 1/10 of the population. The major Indian cities at the start of the 17th century were sometimes reckoned by travelers larger than those of Europe. The urban workforce was largely Muslim, and artisanal crafts were numerous and skilled. These crafts gave rise in some areas to a putting out system under the control of mercantile capital. But the only large manufactories, employing hired labor, were royal or noble karkhana, which produced exclusively for household consumption. 61 Merchant fortunes were always liable to arbitrary confiscation by the sovereign and no proto-industrial capital ever developed. The Mughal state, principal instrument of economic exploitation of the ruling class, lasted for 150 years until it succumbed to peasant revolts, Hindu separatism, and British invasion. v. Much compressed, such seem to be some of the central elements of Islamic social history. The character and course of Chinese civilization, on the other hand, appears to present a whole series of traits contrapuntal to Islamic development. There is no space here to discuss the long and complex evolution of ancient China proper, from the Bronze Age Shang epoch of 1400 BC onwards, down to the end of the Zhou era in the 5th century BC and the formation of the unitary Qian state in the 3rd century BC. it will be enough to summarize briefly the material legacies of a continuous record of literate civilization stretching back some 2 millennia before the final emergence of the imperial state system, which was to become the distinctive mark of Chinese political history as a whole. The cradle of Sinic civilization was northwest China, whose economy was based on a dry cereal agriculture. The dominant crops of ancient China were always millet, wheat, and barley. Within its intensive settled agriculture, however, Chinese civilization early developed significant hydraulic systems for grain cultivation in the lowest highlands and valleys of northwestern China. The first major contour canals for leading water off river courses to irrigate fields were built during the THIRD State in the 3rd century B.C.1 in the lower lying basin of the Yellow River further towards the northeast. The successor Han State subsequently erected an important series of dikes, dams and reservoirs for the complementary purpose of flood control and regulated release of water for agriculture. 2 square pallet chain pumps were designed. 3 while terraced paddy fields of rice seem to have emerged for the first time in the 1st century BC. Further south. 4 At this stage, however, dry cereal cultivation of millet and wheat was still overwhelmingly predominant in the rural economy. Both Xi'an and Han states also constructed imposing transport canals for the swift shipment of grain taxes to their treasuries, probably the first to be built anywhere in the world. Throughout Chinese history, in fact, the state was always to give priority to transport waterways, with their fiscal and military functions, over irrigation systems proper, for agricultural purposes. 5 Quite apart from hydraulic engineering, however, key technical advances were registered in the countryside at an early date, in general well before their comparable appearance in Europe. The rotary mill was invented about the same time as in the Roman West, in the 2nd century BC. The wheelbarrow, on the other hand, was discovered a millennium earlier than in Europe. In the 3rd century AD, the stirrup came into use at much the same time. Equine traction was decisively improved with the emergence of modern collar harness in the 5th century AD. Segmental arch bridges were built by the 7th century AD. 6 More strikingly still, techniques for casting iron were pioneered as early as the 6th–5th centuries BC, while in Europe they came into use only in the later Middle Ages, and steels were actually produced from the 2nd century BC onwards. 7 Chinese metallurgy was thus far in advance of that of any other region of the world from an extremely early date. At the same time, 3 major manufactures were pioneered in ancient China. Silk was produced from the remotest origins of its history, paper was invented in the 1st to 2nd century AD, and porcelain was perfected by the 5th century AD. 8 This remarkable fund of technological acquisitions provided the material foundations for the first great dynastic empire to reunify China durably after the regional strife and division of 300 to 600 AD. The Tiang state, which is generally taken as the coherent and decisive inception of Chinese imperial civilization proper. The land system of the Tiang Empire was in many respects curiously close to the Asiatic archetype imagined by later European thinkers, including Marx. The state was juridically sole proprietor of the soil, according to the rule, under the whole heaven every spot is the emperor's ground. 9 Agrarian cultivation was based on the so-called Chuntian or equal allotment system, originally inherited from the Northern Way, which was administratively enforced to a degree that has surprised subsequent historians. Fixed plots of land, in principle some 13 to 3 acres in extent, were granted by the state to peasant couples for the duration of their working life, with the obligation of paying taxes in kind, mainly grain and cloth, and providing prestations of labor. A fifth of these plots, reserved for silk or hemp production, could be inherited, while the rest was resumed by the state at their retirement. 10 The central purposes of the system were to extend agrarian cultivation and to check the formation of large private estates by aristocratic landowners. State officials themselves were allocated substantial public domains for their own upkeep. Careful registration of all land holdings and labor was integral to the system. The meticulous administrative control laid down across the countryside was duplicated, or rather intensified, inside the towns, starting with the imperial capital of Chang'an itself, which probably numbered more than 1 million inhabitants. Chinese cities of the early Tiang period were rigorously planned and policed by the imperial state. They were usually geometrical creations, surrounded by moats and ramparts, and divided into rectangular wards which were sealed off from each other by walls with guarded gates for traffic by day, and a curfew between them at night. Officialdom resided in a special precinct enclosed by a double wall from the rest of the city. 11 Transgression of these fortified compartments by townsfolk without permission was condignly punished. The state machine which exercised this vigilance over town and country was originally controlled by a military aristocracy, which had won its position in the constant internecine wars of the preceding epoch, and was still in tradition and outlook a hereditary mounted nobility. The first century of the Tiang epoch, in fact, witnessed a spectacular wave of Chinese military conquests to the north and west. Manchuria and Korea were subjugated, Mongolia was pacified, and Chinese power was extended deep into Central Asia, as far as the region of Transoxiana and the Pamirs. This great expansion was largely the work of the Tiang cavalry, assiduously built up by a program of elite horse breeding at home, and commanded by a pugnacious aristocracy. 12 The security system of the new empire, once gained, was then entrusted to infantry colonies of divisional militia, endowed with lands for cultivation and charged with duties of defense, but from the later 7th century onwards, large permanent units became necessary to man the frontiers of the empire. Strategic expansionism was accompanied by cultural cosmopolitanism. For the first time in Chinese history, major foreign influences shaped official ideology, with the ascent of Buddhism as a state religion. At the same time, however, a much deeper and more lasting change was gradually starting to alter the whole complexion of the state apparatus itself. For it was during the Tiang epoch that the characteristic civilian bureaucracy of imperial China was born. From the mid-7th century onwards, an elite of higher personnel within the governmental system started for the first time to be recruited by a public examination system, although the great majority of posts were still filled by hereditary privilege or recommendation from traditional noble families. The censorate comprised a separate column of civil officials entrusted with criticizing and checking the work of the main body of the imperial bureaucracy, to ensure correct standards of performance and policy. 13 By the mid-Tiang period, the political rise of the civilian officialdom through the examination system, whose prestige had come to attract even magnate candidates, was unmistakable. The military branch of the state apparatus, while it was later to provide a long succession of usurper generals, was never again to become functionally predominant in the Chinese Empire. Nomadic conquerors, Turkic, Mongol, or Manchu, were in subsequent epochs to overrun China and base their political power on their own garrison troops, but these interloping armies remained outside the normal administrative government of the country, which always survived them. A lettered bureaucracy, by contrast, came to be the permanent hallmark of the Chinese imperial state. The Tiang agrarian system in practice disintegrated fairly soon. Peasant vagrancy to unoccupied and unregistered land combined with the reclamation schemes of the rich and the sabotage of officials bent on accumulating land themselves, to break down the Chuntian regulations. Then in 756, there occurred the fateful rebellion of the barbarian general An Lushan, just at a point when Chinese external power had been weakened by Arab and Uyghur victories in Turkestan. Dynastic stability temporarily collapsed. Frontiers contracted with the revolt of subject peoples, there was a general breakdown of domestic order. The acute crisis of the mid-8th century completely disrupted the registration schedules of the land allotment system, and in practice effectively ended the Chuntian order in the countryside. Within 5 years of An Lushan's rebellion, the number of registered households fell by 80 per cent. 14 large private estates or changyuan now emerged, owned by squires, bureaucrats or officers. These were not consolidated latifundia, but collections of lots tilled by peasant tenants, hired labor or occasionally slaves, under the supervision of farm bailiffs. Rents typically amounted to half the produce for tenants on these estates, a considerably higher rate of exploitation than that extracted by the state from the Chuntian plots. 15 The fiscal system simultaneously shifted from fixed poll taxes in kind and corvées to graduated levies on property and land area, paid in cash and grain, indirect taxes on commodities became increasingly lucrative, as commercial transactions and a monetarized economy spread. 16 China prior to the Tiang epoch had been largely a barter economy, and the Tiang economy itself was chronically short of copper for coinage, relying partly on silk as a medium of exchange. The suppression of Buddhist monasteries in the mid-9th century, however, dehisciorized large quantities of copper and relieved monetary circulation. This move in turn was inspired partly by the xenophobic reaction which marked later Tiang rule. Dynastic recovery after the crisis of the mid-8th century was accompanied by a new hostility to alien religious institutions, which terminated the dominance of Buddhism within the ideological complex of the Chinese state. The secular conservatism of Confucian thought, moralizing and anti-enthusiast, replaced it as the main official doctrine of the imperial order. Henceforward, the Chinese Empire was always to be distinguished by the basically lay character of its system of legitimation. The drive behind this cultural change came, in its turn, largely from the southern gentry who supplied the most important contingents to the civilian bureaucracy. The imperial retreat from Central Asia and Manchuria-Korea led to a general weakening of the old military aristocracy of the Northwest, with its greater receptivity to foreign influences, and to a strengthening of the position of the official literati within the state. 17 At the same time, population and wealth moved steadily southwards towards the lower Yangtze Valley. Intensive riziculture now started for the first time to acquire major importance, with the development of transplantation beds which eliminated the need for fallows and hence greatly increased output. In the succeeding Sung epoch, from the 10th to the 13th centuries, the whole rural order thus took on a new shape. The final phase of Tiang rule, marked by disintegration of central dynastic power, spreading regional rebellions, and recurrent barbarian invasions from the north, saw the disappearance of the traditional military aristocracy of the Northwest altogether. The Chinese ruling class in the Sung state, which was largely new in immediate social composition, derived its ancestry from the civilian officialdom of the preceding dynasty. It now became a broadened and stabilized scholar gentry. The state apparatus was divided into three functional sectors: civilian, financial, and military, with specialist careers in each. Provincial administration was likewise reorganized and strengthened. The imperial bureaucracy that resulted was much larger than that of the Tiang epoch, doubling in size during the first century of Sung rule. A regular bureaucratic cursus was established in the 10th century, with entry controlled by examination and promotion determined by merit ratings and sponsorship recommendations. Training for the degree system became much more rigorous, and the average age of graduates rose from the mid-20s to the mid-30s. Examinate candidates soon came to dominate every sector of the state except for the army. Military careers formally possessed equal rating with civilian, but in practice were far less honored. 18 By the nth century, the majority of responsible officials were graduates, who typically resided in towns and controlled rural properties managed by stewards and worked by dependent tenants. The largest such estates came to be concentrated in the new regions of Jiangsu, Anhui, and Zhejiang, the homes of the bulk of doctoral candidates and higher functionaries of the state. 19 The peasants who cultivated the holdings of these landlords owed dues in labor and kind, while their mobility was restricted by their tenancy contracts. There is no doubt of the critical importance of this estate system, with its tied labor, in Sung agriculture. On the other hand, it is possible that up to 60% or more of the total rural population were now smallholders in their own right. Outside the perimeter of the estates 20 it was they who paid the bulk of rural taxes. State ownership of all land was nominally retained in Sung legal theory, but was in practice from now on a dead letter. 21 Henceforward private agrarian property, although subject to certain important restrictions, was to characterize Chinese imperial society down to the end. Its social ascendancy coincided with great advances in the Chinese countryside. The shift in overall settlement and cultivation towards the rice-producing lower Yangtze Valley was accompanied by the rapid development of a third type of hydraulic system, the drainage of alluvial marshlands, and recovery of lake bottoms. There was a spectacular rise in the total level of irrigative projects, whose annual average incidence during the Sung epoch more than trebled over that of any previous dynasty. 22 The Sung landlords invested in large-scale reclamations over and above public projects. Indeed, the advent of private property in land was concomitant with the dominance of irrigated riziculture within the Chinese agrarian economy as a whole. Both were new phenomena of the Sung epoch. The great majority of irrigation works were henceforward always local in character, needing little or no central intervention by the state. 23 Landowner or villager initiatives were responsible for the bulk of them, once the much more productive cycles of wet agriculture were established in the Yangtze region. It was in this epoch that more complex water-driven machinery for pumping, milling, and threshing became generalized. Field implements, plows, hoes, spades and sickles, spread and improved. Kampa early ripening rice was imported from Vietnam, wheat yields multiplied. 24 Commercial crops such as hemp, tea, and sugar were planted. In all, agrarian productivity increased very rapidly, and with it demographic density. The population of China, which had been virtually stationary at about 50 million since the 2nd century BC, perhaps doubled between the mid-8th and the 10th-13th centuries, to some 100 million. 25. Meanwhile, dramatic industrial progress had been made in mining and metallurgy. The nth century saw mounting production of coal, involving much larger investments of capital and labor than traditional fuels, and reaching formidable levels of output. Demand was fanned by decisive advances in the iron industry, whose technology was now extremely sophisticated, and whose foundries were perhaps the largest anywhere in the world down to the 19th century. In 1078, northern Sung iron production has been reckoned at somewhere between 75 to 150,000 tons, a 12-fold increase in 200 years. It is possible that Chinese iron output in the nth century was approximately equivalent to total European production at the start of the 18th century. 26 It was this swift growth of the iron industry which rendered possible the multiplication of the agrarian tools spreading through the countryside, and the enlarged manufacture of weaponry. The same period witnessed an astonishing cluster of new inventions. Firearms were pioneered for war, movable type was designed for printing, the magnetic compass was used as a navigation instrument, and mechanical clocks were constructed. 27 The 3 or 4 most celebrated technical innovations of Renaissance Europe were thus anticipated long in advance in China. Pound locks for canalization, sternpost rudders, and paddle wheels for shipping, further improved transport. 28 The ceramic industry developed very rapidly, porcelain ware for the first time possibly overtaking silk as the main export commodity of the empire. The circulation of copper coinage was vastly increased, and paper notes started to be issued by both private bankers and the state. This combined rural and industrial progress unleashed a tremendous wave of urbanization. By 1100, China possessed perhaps as many as 5 cities with a population of over 1 million. 29 These great agglomerations were much more the product of a spontaneous economic growth rather than deliberate bureaucratic fiat, and were characterized by a much freer urban layout. 30 Curfew was abolished in the Sung capital of Kaifeng in the nth century, and the old ward compartments within the imperial cities gave way to a more fluid street system. The new mercantile communities in the towns profited from the advent of a cash crop agriculture, the boom in mining, the rise of metallurgical industries, the discovery of new devices in banking and credit. The output of copper currency rose up to 20 times over the levels of the Tiang epoch. There was a growing mastery of long-distance trade by sea, assisted by the numerous advances in marine engineering and the creation for the first time of an imperial navy. The dramatic shift in the total configuration of the Chinese economy in the Sung epoch was accentuated with the conquest of northern China by the Jurchen nomads in the mid-12th century. Sealed off from the traditional Central Asian and Mongolian hinterland of Sinic civilization, the Sung Empire in South China was turned from an inland to a maritime orientation, that was quite new in Chinese experience, while within it, the specific weight of urban trade grew commensurately. The result was that for the first time in history, agriculture ceased to provide the bulk of state revenues in China. Imperial income from commercial taxes and monopolies was already equal in volume to that from land taxes in the nth century. In the southern Sung state of the later 12th and 13th centuries, commercial revenues greatly exceeded agrarian revenues. 31 This new fiscal balance reflected not merely the growth of domestic and foreign trade, but also the enlargement of the manufacturing base of the whole economy, the expansion of mining, and the spread of cash cropping in agriculture. The Islamic Empire of the Abbasid Caliphate had for a time been the richest and most powerful civilization in the world. In the 8th and 9th centuries, the Chinese Empire of the Sung epoch was unquestionably the wealthiest and most advanced economy on the globe in the 10th and 12th centuries, and its florescence was based far more securely on the diversified production of its agriculture and industry, rather than mainly on the exchange transactions of international trade. The economic dynamism of the Sung state was accompanied by an intellectual ferment, which combined veneration for the ancient Chinese past with new explorations in mathematics, astronomy, medicine, cartography, archaeology and other disciplines. 32 The scholar gentry which now governed China was characterized by Mandarin contempt for physical sports and martial exercises, and a deliberate cult of aesthetic and intellectual pastimes. Cosmic speculations were combined with a systematized Neo-Confucianism in the culture of the Sung epoch. The Mongol conquest of China in the 13th century was to test the resilience of the whole socio-economic system that had matured in this halcyon age. Considerable areas of northern China were initially pastoralized by the new nomadic rulers, under whom agriculture generally declined. Later efforts by Yuan emperors to redress the agrarian situation met with little success. 33 Industrial innovation largely halted. The most notable technical advance of the Mongol epoch seems, perhaps suggestively, to have been the casting of metal barrel cannon. 34 The tax burden on the rural and urban masses increased, while hereditary registration of their occupations was introduced, to immobilize the class structure of the country. Rents and interest rates remained high, and peasant indebtedness steadily rose. Although the southern landlords had rallied to the invading Mongol armies, the Yuan dynasty showed little trust in the Chinese mandarinate. The examination system was abolished, central imperial authority was strengthened, provincial administration reorganized, and fiscal collection farmed to foreign corporations of Uyghurs, on whom the Mongol rulers relied heavily for administrative and business skills. 35 On the other hand, Yuan policies promoted mercantile enterprise and stimulated commerce. The integration of China into the far-flung Mongol imperial system led to an influx of Islamic traders from Central Asia and an expansion of international shipping. A national paper currency was introduced. Large-scale coastal transport for the supply of grain to the north, where a new capital had been founded at Peking, was instituted, while the monumental Grand Canal, linking the economic and political centers of the country by a continuous inland waterway, was completed. But the ethnic discrimination of the dynasty soon antagonized much of the gentry class, while the intensity of its financial exactions, the depreciation of its fiduciary issue, and the spread of oppressive landlordism drove the peasantry into armed revolt. The result was the social and national upheaval which ended Mongol rule in the 14th century, and installed the Ming dynasty. The new state represented, with some significant modifications, a reinvigoration of the traditional political structure of scholar gentry rule. The examination system was promptly restored, but a regional quota system to ensure against southern monopoly of offices now had to be built into it, reserving some 40% of doctorates to northern candidates. Large Yangtze landowners were brought to the new Ming capital at Nanking, where their enforced residence facilitated government control, while the imperial secretariat, traditionally a check on the arbitrary will of the emperor, was abolished. The whole authoritarian caste of the state was increased under Ming rule, whose secret police and surveillance systems were much more ruthless and extensive than those of the Sung dynasty. 36 Court politics were increasingly dominated by a swollen core of eunuchs, and fierce factional struggles. The solidarity of the scholar bureaucracy was weakened by insecurity of tenure and division of duties, while the age of graduation through the degree system grew steadily later. A very large army of 3 million was initially created, much of which was subsequently diluted into a network of military colonists. The main fiscal innovation of the Ming state was the systematic imposition of public labor services on the rural and urban population, which was organized into carefully supervised community units to execute them. In the countryside, the restrictive tenancy contracts of the Sung epoch tended to lapse 37, while the hereditary occupational registers of the Yuan regime were maintained, if in a loosened form. With the re-establishment of civil peace and the relaxation of tenancies, rural forces of production now recorded prodigious advances once again. A huge program of agrarian rehabilitation was officially launched by the founder of the Ming dynasty, the Hongwu Emperor, to make good the devastations of Mongol rule and the destructions caused by the upheavals which ended it. Reclamation of land was organized, hydraulic works were restored and extended, and an unprecedented reforestation was accomplished at the instructions of the imperial state. 38 The results were swift and spectacular. Within 6 years of the overthrow of the Yuan, the volume of grain taxes received by the central treasury had nearly trebled. The initial impetus given to the rural economy by this reconstruction from above set off extremely rapid agricultural growth from below. Irrigated riziculture steadily expanded and improved in the valleys and plains, with the spread of early ripening strains and double cropping outwards from the lower Yangtze to Hopi, Hunan and Fujian. In the southwest, Yunnan was colonized. Marginal lands in the south were plowed with wheat, barley, and millet adapted from the north. Commercial crops such as indigo, sugar, and tobacco were grown on a much broader scale. The population of China, which had probably fallen back to some 65 to 80 million under Mongol rule, now grew rapidly once again, to somewhere between 120 and 200 million by 1600, as a consequence of this progress. 39 In the towns, silk weaving, ceramics and sugar refining underwent notable development, while cotton textiles for the first time came into popular use, replacing traditional hemp garments. The adoption of the new draperies by the peasantry made possible the creation of major manufacturing centers for cloth production. By the end of the Ming era, the Sungkiang region grouped perhaps some 200,000 craftsmen in its textile industry. Inter-regional trade increasingly knitted the country together, while there was a pronounced shift towards a new monetary system. Paper currency was abandoned because of successive devaluations soon after the mid-15th century. Eventually, an increasing volume of silver was imported from America and Japan, which came to form the dominant medium of exchange within China, until in the end the fiscal system was largely converted to it. The great initial surge of the Ming economy, however, was not sustained in the 2nd century of the dynasty's rule. The first checks to its growth became evident in agriculture. From about 1520 onwards, land prices started to fall, as the profitability of rural investment declined for the gentry class. 40 Population growth now seems to have slowed down too. The towns, on the other hand, still outwardly exhibited great commercial prosperity, with improved methods of production in some older manufactures and increased supplies of bullion. But at the same time, industrial technology on a more fundamental plane generally ceased to display any fresh dynamism. No new urban inventions of major importance seem to have been recorded under Ming rule, while some earlier advances were relinquished or forgotten. 41 The textile industry progressed from hemp to cotton as a raw material, but in doing so, it abandoned the mechanical spinning wheels in use for hemp cloths in the 14th century, a critical technical regression. Organizationally too, whereas Sung rural hemp cloth production had developed a putting out system under merchant control, rural cotton manufactures typically reverted to a simple cottage industry in the countryside. 42 Naval expansion reached its apogee in the early 15th century, when Chinese junks of tonnages far beyond any European vessels of the age traversed the oceans to Arabia and Africa, but these maritime expeditions were abandoned by mid-century, and the imperial navy dismantled wholesale, in a gentry bureaucratic backlash which presaged a wider official involution and obscurantism. 43 The nativist and restorationist climate of Ming culture, originally formed in xenophobic reaction against Mongol rule, seems to have led to a philological and literary misplacement of intellectual activity, which was accompanied by declining interest in science and technique. Politically, the Ming imperial state soon reproduced a more or less familiar parabola: palace extravagance, administrative corruption, and landlord tax evasion depleted its treasury, leading to increased pressure on the peasantry, whose labor corvées were commuted to cash taxes that steadily escalated as the regime came under external assault. Japanese piracy infested the seas, effectively closing the interlude of Chinese maritime power. Mongol raids were renewed in the north, with great destruction, and Japanese expeditionary attacks into Korea were resisted only by massive outlays on the imperial armies. 44 The economic and demographic growth of the country thus gradually came to a halt during the 16th century, with the political decline of the government and the military bill for its incompetence. By the early 17th century, as the first Manchu incursions struck into northeastern China, domestic security was already crumbling within the Ming realm, as famines ravaged the countryside and desertions undermined the army. Usurper revolts and peasant insurrections were soon billowing across the landscape, from Shenzi and Sichuan to Kiangsu. The Manchu conquest was thus already prepared by the internal condition of China under the last Ming emperors. Long drawn-out attacks over 2 generations took the Tunguzic banners from Mukden to Canton. By 1681, the whole of the Chinese mainland had been overrun. The new Qing dynasty, once installed, was to repeat much the same economic cycle as its predecessor, on a wider scale. Politically, its rule was a mixture of Yuan and Ming traditions. Ethnic separatism was maintained by the Manchu ruling class, which garrisoned the country with its own banner regiments and monopolized top military commands in the state. 45 Manchu governor-generals, commanding 2 provinces at a time, typically overlaid Chinese governors in charge of the administration of single provinces. But the Chinese gentry class was basically left in possession of the civil bureaucracy, and the examination system was further refined to equalize provincial representation. Traditional cultural censorship by the imperial state was tightened. For nearly a century, from 1683 to 1753, Manchu rule lowered taxes, checked corruption, maintained internal peace and furthered colonization. The spread of American root crops via the Philippines, maize, potatoes, peanuts, sweet potatoes, permitted the agrarian conquest of the thin-soiled hills for the first time. Peasant migration into forested uplands, hitherto inhabited by tribal peoples, proceeded rapidly, reclaiming large tracts of land for cultivation. Rice strains were still further improved, to yield crops in less than half the time taken by the first early ripening varieties of the Sung epoch. Agrarian acreage and productivity thus once again rose steeply, permitting an explosive demographic increase, which this time surpassed all previous records. The population of China doubled or trebled between 1700 and 1850, when it reached 430 million. 46 While the total population of Europe increased from some 144 million in 1750 to 193 million in 1800, the population of China rose by one calculation from 143 million in 1741 to 360 million in 1812. The more intensive yields of riziculture, always higher than those of dry cereal farming, rendered possible a demographic density without parallel in the Occident. 47 At the same time, Manchu military conquests, which for the first time in history brought Mongolia, Xinjiang, and Tibet under effective Chinese control, significantly increased the potential territory available for agrarian cultivation and settlement. China's inland frontiers were extended deep into Central Asia by Qing troops and officials. By the 19th century, however, relative economic stagnation on the land had set in. Soil erosion was washing away much hill farming and inundating irrigation systems, superexploitative landlordism and usury were rampant in the most fertile regions, and peasant overpopulation was starting to be evident in the villages. 48 Manchu military expansion and court extravagance, in the reign of the Qianlong Emperor in the latter half of the 18th century, had by now restored fiscal pressures to intolerable levels. In 1795, the first great peasant insurrection broke out in the northwest, and was suppressed with difficulty after 8 years of fighting. Soon, too, urban manufactures entered a period of growing crisis. The 18th century had witnessed a renewed commercial prosperity in the towns. Textiles, porcelain, silk, paper, tea, and sugar had all boomed during the Qing peace. Foreign trade increased considerably, pulled by new European demand for Chinese wares, although at the end of the century it still only yielded about 1/6 of the tax receipts from internal trade. But there was no qualitative change in the pattern of Chinese industry. The great siderurgical advances of the Sung epoch had not been followed by any comparable progress in early modern China. There was no development of a producer goods industry as such. The consumer industries, which from the Ming era onwards were always the most buoyant, did not generate any technological breakthrough either in the Qing epoch, nor had the use of wage labor significantly expanded within them by the early 19th century. The overall balance between urban and rural sectors of the economy under Manchu rule was indicated by the massive predominance of land and poll taxes in the fiscal system. Down to the end of the 18th century they accounted for 70 to 80% of total revenues of the Qing state. 49 Moreover, from the mid-19th century onwards, European imperialist expansion for the first time started to attack traditional Chinese trade and manufactures, and to dislocate the whole defense apparatus of the Qing state. The initial form of Occidental pressure was essentially commercial. The illicit opium traffic conducted by English companies from the second decade of the 19th century onwards in southern China created an external trade deficit for the Manchu government, as narcotic imports soared. A growing balance of payments crisis was compounded by the fall in silver values on the world market, which led to a depreciation of Chinese currency and mounting domestic inflation. The Qing bid to halt the opium trade was broken by armed force, in the Anglo-Chinese War of 1841-2. These economic and military setbacks, accompanied by disquieting ideological penetration from abroad, were then followed by the great social earthquake of the Taiping Rebellion. For 15 years, from 1850 to 1864, this vast peasant and plebeian insurrection, far the largest popular revolt anywhere in the world throughout the 19th century, shook the whole empire to its foundations. Most of central China was conquered by the soldiers of the Kingdom of Heaven, inspired by the egalitarian and Puritan ideals of Taiping doctrine. North China, meanwhile, was convulsed by the separate rural risings of the Nian rebels, while oppressed ethnic and religious minorities, above all Muslim communities, exploded into revolt in Quechua, Yunnan, Shenzi, Kansu and Xinjiang. The ferocious wars of repression unleashed by the Qing state against these successive uprisings of the poor lasted for nearly 3 decades. It was not until 1878 that Manchu operations were completed. With the final pacification of Central Asia, the total casualties of these gigantic struggles were perhaps some 20 to 30 million, and agrarian destruction was commensurate. The Taiping Rebellion and its concomitants marked the irreversible decline of the Manchu political system. The imperial state attempted to redress its finances by new commercial taxes, whose combined value rose some 7 times between 1850 and 1910, a burden which further weakened domestic industries just as they were hit by full-scale foreign competition. 50 English and North American cotton textiles swamped native production, Indian and Ceylonese tea ruined local plantations, Japanese and Italian silks captured traditional export markets. Imperialist military pressure steadily tightened, culminating in the Sino-Japanese War of 1894-5. Foreign humiliations provoked domestic turbulence, which led to further foreign intervention. The Qing state, tottering under these multiple blows, was finally demolished with the Republican Revolution of 1911, in which social and national elements once again mingled. The concluding agony and demise of imperial rule in China impressed on European observers of the 19th century the idea of an essentially stagnant society, collapsing before the inrush of the dynamic West. The spectacle of the late Qing debacle was nevertheless in a longer view deceptive. For the course of Chinese imperial history as a whole, from the Tiang to the Qing epochs, reveals in certain basic respects an emphatically cumulative development, the enormous increase in the population of the country, which jumped from some 65 million or so in 1400 to some 430 million in 1850, a demographic record greatly surpassing that of Europe in the same epoch, testifies by itself to the scale of the expansion of the forces of production in Imperial China after the Yuan epoch. The agricultural advances achieved in early modern China were, in any secular perspective, remarkable. The enormous demographic growth, which multiplied the population sixfold in the course of 5 centuries, seems to have been constantly matched by increased grain production down to the very end of the imperial order itself. Per capita output, in fact, was probably relatively steady from 1400 down to 1900.51. The great absolute increase in grain production registered over this half-millennium has been attributed in approximately equal measure to quantitative expansion of cultivated acreage, and qualitative improvement of yield ratios, each of which seems to have been responsible for about half the total growth in output. 52 within the yield share of this progress, in turn, probably half the improvement registered was due to better seed strains, double cropping and new plant varieties, while the other half was traceable to increased water control and fertilizer use. 53 At the end of this long evolution, despite the disastrous final years of Qing rule, the levels of productivity in Chinese riziculture were far higher than those of other Asian countries such as India or Thailand. Yet the whole pattern of agrarian development was virtually devoid of significant technological improvements. After the Sung epoch. 54 Grain production was raised, again and again, by more extensive cultivation of land, more intensive application of labor, more variegated planting of seeds, and more widespread use of irrigation and fertilization. Otherwise, the stock of rural technology remains stationary. Property relations, too, may have altered comparatively little after the Sung epoch, although research into them is still fragmentary and uncertain. One recent estimate is that the overall rate of tenancy by landless peasants may actually have been virtually constant, at some 30% from the 10th to the 19th centuries. 55 The Qing state left behind it a configuration in the countryside that was, in fact, an expressive summation of the secular trends of Chinese agrarian history. In the 1920s and 1930s, perhaps 50% of the Chinese peasantry were owners of the land they occupied, 30% were tenants and another 20% were both proprietors and tenants. 56 Usury was so widespread that a nominal owner was often little more than the tenant of a moneylender. 57 3/4 of the land worked by tenant cultivators under Qing rule was leased at fixed rents in kind or cash, formally permitting improvements in productivity to accrue to the direct producer. 1/4 was governed by harvest-sharing arrangements, mostly in the poorer regions of the north where tenancy was least important. 58 At the outside, some 30 to 40% of the rural product was marketed by the end of the Qing epoch. 59 Landlord estates, concentrated in the Yangtze region, the south, and Manchuria, covered the bulk of the most productive land. 10% of the rural population owned 53% of the cultivated soil. And the size of the average gentry property was 128 times that of the average peasant plot. 63/4 of landlords were absentee owners. The cities typically formed centers for distinct, concentric circles of agrarian property and production, suburban land monopolized by merchants, officials, and gentry and devoted to industrial or horticultural crops, succeeded by commercialized rice or wheat fields dominated by the gentry, and finally by subsistence peasant plots in the highest or most inaccessible regions beyond. Provincial towns had multiplied during Qing rule, but Chinese society was proportionately more urbanized in the Sung epoch, over half a millennium earlier. 61. For the growth in the forces of production in Imperial China appears, in effect, to have taken a curiously spiral form after the great socio-economic revolutions of the Sung age in the 10-13th centuries. It repeated its motions on ascending levels, without ever twisting away into a new figure altogether, until finally this dynamic recurrence was broken and overwhelmed by forces external to the traditional social formation. The paradox of this peculiar movement of Chinese history in the early modern epoch is that most of the purely technical preconditions for a capitalist industrialization were achieved far earlier in China than they were in Europe. China possessed a comprehensive and decisive technological lead over the Occident by the later Middle Ages, anticipating by centuries virtually every one of the key inventions in material production whose conjugation was to release the economic dynamism of Renaissance Europe. The whole development of Sinic imperial civilization, indeed, can in a sense be seen as the most grandiose demonstration and profound experience of the power, and impotence, of technique in history. 62 For the great, unprecedented breakthroughs of the Sung economy, above all in metallurgy, spent themselves in the subsequent epochs. The radical transformation of industry and society they promised never occurred. In this respect, everything points to the Ming epoch as the crux of the Chinese conundrum, which has still to be solved by future historians, for it was at this point that, despite impressive initial advances on land and sea, the mechanisms of scientific and technological growth in the towns ultimately appear to have stopped or gone into reverse. 63 From the early 16th century onwards, just as the Renaissance of the Italian cities was spreading outwards to encompass Western Europe as a whole, the towns in China ceased to provide fundamental innovations or impetus within the empire. Suggestively perhaps, the last major urban foundation was the construction of the new capital of Peking by the Yuan. The Ming dynasty attempted to relocate the political center of the country in the old established town of Nanking. Abortively, it added no new creations of its own. Economically, thereafter, everything seems to have happened as if successive phases of formidable agrarian expansion occurred, without these finding any commensurate industrial counterpart, or receiving any technological momentum from the urban economy, until finally agricultural growth itself came up against insuperable limits of overpopulation and land shortage. It seems clear, in fact, that in its own terms traditional Chinese agriculture reached a peak of performance in the early Qing epoch, when its levels of productivity were far higher than those of contemporary European agriculture, and could thereafter only be improved by the supply of industrial inputs proper. 64 It was the failure of the urban sector to generate these that was decisive for the blockage of the Chinese economy as a whole. The presence of a vast internal market, which reached deep into the countryside, and of very large accumulations of merchant capital, appeared to afford propitious conditions for the emergence of a true factory system, combining mechanized equipment with wage labor. In fact, neither the jump to mass production of consumption goods by machinery, nor the transformation of urban crafts into an industrial proletariat, ever occurred. Agricultural growth reached satiation, while industrial potential was left slack. This deep disproportion can doubtless be traced to the whole structure of Chinese state and society itself, for as we have seen, the modes of production of any pre-capitalist social formation are always specified by the politico-juridical apparatus of class rule which enforces the extra-economic coercion peculiar to it. Private property of land, the basic means of production, developed much further in Chinese than in Islamic civilization, and their distinctive trajectories were certainly marked by this fundamental difference. But Chinese notions of ownership nevertheless still fell short of European property concepts. Joint family ownership was widespread among the gentry, while rights of preemption or repurchase limited land sales. 65 Urban merchant capital suffered from the lack of any norms of primogeniture and from state monopolization of key sectors of domestic output and foreign exports. 66 The archaism of clan bonds, notably absent from the great Islamic states, reflected the lack of any civil legal system as such. Custom or kinship survived as powerful preservatives of tradition in the absence of a codified law. The legal prescriptions of the state were essentially punitive in character, concerned with the simple suppression of crime, and afforded no positive juridical framework for the conduct of economic life. 67 Similarly, Chinese culture failed to develop theoretical concepts of natural laws, beyond the practical ingenuity of its technical inventions and the refinements of its officially sponsored astronomy. Its sciences tended to be classificatory rather than causal, tolerating the irregularities they observed, often more accurately than contemporary Western science, within an elastic cosmology, rather than seeking to attack and explain these, hence their characteristic lack of determinate paradigms whose disproof could have led to theoretical upheavals within them. 68 Moreover, the rigid social division between scholars and craftsmen prevented the fateful rendezvous between mathematization and experimentation which in Europe produced the birth of modern physics. Chinese science consequently always remained Vincian rather than Galilean. In Needham's phrase, 69 it never crossed the divide into the universe of precision. The interleaved absence of juridical laws and natural laws in the superstructural traditions of the imperial system in the long run could not but subtly inhibit urban manufactures, within towns which themselves never achieved any civic autonomy. Yangtze merchants often accumulated huge fortunes in commerce, while Shanxi bankers were to spread branches across the whole country in the Qing epoch. But the process of production itself was characteristically left untouched by mercantile or financial capital in China. With few exceptions, the intermediate stage of a putting-out system did not even develop in the city economy. Merchant wholesalers dealt with contractors who bought direct from artisan producers, and marketed goods without any managerial intervention in their actual manufacture. The barrier between production and distribution was often institutionalized by official allocation of role monopolies. 70 There was thus minimal investment of commercial capital in improvements of manufacturing technology itself, the two were functionally separated. Merchants and bankers, who at no period enjoyed the esteem of traders in the Arab world, typically sought to realize their fortunes by purchase of land and, later, degrees in the examination system. They were denied corporate political identity, but not personal social mobility. 71 Conversely, gentry were later to appropriate opportunities for profit in mercantile activities. The result was to prevent any crystallization or collective solidarity or organization among the urban commercial class, even when the private sector of the economy increased quantitatively in the final stages of the Qing epoch. Merchant associations were characteristically of the regionalist Landsmannschaft type. 72 Politically more divisive than unitary in function. Predictably, the role of the Chinese merchant class in the Republican Revolution which finally overthrew the empire in the early 20th century was prudent and ambivalent. 73 The imperial state machine which thus constricted the cities also, by the same token, laid its impress on the gentry. The landlord class of China always possessed a dual economic base, in its estates and its offices. The total size of the imperial bureaucracy itself was always very small by comparison with the population of the country, some 10 to 15,000 functionaries in the Ming era and less than 25,000 in the Qing epoch. 74 Its efficacy depended on the informal links between the officials dispatched to the provinces, and the local landowners who collaborated with them in the performance of public functions and the maintenance of civic order, from which they received lucrative service incomes. 75 The extensive families of the gentry traditionally included some members who had passed the examinations giving qinshi rank and formal access to the bureaucratic apparatus of the state, and others in small provincial towns or rural districts without such credentials. Degree holders typically occupied central or local administrative positions, while their relations looked after the lands. But the wealthiest and most powerful stratum within the landowning class was always composed of those with offices or links to the state, whose public emoluments regularly surpassed their private agrarian incomes in the Qing epoch, perhaps by some 50% or again. 76 Thus while the Chinese gentry as a whole owed its social and political power to its control of the basic means of production, realized in qualified private property of land, its mutable elite, perhaps just over 1% of the population in the 19th century, was determined by the degree system which gave official access to the greatest wealth and highest authority within the administrative system itself. 77 Agrarian investment was thus also diverted by the absorbent role of the imperial state within the ruling class. The sudden, great advances in agricultural productivity in China typically occurred from below, in phases of lessened fiscal and political pressure by the state on the peasantry, at the beginning of a dynastic cycle. The consequent demographic increases then usually stirred new social unrest on the land, each time progressively more dangerous for the gentry as the population grew, until the final episode of the Taiping Kingdom of Heaven. At the same time, the political authoritarianism of the imperial state tended, if anything, to intensify after the Sung epoch. 78 Confucianism became steadily more repressive, and the power of the emperor more extensive, down to the eve of the fall of the Qing dynasty. Chinese and Islamic civilizations, which in their dissimilar natural settings 79 together lay across the great bulk of the Asian land mass by the early modern epoch, thus comprise two patently divergent morphologies of state and society. The contrast between them could be made virtually term by term. The military slave guards who so frequently formed the capstone of Islamic political systems were the antithesis of the civilian scholar gentry that dominated the Chinese imperial state, power wore a Praetorian or Mandarin guise, respectively. Religion saturated the whole ideological universe of the Muslim social systems, while kinship was eclipsed or relegated. Secular morality and philosophy governed official culture in China, while clan organization remained encrusted in civic life. The social prestige of merchants in the Arab empires was never matched by the honor accorded to traders in the Celestial Kingdom. The range of their maritime commerce at its height far surpassed anything ever achieved by their Sinic counterparts. The cities from which they operated were no less dissimilar. Classical towns in China formed bureaucratic, segmented grids while Islamic towns were tangled, aleatory labyrinths. The apogee of intensive agriculture, utilizing the most developed hydraulic works in the world, was combined with private ownership of land in China, where the Islamic world typically exhibited juridical monopoly of land by the sovereign and desultory or extensive cultivation of it, without the introduction of irrigation systems of moment. Neither great zone revealed egalitarian village communities, but otherwise the generally stagnant rural productivity of the Middle East and North Africa was thrown into sharp relief by the very great agrarian progress registered in China. Contrasts of climate and soil, of course, were not foreign to these respective performances. The population of the two regions naturally corresponded to the forces of production in the main branch of any pre-capitalist economy: Islamic stability, Chinese multiplication. Technology and science, too, followed opposite directions. Chinese imperial civilization generated many more technical inventions than medieval Europe, while Islamic history was vice versa seemingly infertile by comparison with it. 80 Last but not least, perhaps, the Islamic world was contiguous with the West, early subjected to its expansion and eventually to its encirclement, whereas the Chinese realm lay in seclusion beyond it, out of the reach of Europe, for long perhaps transmitting more to the Occident than it received from it, while the intermediate civilization of Islam confronted the ascent of Western feudalism and its invincible heir, at the other end of Eurasia. These elementary contrasts, of course, in no way constitute even the beginnings of a comparison of the real modes of production whose complex combination and succession define the actual social formations of these huge regions outside Europe. They merely resume some of the grossest indices of divergence between Islamic and Chinese civilizations, which preclude any attempt to assimilate them as simple examples of a common Asiatic mode of production. Let this last notion be given the decent burial that it deserves. It is perfectly clear that a very great deal of further historical research is necessary before any true scientific conclusions can be drawn from the variant paths of non-European development, in the centuries contemporary with the Western medieval and early modern epochs. Only the surface of vast areas and periods has so far been scratched in most cases, by comparison with the closeness and intensity of scholarly study to which European history has been submitted. 81 But one procedural lesson is absolutely plain: Asian development cannot in any way be reduced to a uniform residual category, left over after the canons of European evolution have been established. Any serious theoretical exploration of the historical field outside feudal Europe will have to supersede traditional and generic contrasts with it, and proceed to a concrete and accurate typology of social formations and state systems in their own right, which respects their very great differences of structure and development. It is merely in the night of our ignorance that all alien shapes take on the same hue.